Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Little Pagoda felt a bit nervous. There was no way Ye Guan could have known anything, as he had been keeping a tight lid on any relevant information that Ye Guan could use to deduce. But this little bastard is pretty clever. I can't say for sure that he hasn't discovered anything. Ye Guan suddenly shook his head and laughed. It's funny, right, Master Pagoda? Little Pagoda thought for a little while before he said, why is it funny? Is it that far-fetched for you to become the next Academy Master? Ye Guan shook his head and explained, there are two prerequisites to becoming the Academy Master. You must be extremely powerful to attract followers, and you need many powerful backers to support you. Otherwise, there's no way you can restrain the aristocratic family faction and the great clan faction. Ye Guan sighed and continued, I know that it is important to work hard on my own, but it is true that this world is cruel and pragmatic. There are some things that you have to be born with, otherwise, you will never have them for the rest of your life. Little Pagoda asked, do you blame your parents? They didn't give you a powerful background. Ye Guan chuckled and replied, why would I blame them? Which parent in this world wouldn't want the best for their child? I believe that they left me alone for a good reason. As for my family background, I believe that the grass is always greener on the other side. People will also only compare themselves to those who have it better without realizing that there are many people who have it worse than them. Let's take myself as an example. Master Pagoda, your guidance has allowed me to surpass many people. Little Pagoda laughed a little, feeling gratified. Ye Guan added, my family situation must be a bit complex. Otherwise, you would have already told me everything there is to know about my family. I won't ask about your origins from now on, as I believe that you'll tell me the truth at the right time. Little Pagoda hurriedly replied, yes, I will. Ye Guan turned to look at the horizon and said, the Chosen One is my enemy. Yes, I know, Little Pagoda said, what about it? Ye Guan calmly pointed out, you don't seem worried about me at all. Little Pagoda was speechless. The mysterious voice chimed in, again. He's doing it again. Ye Guan laughed and asked, what is the reason behind your indifference, Master Pagoda? Is it because you don't care about the Chosen One, or is there another reason behind it? Little Pagoda shouted in the tiny pagoda, fuck, I really am in awe of this little bastard. Meanwhile, Ye Guan continued, you were also indifferent back then when there was a possibility that I might face two martial goddesses. The Chosen One of the current generation has become my enemy, but you still don't care. Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, Master Pagoda, am I underestimating your power and origins? Little Pagoda was stunned. Ye Guan added, I also discovered a massive clue. You seem to be really afraid of me finding out my true identity. Didn't we agree that I would tell you everything at the right time? Ye Guan smiled and relented. All right, then. Little Pagoda asked, what are your plans? Are you going to the main Guanxian Academy just to fight the Chosen One? Ye Guan ruminated for quite a while before he replied, the inner workings of the Guanxian Academy's committee are complicated, but the good thing is that the committee isn't monolithic, which means that not everyone will stand on the Chosen One's side. For example, I feel that I could make some friends at the literary department. I can also visit the Lingxu Blessed Land and the Time Paradise in the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands. That sounds great, exclaimed Little Pagoda. Ye Guan added, the whole universe will watch my battle with the Chosen One. I don't think he's going to employ any dirty tricks, but it's hard to say the same for his followers. After all, they have a vested interest in the Chosen One's victory. In other words, I have to be careful of the aristocratic families and the great clans that are supporting him. They're capable of doing anything for their own interests. Ye Guan took out a storage ring. The storage ring was from the Shenge clan. I might be able to contact her in the Guanxian universe, but I'm not sure if she's going to stand on my side. Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled before saying, forget it. I'm afraid that she's going to take the Chosen One's side. It would be so embarrassing for me to go there only for her to end up choosing the Chosen One. What do you think, Master Pagoda? Little Pagoda said, she's definitely going. Shut up. The mysterious voice hurriedly yelled, you dumbass. He's baiting answers from you. Fuck. Little Pagoda exclaimed, didn't this bastard just say that he's going to stop asking questions? Wait, did he say that so that I'll let my guard down? The mysterious voice said blandly, I guess you're still redeemable since you've finally seen through his intentions? Little Pagoda was silent for a few moments before he sighed and said, I'm a bit scared of him now. Damn it, he's too scheming. I think his dad is better than him. His dad often hoodwinks others, but his schemes aren't as devious as this bastard. Ye Guan frowned. Master Pagoda had stopped talking mid-sentence. His intuition was telling him that Little Pagoda wasn't alone in the tiny pagoda. Ye Guan's face abruptly changed. He stood up and saw that the path ahead of him had collapsed. A terrifying force rushed toward him like a deluge. Ye Guan narrowed his eyes and thrust his sword forward. Boom! The space ahead of him collapsed, and a powerful suction force threatened to drag Ye Guan into the turbulent space-time. Ye Guan was horrified. He took out the path sword and slashed out. Boom! The turbulent spacetime split into two, and Ye Guan soon found himself in a quiet corner of the starry skies. He turned around and saw that the spacetime tunnel was recovering, but his face was gloomy. Someone clearly didn't want him to reach the main Guanxian Academy in the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan turned and saw a woman standing far away from him. Ye Guan frowned. The woman was the sickle-wielding woman who had tried to frame him for the deaths of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's powerhouses. Ye Guan hadn't expected that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had simply let her go. The sickle-wielding woman glared at Ye Guan and smiled crookedly. "You didn't think that I'd be back, did you?" she said. Ye Guan wordlessly stared at her without moving. The sickle-wielding woman was too far away, and he wasn't confident that he could kill her in an instant. The sickle-wielding woman chuckled and said, "I have to admit you're pretty gutsy. You not only challenged the Chosen One, but you're also daring enough to go to the main Guanxian Academy ahead of schedule. Unfortunately, someone doesn't want you to be there." Ye Guan thought for a while before asking, "Miss, is there any enmity between us?" The sickle-wielding woman stared doubtfully at Ye Guan before asking, "What do you mean?" Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, "If there's no enmity between us, I'd like to talk to you." The sickle-wielding woman glared at Ye Guan and asked, "What is it about?" "I know that you're on a mission to stop me from getting to the main Guanxian Academy. I want to know who sent you on that mission. Do you really think that I'm going to tell you? Is it really necessary for us to fight each other to the death? If you think otherwise, I won't say anything anymore." The sickle-wielding woman went silent instead of replying. Ye Guan asked, "Is it the Academy?" The sickle-wielding woman shook her head. Ye Guan nodded and said, "It must be the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, then." The sickle-wielding woman replied, "You're half right." Ye Guan frowned. "It's not just the Immortal Treasures Pavilion." The sickle-wielding woman nodded and asked, "Do you have any idea just how many people and organizations are supporting the Chosen One?" Ye Guan shook his head. The sickle-wielding woman explained, "The head military official of the Martial Department who is also an elder of the committee has become the Chosen One's tutor. His disciples can be found all over the world, and his influence in the Academy is terrifying. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion has also decided to stand on his side along with the Milky Way clan and the future clan of Milky Way. He also has the support of quite a few aristocratic families and great clans in the 9 heavens and 10 lands." Ye Guan nodded slightly, but he didn't say anything. The sickle-wielding woman continued, "Their vested interests are tied together. You have absolutely no chance of winning if you go to the Guanxian universe ahead of schedule. They're not going to let you win as well." Ye Guan suddenly asked, "Miss, what's your name?" The sickle-wielding woman stared deeply at Ye Guan. "Wanyan Gu," she said. Ye Guan nodded and asked, "Lady Wanyan, do you know what the Sword Master told me in Qingzhou?" Wanyan Gu's eyes narrowed as she asked, "What did he say?" Ye Guan opened his palm, and the path sword appeared in his hand. "Hum?" The path sword quivered violently, and a resonant hum echoed throughout the starry skies. Wanyan Gu stared at the path sword and muttered, "That sword, did the Sword Master give it to you?" "The Sword Master told me that the great clans and the aristocratic families have dominated the academy for too long, and they have long become corrupted as well. He wishes to see me grow so that I can eventually clean the academy of all corruption." Wanyan Gu's expression changed. Meanwhile, the mysterious voice asked, "Is that a bunch of nonsense?" Little Pagoda replied, "No, his father does want him to do that. He's probably thinking that he's just speaking a bunch of nonsense, and I'm sure others will think the same, but it really isn't just a bunch of nonsense." The mysterious voice sighed. "I think he knows something. He's really terrifying." Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. Wanyan Gu stared at Ye Guan and said, "Who are you trying to fool here, young lord Ye? If the Sword Master has chosen you as his successor, why did he not announce it? You wouldn't have become a fugitive if he had announced his intentions to the public." Ye Guan fell silent. Girls aren't easy to fool nowadays. It's too hard to be a man? Little Pagoda chuckled and said, "This little bastard isn't as good as his father when it comes to hoodwinking others." Ye Guan suddenly said, "Lady Wanyan, do you know why I was daring enough to kill the members of the Yin clan? And why am I not scared of their martial goddesses?" Wanyan Gu's eyebrows furrowed. Ye Guan was about to say something, but Wanyan Gu interrupted him. "Just tell me why the Sword Master didn't publicly announce his intentions to take you as his successor. Just tell me why, that's all I need to know." Ye Guan thought briefly before he said, "After that huge battle in that fateful year, the Sword Master," Ye Guan trailed off. He eventually pointed at his head and explained, "The Sword Master's brain hasn't been working properly since then." Little Pagoda was about to say something, but the mysterious voice chimed in, "Don't say anything, don't rebut, and don't give him any advice. I think he's not trying to fool that girl. He's deliberately digging a hole for you, and he's waiting for you to jump into it." Little Pagoda was utterly speechless. Ye Guan frowned upon receiving no response from Little Pagoda. Why is Master Pagoda not saying anything? From what I remember, Master Pagoda isn't that bright. His intuition was telling him that he might be related to the Sword Master. Perhaps he was a relative or related to one of the Sword Master's ancestors. However, he couldn't really say for sure, so he had been trying to bait out more answers from Master Pagoda. Unfortunately, it seemed that Master Pagoda had finally caught on to what he had been trying to do. He wouldn't be careless anymore. Wanyan Gu was silent for quite a while. Eventually, she asked, "Do you really think that I'll believe that?" Ye Guan ruminated briefly before saying, "Miss, I really need to get to the Guanxian universe as quickly as possible. However, there are so many eyes on me, including the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. They don't want me to get to the Guanxian universe, which means that the Chosen One is in the middle of cultivating a powerful technique. Therefore, I'd like to ask you for a favor, miss. I have to get to the Guanxian universe as quickly as possible. Wan Yangu glared at him and asked, why would I help you? After a moment of silence, Ye Guan offered, I'll give you 100 million gold spiritual crystals. Wan Yangu froze. However, I will have to repay you at a later time, Ye Guan added and said, my father will repay my debt for me once I find him. If you're worried, I can sign a contract to assuage your worries. Don't say anything, Little Pagoda, the mysterious voice said, he's baiting answers out of you again. Little Pagoda was truly at a loss for words. Wan Yangu fell into deep contemplation. Her investigation had told her that Ye Guan was from Nanzhou, and he was just an adopted son of the Ye clan in Nanzhou rather than a direct descendant. It was interesting because it was impossible for a monstrous talent like Ye Guan to possess a mediocre family background. Wan Yangu was convinced that Ye Guan's status was special or he had a powerful family background. Otherwise, how could he have gotten to where he was today? Without an excellent Sword Dao inheritance, there was no way he could have achieved so many astounding feats. In other words, Ye Guan's background was definitely terrifying. Wan Yangu simply had no idea of his background. In other words, Ye Guan would truly have no issues producing 100 million gold spiritual crystals in the future. Wan Yangu gazed deeply at Ye Guan and said, I will escort you to the Guanxian universe. You said your father will pay me 100 million gold spiritual crystals, right? Ye Guan froze. She actually believed me? He said all that to bait answers out of Little Pagoda, but he was surprised when Little Pagoda chose to remain silent. However, Ye Guan was even more surprised to discover that Wan Yangu had actually believed him. Ye Guan felt like was between a rock and a hard place. He couldn't put his father into debt without his father's consent, and it wasn't the right thing to do as well. What if his father was in a worse financial situation than he was? Wouldn't his father fall into the abyss of debt if he made his father pay 100 million gold spiritual crystals? Master Pagoda, Ye Guan inwardly asked, I said I won't ask about my father's identity anymore, but I really need to know whether he's rich or not. Little Pagoda roared, shut up. Ye Guan didn't know what to say. He was about to open his mouth to reject Wan Yangu's help, but she urged, let's go. The experts of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion will come soon, so we can't stay here any longer. She turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Ye Guan hesitated, but he eventually followed her. Whatever, I'll just think about this debt later. A father is supposed to help his struggling son, anyway. An hour later, Wan Yangu brought Ye Guan somewhere in the vast starry skies. Ye Guan looked around and saw an ancient city in the distance. It wasn't that big of a city, but Ye Guan was astonished by the fact that the ancient city was suspended in the starry skies. Ye Guan sighed in admiration and exclaimed, the universe is indeed full of wonders. I didn't expect to see a city suspended in the starry skies. Wan Yangu looked at him and frowned. Why does this bastard sound like he has never seen much of the world before? Lady Wanyan. Ye Guan was curious, so he asked, how come this city hasn't fallen down? Wan Yangu indifferently said, it can't be allowed to fall. Otherwise, the people beneath it will die. Ye Guan was stupefied. Wan Yangu explained, you're staring at Dark City, and the entire city is a famous black market. It's a special place that is beyond the influence of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the Guanxian Academy. Wow, muttered Ye Guan in stupefaction. Is this city full of powerful people? Wan Yangu nodded and said, yes, but the waters here are muddy, and the people here are from all walks of life, including those on wanted lists. In other words, those capable of making a living here aren't simple. Wan Yangu stared at Ye Guan and said, don't trust anyone in there, do you understand? I understand. Ye Guan nodded. Wan Yangu remained silent as she stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly and added, I'll trust only you, I won't trust anyone else. Wan Yangu was slightly taken aback, and her expression softened as she said, I know you're strong, but it seems that you haven't seen much of the outside world, so I'm sure you don't know just how dangerous people can be. The people here are full of secrets, and they are always scheming. They are the kind of people who will always prioritize profits and their own interests. This city doesn't have any kind-hearted people anymore. Indeed. Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, there are indeed some places that the light cannot reach. Wan Yangu agreed, yes. The waters here are muddy, and it is indeed a dangerous place, but it has a silver living. With enough money, you can buy anything you want here. The only issue is that the prices are much higher than in other places. Ye Guan suddenly asked, you said this place is beyond the influence of the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, right? Yes, Wan Yangu replied. Ye Guan's brows furrowed as he asked, does that mean they're not under the governance of the Guanxian Academy? Wan Yangu smiled and asked, do you know who's the big boss of Dark City? The Guanxian Academy, guessed Ye Guan. Wan Yangu nodded. We don't know for sure, but they are definitely from the Guanxian Academy, and I'm sure an influential figure from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion is involved with Dark City as well. In other words, the main Guanxian Academy has to send people down here if they want to bring this place under their governance. An ordinary person will have no luck investigating the dark currents here. Actually, they'll simply disappear. Ye Guan finally understood why the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had decided not to make any moves to bring Dark City under their influence. There's simply too much money to earn here, exclaimed Wanyangu. It is estimated that tens of billions of gold spiritual crystals flow into and out of Dark City every day. Tens of billions? Ye Guan stared incredulously at Wanyangu. That's absurd. Wanyangu added, ordinary people couldn't possibly take a slice of such a massive pie, and the vested interests tied to Dark City are simply too great for it to fail. I see, Ye Guan nodded. Teleporting between worlds in a star field usually requires using the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's teleportation arrays, but Dark City has its own teleportation arrays. Of course, they aren't as good as the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's teleportation arrays, but they are at least connected to the major worlds. There are no usage restrictions as well. The arrest warrants of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the Guanxian Academy don't matter here. As long as you have enough money, you can use the teleportation arrays of Dark City, said Wanyangu. Are they expensive? Ye Guan asked. Wanyangu narrowed her eyes at Ye Guan and said, it'll cost you at least 5 million gold spiritual crystals to travel from here to the main Guanxian Academy. 5 million gold spiritual crystals? Ye Guan inhaled sharply. He thought he had become a rich man, but it seemed that his assumption had been a complete joke. The greed of those higher in ranks was truly incomprehensible and unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people. However, Dark City was obviously not as profitable as the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. It had to be known that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had teleportation arrays and branches in every world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there would be an Immortal Treasures Pavilion branch where people lived. Ye Guan shook his head and sighed. Master Pagoda, why do you think founder Qin wants to earn so much money? Can she even spend so much money? Little Pagoda said indifferently, she can just leave her money to her son to spend. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Founder Qin has a son, he asked. Yes. Is it with the Sword Master? Yes. Wow, Ye Guan sighed in awe and said, doesn't that mean that the Sword Master and Founder Qin's son is invincible the moment he's born? However, I don't think becoming invincible from the get-go is a good thing. He would never be able to understand the joys of the common people. Little Pagoda said, his son is a bad person. Ye Guan frowned and asked, a bad person? Yes. Little Pagoda exclaimed and said, he's full of schemes, and those unlucky enough to get involved with him will have a miserable future. Ye Guan was confused by Little Pagoda's statement. He was about to ask more questions, but Wanyangu said, we have to be careful. Ye Guan set his thoughts aside and found that they had already reached the city gates. A black-robed young man with an eye patch over his right eye. He was standing on top of the city gates, so passing through the city gates meant walking beneath his crotch. Ye Guan frowned upon realizing that. Wanyangu stared at the black-robed young man and asked, what is it? Do you want to collect a toll from me? The black-robed young man smiled crookedly and said, Wanyangu, I'm not going to collect a toll from you, but... The black-robed young man glanced at Ye Guan and said, I've never seen him before, so he must be new here. In other words, I will have to collect a toll from him? However, I can give him a discount for your sake, Wanyangu. He just has to give me 1,000,000 gold spiritual crystals. Wanyangu tugged at Ye Guan's sleeve and said, show him one of your moves. Ye Guan nodded. Swoosh! A ray of sword flight flew and struck the black-robed young man's forehead before the latter could even react. The black-robed young man's head exploded like a watermelon, his brain matter and blood haphazardly spurted in all directions. Wanyangu turned to Ye Guan and shouted, I didn't tell you to kill him. Ye Guan was stunned. He smiled sheepishly and said, oops, I misunderstood. My apologies. Ye Guan opened his palm, and the black-robed young man's storage ring flew toward him. Ye Guan examined the storage ring and found that it contained at least 10 million gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan took out 5 million gold spiritual crystals and handed them over to Wanyangu. This is bad. Wanyangu shook her head and dragged Ye Guan into the city. What's going on? Asked Ye Guan. Wanyangu explained in a low voice, Dark City is teeming with gangs. They have united, and they're fighting for spare change that the higher UPS of the Dark City couldn't be bothered to collect. The gangs of Dark City are powerful, and the young man you killed was from the Southern Gang. The Southern Gang is one of the 2 biggest gangs in Dark City, and you've basically challenged them by killing one of their own. They'll definitely not let this matter slide. Is theft a crime here? Ye Guan asked. Wanyangu stared at Ye Guan with a frown. Theft? Why would you even do that? She asked. Ye Guan answered, I'm poor. Wanyangu was speechless. The two continued walking until Wanyangu abruptly stopped in her tracks. A middle-aged man was standing in front of them, and many people emerged from behind him. Wanyangu's face fell. She glared at the middle-aged man and shouted, Mo Gan. She truly didn't expect that the vice leader of the Southern Gang would appear in front of them. Mo Gan chuckled and said, Wanyangu, I don't think there's an enmity between us, so why did you kill one of my boys? Wanyangu calmly asked, would you believe me if I said that this was all a misunderstanding? Mo Gan boisterously laughed and asked back, what do you think? Wanyangu fell silent, seemingly thinking of something. Ye Guan tugged at her sleeve and said, don't be afraid, they're not that strong. If they do something, leave it to me. I'll make quick work of them. Ye Guan had said it in a low voice, but everyone still heard him. Wanyangu's face darkened as she chided, you could have just told me that using profound sound transmission. Ye Guan fell silent, seemingly pondering over something. Eventually, he looked at Mo Gan and said, I came here to use the teleportation arrays of Dark City, I'm not here to be your enemy. Can you please step aside and let us pass? Mo Gan guffawed and taunted, and what if I don't want to? Shwick! A ray of sword light momentarily blinded everyone, forcing them to close their eyes. By the time they opened their eyes, a sword was already sticking out of Mo Gan's forehead. Everyone was stupefied by the incredulous sight. Mo Gan's expression was frozen in disbelief. You left me with no choice but to take your storage ring with tears in my eyes, said Ye Guan before unceremoniously snatching away Mo Gan's storage ring. Everyone was rendered speechless. It was a kill that filled everyone's hearts with stupefaction, and even Wan Yangu was stupefied by the instant kill. Wan Yangu's gaze turned deep as she made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan. She came to the conclusion that Ye Guan had become even stronger compared to when she fought him in Qingzhou. His improvement speed was out of this world. The remaining riffraff didn't even bother to say anything. They whipped around and ran for their lives. He's too strong for us to handle. We can't beat him even if we gang up on him. Ye Guan didn't bother to chase after the riffraff. He examined Mo Gan's storage ring and found 20 million gold spiritual crystals inside of it. He's filthy rich, he exclaimed. Wan Yangu explained, that amount is probably what he had earned so far. Ye Guan nodded and handed over 10 million gold spiritual crystals to Wan Yangu. These are yours, Lady Wanyan, he said. However, Wan Yangu only stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Wan Yangu shook her head. She accepted the storage ring and stored it away. Let's go, she said. All right, let's go. Ye Guan answered with a nod. The two walked down the street, and they soon realized that the surroundings had gone abnormally quiet. However, Ye Guan could feel powerful auras within the dark alleys. Wan Yangu pointed out, you were too high profile. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly. Wan Yangu suddenly frowned. An old man was standing in the distance. Wan Yangu's face fell upon recognizing the old man. He's Zhang Qi, the southern gang's leader, she exclaimed. Zhang Qi was a seal-shattering realm cultivator. It seemed that Dark City truly had many hidden powerhouses. Zhang Qi smiled at Ye Guan and said, whatever happened just now was the southern gang's fault, young lord. Let me apologize to you and to Lady Wan Yangu. Wan Yangu was stunned. Ye Guan replied, I didn't mean to make an enemy out of your gang. I was just passing by. Zhang Qi cupped his fist and said respectfully, I understand. I hope we see each other again, young lord. Zhang Qi turned around and left. Ye Guan glanced at Wan Yangu and said, all right, let's continue. With that, the two continued on their journey. However, Wan Yangu couldn't resist her curiosity and asked, did you kill Mao Gan to intimidate the southern gang? Ye Guan replied, strength is everything in this kind of place. The southern gang would have kept coming to find trouble for us if I hadn't moved decisively. The grudges between us could have eventually become a death feud. I had no choice but to show them my strength by killing that man. They would then have two choices. They could either come at me with everything they have to avenge their fallen member, or they could settle the grudge with me. They chose the latter. Wan Yangu pointed out. Ye Guan nodded and said, strength begets respect. It is better to act decisively when necessary, as it would most likely prevent future troubles. Of course, it wouldn't have been a big issue if they had chosen the former. I would have just killed them all, so it's very simple. It's very simple? Wan Yangu was astonished by how calm Ye Guan sounded. He sounded as if he were talking about stomping on a few ants rather than reaping the lives of many people. Wan Yangu sighed while surreptitiously looking at Ye Guan. He was indeed not just a simple young man. It was no wonder he became a great sword sovereign at such a young age. He turned out to be a heaven-defying talent. The two soon disappeared at the end of the street. Zhang Qi watched with heavy eyes as Ye Guan and Wan Yangu walked away. A young man standing next to him couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, why did we let that swordsman go? Zhang Qi chuckled and replied with a question, is our southern gang powerful? Of course, exclaimed the young man with a nod. Zhang Qi shook his head and said, we're mere ants whether it is in the outside world or in the Dark City. They could have easily gotten rid of us. They just need to say the word, and we'll be reduced to ashes. The young man was both horrified and shocked. Zhang Qi continued. The young man's aura was extraordinary, and he's a swordsman as well. One look is enough for anyone to tell that he's a monstrous talent. I'm sure he killed Mo Gan to warn us that if we were to pursue the matter, he would wipe us out, not just one of us. Zhang Qi ruffled the young man's hair and added, small fries like us have to be meticulous and cautious if we want to survive in this world. We must be aware of those we can afford to offend and those we cannot afford to offend at all costs. Otherwise, we'll be doomed the moment we provoke those we cannot afford to provoke. Do you understand? The young man nodded slightly and said, I understand. Zhang Qi smiled and said, let's go. The grandfather and grandson pair walked down the street and soon vanished. Wan Yangu soon brought Ye Guan to a large square filled with thousands of teleportation arrays. A black-robed old man walked toward them and asked, destination? Wan Yangu replied, the Guanxian universe. The Guanxian universe? The black-robed old man frowned. What's wrong? Asked Wan Yangu. The black-robed old man said, 12 million gold spiritual crystals for both of you. 12 million? Ye Guan's face changed. Fuck. That's too expensive. Wan Yangu stared with narrowed eyes at the black-robed old man and said in a low voice, the journey to the Guanxian universe only costs 5 million gold spiritual crystals at most per head. The black-robed old man casually retorted, the decision is yours. Wan Yangu's brows furrowed. Ye Guan handed a storage ring over to the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man examined the storage ring and found 12 million gold spiritual crystals in it. He nodded and put it away before saying, "Follow me." Ye Guan and Wanyangu followed him. "He extorted us," said Wanyangu using profound sound transmission. Ye Guan smiled and used profound sound transmission to reply, "He definitely saw that we're in a hurry, so he arbitrarily raised the prices." Wanyangu made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you not angry?" "Why should I?" Ye Guan smiled wryly and said, "It's a free market. He said the price and the decision was up to us." Wanyangu nodded slightly. She still felt indignant, but she remained silent. The black-robed old man soon brought them to a teleportation platform. A massive teleportation array was sitting on top of the platform. The teleportation array was so big that it seemed at least 10 times larger than the other teleportation arrays. Ye Guan and Wanyangu walked up the platform. "Wait," the black-robed old man called out to them. Ye Guan turned to look at the black-robed old man. "There's a service fee, and it's 1 million gold spiritual crystals," said the black-robed old man. "A service fee of 1 million gold spiritual crystals?" Ye Guan frowned. "I've never heard of such a fee, Your Excellency," said Wanyangu. The black-robed old man remained expressionless as he said, "Yes, it's a new rule that I had just established." "What, unhappy?" Wanyangu's expression turned cold. Ye Guan smiled and said, "We're only passing by, and we have no ill intentions, senior. We..." "Shut up." The black-robed old man interrupted Ye Guan and opened his hand. "A service fee exists, and it's one of Dark City's rules. Pay it if you want to use the teleportation array. Otherwise, scram. Stop wasting my time." Ye Guan pondered briefly before asking, "How did we incur a service fee?" The black-robed old man calmly said, "I brought you here myself, so you have to pay a service fee." Wanyangu was furious. The black-robed old man glared at Wanyangu and asked, "What? Are you going to fight me here?" "Your Excellency, you better not cross the line," warned Wanyangu. The black-robed old man scoffed, "Cross the line? I'm just doing my job, so how am I crossing the line? Pay the fees if you want to use the teleportation array. If you can't afford it, then scram." Wanyangu's expression had become as dark as the bottom of a pot. "All right." Ye Guan chuckled and said, "We won't use your teleportation array, then. Please return our money to us, Your Excellency." The black-robed old man narrowed his eyes and asked, "What money?" Wanyangu was furious. "What? Are you going to steal our money?" The black-robed old man remained expressionless as he said, "I never took your money." Ye Guan's pupils constricted upon sensing powerful auras around them. Ye Guan whipped around, and a sword flew out. Slash! The sword orbited Ye Guan once, and more than 10 heads went flying at the same time. The black-robed old man's face instantly changed. He tried to retreat, but Ye Guan's sword was quicker. A sword pierced the old man's head and pinned him to a nearby stone pillar. The wound was definitely critical, but the black-robed old man remained fierce as he glared at Ye Guan and roared, "You're dead, you're a dead man walking. How dare you make a move here? Don't you know who my backer is?" "How ludicrous," a voice reverberated throughout the starry skies, and a powerful aura made a beeline for Ye Guan. Ye Guan pointed at the powerful aura. Rumble! The void was split open, and the head of an old man went flying about 100 meters away from Ye Guan. Blood haphazardly sprayed out of the stump, pouring down like rain upon the city. The black-robed old man's expression changed. He had provoked someone he couldn't afford to provoke. The space above Ye Guan was torn open, and an old man walked out of the rift in space. Ye Guan waved his sleeve, and a ray of sword light flew out. Shwick! The old man had just taken one step out of the rift when his head exploded, scattering blood and brain matter everywhere. Ye Guan turned to look at the black-robed old man who was still alive, despite the critical wound he had suffered. The black-robed old man stared incredulously at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled blandly and urged, "Call for backup." The black-robed old man stared at Ye Guan as if he were staring at a ghost. His voice was trembling as he stammered, "Why Yuri? You're a swordsman." Rumble! Space was torn open on the horizon, and a middle-aged man walked out of the rift in space. A flying sword came hurtling toward him just a second after he had stepped out of the rift. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he put his palms together. A golden light surged and covered him, allowing him to nullify Ye Guan's attack. The middle-aged man was still reeling from the shock, but another sword was already flying toward him. Clang! The sword struck the middle-aged man's golden barrier, but the golden barrier was like an egg that had been struck by a hammer. It shattered the moment it made contact with the sword. Slash! The sword slashed out and sent the middle-aged man's head flying. The black-robed old man was beyond pallid. "Sword sovereign? He's a fucking sword sovereign? Damn it! I wouldn't have extorted you if you had told me that you're a sword sovereign. Why are you acting all gentle and polite as if you were a scholar when you're a sword sovereign? Was this all according to your plan? If you had been a bit fiercer to me earlier, I wouldn't have been so unscrupulous." Ye Guan slowly looked around. He put his right arm behind him and shouted, "I still haven't killed enough. Send more people here." A beautiful woman abruptly appeared about 30 meters away from Ye Guan. Swoosh! Ye Guan's sword flew toward the beautiful woman. "Young lord, I'm here to negotiate," shouted the beautiful woman. The flying sword stopped a few inches away from the beautiful woman's forehead. Sigh! The beautiful woman was just about to sigh in relief, but the flying sword moved and slashed out. Slice! The beautiful woman's head flew into the air. A look of incredulity was etched on her face as she stared wide-eyed at Ye Guan. She couldn't believe that Ye Guan had killed her just like that. Ye Guan shook his head and said, I don't want to negotiate. The black-robed old man's voice was trembling as he pleaded, Young lord. It's all my fault, I'll return your 12 million gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan frowned and said sarcastically, 12 million? I gave you 120 million gold spiritual crystals. How come you said I gave you 12 million? You forgot to multiply it by 10, old man. The black-robed old man's jaw dropped. He stared blankly at Ye Guan and asked himself, have I been living an unscrupulous life? 120 million. Wan Yingu's eyes widened in disbelief. How fierce? How manly? Wan Yingu grinned after the initial shock. How wonderful? He's so amazing? Wan Yingu had been planning on making a move, but Ye Guan had killed every enemy before she could even intervene. What a domineering young man! Meanwhile, footsteps echoed behind Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. He actually failed to detect the approach of the individual walking toward him from behind him. However, Ye Guan didn't turn around. He kept his right hand behind his back, and his expression remained as calm as a placid lake. Wan Yingu looked behind Ye Guan and saw an old man in black. The old man in black was sporting a goatee, and he was skinny, but he didn't look frail at all. The old man in black's eyes were his most striking features. His eyes were giving off a domineering light. Ye Guan was still facing away from the old man in black. The old man in black's gaze deepened as he asked, Are you going to keep facing your back to me? The black-robed old man pinned to the stone pillar cried out, Governor Sang, save. A sword tip pressed against the black-robed old man's neck, forcing him to close his mouth. Governor Sang. Wan Yingu's expression turned solemn. Ye Guan turned to look at Governor Sang. Did you come here to talk or fight? He asked. Talk or fight? Wan Yingu was stunned, and she stared at Ye Guan in shock. She truly didn't expect that Ye Guan would remain so straightforward even in front of Governor Sang. Her expression soon turned strange. Ye Guan was truly a cut above the average cultivators. Governor Sang calmly asked, Are you that confident? Ye Guan stared at Governor Sang and asked back, Talk or fight? Governor Sang glared at Ye Guan. Do you have any idea where you are? Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly vanished. Rumble! Ye Guan shattered the space-time rules to reach Governor Sang in the proverbial blink of an eye. Governor Sang's expression changed drastically. Ye Guan's speed had caught him off guard, but he still managed to make a move by pointing out with his finger. Crackle! Thunder crackled as Ye Guan's sword and a bolt of lightning collided against each other. Governor Sang had to retreat, but a sword was already hurtling toward him just as he thought he was safe. Governor Sang's pupils constricted, and his heart skipped a beat. Unfortunately, the sword reached his eyebrow before he could make another move. Governor Sang stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. Your sword sovereign Ye Guan, he shouted. Ye Guan frowned and asked, You know me? Wan Yingu smiled and explained, You've become famous. Virtually everyone knows that you've challenged the Chosen One. Ye Guan smiled and remarked, It seems that I've been riding on his coattails. Ye Guan turned to look at Governor Sang and asked, Your man cheated me of 120 million gold spiritual crystals. How do you think we should settle this? Governor Sang frowned slightly as he glanced at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man revealed a look of pain. He wanted to speak, but he didn't dare to do so. Governor Sang knew that Ye Guan was exaggerating things. Ye Guan wordlessly stared at Governor Sang. Governor Sang eventually said, Young lord Ye, you may kill him and recover what he stole. The black-robed old man despaired. Governor Sang had just abandoned him. Ye Guan smiled and pointed out, It seems that you have no intention of compensating me. Governor Sang explained, He's the one who extorted you, so this matter has nothing to do with me. Ye Guan asked, He's your subordinate, right? Governor Sang said indifferently, No. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. Great. It seems that you guys know how to play this game as well. I don't think he has any intention of taking responsibility for his subordinate's mistake. The black-robed old man felt like he was suffocating from the injustice. He stared at Ye Guan and screamed inwardly, I wouldn't have dared to even attempt to extort you if you had just told me that you're a sword sovereign from the get-go. You're a sword sovereign, so how come you look so harmless? You're really a scourge. Ye Guan smiled at Governor Sang and said, Governor Sang, is there anyone higher than you? Governor Sang's eyebrows furrowed. What do you mean? Ye Guan said, I want to speak to someone else. Governor Sang's expression changed. Young Master Ye, you actually have no idea who's behind Dark City? You. How are they compared to the Yin clan? Ye Guan asked. Governor Sang gazed deeply at Ye Guan as he said, Stronger. They're stronger than the Yin clan? Ye Guan froze, briefly surprised. Interesting. Ye Guan was about to speak, but Governor Sang hurriedly added, Young Master Ye, I'm not trying to threaten you, but the people behind Dark City are truly terrifying. They're powerful powerhouses in their own right, and they're also influential. They're considered true powerhouses even in the Guanxian universe, and they also have a relationship with the Sword Master in the distant past. Ye Guan asked, They have a connection with the Sword Master? Governor Sang nodded. Yes. Ye Guan frowned. Governor Sang continued. We have indeed offended you, young master Ye, but I truly don't have 120 million gold spiritual crystals. How about this? You're going to the Guanxian universe, right? How about I send you there for free? What are your higher UPS going to do if I were to kick up a fuss here? Ye Guan asked. Governor Sang froze and went silent. Ye Guan smiled and added, no, I think I should say what's going to happen to you if I turn this place upside down. Governor Sang's face soured. Ye Guan calmly continued. Governor Sang, I've always been very clear when it comes to favors and grudges. I would have perished long ago if I were merciful, so I will not show mercy or pity toward my enemies. If you're unhappy, you can summon your higher UPS here. I would love to know who has been hiding behind the scenes and was shameless enough to employ such a dirty trick. Governor Sang remained silent. The people behind him had to remain hidden at all costs. If things went out of control, and the incident ended up implicating that elder, Governor Sang could already imagine his horrible fate. Governor Sang's gaze was complicated as he stared at Ye Guan. What a scheming young man. He's not forcing that elder to come here. He's betting that the elder exists, and he's trying to squeeze as much value as he can from my so-called higher UPS to pressure me into acquiescing. Governor Sang seemed to have recalled something as he glared coldly at the black-robed old man. What are you looking at, you asshole? Shouted the black-robed old man. He was no longer afraid. He was about to die, so he decided to remain arrogant until the end. Governor Sang's face turned ugly at the black-robed old man's words. Ye Guan suddenly said, Governor Sang, forgive me for being blunt, but no one in Dark City is strong enough to stop me. You have two choices, give me back my money or call your backer to come out. Of course, I will also call for backup. Little Pagoda suddenly asked, who are you calling? Ye Guan said, the other elder in the pagoda. Little Pagoda replied, she's not. Shut up. The mysterious voice frantically yelled, shut up, you dumbass. Little Pagoda went numb upon being scolded by the mysterious voice. Damn, this little bastard. What the fuck? What is this brat? Is he a type of poison that is making me dig my own grave? This is absurd. Ye Guan heard Little Pagoda's words before he was mysteriously interrupted. There really is someone else, he muttered. He had always been suspicious that there was someone else in the tiny pagoda. He had never really been sure, but he finally confirmed that Little Pagoda wasn't alone in the tiny pagoda. Governor Sang asked, young master, yeah, are you sure you want to go that far? Ye Guan stared deeply at Governor Sang before saying, I'll give you a discount. 60 million gold spiritual crystals. Deal, Governor Sang replied almost immediately. Ye Guan froze, astonished. He didn't expect Governor Sang to agree almost immediately. He had been expecting a fight between the two of them, but he was mistaken. Ye Guan couldn't help but ask, are you sure? Governor Sang took out a storage ring and handed it over to Ye Guan. The storage ring contained exactly 60 million gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan fell silent. Governor Sang hurriedly said, young master, yeah, didn't you want to go to the Guanxian universe? You should hurry up and leave. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion doesn't want you to reach the Guanxian universe. You'll have issues going there unless you leave right now. Ye Guan glanced at the storage ring on Governor Sang's hand. Give that to me. Governor Sang's expression stiffened. Ye Guan calmly explained, it belongs to me. Didn't I win earlier? Ye Guan opened his palm, and Governor Sang's storage ring flew into his hand. Governor Sang didn't resist at all. Ye Guan examined the storage ring and found 20 million gold spiritual crystals. Governor Sang was truly a rich man. Ye Guan was also aware that Governor Sang had more money, but he didn't have the luxury to bicker over more money with Governor Sang. Ye Guan decided to be satisfied with this haul. Ye Guan took the storage ring of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man was poorer than Governor Sang, which was a given. However, he only had about 7 million gold spiritual crystals, which was questionable, considering his shamelessness. Ye Guan was delighted, and he turned to look at Wanyangu. Swoosh! A storage ring containing 43 million gold spiritual crystals floated over to her. Wanyangu blinked. Is that for me? Ye Guan nodded and explained, everyone gets a share. Wanyangu grinned. I won't stand on ceremony, then. She put the storage ring away. 43 million gold spiritual crystals were so much money that Wanyangun couldn't refuse the offer. Ye Guan stared at Governor Sang and said, Governor Sang, please tell your backer that I'm just a passerby with no ill intent. Of course, don't forget to tell them to please not seek revenge. Thank you. With that, Ye Guan headed to the teleportation array with Wanyangu. Governor Sang stood frozen and was silent. Ye Guan led Wanyangu into the teleportation array, and the two were soon whisked away from Dark City. Governor Sang finally turned around. A shadow appeared in his field of view. Governor Sang instantly fell to his knees and muttered, Elder. The shadow calmly said, leave. Governor Sang hesitated, but he soon ran away. The black-robed old man escaped as well. He had suffered a critical wound, but both Ye Guan and Governor Sang had decided to leave him alone. In other words, this was his golden opportunity to escape, and he took it after a brief moment of hesitation. Meanwhile, the shadow wordlessly turned to the teleportation array that Ye Guan and Wanyangu had used to leave Dark City. The shadow was silent for quite a while before it muttered, you look so similar, it seems that someone's about to run out of luck? He. Ye Guan silently stared at the end of the spacetime tunnel. The Guanxian universe. Ye Guan knew that the real battle would begin once he arrived in the Guanxian universe. However, he had a plan. His plan was to make a big deal of everything, as the factions against him would have no choice but to prioritize their reputation. The more attention he received, the fairer his fight with the Chosen One would be. Wanyangu asked, how confident are you in your fight against the Chosen One? Ye Guan said, 100%. Wanyangu was astonished. 100%. Ye Guan nodded. 100%. Wan Yangu stared at Ye Guan. Do you have no idea who you are up against? You're going to fight the Chosen One. The Guanxian Academy has been showering him with all of its resources. I've heard that his tutor is the head military official of the Martial Department, and he was one of the participants of the Suhen Great War. The Chosen One is also being supported by the Milky Way clan and the Future clan. I don't think I have to explain to you what that means. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion has also decided to take his side. Can you really say that you're still 100% confident knowing how many backers he has? Ye Guan chuckled and asked, how many percent do you want me to say? Wan Yangu froze and went silent. Ye Guan said softly, what do you think is going to happen to me if I lose? Wan Yangu said solemnly, you'll die? Ye Guan nodded. That's right. Wan Yangu continued. What has that got to do with you being 100% confident against the Chosen One? Ye Guan smiled. The Chosen One must have a solid family background, not to mention the support of so many factions and organizations. However, do you really think that I have no backer? Wan Yangu looked at Ye Guan and asked, do you have any backers? Ye Guan exclaimed, Master Pagoda. Little Pagoda was dumbfounded. Wan Yangu's brows wrinkled. Master Pagoda? A pagoda? Really? Ye Guan nodded. That's right. Wan Yangu's expression darkened as she said, no offense, but do you really think that your Master Pagoda can compare to the Guanxian Academy, Immortal Treasures Pavilion, the Milky Way clan, and the Future clan? Not to mention the aristocratic faction and the Great Clan faction. Ye Guan said earnestly, Master Pagoda is a low-profile individual, but I know that he's an extremely powerful powerhouse. I truly believe that he'll stun the entire Guanxian universe the moment he reveals his true might. Pfft! Little Pagoda burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. The mysterious voice pointed out. He's digging your grave for you. Little Pagoda said, don't you think your opinion of him is a tad bit too negative? He's a naughty brat, but he's still an honest individual. I don't think it's healthy for you to always assume that he's doing something wicked. The mysterious voice was speechless. Meanwhile, Wan Yangu's brows furrowed. Master Pagoda? I've never heard of that name, but he must be an incredible powerhouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to nurture someone like Ye Guan. Ye Guan inwardly asked, am I right, Master Pagoda? Indeed. Little Pagoda smiled and said, one should always strive to be low profile, do you understand? I understand. Ye Guan nodded. Master Pagoda, I will carve your words on my heart. Little Pagoda's smile deepened, and he said, I'll give you a cultivation method once we've arrived at the Guanxian universe. The density of spiritual energy in the Guanxian universe is enough for you to cultivate it. Ye Guan blinked, but he quickly composed himself and asked, what is its name? Little Pagoda grinned. Universe Beholdment. Universe Beholdment. Ye Guan was about to speak, but Little Pagoda added, I made it. Didn't Great Deist Brush Master create that cultivation method? Asked the mysterious voice. What? Little Pagoda calmly asked, is it illegal to brag? The mysterious voice was rendered speechless. Master Pagoda. Ye Guan called out and said, can you give it to me right now? I want to familiarize myself with it so I can start cultivating it the moment we arrive at the Guanxian universe. Little Pagoda thought about it before saying, okay. Boom. A deluge of information flooded Ye Guan's mind. Universe Beholdment. The way of heaven is to compensate for equilibrium, the way of man is to consume. Ye Guan's expression soon turned serious. How horrifying? He truly didn't expect that Little Pagoda had such a terrifying cultivation method. It was definitely better than most cultivation methods out there. Honestly, Ye Guan couldn't believe that Little Pagoda had created such an excellent cultivation method. After all, he had already learned to take Little Pagoda's words with a grain of salt. Ye Guan eventually exclaimed, I have truly underestimated you, Master Pagoda. The fact that you managed to create such a terrifying cultivation means that you must have been a formidable powerhouse even during that era 30 million years ago, am I right? Little Pagoda chuckled and said, formidable might be an overstatement, but even the cream of the crop among powerhouses had to pay respect to me. In fact, even the elders of the Guanxian Academy had to greet. Are you sure you want to tell him that? Interrupted the mysterious voice. Little Pagoda immediately fell silent. I almost fell for it. Damn it, I really can't say anything to this little bastard, and I also can't let him feel too relaxed, or he'll start coming up with his own theories. Little Pagoda thought about it before continuing. Times have changed. You have to be strong in your own right to survive. In other words, you have to work hard. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand. Ye Guan nodded and said, I guess you're afraid that I will stagnate and slack off the moment I discover my origins, and it must be the reason you're actively avoiding my questions. As the old saying goes, heaven will send one on great missions, but one must go through all sorts of hardships first. I understand. Little Pagoda was speechless. I really don't know what to say now that he said that. Ye Guan went silent to ponder over the complexities of the universe beholdment. He finally had another cultivation method to use. The quality of one's cultivation method would decide the quality of one's profound energy as well as the size of one's profound energy reservoir. Ye Guan was confident that universe beholdment would help him patch up his greatest and most glaring weakness. Moreover, Ye Guan also felt like he was about to make a breakthrough. The feeling first appeared after he fought the martial goddess. The feeling of overflowing. It was not that he did not have to do anything to allow the water to flow in a certain way. He had to keep working hard to guide the water to flow in a specific direction. If he did not do anything, He was just waiting to die. The feeling was akin to an overflowing container, and Ye Guan had been managing the surplus of profound energy in a certain way and in a specific direction. Otherwise, he would have died from a deviation long ago. Ye Guan took less than 2 hours to comprehend the gist of universe beholdment. He took a moment to compose himself before he started cultivating. Boom! The surrounding spiritual energy was cleanly sucked into him the moment he circulated the universe beholdment cultivation method. Ye Guan was stunned. Wan Yingu was shocked, and she hurriedly said, "The spiritual energy in the air here is there to maintain the array's integrity. This space-time tunnel will collapse if you absorb all the spiritual energy in here." Ye Guan chuckled sheepishly and stopped cultivating. What was that cultivation method? Wan Yingu looked at Ye Guan and asked, "That was so scary." Ye Guan smiled and said, "My master Pagoda made it." Wan Yingu stared deeply into Ye Guan's eyes, and she sounded serious as she asked, "Does your master Pagoda need more disciples? I'm available, so can I apply to become his disciple?" Ye Guan. Little Pagoda. 3 days later, Ye Guan saw a ray of light in the distance. They were soon enveloped by the light, and the two found themselves in a valley. They looked around and realized that they were surrounded by thousands of teleportation arrays. What a dense spiritual energy! Ye Guan exclaimed in awe. The spiritual energy here was at least 10 times denser than the spiritual energy on the Zongtu Divine Continent. It felt like the entire universe was a cultivation ground for all cultivators. "Are we going to the academy right away?" asked Wan Yingu. Ye Guan shook his head and replied, "No, I'm going to Lingxiu Cave." Wan Yingu was confused. "What are you going to do there?" Ye Guan smiled. He didn't answer Wan Yingu's question. Instead, he gazed deeply at her and said, "I can make my way by myself here, Lady Wanyan. Thank you for staying with me until the end. As for my debt, I'll pay you back once I get accepted by my original clan. Is that okay?" Wan Yingu hesitated before asking, "Is your father poor?" Ye Guan pondered briefly. "I think he earns just the right amount of money." Wan Yingu stared intently at Ye Guan. "I'll visit you in your clan one day, so you better not say that you don't owe me anything by then." Ye Guan smiled and said, "I'll definitely pay you back." Wan Yingu nodded. "I'm from the Guanxian mercenary group. If you need anything, find me there." Ye Guan said, "Till we meet again." "Till we meet again," said Wan Yingu with a nod. Ye Guan cupped his fist toward Wan Yingu before hopping onto his sword and disappearing into the horizon. Wan Yingu stared at the horizon and muttered, "He's a monstrous talent with a great personality, but it's a pity, it truly is a shame that his background isn't that great." Wan Yingu sighed, and she smiled bitterly upon recalling Ye Guan's words. "Once he gets accepted by his original clan, it seems that I won't be getting my money back." Lingxiu Blessed Land was one of the blessed lands of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, so it wasn't that difficult for Ye Guan to find out where the Lingxiu Blessed Land was located. Ye Guan hopped in his spaceship and embarked on a journey to the Lingxiu Blessed Land. He had no choice but to use his spaceship, as he was still on the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's blacklist. Ye Guan soon arrived at the foot of Mount Lingxiu. Ye Guan walked over to an old man and said, "Senior, can you please inform Brother Longhu that Ye Guan has come to visit him?" Ye Guan. The old man froze and asked, "Are you that Ye Guan from the Zongtu Divine Continent?" Ye Guan nodded. "That's right. Give me a moment," said the old man before he disappeared into thin air. 15 minutes later, the powerhouses and elders of the Lingxiu Blessed Land gathered at Lingxiu Palace. The leader of Lingxiu Blessed Land, Zhang Yuntian, stood at the helm. Zhang Longhu and the old man who had gone with Zhang Longhu to the Zongtu Divine Continent stood next to Zhang Yuntian. "Ye Guan is here," said Zhang Yuntian. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, prompting everyone to look at each other. Soon, an elder said, "He does not get along with the Chosen One like water and fire. If we treat him well, we'll offend the Chosen One. Our Lingxiu Blessed Land will be in danger if we offend the Chosen One." A middle-aged man nodded and said, "The influential figures, organizations, clans, and families in the Guanxian universe have decided to stand on the Chosen One's side. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion, the Future Clan, the Milky Way Clan, and even the head military official of the Guanxian Academy's martial department have also decided to stand next to the Chosen One. In other words, we have to draw a clear line between us and Ye Guan. It is imperative that we keep our Lingxiu Blessed Land away from trouble." Another elder spoke, "Ye Guan is talented, but he cannot possibly compare to the Chosen One. The Academy and the Chosen One are obviously treating him as a stepping stone for the sake of the Chosen One's growth. We don't want anyone to misunderstand that we are connected with Ye Guan in any way lest the Chosen One decide to attack us." The remaining elders nodded to express their agreement. Zhang Yuntian turned to look at the Grand Elder next to him. "Grand Elder, you met him, right? What do you think of him?" The Grand Elder was silent for quite a while before replying, "He's a monstrous talent with a kind and sincere heart. I'm sure he'll achieve great things in the future." The Grand Elder stood up and added, "I'll go ahead and welcome him myself." The Grand Elder's decision to welcome Ye Guan was akin to a lightning bolt from out of the blue, freezing everyone where they stood and rendering them speechless. Ye Guan patiently waited at the foot of Mount Lingxiu. He turned upon sensing oncoming presences and found an old man and a young man walking toward him. The old man was the Grand Elder of the Lingxiu Blessed Land Grand Elder, while the young man was none other than Zhang Longhu. Ye Guan broke out into a grin upon seeing them. Zhang Longhu waved from afar and grinned, "Brother Ye, you've come. I told you I'd come and visit," said Ye Guan. However, he seemed to have recalled something as he asked hesitantly, "Did I bring trouble to the Lingxu blessed land?" The Grand Elder shook his head, looking slightly unhappy. "What are you talking about? Young Master Ye, follow me." He brought Ye Guan and Zhang Longhu to the summit. The Grand Elder turned to Ye Guan and smiled before asking, "Young Master Ye, are you here to sightsee or?" Ye Guan went straight to the point. "Can I get the Lingxu blessed land's support?" Zhang Longhu looked at Ye Guan without saying anything, but he was slightly astonished. "I didn't expect him to just go straight to it." "Of course," said the Grand Elder. "Of course, but you have to give us a reason. It has to be an extremely compelling reason to the extent that we'll have no choice but to support you." Ye Guan went silent. The Grand Elder said seriously, "Young Master Ye, I would definitely love to support you, but I'm sure you know that supporting you is a decision that will influence the Lingxu blessed land's future." "I know." Ye Guan nodded. The three talked about many different topics, and they soon entered a massive hall. Everyone in the hall turned to stare at Ye Guan, and they immediately acknowledged him upon seeing him. What a powerful young swordsman! He was the youngest sword sovereign in the Guanshan universe, and he would most likely surpass great sword sovereign Ye Yu's record. It was a pity that the Chosen One was his enemy. Millions of years ago, any talent in the same generation as the Chosen One would inevitably be overshadowed and suppressed by the Chosen One. Even the two martial goddesses of the Yin clan couldn't overcome the Chosen One. The Chosen One. It was a terrifying moniker, and the Chosen One was destined to become invincible. Everyone in the hall was aware of that, so they could only sigh to themselves upon thinking about Ye Guan. Zhang Yuntian composed himself and smiled. "Welcome, young Master Ye." Ye Guan cupped his fist and said, "My apologies for the intrusion, Leader Zhang." Zhang Yuntian smiled at Ye Guan without saying anything. He had to prove himself to obtain the recognition of the Lingxu blessed land. Ye Guan thought about it before asking, "Can we speak privately?" Zhang Yuntian nodded. "Sure." Zhang Yuntian waved his hands, and everyone in the hall walked out. The Grand Elder was about to leave, but Ye Guan said, "Grand Elder, Brother Longhu, please stay here." The two nodded and stood still. Zhang Yuntian stared deeply at Ye Guan. Ye Guan wordlessly opened his palm, and a terrifying force enveloped everyone in a flash. Martial force. Zhang Yuntian shot up in his seat and stammered, "Why, you're a martial god?" The Grand Elder and Zhang Longhu were stupefied as well. "You're a martial god? What the heck? Aren't you a sword sovereign? How come you've become a martial god?" "I became a martial god using the sword Dao," said Ye Guan. The three stared blankly at Ye Guan. Moments later, Zhang Yuntian walked away and paced about the hall. He felt like going crazy. Damn, this is absolutely bizarre. A sword sovereign is already an extremely rare existence, but he's also a martial god? He's a martial god and a sword sovereign at the same time. Isn't he more terrifying than the sword master? God damn it! Who's the real chosen one here? Zhang Yuntian went numb. Ye Guan's revelation was beyond his understanding. Ye Guan stood quietly. He knew that he had to prove himself to receive the support of other people. After all, who would help those with nothing to prove? This world was all about one's connections and family background, but a connection could only prosper if there were benefits to gain. If others couldn't benefit from you, no one would help you. Zhang Yuntian stared solemnly at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. Zhang Yuntian turned to Ye Guan and asked, "Young Master Ye, what do you want? Cultivation manuals? Cultivation resources? Tell me what you need. As long as we have it here, we'll give it to you, no questions asked." "I have to leave," said Ye Guan. Zhang Yuntian froze. He looked confused as he asked, "Why?" Ye Guan smiled and explained, "I'll eventually bring trouble to you if I stay here for an extended period of time. You can just help me secretly, there's no need to announce it to the world. That way, the fallout won't be too much for you to bear if I lose." Zhang Yuntian's expression turned complicated. The Grand Elder was right. Ye Guan was indeed a kind young man. Ye Guan continued, "My biggest problem is a cultivation ground for me to cultivate. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion has blacklisted me, so..." Zhang Yuntian hurriedly said, "Let us provide you with a cultivation ground." Ye Guan cupped his fist and said, "Many thanks, Leader Zhang." Zhang Yuntian turned to the Grand Elder and said, "Grand Elder, bring young Master Ye to our ancestral ground." The ancestral ground? The Grand Elder was stupefied. He didn't expect Zhang Yuntian to be so generous to Ye Guan. However, he quickly nodded and said, "All right. Young Master Ye, follow me." With that, the Grand Elder led Ye Guan somewhere. "Father," Zhang Longhu said, "Young Master Ye is too talented." Zhang Yuntian nodded and replied, "He's a true monstrous talent. I'm sure the entire Guanshan universe will tremble in shock the moment they find out that Ye Guan is a martial god as well." Zhang Longhu smiled, but he pointed out, "Brother Ye's enemy is the chosen one." Zhang Yuntian went silent. However, he soon gnashed his teeth and cried out, "I know, god damned it, so what if his enemy is the chosen one? I've been cruising along my entire life, and it's about time I take the risk and gamble. I'll take this gamble, and if I win, our Lingxu blessed land will soar beyond the skies. I'm sure my spiritual tablet will stand at the helm of the other spirit tablets by then, and our descendants will definitely not forget me, their ancestor Yuntian." "What if you lose?" Zhang Longhu asked. "Then, I'll put my spirit tablet up myself, and the future generation will remember me as the foolish Yuntian," Zhang Yuntian said calmly. Zhang Longhu was dumbfounded. The Grand Elder brought Ye Guan behind a mountain and to a burial ground. Ye Guan felt the presence of numerous powerful wills. The Grand Elder explained, "Young Master Ye, we've arrived at the ancestral ground of Lingxiu Blessed Land. This is also the inheritance area of the Lingxiu Blessed Land. Our ancestors left their inheritance here to help the future generation of the Lingxiu Blessed Land, but only our core disciples can access the ancestral ground. There had only been a few swordsmen among our ancestors, so this place may not be that useful when it comes to your sword deo. However, our ancestors can definitely help you when it comes to your cultivation base." The Grand Elder paused and said, "What you'll get ultimately depends on you." "I understand." Ye Guan nodded and said, "Thank you, don't mention it." The Grand Elder smiled and said, "Go ahead, young master Ye." Ye Guan nodded and walked to the middle of the burial ground. He quietly looked around. MMHM. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Ye Guan and assessed Ye Guan. "A sword sovereign? No, a quasi-great sword sovereign." Whir? The spirit tablets in the burial ground vibrated excitedly. Moments later, hundreds of spirits emerged from beneath the burial ground. The Grand Elder's jaw fell to the floor. How come hundreds of ancestors came out? He could still remember that only about 100 ancestors had emerged when Zhang Longhu first visited the ancestral ground, but hundreds of ancestors had actually emerged for Ye Guan? Ye Guan was shocked. They actually have so many ancestors? Ye Guan sighed to himself. It seemed that truly powerful clans were indeed on a whole new level. A clan with hundreds of ancestors would only become stronger as long as its descendants weren't a bunch of good-for-nothing. Ye Guan seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Master Pagoda, does our clan have many ancestors?" "Nope." Little Pagoda said, "Those alive, plus your dad, sums up to a grand total of 2. Ye Guan shook his head and muttered, "My clan is indeed miserable. Doesn't that mean that my fate is sealed, even if I were to call upon my ancestors for help in a dire situation?" Little Pagoda went silent. "Foolish child, I really want to tell you that either of those two are invincible, unparalleled beings?" Ha ha ha, the middle-aged man in front of Ye Guan boisterously laughed. "A quasi-great sword sovereign. Our Zhang clan is about to soar beyond the skies, we're about to flourish. Ha ha ha, wait." An elder grabbed Ye Guan's hands. His voice trembled as he asked, "Why do I sense a hint of martial aura from you?" Martial aura? Ye Guan pondered briefly before taking a step. He had taken just a step, but a terrifying martial force swept across the ancestral ground, forcing the spirits to return to their spirit tablets. The elder couldn't believe his eyes. "You're a sword sovereign and a martial god? What the fuck?" Whir? The remaining spirit tablets quivered, and more spirits emerged. "He's both a sword sovereign and a martial god?" The spirits stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. It's already impressive enough to become a sword sovereign, but this brat is actually a martial god as well? This is unprecedented. The spirits were thrilled after their initial shock. "What are you guys kicking up a fuss for?" A cold voice echoed from a silent spirit tablet. "He's not a descendant of our Zhang clan." The spirits froze, and their expressions turned ugly upon taking a closer look at Ye Guan. "He's not our descendant. What nonsense is this?" Ye Guan turned to where the cold voice had come from, and a woman in a long dress emerged from the spirit tablet. She was a tall woman with striking features, but her coldness was reminiscent of an icy cavern. The spirits made way for her. The woman walked up to Ye Guan and stared at him. "Explain." Ye Guan thought about it before replying, "I am good friends with Zhang Longhu." The woman was silent for a few moments before she pointed out, "So they want to invest in you?" Ye Guan nodded. "That's right." The woman looked at Ye Guan. "Who is your enemy?" Ye Guan calmly replied, "The Chosen One." The spirits froze, and their expressions turned strange. "His enemy is actually the Chosen One of this generation?" The woman gazed deeply at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you aware that the Chosen One of the previous generation was the Sword Master?" Ye Guan nodded. "I know." "Are you confident?" asked the woman. Ye Guan didn't avoid the woman's gaze. He stared right into her eyes and said, "I have never lost to anyone in the same cultivation realm as me, and I have never been afraid to face even those 10 realms higher than me." The spirits were rendered speechless. He had never lost to anyone in the same cultivation realm as him, and he had never been afraid to face even those 10 realms higher than him? The spirits burst out laughing. How confident? Was he not arrogant? Unfortunately, arrogance was a word used to describe those who couldn't back up their claims. Powerhouses weren't arrogant, they were simply confident. The woman stared at Ye Guan in admiration. However, her admiration quickly turned to pity. If Ye Guan were from the Zhang clan would have quickly risen to power. A pity, it was truly a pity. She sighed to herself, but she quickly came up with an idea. If he married a girl from the Zhang clan, wouldn't he become a part of the Zhang clan? However, the woman shook her head and laughed. How could she force that kind of thing? It would be better to do him a favor at the moment and let things take its course in the future. The woman smiled and said, "Inheritance is just a way for us to transfer our wisdom and the knowledge we have accumulated throughout our lives to our descendants. We'll enter your sea of consciousness and guide you to the best of our abilities. Of course, the result depends on how much you'll comprehend." Ye Guan bowed deeply and said, "Thank you." The woman nodded. Swoosh! The spirits turned into rays of white light that entered Ye Guan's glabella. Ye Guan staggered at the influx of information akin to a tsunami. He sat down cross-legged and assimilated the knowledge and wisdom that the Zhang clan ancestors had bestowed upon him. Ye Guan's aura grew stronger as time went on. A meeting of elders was ongoing in the Immortal Treasures Pavilion of the Xiaoguan continent. 19 elders had gathered for the meeting, and the Grand Elder of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was chairing today's meeting. The Grand Elder of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was Ye Guan, and he was the most influential individual in the Immortal Treasures Pavilion at the moment. The elders of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion took charge of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion after Vice Pavilion Master Yingqing's departure to the Suhen world, along with the many managers of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Ye Guan was the leader of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's Elder Circle. Qin Feng was one of the 19 elders in the meeting. Qin Feng was seated at the end of the room. He was leaning against his chair and was staring blankly into space, seemingly in deep thought. Ye Guan swept his gaze across everyone in the meeting room and said, "Everyone, please take a seat." Everyone sat down, and Ye Guan got straight to the point. Ye Guan has arrived in the Guanxian universe. Qin Feng frowned, but he remained silent. An older manager suddenly said, "I received news that he entered the Guanxian universe through Dark City. I've also received reports about how he killed many people there." He sipped on his tea and continued, "He's evil, and we cannot keep him alive." "Elder Wang," said Qin Feng, "isn't it common for cultivators to kill each other? Why do you sound like you've never killed someone before?" Elder Wang glared at Qin Feng and scoffed, "Qin Feng, do you really think that we don't know that you're on good terms with Ye Guan? You even call him brother." Qin Feng chuckled. "So what? Is it a violation of the rules for me to call him brother?" Elder Wang's glare turned fierce as he said, "We're on the Chosen One's side, and Grand Elder Ge was the one who had decided on our side. Why are you even speaking up for Ye Guan at this point? Are you trying to provoke our Grand Elder?" Grand Elder Ge wordlessly stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression turned ashen. Elder Wang sneered at Qin Feng. Just then, Grand Elder Ge suddenly asked, "Elder Qin, how do you find him?" Qin Feng calmly replied, "Ye Guan is exceptionally talented with a great personality." Grand Elder Ge nodded and said, "He's indeed an exceptional talent, considering how he became a quasi-great sword sovereign at such a young age. However, I'm sure you already know that his opponent is the Chosen One, and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion has chosen to support the Chosen One." Qin Feng hesitated slightly before saying, "Grand Elder, I personally believe that we should sit on the sidelines and watch the fight between Ye Guan and the Chosen One. We can then stand on the side of the winner." How ludicrous. Elder Wang cut Qin Feng off and scolded, "Elder Qin, is your brain even working? If we stand on the sidelines and invest only in the Chosen One once he has risen to power, won't it be too late for us to invest in him by then?" Qin Feng retorted, "What if Ye Guan wins?" Everyone in the meeting room was stunned. Elder Wang laughed. "Elder Qin, do you even know what you're saying?" Qin Feng calmly said, "Didn't the Chosen One lose in their previous battle? If it hadn't been for his backer, Ye Guan would have killed him." Elder Wang's expression darkened, but he quickly composed himself and retorted, "Does losing once even matter in the grand scheme of things? We're cultivators, so we should take defeat gracefully. He who laughs last, laughs best." "And what makes you think that Ye Guan will fail to have the last laugh, Elder Wang?" asked Qin Feng. "It's simple." Elder Wang snapped, "His opponent is the Chosen One." "Wasn't the Chosen One his opponent on that fateful day?" asked Qin Feng. Elder Wang glared at Qin Feng and asked, "Elder Qin, are you really going to insist on taking his side?" Qin Feng started. However, Grand Elder Ge interrupted him. "Stop it. Let us not argue about this anymore." Qin Feng and Elder Wang turned to look at Grand Elder Ge. Grand Elder Ge announced, "The Chosen One has obtained that Dao imprint." "That Dao imprint?" Qin Feng's expression fell. An elder next to Qin Feng asked, "Is it the Sword Master's Dao imprint?" Elder Ge nodded and confirmed, "Yes." Silence enveloped the meeting room. The elders finally knew why Grand Elder Ge had chosen to support the Chosen One. Qin Feng's expression was heavy. He truly didn't expect that the Chosen One would obtain the Sword Master's Dao imprint. He was the Chosen One, so his status was almost on par with the Sword Master. However, the fact that he had obtained the Dao imprint that the Sword Master once owned meant that he would most likely become the next Academy Master. Qin Feng's frown deepened. Every elder in the room had the same thought as him. There were two superpowers in the Guanxian universe, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the Guanxian Academy. However, the de facto leader of the universe was the Guanxian Academy. The universe still had faith in the Sword Master, after all. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion could afford to ignore the Chosen One if the Sword Master's Dao imprint hadn't fallen into his hands, but the implications were massive with the Sword Master's Dao imprint in his hands. What if he became the next Academy Master? It was a title that carried immense weight, and the possibility that the Chosen One might become the next Academy Master changed everything. After all, the reason behind the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's meteoric rise to power was their founder's investment in the Sword Master millions of years ago. Grand Elder Ge added, "I'm sure everyone already knows that the elders of the Elder Circle are to be swapped out every 300 years according to the rules. Elder Qin has become a part of our Elder Circle under special circumstances, so he is the only one who will remain. The rest of us will soon be swapped out. However, we will obtain enough justification for us to stay in the Elder Circle the moment the Chosen One defeats Ye Guan. In addition, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion will profit handsomely once the Chosen One becomes the Academy Master of the Guanxian Academy." Grand Elder Ge paused to sweep his gaze across the elders before continuing. "We will give our full support to the Chosen One, and we'll make sure that he'll reach greater heights." The elders nodded in agreement. However, Qin Feng remained silent. He could no longer do anything to influence the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's decision. The Chosen One had obtained the Sword Master's Dao imprint, after all. Qin Feng sighed to himself. Both status and identity were truly important for a person's growth. Those who wanted to rise to the top from the bottom would have to face many hardships on their way to the summit. Qin Feng was somber. He truly liked Ye Guan. Ye Guan was exceptional in both talent and personality. Wait. Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. What if I support him secretly? It was risky, but he could give it a try. Qin Feng felt like a thorn had been removed from his chest the moment he decided to secretly support Ye Guan. Just then, Grand Elder Ji said, "The head military official has asked me to stop Ye Guan from meeting the Chosen One until the day of their fight. The Chosen One's cultivation has reached an important stage, and he doesn't want the Chosen One to feel discouraged by hearing people talk about how he is bullying Ye Guan. The Chosen One's reputation would plummet if that were to happen, so he asked me to do something about Ye Guan. With that in mind, I have decided to issue an arrest warrant for Ye Guan." The elders exchanged looks, but no one opposed Grand Elder Ji's decision. They had already decided to stand on the Chosen One's side, so it was about time to make a decisive move. Grand Elder Ji asked, "What if we issue a 12th degree arrest warrant for him?" The elders were shocked. A 12th degree arrest warrant was the highest degree of arrest warrant in the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had never issued a 12th degree arrest warrant before. An arrest warrant to the 12th degree was tantamount to declaring Ye Guan as their archenemy. Qin Feng stood up, and the elders stared at him. Qin Feng hesitated briefly before saying, "Won't we ruin the Chosen One's plans if Ye Guan dies as a result of the 12th degree arrest warrant?" Grand Elder Ji frowned, but Elder Wiang scoffed and said, "Elder Qin, are you afraid to see Ye Guan die? I bet you're just trying to beg for his life." Qin Feng glared at Elder Wiang and cursed, "Fuck your ancestors." Everyone was stunned. "How dare you?" Elder Wiang snapped. He slammed his fist on the table and glared at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, where are your manners? Where are my manners?" Qin Feng glanced at Elder Wiang and said, "Ask your mom." "How dare you?" Elder Wiang roared, and he stood there with clenched fists. He was dying to punch Qin Feng. "Enough," said Grand Elder Ji. Elder Wiang glared hatefully at Qin Feng while emitting a terrifying aura. However, Qin Feng merely shrugged and silently sat back down. Grand Elder Ji looked at Qin Feng and said, "Elder Qin, we're in the Elder Circle, so please watch your words." Qin Feng calmly said, "I only curse when I can't handle it anymore. Everyone knows that everything I've done is for the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's sake, but Elder Wiang has been targeting me since the meeting started. I couldn't stay silent anymore." Grand Elder Ji remarked, "You are all working for the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, and we have decided to support the Chosen One with the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's future in mind. We should work together to overcome all challenges." Qin Feng remained silent while Elder Wiang glared hatefully at Qin Feng. What if he killed Qin Feng? He couldn't afford to do that. Qin Feng was the best at generating profits for the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. He would be hard-pressed to get rid of Qin Feng unless Qin Feng committed a grave crime. Grand Elder Ji said, "We'll issue an arrest warrant for Ye Guan to express our attitude toward the Chosen One. We have to show the public that we're on the Chosen One's side, and those on Ye Guan's side are our enemies." Grand Elder Ji paused to look at the elders before continuing. "The bounty for Ye Guan's head is 5 million immortal spiritual crystals, 3 simplicity rank martial skills, and 3 divine rank demonic beast internal pills." Everyone was silent. Grand Elder Ji swept his gaze across the elders and said, "You're all dismissed." Qin Feng stood up and left unceremoniously while the rest of the elders left slowly. Soon, Grand Elder Ji was left alone in the meeting room. He stood up and walked up to the portrait of Founder Qin on the wall. He bowed slightly and said, "The Immortal Treasures Pavilion is bound to rise to even greater heights once Ye Guan dies and the Chosen One becomes the Academy Master. Esteemed Founder, please bless us." After the meeting was over, Qin Feng walked over to the stone steps. He looked up at the sky in a forlorn manner and sighed deeply after a while. "I can't do anything?" He wanted to help Ye Guan, but he was powerless. The 12th degree arrest warrant meant that Ye Guan was an archenemy of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, and whoever stood on the same side as Ye Guan would likewise be an archenemy foe of Immortal Treasures Pavilion. They had put their foot down and had taken such a strong stance. Thinking objectively, Qin Feng thought that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's action was a bit too excessive. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion still hadn't uncovered Ye Guan's identity, but they had already chosen to become his archenemy. It was a risky move, but Qin Feng had to acknowledge that the pros and cons had to be weighed. The members of the Elder Circle wanted to remain in the Elder Circle, and the only way for them to stay was to accomplish something great. If the current members of the Elder Circle helped the Chosen One become the next Academy Master, the Chosen One would definitely help them in return, which meant that there was a high chance that they would get to stay in the Elder Circle until the next review. At that point, Grand Elder Ji would become extremely influential in the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. In fact, he might even gain enough influence to surpass Pavilion Master Yingqing. Everything was all about gains and profits? A look of worry crossed Qin Feng's eyes. The superpowers behind the Chosen One were supporting the Chosen One because of the profits they would reap. Qin Feng felt like the entire Guanxian universe was standing behind the Chosen One. How could Ye Guan fight back? Things would obviously be more difficult for Ye Guan compared to when he fought the Chosen One during the Destiny contest. The Chosen One couldn't lose, his supporters would secure his victory for him. Qin Feng stood in deep thought for a long while before he sighed and turned around to leave. Meanwhile, Elder Wang was staring at Qin Feng with a cold gaze. Keep an eye on him. He might help Ye Guan behind the scenes, said Elder Wang. Understood, said a figure clad in black robes before retreating into the darkness. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan powerhouses and elders were gathered in the Lingxiu Hall of the Lingxiu Blessed Land. Everyone's expression was dark as they sat in front of a long table. The Grand Elder's face was pitch black. Evidently, they had heard about the 12th degree arrest warrant that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had issued for Ye Guan. In other words, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had declared Ye Guan as their mortal enemy. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion's drastic decision was a curveball that none of them had expected. Furthermore, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had also announced that Ye Guan's helpers would receive the same treatment as Ye Guan. The Lingxiu Blessed Land was stuck between a rock and a hard place. It was no secret that Ye Guan had come to the Lingxiu Blessed Land. If Ye Guan were to stay here for much longer, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion would think that they were defying them. There was absolute silence in the hall, and the air was so heavy it was palpable, making everyone feel suffocated. Just then, a white-robed old man walked into the hall. The Zhang clan powerhouses and elders gulped upon seeing the old man. The white-robed old man was from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Zhang Yuntian turned to the white-robed old man and said, "Greetings, Manager Li." Leader Zhang. Manager Li waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let's get straight to the point. I've come here to say that if Ye Guan is still in the Lingxiu Blessed Land 15 minutes later, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion will blacklist the entire Lingxiu Blessed Land. We will never conduct business with you anymore. The Lingxiu Blessed Land will also have to indemnify the Immortal Treasures Pavilion for the losses incurred due to your actions." Manager Li whipped around and stomped out of the hall. Everyone frowned, and the air was tense in the Lingxiu Hall. After some hesitation, one of the elders said, "Leader, Grand Elder, I'm afraid we can no longer keep our rivers polluted. We should ask Ye Guan to leave the Lingxiu Blessed Land as soon as possible." Another elder nodded in agreement. Young Lord Ye is exceptional, but his enemy is the Chosen One. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion has evidently chosen the Chosen One's side, and we might go into decline if we continue supporting young Lord Ye. I hope that you'll decide carefully. The lives of roughly 10,000 clansmen are on us. The rest of the elders also stepped forward to express their views. Zhang Yuntian and the Grand Elder remained silent. They were in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was still seated cross-legged on the ancestral ground. He was so absorbed in his cultivation that he looked like a monk. It had been a day since he sat down cross-legged, but he still hadn't moved even an inch. Initially, he was extremely excited, but now, he was calm. The teachings were enlightening, and they highlighted a path for him to take. For instance, the reason he became a martial god was that he had received the inheritance of a martial goddess. It was almost like inheriting riches. It was always faster to become wealthy through inheritance than starting from scratch. Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open, and he placed his right palm on the ground. Bam! The ground quaked powerfully, and a mysterious force converged toward him. A powerful great earth force soon manifested, and Ye Guan could control it freely. Earth Law Realm? He had already made a breakthrough into the Earth Law Realm, but his aura was still surging. Ye Guan's voice trembled as he urgently cried out, "Master Pagoda? Am I going to keep on making a breakthrough? What should I do? What can I do?" Little Pagoda asked, "Isn't that a good thing?" Ye Guan shook his head and said, "I'm progressing too quickly. I'm afraid my cultivation base might be unstable. Master Pagoda, hurry up and help me suppress it. I don't want to make another breakthrough." Little Pagoda remained silent. Ye Guan asked, "Master Pagoda." In a deep voice, Little Pagoda asked, "Don't you think you're holding back too much?" Ye Guan replied, "Cultivation is like crafting a sword. It requires a deep understanding of the art, hard work, and multiple temperings. I'm afraid my long-term progress will suffer if I were to progress too quickly." Little Pagoda asked curiously, "Why do you think so?" Ye Guan explained, "I still haven't understood the Heaven Law Realm. If I reach that realm without much understanding of it, my foundations will surely be unstable. It'll be a meaningless breakthrough by then." Little Pagoda contemplated for quite a while before saying, "I'll help you." Boom! A golden light burst out and enveloped Ye Guan. Ye Guan's surging aura was quickly suppressed by the golden light. Ye Guan sighed in relief. There were no shortcuts in the cultivation path. Ye Guan was aware that if he wanted to reach greater heights, he had to think about the mountains he would have to climb later down the road. A moment of rashness would be a costly mistake in the future. Just then, the woman from the Zhang clan appeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan got up and bowed. "Thank you, senior." The woman stared at him and remarked, "You suppressed your cultivation base." Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." The woman's eyes narrowed, and she pointed out, "A powerful being is within you." Ye Guan nodded and answered, "Yes, his name is Master Pagoda." The woman frowned brows and muttered, "Master Pagoda." Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." The woman stared deeply at him before asking, "Can I see him?" A flicker of hesitance flashed past Ye Guan's face, and he inwardly asked, "Master Pagoda." Little Pagoda calmly answered, "Do what you want." He truly didn't care. He reckoned that only a handful of the powerhouses back then would recognize him. After all, it had been 30 million years. Ye Guan pondered briefly before flipping his palm open and showing the tiny pagoda. The woman unconsciously took a few steps backward in shock. She was horrified as though she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Ye Guan was stunned. Is Master Pagoda that ugly? Why was she scared? Ye Guan thought about it before realizing that the woman seemed to have recognized his Master Pagoda. Little Pagoda was similarly bewildered. Do you know me? The woman bowed deeply, and her voice trembled as she said, Senior, you were following the... How do you know me? Little Pagoda immediately interrupted. Little Pagoda was stupefied to learn the woman was actually aware of his identity. The great battle back then had simply been too many years ago, so he was convinced that no one here would recognize him. Little Pagoda had practically confirmed the woman's suspicion. The woman bowed deeply and said, Master Pagoda, my ancestor is Zhang Wengxiu. Zhang Wengxiu? Little Pagoda was taken aback. Goodness? It turned out that the woman in front of him was that lady's descendant. Little Pagoda was shocked. He truly didn't expect that the Lingxiu Blessed Land was the hometown of Zhang Wengxiu's descendants. However, Little Pagoda didn't really find it strange that he was unaware of such a fact. After all, he was closer to Ye and Ye Guan, and he rarely interacted with the sword master's other women. The woman made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan, and she felt a shiver down her spine as a terrifying thought popped up in her mind. No wonder he was so exceptional. He was the son of the sword master and that lady. Oh my goodness, he was the true chosen one. The woman was shocked beyond belief, but she soon jumped for joy after the initial shock. The Lingxiu Blessed Land had truly stumbled upon such a massive blessing by establishing a relationship with such an incredible individual. The Lingxiu Blessed Land was indeed blessed. The woman took a moment to compose herself before turning toward Ye Guan. She was just about to bow when Little Pagoda transmitted his voice to her using profound energy. He doesn't know his real identity. The woman flinched. He doesn't know his true identity? She directed a strange gaze at Ye Guan in a weird manner before replying in the same manner as Little Pagoda. Master Pagoda, did the young master leave him to fend for himself? Yes, Little Pagoda answered. The woman fell silent. The Yang clan was truly full of disturbed people. It was absurd how they had been consistently leaving their descendants to fend for themselves. Little Pagoda added, I truly had no idea that you're a descendant of Lady Zhang. In a way, the Lingxiu Blessed Land is full of Ye Guan's relatives. Relatives? The woman grinned. Her voice quivered as she asked, Master Pagoda, are you speaking on behalf of the Yang family? Of course. Little Pagoda calmly replied, the Zhang clan aren't related by blood to this brat, but the Zhang clan is still considered his relatives in spirit. The woman was beyond overjoyed. The Zhang clan was indeed full of Zhang Wengxiu's descendants, but it had truly been too many years since the Zhang clan was established. Zhang Wengxiu's blood had been stretched too thin. The woman was shocked by how the Zhang clan had stumbled upon the son of the sword master. They had even established a great relationship with him, to boot. Please don't tell him his identity, said Little Pagoda. We do not want to reveal it at the moment. The woman nodded and said, I understand. Just then, Ye Guan asked, are you two talking secretly? The woman and Little Pagoda turned to Ye Guan. Ye Guan said, there are no outsiders here, so you don't have to talk secretly. Don't worry, I won't reveal your secrets. The woman and Little Pagoda fell silent. Suddenly, Zhang Yuntian and the Grand Elder walked into the ancestral ground. They bowed to the woman and said, Greetings, Ancestor. The woman nodded in acknowledgement and she asked, What is it? After some hesitation, Zhang Yuntian said, We've received a report that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion has issued a 12th degree arrest warrant for young Lord Ye. They have also warned us that they will consider us their enemy if we continue to shelter him. Zhang Yuntian's gaze was full of awkwardness as he glanced at Ye Guan. Young Lord Ye, I apologize, but the Lingxiu Blessed Land can't afford to support you. I understand. Ye Guan nodded and said, I'll leave. I'm sorry for bringing you trouble. Ye Guan turned around to leave. However, the woman dashed and grabbed Zhang Yuntian's hand. What do you mean you can't afford to support him? I don't think you're qualified to remain as the clan leader. The woman then pointed at Ye Guan and said, How about you become the clan leader? You can do it. Ye Guan and Zhang Yuntian were stunned speechless. Everyone was stunned, and they stared at the woman in disbelief. What's going on? Zhang Yuntian coughed to clear his throat, and his voice was shaking as he cried out, Ancestor, young Lord Ye is exceptional, but he isn't a part of our clan. Had she been lying in the coffin for so long that she had lost her mind? However, Zhang Yuntian didn't dare to utter such words. He wasn't the only one who was shell-shocked, and even Ye Guan was taken aback. What's going on? Me? The leader of the Lingxiu Blessed Land? It didn't sound right. However, the woman was right when she said that he could do it. Ye Guan had to stop himself from laughing at the thought of it. The woman frowned at Zhang Yuntian's words. If Ye Guan was willing, she was willing as well. However, she knew that Ye Guan was the young master of the two most powerful superpowers in this universe. How could she tie him down to the Lingxiu Blessed Land? As she thought of this, the woman sighed to herself. She looked at Zhang Yuntian and transmitted her voice using profound energy. This young man's future is extremely bright. The Lingxiu Blessed Land must support him. Do you understand? I know, Ancestor, Zhang Yuntian replied in a solemn manner. However, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the Guanxian Academy are. The woman shook her head and said, Stop thinking about them and just follow my advice. Support him. If the Immortal Treasures Pavilion wants to become our enemy, so be it. They can do whatever they want, but the destiny of the Lingxiu Blessed Land has to be tied to this young man. Do you understand? Zhang Yuntian stared agape at the woman. He didn't expect their ancestor to take such a huge gamble. It was a massive gamble that would make or break the Lingxu blessed land. This is strange. Zhang Yuntian glanced at Ye Guan. He was convinced that his ancestor had to have discovered something. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He turned toward Ye Guan and said seriously, "Young Lord Ye, please ignore what I said just now. Don't worry, you're the Lingxu blessed land's friend. We are relatively weak, but we will not abandon our friends. It doesn't matter even if the Immortal Treasures Pavilion declares us their enemy. The Lingxu blessed land is willing to die with you." The woman looked at Zhang Yuntian with a look of admiration. Not bad. It turns out that this generation's clan leader is an excellent individual. However, Ye Guan was still hesitant. "Senior, I don't think I should drag you down with me." Zhang Yuntian cut him off and said, "Young Lord Ye, you're not dragging us down at all. The Lingxu blessed land is a small clan, but we're willing to take this journey with you." Ye Guan fell silent and remained silent for quite a while. In the end, he stared resolutely at Zhang Yuntian and said, "I will carve Senior and the Lingxu blessed land's kindness in my heart." Zhang Yuntian surreptitiously glanced at the woman, and he was finally freed from the burdens weighing down on his heart the moment he saw the woman's bright smile. After all, it only meant one thing: Ye Guan's background was enough for them to take such a gamble? Ye Guan smiled and said, "Senior, I will head out for a while." Zhang Yuntian warned, "The Immortal Treasures Pavilion has issued an arrest warrant for you. I'm afraid that you'll be in danger once you head out." "Don't worry, I can take the opportunity to take them." Ye Guan stopped talking mid-sentence. Zhang Yuntian saw that, and he hurriedly took out a command token. "Please take this with you, young friend." Ye Guan glanced at the command token and asked, "What is this, Senior?" Zhang Yuntian explained, "It's a command token of the Lingxu blessed land, and it is of the highest grade. A teleportation array is emblazoned on it. If you ever find yourself in trouble, activate it, and I'll personally lead our powerhouses to assist you." Ye Guan was hesitant, but Zhang Yuntian persuaded him. "Don't turn me down, young friend. It is a type of insurance. You're strong, but you're just an individual in the end. You'll be at a disadvantage against a group of powerhouses." Ye Guan pondered for a while before he accepted the command token. "Senior, thank you very much," said Ye Guan. Zhang Yuntian smiled. "Don't mention it." Ye Guan nodded. He wordlessly turned around and hopped onto his sword before disappearing into the horizon. Zhang Yuntian turned to the woman. He bowed deeply and asked, "Ancestor, can you tell me young Lord Ye's true identity?" The woman was still staring at the distant horizon as she said, "I shan't tell you." Zhang Yuntian was disappointed. The woman continued, "I want you to remember one thing: the Lingxu blessed land will have to stay by his side. Even if the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion declare him as their archenemy, the Lingxu blessed land must not abandon him." Zhang Yuntian sounded serious as he asked, "Ancestor, can you give me a hint?" The woman calmly replied, "You will thank me in the future." "Ancestor," Zhang Yuntian muttered, "the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, the Guanxian Academy and the Chosen One." He felt like giving Ye Guan's enemies a tip. The woman scoffed, "They will kneel." She said no more and turned around to leave. Zhang Yuntian was left all alone in the ancestral ground, staring blankly into the void. Ye Guan streaked across the skies and gracefully pierced clouds after clouds. Ye Guan suddenly asked, "Master Pagoda, are you acquainted with the ancestor of the Zhang family? Am I right?" Little Pagoda didn't respond. Ye Guan was crafty, and he couldn't allow himself to fall for Ye Guan's tricks again. Ye Guan said, "My enemies are the Guanxian Academy, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the Chosen One. The Lingxu blessed land should have chased me away to avoid becoming enemies with the Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. However, their ancestor had insisted on supporting me." Ye Guan for quite a while before continuing, "Could it be that my family background is stronger than the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion?" Little Pagoda was still silent. Ye Guan shook his head and asked, "Master Pagoda, why don't you say something?" Little Pagoda stated, "You're overthinking it." Ye Guan frowned and asked, "How come?" Little Pagoda said, "Perhaps they're just kind, and they truly see you as a friend. It is natural to help a friend in need." Ye Guan went silent for a few moments before saying, "Master Pagoda, can you stop saying nonsense? You should put some more effort into lying to me." Ye Guan started. However, Little Pagoda snapped, "Why are you concerned with all that? You should just focus on cultivating. Your personal strength is the most important here. It's useless even if you have a powerful family behind you." Ye Guan was at a loss for words. Little Pagoda continued, "Your backers and even your family don't last forever, and they might even abandon you eventually. However, your own strength will always be there for you." Ye Guan nodded. "Makes sense." Little Pagoda smiled. "All right, that's it. You said this yourself before. For some, their strength comes from their backing, but for others, their strength belongs to them. You want to be the latter, right?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Little Pagoda continued. "In that case, you have to work hard. Work hard for your goals, and don't bother thinking about everything else. Understood?" Ye Guan pondered for a while before asking, "Master Pagoda, do you think the main Guanxian Academy will pardon me if I were to go there and show you to them?" Little Pagoda didn't respond. The mysterious voice chimed in, "Don't even try to deceive him anymore. You should just shut up. At this rate, he'll eventually discover his real identity." Little Pagoda sighed. This brat was indeed crafty. Ye Guan suddenly said, "Master Pagoda, Little Pagoda immediately interrupted. I'm hungry, I'm sleepy. Haa. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. He called for Little Pagoda a few more times, but he received no response. Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled. Master Pagoda, I was just wondering, if I return to my real family and pay respects to my ancestors, how much money do you think they'll give me? Little Pagoda was still silent, leaving Ye Guan helpless. In the end, he decided to focus on his journey and picked up the pace. This time, his destination was the Time Paradise. Divine mages? Ye Guan was fearful of divine mages. They were a mysterious bunch with inscrutable powers. He was going to the Time Paradise in hopes of sparring with powerful divine mages. An hour later, Ye Guan came to a halt. An old man wearing a grey shirt was up ahead. The old man wearing a grey shirt was holding a black rod, and he floated among the clouds while staring at Ye Guan. It seemed that he had been waiting for Ye Guan all this while. Ye Guan wordlessly stared at the old man wearing a grey shirt. Rumble? The space around Ye Guan vibrated slightly, and a dozen powerful auras enveloped Ye Guan. However, he remained as calm as a placid lake. The old man wearing a grey shirt said, We've been waiting for you, young lord Ye. Ye Guan calmly asked, Why? The old man wearing a grey shirt responded, We heard that your head is worth 5 million immortal spiritual crystals, so we're... Slash. A streak of sword light flashed, and a dozen heads plummeted to the ground. The old man wearing a grey shirt was stupefied. Ye Guan opened his palm and examined the 12 storage rings in his hand. They contained a total of 10 million gold spiritual crystals, but it wasn't a lot of money when compared to his 150 million gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan stored the storage rings away and turned to the old man wearing a grey shirt. Did you not investigate me at all? The old man wearing a grey shirt's voice was trembling as he said, The Immortal Treasures Pavilion said that you were just a space annihilation realm cultivator. Ye Guan thought briefly before asking, Are there many people who have set their sights on me? The old man wearing a grey shirt nodded and said, Many mercenaries are after the bounty on your head. Ye Guan fell silent. He reckoned that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had two goals they wanted to achieve by issuing an arrest warrant for him. They wanted others to stop him from visiting the Chosen One, and they wanted to find out Ye Guan's true strength by sending waves of powerful cultivators toward him. If the Immortal Treasures Pavilion truly wanted to kill him, they could have just sent their most powerful cultivator to kill him. Of course, it had to be a cultivator as strong as an Wu Jun at the very least. Ye Guan wasn't confident of defeating such a strong foe, even with the Path Sword. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the Guanxian Academy definitely had such powerful individuals. They might even have cultivators stronger than an Wu Jun. In other words, the superpowers behind the Chosen One wouldn't let Ye Guan die, as the Chosen One had to kill him in front of everyone to redeem himself. Ye Guan was just a stepping stone for the Chosen One's journey to the summit. Ye Guan chuckled lightly. The old man wearing a grey shirt suddenly asked, Why young lord Ye, are you short of money? Ye Guan stared at the elder and asked, So what? The old man wearing a grey shirt hesitated for quite a while before saying, I have a good friend, and he's very rich. He has at least 50 million gold spiritual crystals. I can trick him, and you can. Ye Guan didn't bother to reply to the old man's words. He waved his sleeve, and a sword light flashed. Squelch! The old man's head exploded, scattering brain matter and blood everywhere. Ye Guan took the old man's storage ring and found 10 million gold spiritual crystals inside of it. It's not that much money, but it's better than nothing. Little Pagoda suddenly said, You could have followed his suggestion and used the entrapment technique. Ye Guan shook his head and said, It doesn't sound like it's a good idea to extort people by baiting them into committing a crime. I won't go easy on my enemies, but baiting them to come and kill me, it doesn't sound right. Little Pagoda didn't say anything in response. Ye Guan hopped onto his sword once more and disappeared into the horizon. Time Paradise was located in the Time World. Time World was a world that belonged to Time Paradise. Powerful organizations like Time Paradise often had their own worlds. An old man appeared in front of Ye Guan right at the entrance of the Time World. His eyes were narrowed in suspicion as he asked, Who are you? Ye Guan cupped his fist and said, My name is Ye Guan, and I'm here to visit Lady Qiao Xinjiao. Ye Guan. The old man was shocked, and he couldn't help but ask, Are you the same Ye Guan with an outstanding warrant of arrest from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion? The old man was familiar with Ye Guan. Those unfamiliar with the latter had to have been living in a rock. As far as he knew, Ye Guan had a penchant for burying people. Yes, that's me, said Ye Guan with a nod. The old man wordlessly stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled and explained, I met Lady Qiao Xinjiao before, so can you please let her know that I'm here? If she doesn't wish to meet with me, I'll leave and won't disturb you guys ever again. The old man thought for a while before he nodded and said, All right, then, please give me a moment, young lord Ye. The old man turned around to leave. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had issued an arrest warrant for Ye Guan, but the old man wasn't hostile toward the latter. Ye Guan's status wasn't as prestigious as the Chosen One's, but he was still a quasi-great sword sovereign. A mere gatekeeper like him couldn't afford to provoke such a powerful cultivator, and there was no way he would go out of his way to provoke Ye Guan. Soon, the space in front of Ye Guan was split open, and a woman slowly walked out of the rift in space. She was none other than Qiao Xinjiao. Qiao Xinjiao was wearing a dark green long skirt, and her long hair fell all the way down to her hips. Her big, watery eyes stared at Ye Guan with a tinge of mirth. She was an esteemed divine mage, but she wasn't overbearing at all. She walked up to Ye Guan with a smile and said, "Young Lord Ye." Ye Guan smiled as well and said, "Lady Qiao, am I causing you any trouble by coming here?" Qiao Xinjiao reassured him. "Of course not. Come on in, let's go inside." She dragged Ye Guan by the latter's arm into the time world. Ye Guan was awed by the magnificent view that unfolded before him the moment he stepped into the time world. A cluster of mountain ranges suspended in the air stretched out endlessly and floated leisurely among the clouds. Gigantic waterfalls were at the summit of each mountain, creating an awe-inspiring sight. Ye Guan also saw flocks of cranes passing by the hanging mountains. Qiao Xinjiao soon brought Ye Guan to the foot of a suspended mountain, and they walked slowly next to a lake. Qiao Xinjiao turned to look at Ye Guan. She smiled as she said, "Young Lord Ye, did you come here for me?" Ye Guan froze and fell silent. "Pfft, ha ha ha." Qiao Xinjiao burst out laughing. "I was just teasing you." Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. Then, he said seriously, "I truly came here to see you, Lady Qiao, but it's because I would like to exchange some moves with you." Qiao Xinjiao blinked a few times before asking, "Exchange moves?" "Yes." Ye Guan nodded. Qiao Xinjiao pondered briefly before she nodded and said, "All right, follow me." Then, she tapped the ground lightly with her foot, but her figure shot toward the clouds at high speeds. Ye Guan hopped onto his sword and followed her closely. Qiao Xinjiao soon brought Ye Guan to the peak of a mountain. They landed at a tournament square. A statue was erected in the middle of the tournament square. It was a lifelike statue of a woman, and she was holding an ancient scroll. Qiao Xinjiao smiled and said, "You're looking at an ancestor of time paradise. Her name is Nanli Meng, and she's extremely strong, even among powerhouses." "Nanli Meng?" Ye Guan inwardly asked, "Master Pagoda, do you recognize her?" After a long silence, Little Pagoda muttered, "Who would have thought? Who would have thought?" Ye Guan asked. Little Pagoda snapped, "I don't want to talk to you." Ye Guan was speechless. Qiao Xinjiao suddenly said, "Young Lord Ye, let's begin." Ye Guan had no idea when Qiao Xinjiao retrieved a staff, but she was staring at Ye Guan with a staff in her hand. Swoosh! Ye Guan suddenly vanished. A sword reached Qiao Xinjiao in the blink of an eye. However, Qiao Xinjiao also disappeared. Boom! Ye Guan's sword thrust pierced and shattered space. Ye Guan turned and saw that Qiao Xinjiao had already reappeared 30 meters away to his right. Qiao Xinjiao giggled and said, "Young Lord Ye, be careful." Multiple rifts in space opened, and 10 strange-looking bloodied hands emerged from the rifts and grabbed at Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan vanished once more before the bloodied hands could reach him. Rumble! The space in front of Qiao Xinjiao was torn apart, but she had already disappeared and reappeared another 30 meters away to the right. However, Qiao Xinjiao's expression changed. A sword had been waiting for her, and it looked like she had thrown herself toward the sword. The sword stopped a few inches away from Qiao Xinjiao's forehead. Qiao Xinjiao stared incredulously at Ye Guan and muttered, "You." Ye Guan hesitated briefly before saying, "I was predicting your moves." Qiao Xinjiao stared at him and asked, "How are your predictions so accurate?" "I'm faster, so I can afford to take a split second to predict where you'll reappear," said Ye Guan. "Let's do it one more time," Qiao Xinjiao exclaimed. Ye Guan nodded. He opened his palm, and the sword returned to his hand. Qiao Xinjiao started chanting in an inscrutable, mysterious language. Boom! The space in a 300-meter radius around Qiao Xinjiao was torn apart as a terrifying aura descended upon the tournament square. Unfortunately, a sword had already reached Qiao Xinjiao's forehead, rendering her speechless. Ye Guan said, "I got a bit impatient waiting for you to cast your spell." Qiao Xinjiao's watery eyes were soon filled with tears. Ye Guan's head started to ache. "Why are you crying?" Qiao Xinjiao felt a little aggrieved. "You're a bully? Why did you not wait until I was done channeling my spell before making your move?" Ye Guan was silent. He suddenly felt that he had made a mistake by coming here to exchange a few moves with her. "I'm here to become even stronger, not to pick up girls. You're very pretty, but I just want to become even stronger." Footsteps echoed as a woman approached them from the side. She looked to be at least 30 years old, and she had a plump figure resembling a ripe peach. She was both beautiful and alluring, and she was exuding a peculiar aura that Ye Guan couldn't quite grasp. The woman walked over to Qiao Xinjiao and chided her with a smile, "You know you're being a sore loser, right?" Qiao Xinjiao retorted softly, "I've never been bullied like that." The woman was all smiles as she turned to Ye Guan and asked, "Young Lord Ye, would you like to exchange a few moves with me?" Ye Guan pondered over it briefly before saying, "All right." The woman smiled and said, "I'm going to make my move now." Ye Guan nodded, and his expression changed not even a second later. He was about to attack with his sword when a green vine wrapped around him, and it was followed by a ray of light that came hurtling toward him. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. With a single thought, a sword manifested and flew out. Crack! Ye Guan's sword made out of sword energy couldn't withstand the ray of light, but it bought Ye Guan enough time to cut through his restraints. At the same time, another sword was making a beeline for the woman. It took quite a while to describe, but everything happened in the blink of an eye as both parties displayed astonishing speed at dishing out their moves. However, the woman stopped Ye Guan's sword with just 2 fingers. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. He retreated while the woman gently destroyed the sword. Swoosh! Ye Guan took virtually no time to retreat roughly 300 meters away from the woman. He stopped, thinking he was safe, but green vines appeared beneath him and immobilized him in just a split second. The woman leisurely approached Ye Guan with a smile. "You've low." Boom! A terrifying energy burst out of Ye Guan's right hand. The woman's face changed abruptly as Ye Guan's right hand grabbed her right arm. Ye Guan didn't give the woman any time to respond as he decisively punched out. Boom! The horrible energy sent the woman flying away. World devastation art? Seize the opportunity, move the heavens by an inch. Cultivate a punch to destroy the world, and you shall be invincible in close-range combat. It took the woman quite a while to recover, and by the time she recovered, she was already 300 meters away from Ye Guan. Ye Guan sent a sword to chase after her, but his expression abruptly changed. He turned around sharply and was about to make his move when the space-time around him transformed into a cage, trapping him. It was a cage made out of space-time, not just space. The difference between a cage made out of just space and space-time was immense. Ye Guan wanted to attack, but he was astonished to find that he couldn't shatter the space-time cage. Meanwhile, the woman glanced at her right arm and saw that it was broken. Ye Guan had actually injured her? The woman stared at Ye Guan in astonishment. Her expression soon turned heavy as she said, "Young Lord Ye, everyone thought that you were a sword sovereign, but it turns out that you're not just a sword sovereign. You're a martial god, too." "A martial god?" Xiao Xinjiao's eyes widened, and her face was painted with disbelief. The woman was shocked herself, so how could Xiao Xinjiao not be astonished? He's both a sword sovereign and a martial god? Who exactly is the chosen one? Ye Guan gazed sadly at the woman and muttered, "I admit defeat." The woman was furious as she bellowed, "You actually have the guts to feel aggrieved? Do you know how many cultivation realms I am above you?" "Young Lord Ye," Xiao Xinjiao hurriedly said, "this esteemed senior is Nanli Yin, the Paradise Master of Time Paradise." The Paradise Master? Ye Guan froze in shock. Who could have thought that the woman he had just sparred with would turn out to be the Paradise Master of Time Paradise? It was no wonder she was so strong, and she hadn't utilized the full extent of her cultivation base. Ye Guan reckoned that he would have lost even if he had wielded the Path Sword. The gap between them was simply too big for him to overcome. Nanli Yin sounded serious as she said, "You're among the top 5 of the talents I've encountered so far." Ye Guan fell silent. Nanli Yin frowned and asked, "Are you not curious about the other 4 talents?" Ye Guan shook his head slightly. He cupped his fist and said, "Senior, can I train here with you here, every day?" Nanli Yin fell silent. Train with him? If it weren't for the Chosen One, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, and the Guanxian Academy, she would have immediately obliged. Ye Guan was undoubtedly a heaven-defying talent, after all. However, Ye Guan was an archenemy of the Chosen One, and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, as well as the Guanxian Academy, had expressed their support for the Chosen One. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had even openly declared their support for the Chosen One. In other words, Time Paradise would offend both the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the Guanxian Academy if they were to help Ye Guan. Nanli Yin's gaze was complicated as she stared at Ye Guan. She was full of admiration for Ye Guan, but she had to consider the bigger picture whenever she made decisions. After all, the lives of 100,000 Time Paradise denizens rested on her shoulders. Ye Guan suddenly said, "Senior, I'm sorry to have disturbed you." With that, he turned around to leave. He felt that his words were out of line and impolite. He didn't consider her status as well. Ye Guan was well aware of his predicament, and he didn't want to implicate anyone else. "Wait." Nanli Yin suddenly called out to him. Ye Guan turned to look at her. Nanli Yin calmly said, "Wait a minute." She turned to face Nanli Meng's statue and shouted, "Ancestor, I summon you." Kacha? Cracks abruptly appeared all over the statue. Xiao Xinjiao turned to Nanli Yin in shock. Her voice was trembling as she muttered, "Paradise Master, you." Xiao Xinjiao was stupefied to see the Paradise Master summon their ancestor. It was only natural that Xiao Xinjiao was surprised, as their ancestor should only be summoned in dire situations, such as if Time Paradise faced annihilation. Nanli Yin fell silent. Ye Guan was like a bundle of mystery in her eyes, so she didn't dare to make any decisions by herself. However, she also felt that this was a golden opportunity for Time Paradise. Nanli Yin trusted her gut feeling and decided to summon their ancestor to take a look at Ye Guan. If ancestor tells us to support him, we'll support him. Otherwise, we'll give up on him. She had wasted a chance to summon their ancestor, but she felt that it was worth it. Ye Guan would definitely soar and achieve great things in the future. Will ancestor take a liking to him? Let's gamble. If Nanli Yin lost the gamble, she would be reprimanded, but she could also be dismissed from her position as the Paradise Master. However, Nanli Yin didn't mind it and decided to take the gamble of a lifetime. The statue cracked open, and a woman slowly walked out of it. The woman was wearing a green skirt with an ancient scroll in her hands. Nanli Yin and Xiao Xinjiao got to their knees and greeted, "Greetings, ancestor." Nanli Meng? Her gaze immediately landed on Ye Guan, and she froze upon seeing him. Ye Guan bowed slightly and greeted, "Greetings, senior." At the same time, he inwardly asked, "Master Pagoda, do you recognize her?" "Yes," Master Pagoda replied. Ye Guan was stunned, and he exclaimed, "You know her, too, Master Pagoda." Little Pagoda asked, "Is there a problem with that?" Ye Guan was slightly curious, and he probed, "Master Pagoda, what did you do for a living back then?" "I was just an ordinary worker," Little Pagoda replied calmly. "Were you working for my father?" Ye Guan asked. Little Pagoda fell silent. Ye Guan asked again, how much did you earn per month? Little Pagoda truly had no idea what to say. Nanli Meng smiled and said, come here. Ye Guan froze and pointed at himself. Me. Nanli Meng nodded and replied, yes. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before walking toward Nanli Meng. She looked at him from top to bottom and smiled. He would be really fond of you. My father? Ye Guan asked. Nanli Meng shook his head and corrected him. Your grandfather. Grandfather? Ye Guan's expression froze. What? She knows my grandfather? Nanli Meng smiled and said, I didn't think that I would get to meet you like this. Who are you? Ye Guan asked. Nanli Meng chuckled and responded, I am your grandfather's good friend. Ye Guan immediately bowed deeply and said, it's a pleasure to meet you, senior. Nanli Meng grinned, and her gaze softened. Meanwhile, Nanli Yin heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Nanli Meng wouldn't punish Ye Guan, even if she wouldn't allow the Nanli clan to support him. Nanli Meng made a sidelong glance at Nanli Yin and asked, why did you summon me? Nanli Yin hurriedly explained the situation. Nanli Meng immediately frowned. She looked at Ye Guan and asked, are you on your own right now? This young man was the grandson of an old friend, so she didn't use her divine sense to examine him. Ye Guan hurriedly replied, I have Master Pagoda with me. Master Pagoda? Nanli Meng was stunned. She smiled widely and said, I see. She then looked at Nanli Yin and said, you did a great job. A great job? Nanli Yin was overjoyed. Nanli Meng used profound sound transmission to talk to Nanli Yin, saying, he's the grandson of an old friend. Our Nanli clan should do our best to help him. Do our best to help him? The expression on Nanli Yin's face turned heavy. She wanted to say something, but Nanli Meng continued. There's nothing else to consider. Just help him to the best of our abilities, and help him all the way. Help him to the best of our abilities. I understand. Nanli Yin nodded. She had her own doubts and suspicions, but she didn't bother to ask anything. She knew that she simply had to do what her ancestor had told her to do. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was speechless as he stared at the two. Why are they whispering to each other in secret? Tell me what's going on. I know how to keep my mouth shut, and I will definitely not spread your secrets. Nanli Meng stared deeply at Ye Guan. She smiled and said, lad, I'm leaving. Senior. Ye Guan called out. He sounded serious as he said, Master Pagoda said that my grandfather. Fuck. Little Pagoda abruptly interrupted Ye Guan. His voice was trembling as he threatened. Little bastard, you better choose your words wisely. I never said anything bad about your grandfather. You better not spout nonsense. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. A mischievous glint appeared in Nanli Meng's eyes as she asked, what did your Master Pagoda say about your grandfather? Ye Guan laughed and replied, Master Pagoda said that my grandfather was very strong. Is it true? Nanli Meng smiled and said, he's good enough, but he doesn't really do anything nowadays. Ye Guan blinked and asked, is it because he's too strong to have any enemies? This lad is trying to bait information out of me? Nanli Meng chuckled before saying, your grandfather is only just a bit stronger than your Master Pagoda. Little Pagoda. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. She's not as easy to fool as Master Pagoda. Nanli Meng said, lad, I'll get going now. Work hard and do your best. You're walking down a difficult path, especially the path your family is walking on. It is unfortunate that you guys are too poor. Ye Guan's face fell, and he asked, my family isn't in any debt, is it? Nanli Meng blinked and replied, I think your family has quite a few debts. Ye Guan fell silent. Fuck, I think it'll be better if I don't acknowledge my elders. Nanli Meng grinned at Ye Guan's dark expression. She glanced sideways at Nanli Yin before disappearing. Nanli Yin was silent. She knew why her ancestor had smiled at her before she left. Nanli Meng wanted her to take good care of Ye Guan. Nanli Yin looked at Ye Guan, and suspicion rose in her heart. What exactly was the reason that made Nanli Meng disregard the Guanshan Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion just to support this young man? She was curious. Ye Guan suddenly looked at her and said, Senior, I really think it's better not to implicate the Nanli clan. Nanli Yin interrupted him by saying, what are you talking about? Did you not hear what ancestor said just now? Your grandfather used to be good friends with our ancestor, which means that we're basically relatives. You're one of us, so there's no such thing as you implicating us. Ye Guan went silent. How did I suddenly become one of you? Is my grandfather really that powerful and influential? Ye Guan pondered over it before asking, Master Pagoda, if I sparred with my grandfather, what are my chances of winning? Master Pagoda calmly replied, he would beat you like how a grandfather beats his grandson. Ye Guan was at a complete loss for words. Meanwhile, Nanli Yin suddenly said, Young Lord Ye, I have to remind you of one thing. The Chosen One's teacher is the head military official. Ye Guan asked, head military official. Nanli Yin nodded. Her expression turned solemn as she said, he's the head of the martial department, so he's responsible for the education of the martial department's students. He has also been to the Sahan battlefield. He is far stronger than me. Furthermore, the amount of resources that the main Guanshan Academy has at its disposal is far beyond your imagination. In other words, you can't afford to be complacent even though you're a monstrous talent. Do you understand? Ye Guan nodded and said firmly, I understand. Of course, he wouldn't underestimate the Chosen One. Ye Guan reckoned that even a cultivator with ordinary talent would become an extremely terrifying individual if they could enjoy the resources that the Chosen One was enjoying. In other words, how could someone as talented as the Chosen One fail to take full advantage of such a privilege? You're extremely fast, Nanli Yin said. You're so fast that it's actually abnormal, but the Academy already knows about your speed. In other words, don't even think about defeating the Chosen One with speed alone. I'm sure they'll come up with a way to counter your speed. Ye Guan frowned. Shit, I didn't think of that. Everyone knew that he specialized in speed, so it was only natural for the Guanxian Academy to find a way to counter his speed. Nanli Yin added, you must not let anyone else know that you're a martial god as well, do you understand? Ye Guan nodded and said, I understand. Nanli Yin nodded and said, your status as a martial god is your strongest trump card, but I don't really think that it's enough. You still lack experience in battles. Ye Guan agreed and replied, yes, and I need sparring partners to train. Ye Guan directed a hopeful gaze at Nanli Yin. He obviously wanted her to be his sparring partner, but Nanli Yin shook her head and said, you're too weak to defeat me, which means that I will have to hold back if I were to fight you. In other words, sparring with me is pointless, you won't learn anything. Ye Guan was silent. Finding a suitable sparring partner would be a difficult task. Nanli Yin suddenly said, you're Lady Guanxi's acquaintance, right? Ye Guan nodded. Go and find her, said Nanli Yin. Ye Guan was taken aback. Nanli Yin explained, there are only a handful of people throughout the entire Guanxian Academy qualified to be your opponent, and Ye Guanxi's the one who is most likely going to help you, considering your current situation. Ye Guan thought about it and found that Nanli Yin was right. Isn't she under house arrest? He asked. Nanli Yin sighed. It was indeed a difficult endeavor for Ye Guan to spar with Ye Guanxi. There wasn't much Ye Guan could do when the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion were ganging up on him. Xiao Xinjiao suddenly suggested, go to the sword sect. Ye Guan and Nanli Yin were stunned. Xiao Xinjiao said in a serious tone, young Lord Ye is on good terms with Cao Bai. Contact him, and he'll definitely escort you to the sword sect. The Guanxian Academy and Immortal Treasures Pavilion won't be able to do anything to you in the sword sect. Nanli Yin asked, would Cao Bai be willing to help? I think so. Xiao Xinjiao nodded and explained, I think he appreciated young Lord Ye's talent after their bout back then. The sword master even overturned young Lord Ye's case in favor of young Lord Ye. I believe Cao Bai will help young Lord Ye. Young Lord Ye is a swordsman as well, so his sword deo would definitely improve if the sword sect decides to help him. The sword sect? Ye Guan nodded and said, if possible, I would like to go to the sword sect. He was a swordsman, so it was only natural that he had a desire to visit the sword sect. The sword sect was the strongest sect dedicated to swordsmen, after all. Nanli Yin suddenly interjected, I'll get in touch with Cao Bai. Thank you, said Ye Guan as he cupped his fist. Give me a moment, said Nanli Yin before turning around to leave. Ye Guan inwardly asked, Master Pagoda, did the sword master establish the sword sect? Little Pagoda replied, no. Ye Guan frowned, seemingly confused. No. Little Pagoda explained, the founder of the sword sect is the Freedom Swordsman, who has been chasing after defeat all his life. The next leader of the sword sect after the Freedom Swordsman was your sword master Qingshan. Sword master Qingshan? Asked Ye Guan. His curiosity was piqued. Little Pagoda continued. Sword master Qingshan, Freedom Swordsman, Sister Destiny. They're all legendary figures, but not many people in this generation still know their names. Perhaps the stories of their legends might disappear as well. Ye Guan was a little surprised. Why did Master Pagoda sound like he was in pain? Meanwhile, Nanli Yin finally returned. She laughed boisterously and said, Cao Bai said that he's willing to help you. He's coming here to escort you to the sword sect. Ye Guan smiled. He was slightly happy and gratified by the fact that he had decided to visit Qingzhou back then. He was in danger throughout the journey, but he also made quite a few friends. His friends had shown their loyalty to him by declaring their intentions to help him. Swoosh! An old man abruptly appeared next to Nanli Yin. He was about to use profound sound transmission to communicate with her, but Nanli Yin frowned and said, Little Guan is one of us, he should know what I have to know. The old man glanced sideways at Ye Guan before he hurriedly nodded and said, Paradise Master, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion has dispatched 12 immortal soldiers, and they'll reach Time World in half a minute at most. Nanli Yin's eyes narrowed as she said, they must have somehow discovered that Little Guan is heading to the sword sect. They clearly don't want him to go there. Ye Guan's face darkened. Pass down my orders. Nanli Yin roared, the powerhouses of my time paradise are to come here and escort Little Guan to the sword sect. If they don't arrive here in half a minute, I'll kill them myself. The old man was stupefied. The Paradise Master had just sent out a mobilization order for the entire time paradise all for the sake of escorting Ye Guan? One previously translated as Void Battlefield. Both the old man and Ye Guan were shocked. The entire clan will escort me? Ye Guan couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that Nanli Yin would do something like that, as it was equivalent to challenging the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. My grandfather? Ye Guan suddenly recalled what the Nanli clan ancestor had said about his grandfather. Nanli Yin was simply following her ancestor's orders, and the ancestor sided with Ye Guan because she was acquainted with his grandfather? Was my grandfather that charming? Ye Guan asked. Master Pagoda, just what kind of people are my grandfather's friends? Little Pagoda remained silent. Nanli Yin frowned at the frozen old man. What are you doing standing there? The old man snapped back to reality and bowed deeply before retreating to carry out his orders. It didn't take long for the skies to become filled with a multitudinous number of powerful auras. 30 seconds later, powerhouses from all over the time world appeared in the air above Ye Guan. The weakest of them was in the Dao Tribulation realm, and there were thousands of seal-shattering realm cultivators. There were some people whose aura was both inscrutable and terrifying. The powerhouse of the Nanli clan was here. Ye Guan felt a bit awkward. Meanwhile, the powerhouse's eyes were on Nanli Yin. Nanli Yin's expression remained unchanging as she declared, "Today, our Nanli clan will escort young Lord Ye to the sword sect." The faces of the Nanli clan powerhouses changed drastically. They were obviously aware of the arrest warrant the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had issued for Ye Guan, and they also knew that Ye Guan was the Chosen One's nemesis. The Paradise Master actually chose to stand on Ye Guan's side? How foolish! The Nanli clan's elders were about to voice their opinions, but Nanli Yin beat them to the chase and said, "I won't entertain any comments about my decision today. If someone dares to spoil my plans, they better not blame me for being merciless." Nanli Yin swept her gaze across the Nanli clan powerhouses. None of them dared to speak. Nanli Yin managed to become the Paradise Master, even though she was a woman, and it spoke volumes about her prowess. No one dared to disrespect her. Nanli Yin looked at Ye Guan and said, "Little Guan, let's leave." She waved her sleeve and tore a hole in the void. A space-time tunnel appeared, and she entered it with Ye Guan behind her. The powerhouses of Time Paradise followed after them. Nanli Yin stood at the helm with both hands behind her back with an expressionless look. It's a gamble? This is a big gamble? Her ancestor was fond of Ye Guan, so Nanli Yin decided to follow her gut feeling and her ancestor's foresight to gamble on Ye Guan. Time Paradise had already reached the limits of its growth, so it was difficult for them to develop any further. However, Ye Guan had shown her a ray of hope the opportunity to bring Time Paradise to even greater heights. Ye Guan just had to defeat the Chosen One, and he would definitely become an extremely terrifying Great Sword Sovereign among Great Sword Sovereigns. Ye Guan's status was special as well, and it had been the biggest factor behind Nanli Yin's decision. There was no way that her ancestor wouldn't have any idea about the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's might. However, she had still told her to help Ye Guan all the way. Regardless, let's just help him, and everything will eventually fall into place. The faces of quite a few Nanli clan members were ugly. What's with our clan leader? Why is she doing something so preposterous? However, they had no other choice but to follow her orders. It would be foolish of them to cause internal strife at this point. Boom! The space-time tunnel ahead of them abruptly collapsed. Nanli Yin's eyes narrowed. She waved her sleeve, and her aura engulfed everyone. She pointed at an intact part of the space-time tunnel near them and shattered it. Boom! The space-time tunnel melted away, and they found themselves in the middle of the starry skies. 12 terrifying cultivators stood ahead of them. Immortal soldiers? The faces of the Nanli clan members turned heavy. The armed forces of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion consisted of 3 divisions: the Immortal Soldiers, Dao Soldiers, and the legendary Martial Court Divine Guards. The 3 divisions were carefully trained by the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, so every division member was an extremely powerful cultivator in their own right. The Immortal Soldier with the lowest cultivation base among the 12 of them was a Pinnacle Realm cultivator. It had to be known that the Pinnacle Realm was the realm above the Seal-Shattering Realm. A black-robed old man stood at the helm, and he was radiating an extremely terrifying aura. He glared at Nanli Yin and said, "Paradise Master Nanli, your actions have been truly appalling." Nanli Yin cackled and said, "So it's you, Deputy Commander Wang Xin. I truly did not expect that you would personally lead your troops today. It seems like you guys are truly afraid of Ye Guan reaching the sword sect." Wang Xin shook his head and said, "Paradise Master Nanli, it must have been difficult for Time Paradise to reach its current heights. Are you sure you want to risk the foundation that has taken your ancestors countless years to build over an outsider? And even the lives of your clansmen?" The powerhouses of Time Paradise glanced at Nanli Yin. Honestly, they didn't want to go against the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. However, Nanli Yin simply glared at Wang Xin and warned, "Wang Xin, you have 3 seconds to back off. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Wang Xion's eyes narrowed, and he retorted, "Fighting me means you'll be declaring war on the Immortal Treasures Pavilion." Nanli Yin took a step out. Fury flashed in her eyes as she roared, "So be it." She suddenly waved her sleeve and sent thousands of lightning bolts toward Wang Xin. Wang Xion's pupils constricted. He balled his right hand into a fist before punching out. A torrent of dazzling light erupted from his fist. Rumble! A deafening explosion echoed. Wang Xian flew 300 meters away from the impact as the lightning bolts annihilated even space itself. The 11 immortal soldiers were furious. They were about to make a move, but countless powerful auras immobilized them at once. The powerhouses of Time Paradise glared at the 11 immortal soldiers. They were prepared to kill the immortal soldiers if the latter made even the slightest movement. They didn't agree with Nanli Yin's actions, but they were not going to question her at the moment. After all, it was important to them to stand united and deal with external threats first before settling the issue with Nanli Yin internally. The faces of the 11 immortal soldiers turned ugly. They couldn't have thought that Time Paradise would actually dare to fight them. They were from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, after all. Even the Guanxian Academy had to show respect to them, yet, Time Paradise was actually trying to besiege them. This was absurd. Wang Xian glared angrily at Nanli Yin and threatened her once more. Nanli Yin, do you have any idea what you're doing? At this rate, you'll plunge Time Paradise into the abyss. Nanli Yin ignored Wang Xian and said blandly, let's go, young Lord Ye. She waved her sleeve once again and created another rift in the void. She pulled Ye Guan away with her, and the powerhouses of Time Paradise hurried after them. Wang Xian's face soured, and he yelled, notify the elders. He took out a transmission talisman and shattered it. His face was filled with fury as he stared at where Nanli Yin had disappeared. Nanli Yin, your Time Paradise will pay for this. Nanli Yin's hands were behind her back as she stood at the helm of the Nanli clan powerhouses in the space-time tunnel. Despite the encounter just now, her expression was calm. Meanwhile, the faces of the people around her were gloomy. Time Paradise had just provoked the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. They could already imagine just how the Immortal Treasures Pavilion would take revenge on them, and they were also aware that Time Paradise wasn't strong enough to withstand the anger of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. An old man walked up to Nanli Yin. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Paradise Master, I know that you are a meticulous individual, and there's a reason behind all of your actions. However, we are truly worried at the moment, so can you please tell us at least a hint? They knew that Nanli Yin had a good enough reason for helping Ye Guan. But you have to tell us what it is, otherwise, our worries won't be assuaged. Nanli Yin remained silent for quite a while. She really wanted a detailed explanation from Nanli Meng, but Nanli Meng didn't really tell her anything conclusive. Nanli Yin swept her gaze across the powerhouses of Time Paradise. She could see the worry in their eyes. Nanli Yin pondered for a little while. Eventually, she used profound sound transmission and said, Grand Elder, you know that I would never do anything that would harm Time Paradise. The Grand Elder nodded and replied, I know, so. Nanli Yin said in a serious tone, young Lord Ye's background is not simple. His background isn't simple? The Grand Elder frowned and asked, is his background more extraordinary than the Chosen One's background? Nanli Yi calmly said, his name is Ye Guan, and his surname is Ye. He's a monstrous talent on the Sword Dao, do you understand what I'm trying to say? The Grand Elder froze and mulled over it. Then, his eyes shot wide open, he looked like a hammer had struck him in the head as he stammered, fuck. He. Nanli Yin nodded with a serious look. She had no choice but to nod for now. She also had to exaggerate Ye Guan's background. Otherwise, the powerhouses of Time Paradise would die of worry. She had no choice but to tell a big, fat lie one to assuage the worry of her troops. The Grand Elder gulped. Clan leader. Is that true? You can't joke around about something like this. Nanli Yin remained calm as she said, did you not see me summon our ancestor? I simply told you what she told me. Do you really think that she'll joke around about something like that? Ancestor? The Grand Elder trembled all over in agitation. Oh my god, this bastard is actually the Sword Master's son? No wonder he's such a monster? The Grand Elder glanced sideways at Ye Guan and was surprised to discover something. This bastard actually looks quite similar to the Sword Master? The Grand Elder truly believed Nanli Yin's words. The resemblance is uncanny. This matter is of great importance, said Nanli Yin. It's better if fewer people know about this. Do you understand? I understand. The Grand Elder hurriedly nodded. I truly understand. Nanli Yin heaved a sigh of relief. The Grand Elder walked away, and he was immediately surrounded by the other elders of the clan. They all looked at him, hoping that he would give them an explanation. However, the Grand Elder remained expressionless as he said, what are you looking at? Young Lord Ye is Time Paradise's friend. Our Time Paradise can definitely afford to take a few knife stabs for the sake of our friend. We can also endure getting our heads smashed in, we can climb mountains covered in knives and even jump into a sea of fire. The second elder tugged on the Grand Elder's sleeve and said, we're not children, so we're not going to fall for those fancy words. Just tell us something we want to hear. The other elders nodded in agreement. The Grand Elder stole a glance at Ye Guan. He sounded serious as he said, I'm sure you guys already know what kind of people are the clan leader and me. Would we really do something that would harm Time Paradise? Just give it your all. Don't worry about anything else. The elders were rendered speechless. However, the second elder was unwilling to give up. He used profound sound transmission to ask, Grand Elder, can you at least tell me a bit more? I'm really worried, and don't you trust me as well? The Grand Elder pondered briefly before telling the second elder everything using profound sound transmission. The second elder's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, what the fuck? What? The Grand Elder grabbed the second elder's hand and said in a low voice, take a closer look at him. The second elder turned to look at Ye Guan. The Grand Elder asked, don't they look alike? The second elder's voice trembled as he said, I wouldn't have realized it if you hadn't said it. Now that you've told me. Fuck, the resemblance is uncanny. The Grand Elder sounded stern as he said, this matter is of great importance. Do not reveal it to anyone else, do you understand? Yes, I understand. The second elder hurriedly nodded and exclaimed, I understand. The Grand Elder closed his eyes to try and calm his heart. The other elders stared at the second elder. The second elder said, what are you looking at? Would the Grand Elder and I do anything to harm Time Paradise? Just give it your all. Don't worry about anything else. The other elders couldn't believe their ears. You two are truly a pair of bastards. 1T/N, Nanli Yin does not know for sure that Ye Guan is the Sword Master's son, therefore to her, this is a lie that she made up. The elders of Time Paradise were stunned. They could tell that both the second elder and the grand elder knew something, which was the reason behind the sudden and drastic change in their attitudes. The second elder and the grand elder were both cautious and meticulous individuals, so how come they had suddenly gone mad? They were truly acting as if they had gone mad? The second elder and grand elder seemed to be boiling with so much excitement that they looked like dogs being fed with bones. It was an incredibly strange and perplexing scene. However, the second elder didn't tell others about Ye Guan's identity. He knew that it was better to keep it a secret. The sword master probably had his own reasons to let Ye Guan grow on his own. It wasn't the second elder's place to reveal such a fact. A thought jumped into both the second elder's and the grand elder's minds. They looked at Nanli Yin simultaneously and used their profound energy to communicate that they had decided to support her decision. Time Paradise would live and die with Ye Guan. Meanwhile, Nanli Yin remained silent. She was actually quite worried. After all, they were standing against the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the Guanxian Academy, not to mention the aristocratic faction and the Great Clan factions. Time Paradise couldn't stand its ground against all of them, but she still decided to gamble using the entire Time Paradise as a stake. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. Let's give it a shot. Ye Guan was silent, but he was feeling slightly embarrassed by the treatment that Time Paradise had bestowed upon him. He had always been someone who wouldn't implicate others if he could help it. The entire Nanli clan had mobilized to escort him, and they were even willing to offend both the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the Guanxian Academy for his sake. Ye Guan was truly moved. Regardless of their real motives, they still decided to see the matter to the end next to Ye Guan. With that in mind, Ye Guan swore to repay them in the future. In fact, he was grateful to everyone who helped him thus far, and he vowed to repay them all. Boom! The space ahead of them abruptly shattered like glass, startling everyone. A cold glint flashed through Nanli Yin's eyes, and she quickly waved her sleeve. A powerful aura enveloped the crowd and dragged them somewhere in the starry skies. Everyone's expressions fell upon realizing what was happening. A large group of powerhouses clad in golden armor were ahead of them, and they numbered roughly 10,000. They were the immortal soldiers of Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Every immortal soldier was clad in a golden armor made from a special material. Strange carvings lined the armor as it shone in the same golden hue as its surface. The armors were immortal-grade armors. They were also holding golden spears, and the spears were immortal-grade weapons as well. They were clad in immortal-grade items from top to bottom, and their outfit showed a glimpse of the abyss that was the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's pockets. There were also mysterious powerhouses clad in dark armor, and they stood in front of the immortal soldiers. They were the Deo soldiers of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. It seemed that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was truly going all out this time by mobilizing even their Deo soldiers for battle. The commander of the soldiers was an old man dressed in a luxurious-looking robe. He had a head full of white hair, and his hands were behind his back as he stared at the Nanli clan with a cold light in his eyes. Nanli Yin's expression turned solemn. The old man was the commander of the immortal soldiers, Xiao Daoran. The morale of Time Paradise plummeted. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had mobilized not only 10,000 immortal soldiers, but they had also mobilized their Deo soldiers. However, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder remained fearless. "Huh? We're not afraid, even if you come to us with 1,000,000 soldiers." Xiao Daoran looked at Nanli Yin and said, "Paradise Master Nanli, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion is truly appalled by your choice. We couldn't have expected that you would mobilize your entire clan to help the criminal we are chasing." Nanli Yin chuckled and said, "Commander Xiao, I did not expect that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion would openly support the Chosen One. I am also appalled to see the Immortal Treasures Pavilion resorting to such an extreme measure against a young man." Nanli Yin paused to shake her head before saying, "Pavilion Master Qin established the Immortal Treasures Pavilion for the sake of achieving universal peace. Everyone admires and respects the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, but to think that its people would tarnish the reputation of Pavilion Master Qin's legacy." Xiao Daoran scoffed and said, "Are you trying to tell us what to do?" Nanli Yin smiled. "I wouldn't dare." Xiao Daoran calmly said, "I know that the ancestor of the Nanli clan is an extraordinary individual. I'm sure she's the reason you've decided to act so brazenly. Why don't you call upon your ancestor? I want to see if she's stronger than the Immortal Treasures Pavilion." A background comparison? Why would the Immortal Treasures Pavilion be afraid of anyone? Not even the Yin clan could compare to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion in terms of backing. Ye Guan was the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, but she also had another identity. She was the lady of the Guanxian Academy. Nanli Yin glared at Xiao Daoran. She balled her right hand into a fist. At this point, Time Paradise couldn't protect Ye Guan anymore. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion would only stop chasing after Ye Guan once he was in the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect? Nanli Yin's eyes shone briefly in worry. Why isn't Cao Bai here yet? Time Paradise had zero chance of winning if they were to truly fight the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. "Senior." Ye Guan stepped forward and said, "I'm sorry for the trouble." "What are you talking about?" said the Grand Elder before Nanli Yin could say anything. "Young Lord Ye, you don't have to stand on ceremony here. You're the friend of our clan, and since you're our friend, you're one of us. You didn't cause us any trouble at all. You're one of us, after all." "That's right." The Second Elder chimed in and said, "Young Lord Ye, don't worry. It doesn't matter even if the members of the Nanli clan perish on the journey, we'll definitely make sure that you'll reach the Sword Sect." The powerhouses of Time Paradise stared agape at the Second Elder and the Grand Elder. Goodness, since when did they become so dramatic and sentimental? Can someone tell us what's going on? Thank you, Ye Guan said. I really appreciate your help. The two elders grinned at Ye Guan's words. Just then, Xiao Daoren snickered and said, it seems that Time Paradise is dead set on becoming our enemy. In that case, I hereby declare war between the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and Time Paradise. Soldiers, march. March. The immortal soldiers behind him stirred and started moving. Rumble. A deep rumble echoed as the space was torn open. A few thousand people rushed out of the rift in space. Zhang Yuntian stood at the helm, and the elites of the Lingxiu Blessed Land stood behind him. Zhang Yuntian heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Ye Guan was uninjured. Ye Guan hadn't activated the command token. It was a good thing that Zhang Yuntian had sent a few men to follow Ye Guan in the shadows, afraid that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion would find trouble with Ye Guan. Zhang Yuntian knew that Ye Guan was in trouble upon hearing of the news that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had mobilized their immortal soldiers. He decisively summoned the powerhouses of Lingxiu's blessed land. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion? Pfft. He had complete trust in his ancestor, so he was going to support Ye Guan all the way. The arrival of the Lingxiu blessed land shocked everyone. Xiao Daoren's expression darkened. He glared at Zhang Yuntian and asked, what? Is the Lingxiu blessed land going to wage war on the Immortal Treasures Pavilion as well? Zhang Yuntian said with a straight face, the Lingxiu blessed land has no intentions of becoming your enemy, but whoever attacks young Lord Ye will be our foe. We'll take this stance even if you call upon your big boss. The Grand Elder and Second Elder exchanged looks and nodded in understanding. The Zhang family clearly knew about Ye Guan's identity. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder became even more confident in their own stance upon seeing the stance that the Lingxiu blessed land had taken. The Grand Elder stepped forward and said, Time Paradise also has no intentions of becoming the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's enemy, but those daring enough to attack young Lord Ye will become our Time Paradise's enemy. It's useless, even if the Sword Master is summoned. Everyone stared in stupefaction at the Grand Elder. Even the Grand Elder himself was shocked by his own words. What did I just say? The Second Elder chided him. Grand Elder, that was too much. What were you thinking? The Grand Elder chuckled awkwardly and replied, I got too excited and must have lost my mind briefly. The Second Elder was at a loss for words. Xiao Daoren burst out laughing. Good. Very good. You've done it this time, Lingxiu Blessed Land and Time Paradise. Since you want to help Ye Guan, you can all die with him. Then, he took out a transmission talisman and crushed it. Boom! The transmission talisman turned into a ray of light that streaked across the starry skies. He had decided to summon more people. Clan leader Zhang Nanli Yin called out and said, let's work together and buy time for young Lord Ye until he gets to the sword sect. Zhang Yuntian nodded. Sure. He glared at the immortal soldiers and yelled, kill them. The powerhouses of the Lingxiu Blessed Land charged forward. Charge! Nanli Yin roared. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder rushed toward the enemies before anyone else. The powerhouses of Time Paradise followed closely behind them. They still had no idea of what was going on, but they knew that they just had to do their best in the meantime. Ye Guan was about to attack, but Nanli Yin grabbed his arm and stopped him. She stared intently at him and said, I know you can fly on your sword. Go to the sword sect. They're the only ones capable of restraining the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the Guanxian Academy. You're smart, so you should know that there's no point in you staying here. Ye Guan muttered. Senior. Nanli Yin shook her head. Don't worry about us, they can't kill us all. Just hurry up and leave. Rumble. The space was torn open once more as another massive rift opened in the distance. 10,000 soldiers clad in dark armor emerged from the rift and jumped into the fray. They were all Dao soldiers, and there were 10,000 of them. To make matters worse, 100,000 soldiers clad in golden armor stood behind them. 100,000 immortal soldiers, along with 10,000 Dao soldiers, had arrived to reinforce the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The powerhouses of both Time Paradise and Lingxiu Blessed Land despaired at the terrifying sight. Xiao Daoren roared, kill them all. The Dao soldiers and the immortal soldiers rushed toward the powerhouses of Time Paradise and Lingxiu Blessed Land. The scales of the battle sharply tipped to one side, and the casualties from Time Paradise and Lingxiu Blessed Land's side quickly piled up. The difference in strength was too great, and a one-sided massacre was unfolding. Shriek! A shrill noise belonging to swords piercing space itself reverberated throughout the battlefield. Who dares to attack Ye Guan? Someone roared. Xiao Daoren whipped around and saw 13 oncoming sword lights. His pupils constricted at the sight. The sword lights belonged to 3 sword sovereigns and 10 great sword immortals. The sword sect was here? The sword sect was here? Nanli Yin could finally heave a sigh of relief. She would have had no choice but to summon her ancestor if the sword sect hadn't shown up. Time Paradise was no match for Immortal Treasures Pavilion, and the latter would eventually massacre them all. Zhang Yuntian heaved a sigh of relief as well. He would have been in trouble if the sword sect hadn't appeared. The Lingxiu Blessed Land and Time Paradise couldn't beat the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. After all, the latter was the second strongest power in the Guanxian universe. The sword lights finally arrived and dimmed, revealing 13 people. Cao Bai stood at the helm. He had become a sword sovereign. A young man and a woman stood next to him. The young man was wearing a white robe, and his long hair extended to his shoulders. A sword was in a black sword sheath on his back, and he was emitting a terrifying aura. The woman was clad in white as well. Her veil covered her features, but it couldn't hide the elegant air she was emitting. A long sword was on her back. Meanwhile, 10 great sword immortals stood behind them. Xiao Daoren's expression darkened. His objective was to stop Ye Guan from going to the sword sect. Cao Bai walked toward Ye Guan, ignoring the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. He cupped his fist and greeted, "Brother Ye." Ye Guan cupped his fist as well and said, "Cao Bai, sorry for the trouble." Cao Bai shook his head and said, "Don't worry, Brother Ye. We didn't come here without ulterior motives. Actually, we're here to invite you to join the sword sect as well." Everyone was stunned. Ye Guan's joining the sword sect? Xiao Daoren's expression turned ashen. He stared at Cao Bai and cried out, "Young Lord Cao? Ye Guan is still wanted by the academy." Cao Bai turned toward Xiao Daoren and said, "Were you not aware of the sword master's verdict about Ye Guan's case? The sword master has indeed prosecuted the Yin clan, but he did not absolve Ye Guan of his crimes," Xiao Daoren corrected. Cao Bai's eyes narrowed. "Are you calling me a liar?" Xiao Daoren hurriedly said, "Young Lord Cao, Ye Guan is still wanted by the academy, and the sword sect is a part of the academy. If you accept Ye Guan into your sect, you'd be opposing the academy. Are you sure that's appropriate?" Cao Bai stated, "The academy has already started the process of retracting Ye Guan's arrest warrant." Xiao Daoren's voice deepened as he said, "He still has an outstanding warrant. What's going to happen is between my sect and the Guanxian Academy." Cao Bai interrupted Xiao Daoren and said, "Who are you to interfere?" Xiao Daoren was furious, and he glared at Cao Bai. However, Cao Bai remained indifferent as he added, "Commander Xiao, the arrest warrant issued by the Academy for Ye Guan is none of your business. Whether or not the sword sect wants Ye Guan is also none of your business. Stay out of it. Stop being a busybody. How dare you?" Xiao Daoren shouted in rage, "Cao." Cao Bai raised his sword and pointed it at Xiao Daoren. "Do you want to fight?" The group of swordsmen behind Cao Bai glared at Xiao Daoren. Their gazes were as sharp as swords, and they would obviously make a move the moment they were told to do so. Xiao Daoren frowned. He didn't expect that the sword sect would be so determined to take Ye Guan away. The sword sect was indeed full of stubborn and unyielding swordsmen. However, Xiao Daoren knew that he couldn't back off. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion's reputation would plummet if he were to retreat. He couldn't afford to retreat here. Xiao Daoren scoffed and roared, "Since you want a fight, I'll give you a fight." He hurled a transmission talisman, and it disappeared into the starry skies. He had decided to call for more reinforcements. He was convinced that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion would win when it came to a numbers comparison. And that was exactly why Xiao Daoren wasn't afraid of a fight. "Let's fight." Cao Bai laughed and said, "Brother Ye, follow my lead." With that, he turned into a ray of sword light that streaked across the starry skies. The two sword sovereigns behind him jumped onto their swords and turned into rays of light as well that tore through space itself as they flew across the starry skies. The 10 great sword immortals hopped onto their swords and charged at the enemies. Xiao Daoren revealed a sinister look as he roared, "Charge." With that, the powerhouses behind him made their move. The Dao soldiers were fearless even against the powerhouses of the sword sect. A violent battle started between both parties. Nanli Yin and Zhang Yuntian exchanged looks before they charged at the Immortal Treasures Pavilion powerhouses. Nothing mattered but slaughter. Ye Guan abruptly disappeared and reappeared in the midst of the massacre. His target wasn't Xiao Daoren. He was going to reap the lives of the Dao soldiers. Xiao Daoren was as strong as Nanli Yin. Ye Guan knew that he couldn't kill the former in an instant, so he decided to do what he was good at and reaped the lives of more than a dozen Dao soldiers at once. Ye Guan's figure flickered. He moved rapidly in the midst of the Dao soldiers and reaped multiple lives every time he stopped as he zigzagged gracefully on the battlefield. Xiao Daoren's expression darkened, and he roared, "Stop Ye Guan." A middle-aged man appeared in front of Ye Guan in response to Xiao Daoren's roar. He was just about to attack, but Ye Guan abruptly vanished. Swoosh! A sword light flashed tens of meters away from him. A grotesque noise echoed as another Dao soldier was cut down. The middle-aged man's expression fell. He stepped forward and rushed at Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan disappeared into thin air once more. Squelch! A few Dao soldiers were killed once again as Ye Guan reappeared somewhere. The middle-aged man yelled, "He is too fast. I can't stop him." Ye Guan moved swiftly through the crowd. Two flying swords let out dazzling lights as they decisively took the lives of those daring enough to stand in their way. The Dao soldiers found it hard to even track the two flying swords. Ye Guan killed a few dozen Dao soldiers in the proverbial blink of an eye. Just then, a man jumped in front of Ye Guan to block him. He thrust his spear forward, and a powerful spear force rushed toward Ye Guan like a deluge. Ye Guan responded by stomping with his right foot. Swoosh! Instant death strike! Slash! The man's long spear was torn apart by Ye Guan's sword, but Ye Guan's sword didn't lose any strength as it chopped the man's head off. Ye Guan opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. Then, he jumped into the fray once more. Slash! A Dao soldier collapsed nearby. The Dao soldiers were terrified, and their eyes quivered in fear. Ye Guan was way too fast. They couldn't react to his attacks. They felt like just meeting Ye Guan's eyes meant that they had already died. Ye Guan was alone, but his impact was huge. The scales of the battle were slowly tilting away from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Ye Guan's friends were faring pretty well, the other swordsmen were dancing through the battlefield as if it were their stage. The auras they were exuding made them seem like they were the stars of a show. They swept through the battlefield and killed both Dao and immortal soldiers. Xiao Daoren frowned. He didn't expect that the group of swordsmen would be so strong. Nanli Yin's eyes were on Xiao Daoren. She was ready to suppress Xiao Daoren the moment the latter made a move. She had to lock him down, as he was strong. If he were allowed to move freely, they would suffer heavy losses. Ye Guan wantonly slaughtered those unfortunate enough to stand in his way on the battlefield. Unbeknownst to him, a light red hue had surrounded him, and it was only getting thicker as the battle raged on. Ye Guan was getting more and more excited with every kill, and even Ye Guan thought that he was a madman for feeling excited in the midst of a slaughter. What is this feeling? Ye Guan frowned. He finally realized that he had been expending too much energy. Sword arts, especially the royal sword art, consumed too much profound energy. Ye Guan reckoned that even a spiritual pill wouldn't be able to make up for the deficiency. Just then, Ye Guan suddenly felt light. He turned and saw Qiao Xinjiao not too far away from him. A stream of light from her staff had struck him, and he felt his profound energy recover at a speedy rate. He also felt lighter, which meant that he had gotten faster. Ye Guan stared at Qiao Xinjiao in astonishment. Kill them quick. Qiao Xinjiao winked at him as her hands moved busily to cast her spells. I'll help you. Ye Guan nodded and disappeared. Slash. A few Dao soldiers collapsed. Qiao Xinjiao smiled and muttered to herself, he's so strong. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as a massive rift in space was torn open. An old man wearing a black shirt emerged from the rift. He swept his gaze across the swordsman and waved his sleeve. Rumble. A powerful energy enveloped the swordsman and suppressed them. The space also contorted and tightened to form a jail. Ye Guan's heart leaped as he stared deeply at the old man. The old man remained expressionless as he calmly waved his sleeve once more, sending a wave of powerful energy that immobilized those on the other side. Everyone felt as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on them. They could barely breathe. This was a true powerhouse? Nanli Yin's expression turned heavy as she stared at the old man. Commander of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's immortal soldiers, Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao glared coldly at his enemies with an indifferent look. So the sword sect wants to fight? I'll give you a fight, then. He raised his hand and was about to unleash another move. However, a voice echoed from the depths of the starry skies. Bring it on. Swing. A dazzling sword light streaked across the starry skies and arrived above the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The sword light eventually dimmed, revealing a woman. Little Pagoda mumbled, it's her. How far? The woman wearing a black skirt gripped her long sword as she stepped onto the battlefield. The swordsman bowed and greeted, Senior Sister Aluo. Great Sword Sovereign Aluo? The invincible Aluo. She was one of the 3 great sword sovereigns of the sword sect. However, she hadn't come in person but had sent only her avatar. Regardless, her powerful sword force made the starry skies quiver ever so slightly. Ye Guan's blood boiled in excitement upon seeing Aluo, a great sword sovereign. Ye Guan finally understood that the chasm between a sword sovereign and a great sword sovereign was massive despite the single realm of difference. His eyes were unwittingly transfixed on Aluo, and his fists were clenched tightly. Aluo had bestowed upon him a new goal to pursue. Wang Xiao's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that a great sword sovereign from the sword sect would come here. The sword sect had 3 great sword sovereigns, but they were always in the Sahen world and were rarely in the Guanxian universe. It was the reason Wang Xiao was surprised to see Aluo's avatar here. Aluo stared at Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao wanted to say something, but Aluo waved her sleeve. Swoosh! A dazzling sword light streaked across the starry skies. Wang Xiao frowned and swung his hand downward. A massive rift in space opened in front of him, emanating a terrifying aura. Boom! The dazzling sword light shattered the rift and pierced Wang Xiao's forehead under everyone's shocked gazes. Wang Xiao stiffened. He deflated like a balloon as his profound energy leaked out of him and vanished into nothingness. The onlookers' expressions turned grim. Wang Xiao was dead. The soldiers of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion were horrified, and they didn't dare to move. Wang Xiao stared at Aluo in a daze. He choked in his own blood as he stammered, is this the true power of a great sword sovereign? His fleshly body disintegrated, and a wave of profound energy burst out of him. It swept across the starry skies, seemingly rejuvenating it. Swoosh! A powerful aura swept across the battlefield. The starry skies stirred once more as the terrifying aura made everyone boil over out of nervousness. Who is it? Rumble? The space above the immortal soldiers split open, and an avatar walked out of the rift. Nanli Yin's cheeks quivered as she cried out, the commander of the Dao soldiers? He's Nanggongzhen. Nanggongzhen? He was a powerhouse among powerhouses. Aluo stared calmly at Nanggongzhen. Nanggongzhen glared at Aluo and yelled, Great Sword Sovereign Aluo? Are you not ashamed of attacking a junior? Aluo raised an eyebrow. So what? Nanggongzhen's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned sour. Aluo opened her palm, and a sword flew into her hands. She stared at him and asked, Unhappy? Fight me? The powerhouses of Time Paradise and Lingxiu Blessed Land exchanged looks. The sword sect was indeed filled with a bunch of domineering people? Nanggongzhen wordlessly stared at Aluo. Fight? The Immortal Treasures Pavilion was a powerful organization as well, but an all-out fight would make things too complicated and chaotic. The sword sect also held a special position in the Guanxian Academy. To make matters worse, the disciples of the sword sect were a bunch of stubborn people. Nangongzhen knew better than to fight them in an all-out fight. In addition, the Guanxian Academy would definitely stand on the sword sect's side if they fought the sword sect. After all, the sword sect was the Guangxuan's academy sword. The Guanxian Academy wouldn't abandon nor destroy their own weapon. But even if they wanted to destroy their own weapon, they wouldn't dare to do so. The previous sect master of the sword sect had been the chosen one, and the sect master before him had been the chosen one as well. In other words, no one would dare to destroy the sword sect. The sword master was the only one who could destroy the sword sect. Nangongzhen pondered carefully before saying, "Great Sword Sovereign Aluo, I know the sword sect has a special position in the academy, but you people have to be reasonable as well." The second elder of Time Paradise tugged at the Grand Elder's sleeve and remarked, "He's scared." The Grand Elder nodded. "Yes." Meanwhile, Nangongzhen continued, "Ye Guan is still wanted by the academy. The sword sect. That is my sect's business." Aluo cut him off and said, "What does it have to do with you?" Nangongzhen's expression turned ugly. "Great Sword Sovereign Aluo, Ye Guan is not only wanted by the academy, but he's also wanted by the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. You're disrespecting the Immortal Treasures Pavilion by protecting him. Can you afford?" "So what?" Aluo interrupted him once more. "Don't like it? Let's fight. Why bother wasting words?" Nangongzhen froze and fell silent. Aluo turned to look at Ye Guan and said, "Come here." Ye Guan froze. He hesitated briefly, but he still walked over to Aluo. Aluo's cold gaze warmed up as she examined him. "Follow Cao Bai back to the sword sect." "All right." Ye Guan nodded. However, he didn't immediately walk away. He hesitated over something before he finally said, "Senior, the Lingxu Blessed Land and Time Paradise helped me a lot this time, and I'm afraid the Immortal Treasures Pavilion will keep on targeting them after this. Can you help them, too?" The members of the Lingxu Blessed Land and Time Paradise turned to Ye Guan in admiration. "What a kind young man." Nanli Yin's gaze softened as she nodded. Ye Guan's gesture had moved her. A relationship between two people had always been a two-way street. Nanli Yin appreciated Ye Guan's concern, even if it was still unclear if the sword sect would oblige to his request. Aluo swept her gaze across the members of the Lingxu Blessed Land and Time Paradise. She seemed to be pondering over something before she eventually turned to look at Nangongzhen. Aluo was about to speak. Nangongzhen beat her to the chase and shouted, "Great Sword Sovereign Aluo, I'll definitely see you again." He took one last glance at Ye Guan before saying, "Retreat." With that, the powerhouses of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion left. Ye Guan's expression darkened. It felt awful to be at the receiving end of a powerhouse's malicious gaze. "Let's go," said Aluo. Ye Guan nodded. He turned toward Zhang Yuntian and Nanli Yin and bowed. "I will remember the grace that Time Paradise and the Lingxu Blessed Land have bestowed upon me today. I'm incredibly grateful for the help, and I'll make sure to repay you all in the future." Zhang Yuntian smiled and said, "Young Lord Ye, train hard with the sword sect. You're definitely going to win against the chosen one." Ye Guan grinned and said, "Thank you, Young Lord Ye," said Nanli Yin. "A great opportunity is in front of you. All the best." Ye Guan nodded and warned, "Seniors, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion will definitely not let you off. Please be careful." Nanli Yin nodded and said, "I know, but don't worry about us. Just cultivate in the sword sect. I'll lead the entire Time Paradise to cheer for you on the day of your fight against the Chosen One." "The same goes for the Lingxu Blessed Land," said Zhang Yuntian. "Everyone will go to the Guanxian Academy to cheer for you." Ye Guan smiled brightly and said, "Everyone, I'll see you again." With that, he turned toward Great Sword Sovereign Aluo. Aluo nodded at him and said, "Go on." Ye Guan bowed. "Thank you for your help, Senior." He hopped onto his flying sword and followed Cao Bai and the rest of the swordsmen to head to the sword sect. Aluo turned to look at Nanli Yin and Zhang Yuntian. "You two will have to bear with the pressure for a while," she said. She turned and looked in the direction where Ye Guan disappeared and muttered to herself, "Brother, their eyebrows are truly similar." Aluo's figure turned blurry, and she eventually disappeared. After a while, Zhang Yuntian said, "Paradise Master Nanli, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion will definitely pressure us. Why don't we work together and help each other out?" Nanli Yin nodded. "Sure." Soon, everyone left. Meanwhile, the members of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's Elder Circle were gathered in a hall. Nangongzhen was among those who had gathered. How preposterous. Grand Elder Ge slammed his hand on the table and jumped up. His expression was solemn as he yelled, "How dare the sword sect disrespect us like this?" His gaze landed on Nangongzhen, and he roared, "You should have fought her. Why were you afraid of her?" Nangongzhen remained silent. "Goodness, Aluo is a great sword sovereign, and she's one of the survivors of the Suhen Great War. Fight her? Why don't you fight her, then?" The survivors of the Suhen Great War were terrifying powerhouses akin to undying creatures. How could Nangongzhen be unafraid of them when they were definitely a cut above the rest? Elder Mu was furious, and he shouted, "The Immortal Treasures Pavilion will become a laughingstock for retreating against the sword sect." He glared at Nangongzhen in dissatisfaction. Nangongzhen hesitated briefly before asking, "Elder, do you really think that it's worth it to wage war on the sword sect over that? Is it worth it?" Elder Mu said sarcastically, "Have you forgotten that everyone views us to be on par with the Guanxian Academy? Now that the sword sect had managed to force us to retreat, what do you think people would say about us? Reputation? Nangang Zhen's expression stiffened. Shouldn't he ponder over the reason why the Linkshu Blessed Land, the Sword Sect, and Time Paradise are supporting Ye Guan? Isn't that strange? Don't you think there's something going on behind the scenes here? Was Ye Guan really just an ordinary swordsman? He wanted to raise these questions, but he shut his mouth upon realizing that the elders were glaring at him in fury. They were clearly mad at him for bringing shame to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Nangang Zhen's heart sank. These elders were too prideful for their own good. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion was one of the 2 superpowers of the universe. These elders had gotten even more prideful upon publicly declaring their intention to support the Chosen One. Nangang Zhen was truly surprised to see them ignore everyone else. This is bad. Nangang Zhen's heart was gripped by a sense of foreboding. I have to leave. He was afraid that he would become one of the casualties in the inevitable disaster that these prideful elders would bring upon themselves. I was foolish. Nangang Zhen bowed deeply and said, I committed a grave crime by bringing shame to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. I would like to resign from my position as the commander of the Dao soldiers. Elders, please find a replacement for me. He placed his commander token on the table and exited the hall as if he were running away, leaving the elders staring at the entrance of the hall with their jaws on the floor. They still hadn't even said anything about firing him. The elders blankly stared at each other. Did he go crazy? They were furious at what Nangang Zhen had done, but they hadn't said anything about dismissing him. Grand Elder Ji was silent, but his expression was dark. He had already calmed down and was thinking about the peculiarities of the situation. However, they were already drenched in the muddy waters, and they had no other choice but to go all in. They could only support the Chosen One all the way. The Chosen One. Grand Elder Ji's eyes closed slowly. The Chosen One was invincible among cultivators in the same generation as him. Furthermore, he had the Sword Master's Dao imprint. There was also a high chance that he was the Sword Master's successor, and he might even be the Sword Master's son. What was Ye Guan compared to him? The Elder Circle was going to be refreshed soon, and if he wanted to remain in his seat, he had to support the Chosen One. Grand Elder Ji slowly opened his eyes with that thought in mind. He threw all his worries aside and said with a straight face, call Shang Guanzhan back from the Suhen world. He will take over the position of commander of the Dao soldiers. Shang Guanzhan? The elders were startled. He was a hot-tempered individual who had been assigned to the Suhen world because of his unpredictable nature. In addition, there was bad blood between him and the Sword Sect. Grand Elder Ji's actions of summoning Shang Guanzhan to join them in the fight against the Sword Sect meant that Grand Elder Ji was determined to challenge the Sword Sect. The elders exchanged awkward looks. They were rather fearful of the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect was simply too powerful, not to mention their special position. The Sword Sect was the best sect in the world, and its reputation spoke volumes of its prowess. Just then, Grand Elder Ji said, if you're afraid of the Sword Sect, then let's forget about all this. We should just head to the Sword Sect and apologize to them. Everyone turned silent. Apologize? Never? Grand Elder Ji stood up. He swept his gaze across the elders and said coldly, the entire universe is keeping tabs on us at the moment. If we don't stand our ground, our reputation will hit rock bottom. No one will respect us in the future. The elders nodded, agreeing with Grand Elder Ji. Qin Feng was seated at the end of the table and was silent without any reactions. Pass my orders, Grand Elder Ji said. Raise the bounty on Ye Guan's head to 10 million immortal spiritual crystals. The hall was enveloped in a deafening silence. Ye Guan was already in the Sword Sect, so the elders doubted if anyone would make a move even if the reward was raised to 100 million immortal spiritual crystals. Grand Elder Ji seemed to have seen through the elders' thoughts as he promptly explained, we're just showing our stance on this matter to the rest of the world. We will not rest until Ye Guan is dead. With that, he stood up and walked out of the hall. The elders dispersed, and Qin Feng also got up to leave. Nangang Zhen was standing in front of the statue of Pavilion Master Qin. He stood there silently until Qin Feng approached him. Nangang Zhen muttered, Elder Qin, Ye Guan isn't just an ordinary young man. Qin Feng nodded. I know, I've met him before. Nangang Zhen sighed. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion shouldn't have taken such a radical measure, regardless of its stance. We've already chosen sides, but we shouldn't be so desperate to show our goodwill to the Chosen One. This is just bringing shame to ourselves. Qin Feng chuckled and asked, do you really think that they don't know that? Nangang Zhen looked at Qin Feng in surprise and asked, they know. They aren't foolish, said Qin Feng. He chuckled as he explained, they managed to climb up all the way to their current positions. After all, Nangang Zhen was bewildered. Why are they doing this, then? They want to stay in power, said Qin Feng. Nangang Zhen flinched in realization, and he muttered, the Elder Circle's term is about to end. Qin Feng nodded and explained, they have to make a significant achievement, or they will be replaced by the other managers who will become elders after them. It is easy to wield power, but it is difficult to let go of it. They're determined to see this matter to the end. They want things to progress quicker, as it is better for them, and that is exactly why they decided to stand on the Chosen One's side. Once the Chosen One emerged victorious against Ye Guan, he would most likely become the young master of the Guanqian Academy. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion would be his right-hand man, while the elders of the current Elder Circle would obtain a ton of influence. I reckon that even Vice Pavilion Master Qing will have to be careful around them by then. Nangang Zhen silently pondered over Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng added, Ye Guan and the Chosen One's battle is no longer just a battle between them. It is a fight that involves the vested interests of far too many people and groups. I don't think the Links you blessed land and time paradise are full of foolish people, Nangang Zhen said, and that is exactly why I can't quite understand the stance that they have taken. They're determined to help Ye Guan even if it means making an enemy out of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Nangang Zhen's expression turned heavy as he continued. Something's fishy here. Qin Feng was silent. Ye Guan had always been a mysterious young man in his eyes, but he was becoming more and more mysterious as time went on. Elder Qin, Nangang Zhen suddenly said, every elder in the Elder Circle is obviously concerned with their own power and the benefits they stand to gain. I feel that they're making a mistake here. I'm afraid that something bad will happen soon. You have to be careful. Thank you, Qin Feng said with a nod. Ao Qianqian was seated in a hall of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan. An old man was standing in front of her and was reporting something to her in a low voice. Ao Qianqian closed her eyes. The Links you blessed land, time paradise. Ao Qianqian had assigned men to keep an eye on Ye Guan since the latter arrived at the Guanshan universe, so she was obviously aware of what the Links you blessed land had done along with time paradise. Just then, a middle-aged man walked into the hall. He bowed and said, young clan leader, the clan leader has requested your presence. Ao Qianqian nodded and left. The members of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan were gathered in a large hall. Ao Sheng stood at the helm of the group, and he was staring at a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the head military official of the Guanshan Academy. Ao Sheng nodded at Ao Qianqian before saying, everyone, the head military official has visited us for two things today. He turned to the head military official and said, head military official, do explain. The head military official nodded and said, everyone, the Chosen One is hoping to receive the support of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan. The clan members in the hall were startled. The Chosen One actually took the initiative to ask for the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan's support. The clan members were thrilled. The ancient Heavenly Dragon clan was already planning on supporting the Chosen One. In fact, aside from the Sword Sect and two great aristocratic clans, the rest were ready to support the Chosen One. They had already considered the Chosen One as the rightful inheritor of the Guanshan Academy. However, these families and clans were unlike the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, an entity only concerned with profit. They couldn't afford to take an extreme stance unless they were 100% confident. There's something else, said the head military official. We hope that young clan leader Qianqian will sign a contract with the Chosen One and promise to be equals with him. The ancient Heavenly Dragon clan members were stunned, but they were soon overjoyed. This was a great opportunity. If Ao Qianqian formed a contract with the Chosen One, the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan and the Chosen One's destiny would be tied together. The Chosen One would always be their ally. The ancient Heavenly Dragon clan would hold a special position by then. Ao Sheng was stunned as well. He didn't expect that the Chosen One would make such a request. Form a contract with Ao Qianqian? Ao Sheng glanced at Ao Qianqian, but her expression remained calm. Ao Qianqian smiled politely at the head military official and said, head military official, is it okay if I give you my response at a later date? The head military official was taken aback, but he acted according to decorum and nodded. Of course. The head military official added, the Chosen One thinks highly of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan, and he hopes to establish a sincere collaboration with you and share a bright future together. I understand. Ao Qianqian nodded. The head military official took one final glance at Ao Qianqian before leaving. After the head military official left, the Grand Elder of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan urgently said, Qianqian, this is a rare opportunity. Why did you not agree to it immediately? The Chosen One. Father, Ao Qianqian interrupted the Grand Elder by turning to Ao Sheng and saying, I wish to speak to you privately. The Grand Elder's expression turned sour, but he didn't say anything. Ao Sheng nodded slightly. The future of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan is involved here. I will speak to her privately. The rest of you are dismissed. With that, the elders walked out of the hall along with the Grand Elder. Ao Sheng stared deeply at Ao Qianqian. You don't want to form a contract with the Chosen One, right? He asked. Ao Qianqian nodded. Yes. Ao Sheng asked, is it because of Ye Guan? Ao Qianqian shook her head and replied, not entirely. I just don't have a good impression of the Chosen One. Ao Sheng was surprised. What do you mean? Do you have a bad impression of him? Is that it? Ao Qianqian nodded and explained, I would have had no issues merging with him if he had fought fair and square with young Lord Ye. However, he had resorted to dirty tricks to pressure young Lord Ye, and I also didn't like it when he said that there could only be one of them in this world. Ao Qianqian shook her head in disappointment as she said, his actions are despicable, and his actions showed that he is a petty and narrow-minded individual. He's special, but I don't think he'll be able to achieve greater heights. Ao Sheng was silent. Ao Qianqian added, on the other hand, young Lord Ye gave me a good impression. He's both brave and smart. He's a monstrous talent as well, so I believe he has a bright future ahead of him. Ao Sheng stared intently at Ao Qianqian. Give me a reason to believe in him. Ao Qianqian thought about it and said, the Links you blessed land and time paradise. I know what you're trying to say. Ao Sheng interrupted her. He shook his head and said, there must be a reason why they've chosen to support Ye Guan, but that is not the answer I want to hear. I want to hear what you think. Ao Qianqian looked Ao Sheng straight in the eye before saying, I prefer young Lord Ye, and I want to support him. You have to understand that if Ye Guan loses, our clan will be ruined. Ao Qianqian nodded. I know. And you still want to support him? Ao Sheng asked. Ao Qianqian nodded with determination. Yes. Will you not regret it? Asked Ao Sheng. Ao Qianqian laughed and asked back, what is there to regret? Pfft. Ao Sheng chuckled and said, I'll support Ye Guan, then. Ao Qianqian was stunned. Ao Sheng directed an amused gaze at her before laughing. Do you know why I don't like the chosen one as well? Ao Qianqian shook her head in bewilderment. Ao Sheng explained, I also didn't like what he said about how there could only be either of them in this world. It showed that his personality is completely different from the Sword Master, and he's not magnanimous at all. What's the point of him becoming the Academy Master if he doesn't possess the qualities of a ruler? I would have respected him if he had decided to stand on Ye Guan's side and punished our clan and the Yin clan back then. Ye Guan would have acknowledged him as well, and he would have been his follower. Ao Sheng shook his head before continuing. Ye Guan is weak, but he has the Lingxu Blessed Land and Time Paradise's support. I've heard that even the Sword Sect has decided to stand on his side. I think he has a chance of winning. Ao Sheng then stared intently at Ao Qianqian and asked, Are you willing to sign a contract with Ye Guan and become equals with him? Ao Qianqian went silent, and she lowered her head before saying, I think, he's quite handsome. Ao Sheng's face darkened. Damn, is she supporting Ye Guan just because he's handsome? Ao Sheng's head started to ache at the thought alone. Does she like him? It seems that girls truly become short-sighted when in love. Ao Qianqian explained in a low voice, Young Master Ye has just arrived at Guanqian Universe. He's poor with no one supporting him, so he must be struggling to find resources for his cultivation. I would like to give him some dragon crystals. If possible, I would like to give him a few drops of ancient heavenly dragon blood as well. Ancient heavenly dragon blood is much better than true dragon blood, and I'm sure he'll improve greatly with it. Ao Sheng wordlessly stared at Ao Qianqian. He finally understood how fathers felt when their daughters started siding with outsiders. So this is how it feels. It doesn't feel great, but we're talking about such a young sword sovereign. It doesn't sound that bad. Forget it. Ao Sheng decided to let the young people settle their own issues. He waved his hand and said, Go ahead and do what you think is right. Ao Qianqian hurriedly asked, Can I bring a few ancient heavenly dragons to protect him? Ao Sheng's expression stiffened. He glared at Ao Qianqian and shouted, You might as well just give yourself to him. Ao Qianqian rolled her eyes at Ao Sheng as a blush appeared on her cheeks. What are you talking about, father? I'm just a good friend of young Master Ye. We haven't reached that stage yet. Sigh, I'm not talking to you anymore. She then turned around and ran away, leaving a speechless Ao Sheng behind. Ye Guan finally arrived at the Sword Sect under Cao Bai's guidance, and it turned out that the Sword Sect wasn't within the confines of the Guanqian Academy but was located on the so-called Floating Mountain. It was rumored that Floating Mountain used to be in the southern region, but the Sword Master used a divine ability to move the entire Floating Mountain to the Guanqian universe. There were over 100,000 mountains behind Floating Mountain. Each mountain was like an upside-down sword hanging in the air. They all look majestic. Behind the mountains was an endless stretch of mountains, and one could occasionally hear the sound of metal clashing against metal from within the mountain range. Ye Guan smiled. He was finally at the Sword Sect. It was the holy land of swordsmen, so he had always wanted to visit the Sword Sect. Brother Ye, what do you think? Asked Cao Bai. Ye Guan smiled. What a majestic sight. Cao Bai laughed. Let's go and find first senior brother. First senior brother. Ye Guan was safe here, so he had no issues meeting the people here. Ye Guan glanced at the man and woman next to Cao Bai. They were both sword sovereigns. Cao Bai had introduced them to him. The man's name was Yuan Gong, and the woman's name was Qin Shui. Needless to say, they were powerful swordsmen in their own right. The group hopped onto their swords and flew to the summit of Floating Mountain. Ye Guan looked ahead and saw a huge palace, which seemed to be about 300 meters tall. There was a statue at the entrance of the palace. It wasn't a statue of the Sword Master. The statue depicted a man clad in a blue robe. There was a cute, white, and furry animal sitting on his shoulder. Ye Guan was curious. Brother Cao, who is he? He's our Sword Sect's founding ancestor. Sword Master Qing Shan, replied Cao Bai. Ye Guan inwardly asked, Master Pagoda, do you know Sword Master Qing Shan? Little Pagoda replied, Stop talking to me. I don't want to talk to you. I know that you're trying to trick me again, so forget it. Ye Guan was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Cao Bai continued. Sword Master Qing Shan is the World One Sword Master's father. He's a supreme swordsman and was invincible during his time. It's a pity that we've never seen him. Ye Guan examined Sword Master Qing Shan before inwardly asking, Master Pagoda, the Yang family is truly a family of powerhouses. I truly didn't expect that they had 2 generations of sword masters. I still remember what you said about how the Sword Master's son is a good for nothing. It seems that fortune truly cannot last beyond 2 generations. What? Little Pagoda suddenly said, I said something good about him as well? How come you've forgotten all the good things I've said but memorized all the bad things? Ye Guan was about to reply when Cao Bai spoke, Brother Ye, let's go and meet first senior brother. Cao Bai pulled Ye Guan into the sword hall. Ye Guan's eyes were drawn to a man wearing a white shirt. The man's long hair fell over his shoulders, and he was holding a short sword. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. The man only had one arm, and he was holding a broken sword. Cao Bai bowed deeply and spoke respectfully, "Greetings, first senior brother." The people next to Cao Bai bowed deeply as well. The man walked over to Ye Guan. He stared at Ye Guan for a moment before nodding and opening his palm. A token appeared in front of Ye Guan. "From now on, you're a student of the sword sect. But the academy has an arrest warrant out for me," Ye Guan muttered hesitantly. The man nodded and said, "Give me a moment." He walked out of the sword hall and looked up. "Go." Buzz? A buzzing noise echoed as the short sword in his hand took off and pierced the clouds to arrive at the martial department of the main Guanxian Academy. The students of the martial department were shocked. The head military official appeared in front of the martial department. His eyes narrowed upon seeing the broken sword. "Chen Guanzi," he shouted. Chen Guanzi's voice echoed throughout the entire Guanxian universe. "Head military official, you have 15 minutes to retract the warrant of arrest on my junior brother. Otherwise, I'll visit the martial department and challenge you in a life or death battle. I don't care how many students you have out there, I'll kill them all once I'm done with you." The students of the martial department were furious at Chen Guanzi's bold declaration. A young man stepped out in fury. "Military official, I'm willing to fight Chen Guanzi on behalf of the martial department." The head military official remained silent. He and Chen Guanzi had been to Suhen World before, so he was aware of Chen Guanzi's terrifying prowess. There were only two people capable of fighting Chen Guanzi, the Chosen One, and Chen Ji. Chen Ji was the representative of the martial department, but he was away on a mission. The Chosen One's attention was solely on his cultivation, so no one in the martial department was strong enough to face Chen Guanzi. The head military official's face turned grim. He didn't expect that the sword sect would stand on Ye Guan's side. To make matters worse, they had even declared their stance loud and clear. The young man in front of the head military official said, "Military official, I'm willing to fight Chen Guanzi." The students of the martial department stepped out and expressed their willingness to fight Chen Guanzi. However, the head military official shook his head. "None of you are his match." With that, he turned around and left to retract Ye Guan's arrest warrant. He was an influential figure in the academy, so he had been able to find ways to make sure that Ye Guan's arrest warrant would remain, but now, he had no choice but to retract it himself. A student of the martial department stepped out with an indignant look. "Don't cross the line, sword sect," he shouted. He then turned to look at the broken sword and said, "Chen Guanzi, I'm willing to fight you in a life or death battle." Swoosh! The broken sword abruptly turned into a ray of sword light. The dazzling sword light streaked across the martial department grounds and decapitated the martial department student. Blood erupted like a geyser from the stump. Everyone reeled in horror at the terrifying sight. The head military official's face darkened. He looked up at the sky and shouted, "Chen Guanzi, don't go overboard." Chen Guanzi stared expressionlessly at the sky and responded, "Unhappy? Fight me in a life or death battle." His voice boomed like thunder in the skies above the Guanxian Academy. The entire Guanxian Academy was shocked. Will the martial department fight the sword sect? The head military official's eyes narrowed. He was about to speak when an old man appeared in front of him. The head military official was slightly startled to see the old man, but he quickly recovered and cupped his fist. "Old Zhang," he said. Old Zhang nodded in acknowledgement and said, "An order from the Guanxian committee has come. You are to retract Ye Guan's arrest warrant." The head military official was silent. Old Zhang looked at him and said, "Head military official, there's no reason to kick up a fuss when the fight has already been decided. At this rate, the Chosen One's victory will not be acknowledged as a glorious one even if he won." The head military official looked at Old Zhang and asked, "Are you speaking on behalf of the Guanxian committee?" Old Zhang calmly replied, "It is my opinion." The head military official went silent. Old Zhang wordlessly turned around to leave. The head military official frowned, and his thoughts were unknown. Meanwhile, the students of the martial department were furious. The sword sect was bullying them and had just disrespected them by killing one of them. Everyone looked at the head military official, but the latter was silent while staring in the sword sect's direction. The head military official was well aware of Ye Guan's talent. It would be hard to predict the result of the upcoming fight if Ye Guan was allowed to cultivate in the sword sect and was given the sword sect's massive pool of resources. "I can't target Ye Guan. He's no longer on his own. The sword sect is behind him." A young man stepped out, and he was none other than the Chosen One. Everyone bowed toward him. "Greetings, Senior Lutian." Lutian looked up at the sky and calmly said, "The sword sect challenged us, right, tutor? Then, let's fight." Fight? The students were thrilled, and their blood boiled as they shouted, "Let's fight." The martial department was clearly being bullied. If they were to just accept the bullying, would they be able to even lift their heads in the future? Lutian smiled and said, "It's just the sword sect. What's the big deal? Fight? Let's go to the life or death stage." With that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. The students of the martial department flew into the sky as well and chased after him. The head military official stood rooted and remained silent all throughout. Of course, he didn't stop them either. Why would he stop them? The sword sect had gone overboard with their bullying today. If the martial department were to submit to them, they would never be able to lift their heads in the Guanxian Academy. Fight. They should fight. The head military official opened his palm. A transmission talisman took off from his palm and disappeared into the horizon. The head military official looked up and muttered, "It's about time for you all to come back." Otherwise, people will start thinking that the martial department has no people to defend it. A multitudinous number of people in the Guanxian Academy rushed toward the massive life or death stage. Students belonging to the aristocratic faction and the great clan faction also rushed to the scene. Of course, they stood on the chosen one's side. Meanwhile, Lu Tian finally arrived in front of the sword sect's sword hall. You people want a fight, right? Lu Tian's voice echoed from the skies. Let's fight, then. The students of the martial department are waiting for you at the life or death stage. We'll wait for you, and we'll fight to the death. Fight to the death. Lu Tian infused profound energy in his voice, causing it to spread throughout the entire Guanxian Academy and the sword sect. Chen Guanzi looked indifferent at the declaration. He slowly turned toward Cao Bai and shouted, all right, let's fuck them up. One, this is the same sword master as that statue in Qingzhou, let's fuck them up. Cao Bai opened his palm, and a sword token flew into the air. Buzz! A buzzing sound echoed throughout the sword sect. Hundreds of sword lights flew from all over sword sect up into the sky, and they all rushed to the sword hall. Hundreds of swordsmen appeared in front of Chen Guanzi, and they greeted him at the same time. Greetings, first senior brother. Ye Guan was startled. The crowd had over 100 great sword immortals and over 200 sword immortals. Everyone was at least a sword saint. There were also 6 sword sovereigns in the crowd, which meant the sword sect had 9 sword sovereigns, including Cao Bai, Yuan Gong, and Qin Shui. First senior brother was a quasi-great sword sovereign. Needless to say, he was stronger than most sword sovereigns. It was a formidable lineup. Let's go, said Chen Guanzi. He flew to the skies as a ray of sword light. The others chased after him, and they all headed for the life or death stage. The life or death stage of the main Guanxian Academy was located at the trial peak of the main Guanxian Academy. The trial peak of the main Guanxian Academy was in a whole new league compared to the trial peak of the Zongtu Divine Continent. The mountain was so tall that its summit was beyond the clouds. A massive life or death stage that stretched over 30 kilometers was on the summit of Trial Peak. The stage was surrounded by a dome of chains, which isolated the stage from the outside world to prevent outside interference. The life or death stage was also surrounded by hundreds of giant pillars. Each pillar had a diameter of over 300 meters, and people were packed tightly on top of them. The people from the martial department stood on the left, and there were over 1,000 of them. Their leader wasn't Chen Ji, the representative of the martial department, but rather Lu Tian. Lu Tian became the boss in the minds of the martial department students the moment he decided to fight the sword sect. Swoosh! The array of lights on the horizon created a scene similar to a meteor shower as they rushed toward the life or death stage. Soon, hundreds of sword lights descended on the stone pillars across Lu Tian's group. First senior brother Chen Guanzi stood at the helm of the group. Lu Tian smiled upon seeing Chen Guanzi. Ye Guan stared at Lu Tian and found that the latter's aura had become unfathomable. Meanwhile, the meteor shower of light rays was still ongoing. The light rays descended on the stone pillars behind Lu Tian. They were all from the many different departments of the main Guanxian Academy. The students from the aristocratic faction and the great clan factions were here as well. The light rays hadn't decreased but increased as time went on, but they all landed on Lu Tian's side. Soon, over 10,000 people had landed behind Lu Tian, while the sword sect only had a few hundred people behind them. The sword sect was definitely the loser when it came to head count. A few dozen people appeared behind the sword sect. Everyone was slightly surprised to see those people. Ye Guan glanced at them, and the man at the helm cupped his fist and said, Brother Ye, my name's Ye Ming, and I'm a disciple of King's Huzye clan. King's Huzye clan? Ye Guan was startled, but he quickly composed himself and said, Brother Ye Ming, thank you for coming here. These people had come here to make their stance clear, and Ye Guan appreciated those brave enough to stand on their side. Their presence was a blessing in Ye Guan's eyes, akin to finding charcoal in the middle of snowy weather. Ye Ming smiled. No worries. The sky was soon filled with thousands of people who had yet to choose their side. Everyone fell into a daze while staring at them. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued because of the people's strange reaction upon seeing them. Cao Bai saw that and explained, they're from the Department of Arts. Lady Ye Guanzi was their leader, but they've lost a leader due to Ye Guanzi's arrest. One of the men in the group found Ye Guan and asked, Are you Ye Guan? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. The man examined him from top to bottom before nodding. It is no wonder that our leader admires you. All right, the Department of Arts will support you. He led his people to a stone pillar behind Ye Guan. Even with the addition of the Ye clan and the Department of Arts, there was still a drastic difference between those on Sword Sect's side and Lu Tian's side. As time went on, more and more people joined the Chosen One's side. Soon, there were hundreds of thousands of people standing behind Lu Tian, whereas the number of people on Ye Guan's side didn't even reach 10,000. There was a clear winner in terms of head count, but the sword sect was anything but weak when it came to fighting prowess. More and more people rushed over to the life or death stage, and they all stood behind the Chosen One. The Chosen One's supporters steadily grew in number, but the swordsmen of the sword sect were unfazed. Their eyes were shining with eagerness. They were the Guanxian Academy's sword, after all. Roar! A deep roar echoed throughout Trial Peak as hundreds of ancient heavenly dragons emerged from a rift above the life or death stage. The combined dragon might of the dragons swept across the crowd. The Chosen One's mouth curled up slightly upon seeing the ancient heavenly dragons. He was convinced that his tutor had to have convinced them to stand on his side. However, the dragon at the helm of the group suddenly turned into a ray of light that rushed over to Ye Guan. The dragon transformed and revealed the figure of Ao Qian. Ao Qian smiled at Ye Guan and said, "It's been a while, young master." Ye Guan smiled and said, "Long time no see, Lady Qian." Ao Qian chuckled and said, "I only managed to bring a few hundred dragons with me. I hope you won't think that there are too few of them. I appreciate it." Ye Guan smiled softly and said, "Thank you." Ao Qian waved her hand, and the ancient heavenly dragons transformed into their human forms and landed on a pillar behind Ye Guan. Lu Tian's expression turned icy cold. He stared at Ao Qian and said, "Lady Qian, is that the decision of the ancient heavenly dragon clan?" Ao Qian smiled. "Yes. Good, very good." Lu Tian smiled faintly. He sounded calm, but everyone could sense his anger. Ye Guan suddenly turned into a ray of light and flew to the life or death stage. He looked up at Lu Tian and smiled. "I still regret the fact that I couldn't kill you back then. There's no point in waiting for 2 months. Let's just fight right now. What do you think?" Lu Tian was about to speak, but a voice from above reverberated throughout the life or death stage. "So you like to fight?" Boom! The ground cracked as a young man landed on a pillar. "Senior Wu Ming." The students of the martial department exclaimed. Wu Ming was ranked 3rd in the divine martial list. The martial department had a divine martial list that ranked students according to their prowess. Wu Ming was ranked 3rd. He had left the academy several years ago for the Suhen world, so no one thought that he would return for the challenge. The martial department students behind Lu Tian were delighted to see Wu Ming. Wu Ming glared sinisterly at Ye Guan. "You want a fight, right? I'll go ahead and become the first challenger on the stage. Fight." The students of the martial department roared. The members of the aristocratic faction and the great clan faction also shouted with them. "Fight, fight, fight." The combined volume of their voices was like thunder, and they were so loud that the earth quivered ever so slightly as they shouted. Ye Guan turned to look at Cao Bai and asked, "Brother Cao, are there any procedures or formalities that have to be done before you can step onto the life or death stage?" "No," Cao Bai replied, "you'll become a challenger as long as you step onto the stage." Ye Guan nodded. He turned to look at Wu Ming and abruptly vanished. Swoosh! A dazzling sword light streaked across the skies, and it was so fast that everyone couldn't track it with their eyes. Wu Ming's pupils constricted in astonishment. He didn't expect to see such a speedy swordsman. He didn't dare to be careless as he took a step backward and became nothing but an illusion. Shik! Ye Guan's sword pierced the illusion. At the same time, a figure appeared behind Ye Guan. Ye Guan didn't turn around, but a sword silently appeared behind the figure. His attack just now had been a feint. Wu Ming's eyes narrowed. He was surprised that the young man had predicted his course of action, but he remained steadfast as he pushed both his palms forward. Boom! The space around him contorted into a cage. Whoosh! Ye Guan's sword pierced the cage in the air, but it slowed down under the influence of space-time. Meanwhile, Wu Ming was already 10 meters away. Rumble! Unfortunately, Ye Guan wasn't willing to give him any time to rest as the space a few inches away from his forehead split open, and a sword shot out of it the very next moment. Wu Ming was stupefied. He hurriedly pressed his palms together, and a golden light enveloped his head. Clang! Ye Guan's flying sword was deflected, but the space above him split open, and a sword flew out of the rift. Wu Ming's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. He stumped with his right foot and roared, "Heaven and Earth Astral Projection." Rumble! A golden ray shot into the sky from his body. A giant golden projection appeared above him. The Heaven and Earth Astral Projection stretched out its hand and smacked Ye Guan's sword away. Heaven and Earth Astral Projection was a divine spell, and it was definitely divine rank at the very least. Ye Guan started walking toward Wu Ming. A sword would fly toward Wu Ming with every step he took. Clang! 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 The Heaven and Earth Astral Projection shook violently and retreated. A dazzling light briefly blinded everyone as another sword slashed out. Everyone watched as Wu Ming was forced to take multiple steps backward. The golden figure above him started to crack. Everyone wore solemn looks as they stared at Ye Guan. He was indeed a swordsman. Meanwhile, Chen Guanzi stared at Ye Guan in surprise and remarked, "The royal sword art, it is impressive how he can use it at that level." Cao Bai nodded with a serious look. He has grown a lot stronger than last time. Ao Qian looked at Ye Guan as she tried to hide her smile. Ye Guan had truly gotten even stronger? Meanwhile, Lu Tian was staring calmly at Ye Guan. Boom! The Heaven and Earth Astral Projection finally shattered. Wu Ming was horrified. He wanted to run away, but he felt the cold tip of a sword pressing against his forehead. Wu Ming froze. He had been defeated, and he had been defeated by a swordsman whose cultivation realm was several realms lower than him. Ye Guan stared calmly at Wu Ming. He waved his sleeve, and the sword pointing at Wu Ming's forehead flew back to him. Ye Guan then turned to look at the Chosen One and roared, "There's no need for us to wait another 2 months. I'll bury you right now, so get your ass down here." The onlookers were stupefied by the sudden turn of events. "Get down here?" Ye Guan's voice echoed like thunder. He had decided to challenge the Chosen One. Was he being arrogant? No. The people behind Lu Tian went silent. They no longer dared to underestimate Ye Guan. The fact that he managed to make quick work of Wu Ming meant that he possessed terrifying strength. There were no other words suitable to describe his prowess. A deafening silence enveloped Trial Peak. Everyone's eyes were unwittingly transfixed on Lu Tian. Lu Tian would become the laughingstock of the Guanxian Academy if he were to refuse Ye Guan's open challenge. Chen Guanzi and the other swordsmen looked at Ye Guan with pride and admiration in their eyes. They were extremely satisfied with their new junior disciple. The disciples of the sword sect have to be tough. So what if your opponent is the chosen one? He can go fuck himself? We'll beat up those daring enough to provoke the sword sect. Lu Tian chuckled. He jumped down and landed gracefully on the life or death stage under everyone's gaze. Swoosh! Lu Tian had just landed, but Ye Guan had already stepped out. He didn't bother indulging in any small talk and went straight for it. Swing! A ray of sword light streaked across the stage like a bolt of lightning. The space in front of Lu Tian split open, and a sword light flew out of the rift. Instant death strike? It was an extremely fast attack, but it didn't hit anything. Lu Tian was no longer there. Ye Guan turned and saw Lu Tian standing quietly 300 meters away from him on the right. Bolts of lightning crackled around him as he stared at Ye Guan in the distance. Thunderclap. A simplicity rank body cultivation technique, someone exclaimed. Imperial rank body cultivation techniques were rare and extremely powerful, but there were still ranks above the Imperial rank. The rank above Imperial was Divine, and Divine rank martial skills, Divine arts, Divine spells, techniques, and body cultivation techniques were even more formidable and rarer than techniques below Divine. Even the biggest organizations throughout the universe only had a few of them. Needless to say, simplicity rank techniques were even rarer than Divine. The Guanxian Academy was the only superpower capable of easily offering simplicity rank techniques. However, it was still extremely difficult to get a hold of them, even if one were a student of the main Guanxian Academy. The chosen one looked nonchalant as he cast his spells, but his spells were simplicity rank divine spells. He had even cast them complete mastery. The expressions of the sword sect disciples fell. Ye Guan had just joined the sword sect, so he still hadn't learned any of the sword sect's powerful sword techniques. In terms of techniques and cultivation realm, Ye Guan was truly at a major disadvantage. Ye Guan stared at the calm Lu Tian. If Lu Tian had perished under his instant death strike, the Guanxian Academy would have been doomed. How could someone who had received the support of the main Guanxian Academy die in just a single move? It would have been completely absurd. Lu Tian silently stared at Ye Guan. He took a step forward and opened his palm. A mysterious talisman appeared in his hand. However, Ye Guan had already vanished. A ray of sword light flashed across the stage. Ye Guan was obviously not going to sit and wait for Lu Tian to unleash his moves. Ye Guan's sword arrived in front of Lu Tian in the proverbial blink of an eye. It was a sword move that shattered the spacetime rules, so it was faster than Ye Guan's previous attack. However, a terrifying and inscrutable force enveloped Ye Guan's sword just as it was a few inches away from Lu Tian's face. The sword was suspended in midair and was soon restrained by countless strands of a mysterious and inscrutable energy. Heaven and earth energy. The faces of the sword sect's members changed. They were aware that Ye Guan's speed was his strongest aspect, but the chosen one had many different ways to deal with Ye Guan's speed. It was clear that the Guanxian Academy gave the chosen one a training regimen that focused on countering Ye Guan's speed. They believed that Ye Guan wasn't scary at all without his speed. Lu Tian balled his right hand into a fist and punched out. Boom! Ye Guan's sword was shattered. Good. A young man wearing a brocade robe sitting on the side of the martial department yelled, "Senior Lu Tian, you're invincible?" Invincible. The young man's words attracted countless gazes. The young man looked down at Ye Guan and scoffed. How dare he challenge the chosen one when he's so weak? What a joke. Cao Bai jumped down and entered the life or death stage. He pointed his sword at the young man wearing a brocade robe and said, "Come down here. Let's fight one-on-one." The face of the young man wearing a brocade robe changed. He glared at Cao Bai and said, "Your cultivation realm is higher than mine. Are you trying to bully someone weaker than you?" With that, a young man from the sword sect jumped down and entered the life or death stage. He looked at the young man wearing a brocade robe and said, "I'm in the same cultivation realm as you. Come down here, and let's fight." The face of the young man wearing a brocade robe turned ugly. The young swordsman frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Hurry up and come down." The young man wearing a brocade robe stared at the young swordsman and said, "Senior Lu Tian and Ye Guan are currently fighting. Do you really think that it's appropriate for you to challenge me right now?" The young swordsman sneered and asked, "Is this the kind of people the martial department produces?" The young swordsman and Cao Bai left the life or death stage. The students of the martial department grimaced. One of them pointed at the young man wearing a brocade robe and yelled, "He's not from our martial department." The students of the martial department froze. The same student glared at the young man wearing a brocade robe and asked, "Which department are you from?" The young man wearing a brocade robe replied, "We're all on the same team. We're all supporters of Senior Lu Tian." The student of the martial department shook his head and said, "You're right, but you just embarrassed us all. Senior Lu Tian is strong, but Ye Guan isn't weak at all. You shouldn't praise someone by belittling others. There's no point in sucking up to Senior Lu Tian brainlessly like that. The students of the martial department will never belittle people like what you did, as it would only make others look down on us." The face of the young man wearing a brocade robe darkened, but he didn't say anything in response. So, the student of the martial department glared at him and said, "Scram. Stop pretending like you're one of us." The other students of the martial department glared sinisterly at the young man wearing a brocade robe. He wanted to say something, but Wu Ming glared at him as well and roared, "Get lost." The young man's face turned even uglier, but he didn't dare to say anything. He turned around and helplessly ran away. The students of the martial department were not happy about what the young man had done. They disliked the sword sect's overbearingness, but they abhorred people without bottom lines. In addition, the students of the martial department were now staring at Ye Guan in a new light. He had defeated Wu Ming, but he was benevolent enough to spare Wu Ming's life. Ye Guan was still their opponent, but they respected him in their hearts. Wu Ming wordlessly watched the battle between Ye Guan and Lu Tian. Lu Tian destroyed Ye Guan's sword and stepped forward. Thunder roared beneath his feet as a terrifying lightning bolt emerged from a rift in space and flew toward Ye Guan. Crackle! Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. His figure flashed, and he retreated 100 meters away. However, he wasn't idle while retreating. He had sent a flying sword toward Lu Tian while moving away. Roar! A dragon's roar accompanied the sword as it made a beeline for Lu Tian. Dragon's roar? The sword was just a few inches away from Lu Tian's forehead, but it couldn't move anymore. The heaven and earth energy had suppressed Ye Guan's sword once more, but Ye Guan wasn't disheartened. He stepped forward and sent another sword. Phoenix's cry? Swing! Phoenix's cry pierced the space in front of Lu Tian, and the energy protecting the latter quivered violently as it took the brunt of the attack. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. Lu Tian's heaven and earth force was powerful, but it wasn't invincible. Ye Guan stepped forward once more, and multiple swords made out of sword energy manifested around Lu Tian, trapping him in place. Under everyone's gazes, the flying swords rained down on Lu Tian. Clang! 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 Lu Tian's heaven and earth force trembled beneath the rain of swords, and cracks appeared on its surface. It was about to shatter. The onlookers standing on Lu Tian's side stared at the scene with heavy looks. Anger flashed past Lu Tian's eyes. He flipped his right hand, and a mysterious talisman flew out. 1,000-meter-long lightning bolt descended and made a beeline for Ye Guan. Swoosh! Ye Guan's figure blurred, and he vanished. Everyone thought that he had decided to retreat, but he made a break for Lu Tian instead. Most martial skills were useless against Ye Guan because of his extreme speed, and Ye Guan had proved once again that he truly specialized in speed as he arrived in front of Lu Tian in the blink of an eye and thrust his sword toward the latter. Boom! The protection of the heaven and earth force collapsed, but the 1,000-meter-long lightning bolt finally descended. Crackle! The 1,000-meter-long lightning bolt struck the stage, and a wave of electric current swept across the stage, enveloping both Ye Guan and Lu Tian. The hearts of every onlooker pounded madly against their chests. Buzz! A buzzing noise reverberated as a ray of sword light streaked across the stage. Crackle! There were lightning bolts and sword lights everywhere as the two frantically retreated. They only stopped when they were about 300 meters away from each other. Swing! Swing! However, Ye Guan obviously had no plans of giving Lu Tian any time to breathe as his two swords flew toward Lu Tian just as he had stopped retreating. A cold glint flashed past Lu Tian's eyes. He pointed at the two swords, and two lightning bolts flew toward the swords. Crackle! The lightning bolts and the swords collided with each other, creating a dazzling explosion that made even the chains around the life or death stage quiver, even though they had been strengthened to accommodate Ye Guan and Lu Tian's fight. Ye Guan stared deeply at the chosen one. He had to admit that Lu Tian's strength had improved by leaps and bounds since they fought on the Zongtu Divine Continent. The Guanqian Academy's facilities and resources were indeed on a whole new level. Lu Tian glared at Ye Guan and raised both of his hands. Cracks appeared in the 300-meter-long space between them. The entire world was rendered monochrome as a terrifying and inscrutable pressure pervaded the space. The onlookers' faces changed at the sight. He's about to execute an ultimate move? The Sword Sect members stared with grim looks at Lu Tian. They also believed that Lu Tian was about to unleash an ultimate divine spell a tier above simplicity. Lu Tian was channeling the power of heaven and earth with his divine spell. However, Ye Guan remained calm in the face of the horrifying power of heaven and earth. He closed his eyes slowly, and the two swords hovering next to him quivered ever so slightly as he entered the state of man and sword unification. Little Pagoda suddenly asked, "Are you not going to use the path sword?" Ye Guan frowned and asked, "Master Pagoda, do you really think that a random Tom, Dick, and Harry is worthy of me using the path sword?" Little Pagoda was at a complete loss for words. The path sword within Ye Guan let out a resonant hum and trembled violently. The path sword shrieked sharply, and the noise it generated was so loud that both heaven and earth quivered upon hearing the path sword. The heaven and earth force around Lu Tian vanished without a trace. The most terrifying part was that spider web-like cracks had formed between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned, even Ye Guan. He hadn't done anything. The path sword moved by itself. Little Pagoda sounded impressed as he said, "You're great at bootlicking." It was clear that the path sword was overjoyed upon hearing Ye Guan's words, and it couldn't help but show off. Of course, the path sword hadn't used the full extent of its prowess. Otherwise, both heaven and earth know, the entire universe would have split open beneath its might. Lu Tian was stunned. "Are you fucking kidding me?" He was shaken. He didn't expect that the mere humming of Ye Guan's sword would wipe out his accumulated heaven and earth power. The chains around the life or death stage also failed to completely suppress Ye Guan's sword. Ye Guan's sword had only let out a resonant hum, but it shook the entire world. Has he become a great sword sovereign? Lu Tian's face darkened. That's impossible, but, can a sword sovereign's sword really generate such a powerful sword hum? That's impossible as well. Ye Guan is just an earth lore realm cultivator, so there's no way he's already a great sword sovereign. Many different thoughts popped up in Lu Tian's mind as he stared at Ye Guan. His heart was gripped by extreme confusion. It's fine if Ye Guan is just a sword sovereign, but it's a different story if Ye Guan has become a great sword sovereign? Everyone looked at Ye Guan in disbelief. They all thought the same as Lu Tian. Ye Guan remained silent as he felt embarrassed. The path sword had put him between a rock and a hard place by showing off its might. The onlookers were definitely convinced that what had transpired just now was his doing. There was no way they would believe him, even if he were to tell them that his path sword was the one that had made the move, not him. Ye Guan was also stupefied by the might that the path sword had revealed. Indeed, the path sword was a terrifying sword. It hadn't done anything other than release a resonant hum, but its sword hum alone was already so terrifying. Unfortunately, it also became clear to Ye Guan that the path sword was better at using itself than Ye Guan using it. How could a sword be so overpowered? At the thought, Ye Guan was convinced that his plain-skirt ant's prowess had to be beyond his imagination. Fuck. Master Pagoda fooled me again? What great sword sovereign? Plain-skirt ant is definitely stronger than great sword sovereigns? Master Pagoda is so shameless, and he only knows how to fool me? Little Pagoda was speechless as well. He didn't want the path sword to show off its might recklessly, as it could destroy both heaven and earth if it got even a bit careless in controlling its strength. However, Little Pagoda couldn't really do anything about the path sword. He didn't even dare to talk back to it, not to mention scolding it. Who could withstand the path sword without plain-skirt destiny to restrain it? The disciples of the sword sect were stupefied. Junior disciple Ye Guan is actually a great sword sovereign? How did he manage to hide it so well? Some of them were doubtful, but most of them were already jumping for joy. Great sword sovereign? He's so fucking awesome, shouted a sword sect disciple. The students of the martial department stared at the life or death stage with sour faces. Ye Guan is already a great sword sovereign? He's so young? How come he's already a great sword sovereign? Is he cheating? Ye Guan remained silent. I'm doomed. I showed them strength that doesn't even belong to me. They'll think that I'm stronger than I actually am. Fuck. I'm going to be so embarrassed once they find out that I'm not actually a great sword sovereign. Swoosh. The head military official suddenly appeared on the stage. Swoosh. Chen Guanzi instantly appeared next to Ye Guan, and he calmly stared at the head military official. The head military official stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, "There are still 2 months left until the death match. In 2 months, you two shall fight here again, and it'll be a fight to the death." The head military official disappeared with Lu Tian. He didn't even wait for Ye Guan's response. Ye Guan frowned. He was obviously unhappy at the interruption. Chen Guanzi suddenly said, "The Guanxian guards have surrounded us, so there's no point in trying to chase after him and force the match to continue." Ye Guan was silent. Chen Guanzi added, "Let's return to the sword sect." Ye Guan nodded and said, "All right." With that, Chen Guanzi and Ye Guan hopped onto their swords and rushed to the skies. The other disciples of the sword sect followed suit and disappeared into the horizon. A great sword sovereign. Ao Qianqian grinned brightly while staring at the horizon. It didn't matter whether Ye Guan was actually a great sword sovereign or not. What mattered the most was everyone's thoughts. The people were convinced that Ye Guan was a great sword sovereign, so he had to be a great sword sovereign. He had already convinced everyone, so who would believe him even if he said that he wasn't a great sword sovereign? The excitement was palpable on the faces of the powerhouses of the ancient heavenly dragon clan behind Ao Qianqian. At first, they were confused as to why Ao Qianqian had chosen to stand on Ye Guan's side. However, they were no longer confused. In fact, they were awed by their young clan leader's insight and wisdom. What a young great sword sovereign! He must have broken great sword sovereign Ye Yu's record as well. What a talented young man! The difference between Ye Guan's background and the Chosen One's background was like the difference between earth and heaven, so they were quite displeased about Ao Qianqian's decision to support Ye Guan. However, things would surely change now that Ye Guan had the sword sect's support. The sword sect was the #1 sect of the universe. In other words, the Chosen One's supporters wouldn't dare to play any underhanded tricks anymore. They wouldn't be able to bully Ye Guan anymore by sending powerhouses after him. The sword sect would definitely retaliate against those daring enough to bully Ye Guan now that he had become a disciple of the sword sect. The battle between the Chosen One and Ye Guan had virtually spread throughout the entire universe by now, so such dirty tricks would only earn the scorn of the universe. The martial department would also not let anyone intervene using dirty tricks. The sword sect and the martial department were at odds with each other, but the martial department wasn't filled with brainless people. They also had a bottom line. If the Chosen One were to use his status to suppress Ye Guan like what the Yin clan had done, the martial department would definitely speak up in protest. In other words, the Chosen One had no choice but to fight Ye Guan fair and square. The news about how Ye Guan had already become a great sword sovereign spread like wildfire throughout the universe, and the Guanxian report brought much hype to the topic as well. The headlines of the Guanxian report said the most powerful swordsman after the sword master. Ye Guan quickly became a widely acclaimed figure throughout the Guanxian universe. A young man was sitting in a noodle shop in a certain city within the Guanxian universe. He was wearing a black robe, and his long hair draped over his shoulders as he enjoyed a bowl of noodles. He looked exhausted, and the dull gleam in his eyes showed the hardships he had endured. The people around him fervently discussed the battle between Ye Guan and the Chosen One. They were particularly excited to mention Ye Guan's status as a great sword sovereign. He was so young, but he was already a great sword sovereign. Everyone's blood would boil upon hearing of such a young great sword sovereign. However, the highlight of their discussion was still the fact that the opponent of the youngest great sword sovereign in history was the chosen one. They would have a death match in 2 months, and the people couldn't stop talking about it. The young man suddenly put down his bowl and got up. He looked excited as he walked down the streets. Teacher, brother Ye Guan is already a great sword sovereign. The young man was none other than Ye Qing. A mysterious voice echoed in his head. He's a monstrous talent. His talent is not at all inferior to the sword master. Ye Qing took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He said resolutely, Teacher, I have to work even harder. Why? Do you feel motivated now? Ye Qing nodded and replied, Brother Ye Guan is extremely talented, and I don't want to be left behind, so I have to work even harder. One day, I want to be strong enough to fight next to him. The mysterious voice said, Go ahead and find the 5th law. Once you find all 9, you'll become qualified to cultivate the eternal astral body. At that point, you'll be strong enough to stand toe-to-toe against him in a fight, even if he's a great sword sovereign. Ye Qing smiled wryly and said, I would really love to exchange a few moves with Brother Ye Guan by then. You can do it by then, said the mysterious voice. Ye Qing nodded and said, For now, I want to master the space-time laws. The mysterious voice asked, Why? Ye Qing explained in a low voice, The chosen one has too many supporters, while Brother Ye Guan only has the sword sect behind him. I'm thinking of supporting him once I've mastered the space-time laws. It'll be great if the chosen one fights Brother Ye Guan fair and square, but if he dares to use dirty tricks like what the Yin clan had done, I won't let it slide. With that, Ye Qing's figure blurred, and he disappeared into the horizon. Meanwhile, a young man was at the summit of a mountain in Sky Spirit Paradise. He was holding a copy of the Guanxian report. The young man was none other than Xiao Ji. He had departed the upper realm for the Guanxian universe, and he luckily became a member of the Sky Spirit Paradise. The Sky Spirit Paradise was second only to Time Paradise among the 9 great paradises. Xiao Ji shook his head and laughed. It is truly shocking that Brother Ye is already a great sword sovereign. Xiao Ji felt helpless. They were still on par with each other not too long ago, but in the blink of an eye, the gap between them had widened into a massive chasm. Ye Guan had become so powerful that the thought of exchanging moves with Ye Guan alone made him feel hopeless. After a few moments, however, Xiao Ji shook his head and laughed. The hopelessness went away and was replaced with joy. He was genuinely happy for Ye Guan. Xiao Ji soon got up and left. His plan was to cultivate for now until it was time for him to head to the Guanxian Academy and stand on Ye Guan's side. Even if Ye Guan no longer considered him his brother because of the disparity between them, Xiao Ji would still treat Ye Guan as his brother. Danzhou. An old man in the Immortal Treasures Pavilion Danzhou branch abruptly stood up. He was none other than Old Fu. He had been exiled from Qingzhou and was forced to toil here for the Immortal Treasures Pavilion as punishment. A Guanxian report was in his hands, and he schemed through it once more before muttering excitedly, Young Lord Ye is awesome, he's too awesome. It seems that I truly have a good eye for people. Haha. Old Fu was no longer depressed. He had gotten punished, but it turned out that he had been right all along. Those capable of catching his eyes had always turned out to be amazing people. Old Fu suddenly recalled something, which made him curse furiously. Those bastards aren't just bastards, they're a bunch of blind bastards. Meanwhile, the old tower keeper of the profound tower flew into the air and boisterously laughed upon finding out that Ye Guan had become a great sword sovereign. Fuck, yes. I made the right gamble? I knew it. That little bastard was truly not just an ordinary bastard. It hasn't been that long since he stepped foot on the Guanxian universe, but he's already a great sword sovereign. What an amazing young man! The tower keeper jumped for joy for a long time, and he took out 2 portraits once he was done. One of the 2 portraits depicted the sword master and Ye Guan, while the other depicted Ye Guan. He stared at them for quite a while before muttering, they really look alike. Young Lord Ye really resembles the sword master and pavilion master Qin. What if he's their son? The entire universe was talking about Ye Guan, and his reputation had long exceeded the chosen one's reputation. However, the talk of the universe was sitting near the entrance of a great hall. He stared wordlessly at the path sword in front of him. You set me up? What am I going to do now? At this point, I have no choice but to become a great sword sovereign in 2 months. Otherwise, it will be really embarrassing. Ha! Ye Guan inwardly lampooned. He was truly having a difficult time. Sigh. Ye Guan sighed to himself. He was truly having a difficult time. Great sword sovereign? He was a quasi-great sword sovereign, so he knew that it wasn't so easy to just take the next step and become a full-fledged great sword sovereign. The most glaring issue here was that he felt like he was carrying the weight of 1,000 mountains. At this point, he had to become a great sword sovereign whether he liked it or not. The path sword trembled slightly as if it were trying to say something. Ye Guan blinked and suddenly said, I understand. Little Pagoda suddenly asked, wait, you can understand it? Ye Guan nodded and said, yes. Little Pagoda was a little curious, so he asked, what did it say? Ye Guan's expression changed to that of a serious look as he replied, it told me that I should ask you for help and that you should give me martial skills and techniques that are at least simplicity rank. You're full of shit, said Little Pagoda. You and your father are terrible. Little Pagoda abruptly shut his mouth. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Master Pagoda, was my father a terrible person? He asked. No, said Little Pagoda. No, he's not a good person at all. Ye Guan thought for a while before saying, Master Pagoda, how do I become a great sword sovereign? After a long moment of silence, Little Pagoda finally replied, you shouldn't think of the sword Dao in that manner. One sword Dao only improves through comprehension and enlightenment rather than absorbing enough profound energy to make breakthroughs. One must not have any obsession or distractions in their heart. One's heart and mind must be calm, and one must not be easily affected by worldly affairs. One must stay true to their Dao, or one will never become invincible. That sounds great, Master Pagoda, Ye Guan said before adding, the senior who told you that must be a true powerhouse. Little Pagoda unconsciously blurted out, indeed, she's pretty. Fortunately, Little Pagoda caught himself in time. Fuck. I fell into his trap again. Ye Guan laughed, but he didn't say anything anymore. He calmed down and pondered over Little Pagoda's words. One sword Dao only improves through comprehension and enlightenment rather than absorbing enough profound energy to make breakthroughs. Meanwhile, the mysterious voice in the tiny pagoda said, the path sword is truly capable of ruining his mindset. Little Pagoda replied, I have no comments whatsoever. The mysterious voice laughed and said, it's fine. He's such a wonderful person, and he's very disciplined as well. He still hasn't gotten complacent despite owning a powerful divine sword like the path sword. In fact, he has even reflected on himself and has been constantly improving. He is indeed an extremely rare seedling. Are you saying that because you want to take him in as your disciple? Asked Little Pagoda. The mysterious voice was silent for a long time before saying, he's already on the path to invincibility. So what? Little Pagoda smiled and said, you can still teach him a thing or two. Have you still not realized that only his aunt is qualified to teach him? Asked the mysterious voice. Little Pagoda fell silent at that. Ye Guanzi was reading the Guanxian report in the south garden of the main Guanxian Academy. Soon, she put the Guanxian report down and leaned in her lounge chair with closed eyes. A light breeze blew the corners of her skirt up slightly. An old woman was standing next to Ye Guanzi. Who would have thought that he would become a great sword sovereign in such a short amount of time? Ye Guanzi smiled, but she didn't reply. The old woman made a sidelong glance at Ye Guanzi and said, my lady, do you really think that Ye Guan will win? Ye Guanzi calmly asked back, has the sword master suffered any defeat? The old woman was stunned. Ye Guanzi laughed and answered her own question, yes, he has suffered defeat, but not at the hands of someone as young as Ye Guan. Ye Guanzi paused and opened her eyes. The sunlight was blinding, so she closed them back before continuing. So what? Who said that the chosen one isn't allowed to lose? Lu Tian thinks that he can't afford to lose because of the overwhelming power of the previous chosen ones. Unfortunately, such a mindset is akin to an obsession. It is an inner demon. The old woman muttered, he's still the chosen one. Ye Guanzi remained calm as she said, his status as the chosen one is a double-edged sword. He'll become invincible if he were to use it correctly, but using it in the wrong way is equivalent to self-sabotage. The chosen one's mental state had already suffered an injury during that battle against young Lord Ye on the Zongtu Divine Continent. How come, you ask? It is all because he felt that he shouldn't have lost, which created a demon in his heart. In other words, young Lord Ye has become his inner demon. Ye Guanzi paused. She shook her head slightly before saying, his inner demon forced him to declare that only one of them can continue living in this world. It is unfortunate, but the chosen one only has two choices if he wants to get rid of his inner demon, surrender to Ye Guan and face his own flaws fearlessly and with sincerity, or kill young Lord Ye. The old woman remained silent. Ye Guanzi said softly, he chose the latter, and he ended up pushing himself to the edge of a cliff. He has to defeat Ye Guan to reach the heavens, otherwise, he will remain mediocre throughout his life. Who are you rooting for? The old woman asked Ye Guanzi. Ye Guanzi immediately answered, young Lord Ye. The old woman frowned and asked, why? Ye Guanzi chuckled and asked, do you remember the first time I fought him? Of course, said the old woman with a nod. Ye Guanzi said, I won, but he wasn't indignant, nor did he get discouraged by his defeat. He humbled himself and asked me for advice. His actions told me that he isn't particularly focused on winning or losing. Winning is great, but he thinks that it's okay to lose as well. The old woman was confused. Why would losing be okay? One has to lose to recognize their shortcomings and flaws, Ye Guan explained. If he was convinced that he was already invincible, why would he continue becoming even stronger? Those at the summit of their own path are lonely people, and they do not want people to think that they are invincible, as they want to lose as well. Those who are truly strong have the same way of thinking, and young Lord Ye had exhibited the same mentality as them. And the chosen one does not have that mentality, asked the old woman. Ye Guanzi said, the chosen one's status is special. He's so special that he feels that defeat is unacceptable. However, he's not the only one who thinks that way. The entire universe thinks that way as well. Ye Guanzi frowned upon saying that, seemingly worried about something. I'm actually worried about his supporters. The old woman sounded confused as she asked, what about them? Ye Guanzi explained, a huge group of people are supporting the chosen one, and I'm sure that they do not want to see the chosen one's defeat. What will happen to them if the chosen one fails to defeat Ye Guan? The Immortal Treasures Pavilion, the Milky Way clan, and the Future clan are standing on the chosen one's side, and the vested interests of many people are on the chosen one's shoulders as well. In other words, they won't let the chosen one lose. The old woman's face turned ugly. Are they really going to pull any dirty tricks? If they were to do that in the middle of the battle, it would be a blatant disrespect to everyone involved and a clear disregard of the laws. Ye Guan calmly explained, you have no idea just what kind of people they are. I'm sure they're willing to do anything, as the stakes are so high. I think they might even stage a rebellion, not to mention pulling a dirty trick or two. The old woman hurriedly shook his head and said, the academy will instantly suppress them, so why would they dare to stage a rebellion? Ye Guan said, the chosen one's status is special. He has the Sword Master's Dao imprint, so it won't be that difficult to justify a rebellion if they are forced to do such a thing. The committee won't let that happen. What if there are committee members on the chosen one's side? The old woman froze and went silent. Ye Guan continued, actually, the biggest factor here is the support of the 4 great aristocratic clans. He can just suppress the committee and take control of the academy using the 4 great aristocratic clans' help. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion is on his side as well, so they won't have any issues when it comes to manpower and money. Ye Guan sat up straight before saying, if the Gu clan and the Yu clan choose to stand on the chosen one's side, he'll have a 90% chance of becoming the next academy master. 90%, said the old woman before asking, why not 100? Ye Guan wryly said, the sword master can appear and refuse to hand the position over to him. Senior King Kaio might also wake up and refuse to acknowledge him as the next academy master. The old woman chuckled bitterly. It had been many years since those two had shown up with their true bodies rather than just their wills. I'm sure Lu Tian will do his best to earn the support of the 4 great aristocratic clans. If he succeeds, it's over, said Ye Guan. With that, she stood up and turned around to leave. Where are you going? Asked the old woman. Ye Guan said, I'm going to visit young Lord Ye and tell him everything he needs to know. The old woman stiffened and went silent. Ye Guan was about to take a step out of the south garden, but a terrifying aura locked onto her. A black-robed old man appeared in front of her and said, Representative Ye, you're not allowed to leave the south garden without explicit permission from the committee. Ye Guan slowly balled her right hand into a fist. The old man hurriedly said, Representative Ye, Committee Head Li has no ill intentions toward you. I suggest you don't do this. Otherwise, your enemies will have the justification to mete out a more severe punishment to you. The old man quickly left after saying his piece. Ye Guan turned to look at the old woman and said, Tell young Lord Ye to come here and meet me. The old woman obliged and said, Okay. She then left to carry out Ye Guan's orders. A hint of worry flashed past Ye Guan's eyes. The bad blood between Ye Guan and the chosen one had blown up. Ye Guan had a bad history with the aristocratic family and the great clan factions of the main Guanxian Academy, so they would definitely not support him. However, if those factions went all in and declared their stance, they would definitely not let Ye Guan defeat the chosen one in their upcoming battle. The profit they stood to gain from ensuring the chosen one's victory was definitely enough for them to do just about anything. The sword master hadn't shown up with his true body in over 30 million years as well, which emboldened them. As usual, Li Banzi was busy dealing with the affairs of the Guanxian committee. She was the committee head, after all, and she had many things to do every day. Old Zhang approached her. He bowed slightly before saying, Is the committee not going to suppress it? Li Banzi smiled and asked, How do we suppress it? Old Zhang fell silent. We can't suppress it. Li Banzi shook her head and explained, Lu Tian has been consistently gathering supporters since he arrived at the Guanxian Academy. His motives are clear. He wants to become the next academy master. The motives of the factions and people behind him are clear as well. They want to rise and become even more powerful, and they've chosen to stand on the chosen one's side because of the massive profits they stand to gain. The Sword Master has even created a precedent by helping many families and clans rise in power as he established the Guanxian Academy. Lu Tian has many supporters. It is bad news for the committee. Old Zhang trailed off. He made a sidelong glance at Li Banzi before asking, Should we recall a batch of Guanxian guards and Dao soldiers from the Suhen battlefield? Li Banzi smiled slightly and reassured him, I have my own plans, so don't worry. Just do your job. Old Zhang hesitated for quite a while, but he eventually left without saying anything. Left all alone, Li Banzi took out a portrait of Ye Guan. She stared at it for a very long time before turning to look outside the window and muttering, He is indeed an extremely talented young man. It's great that he's doing well. She tied her hair up, and white strands of hair briefly appeared. She chuckled lightly and said, I've been protecting this world for you for such a long time, it's about time it ends. She rolled the portrait up and put it away. The light in her eyes turned cold as she said, Pass my orders to Chief Yu. I want him to bring the strongest members of the Shadow Department back to the main academy. Tell them that they have to come back to welcome their new king. Make sure to hide this from those factions. An old man vanished into thin air to carry out Li Banzi's orders. They were going to welcome their new king and quell the strife within the academy. There were thousands of huge mountains behind the sword sect's floating mountain. They were huddled together and stretched on for as far as the eye could see. The vastness of the mountain range made it a magnificent and wondrous sight. Dawn. Ye Guan was standing at the edge of a cliff behind floating mountain. He looked around and saw that the mountain range was being submerged in a sea of clouds. The mountains bobbled up and down, and one could hear the sound of metal clashing against metal from every mountain. The rising red sun vanquished the sea of clouds. It was peaceful and quiet. Little Pagoda's words yesterday had really struck a chord in him. One's sword Dao only improves through comprehension and enlightenment rather than absorbing enough profound energy to make breakthroughs. A swordsman couldn't have any obsessions, as obsessions create inner demons. Some could subdue their inner demons and use them as the impetus for their rise, but most would get consumed and bound by their inner demons. They would get stuck in a prison in their hearts and wouldn't be able to come out of it until they die. Ye Guan smiled. He had finally figured it out. The path to the summit of cultivation was like climbing a mountain. The higher one's altitude, the harder the journey would become. Naturally, they would encounter many hardships along the way, especially against their own mental demons. A cultivator had to be careful at all times, or their hearts would give birth to inner demons that would bring them down to the abyss. One had to be calm and stay true to oneself. Let oneself go and become as calm as a placid lake. Ye Guan closed his eyes and opened his palms. The light breeze caressed him lightly, and it made him feel refreshed. Ye Guan suddenly heard footsteps approaching him. He opened his eyes and found Chen Guanzi, first senior brother. Ye Guan greeted. Chen Guanzi examined Ye Guan from top to bottom and nodded in approval. Do not think too much into it. Be calm, he said. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly and said, Senior brother, you can tell. Chen Guanzi nodded. He was the only one who could tell that Ye Guan was still a sword sovereign, and it was all because he was on the cusp of becoming a great sword sovereign. In other words, he was the most familiar with what Ye Guan was going through at the moment. He was afraid that the pressure would become too much for Ye Guan to bear, which would give birth to mental demons, so he decided to come here and give Ye Guan advice. Fortunately, it seemed that Ye Guan was in great condition. It's a great thing he's okay, Chen Guanzi said. Follow me. He turned around and left. Ye Guan followed closely behind him. Every swordsman would bow toward Chen Guanzi upon seeing him. It wouldn't take a genius to deduce that Chen Guanzi was truly a beloved disciple of the sword sect. Chen Guanzi brought Ye Guan to a deep spot in the mountains. They had walked for a long period of time before they finally stopped in their tracks. Ye Guan looked far in the distance and was surprised to see swords standing upright, stuck in the ground. Chen Guanzi explained, We're in the sword tomb. The swords here were left behind by our sword sect ancestors. Disciples of the sword sect may come here and try to take these swords with them along with the inheritance within them. Ye Guan asked, The ancestors? Chen Guanzi nodded and said, They're dead. Ye Guan looked around and reckoned that there were at least 1,000,000 swords here. There were many divine-grade swords and quite a few simplicity-grade swords in the tomb. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Ye Guan was shocked. We're at a tomb of 1,000,000 swordsmen. A forlorn light flashed past Chen Guanzi's eyes as he swept his gaze across the swords. Yes, he replied. Ye Guan asked, Sahen world. Chen Guanzi nodded and explained, the Sahen world claims the lives of many sword sect disciples every year since that war 30 million years ago. Chen Guanzi walked over to a huge boulder. There were 8 swords sticking out of the boulder. He crouched in front of the boulder and caressed it lightly before saying, Senior brother, senior sister, I'm here. Little Guanzi is here to see you guys. Ye Guan quietly stared at the 8 swords. Chen Guanzi's back was facing Ye Guan, so Ye Guan didn't see that tears had fallen down Chen Guanzi's eyes. After a long time, Chen Guanzi said softly, I used to be the youngest and the weakest disciple of the sword sect, but now, I've become the strongest disciple of the sword sect's younger generation. Ye Guan remained silent. Chen Guanzi slowly got up. He didn't turn around as he said, Junior brother yet, you may take any sword that you like here. You can also come here to train whenever you feel like it. The swords here are accompanied by their owner's sword intent. You can communicate with them and learn things from them. You're one of us, so our ancestors will take care of you. He opened his palm, and a storage ring floated over to Ye Guan. The storage ring astonishingly contained 30 million immortal spiritual crystals. Chen Guanzi said, No one can do anything to you as long as you remain here in the sword sect. If you ever get disturbed, it means that the disciples of the sword sect have been annihilated. With that, Chen Guanzi hopped onto his sword and disappeared into the horizon. Ye Guan felt warm all over as he stared at the floating storage ring. After a long while, he put the storage ring away and walked toward the sword tomb with his eyes closed. Chen Guanzi was right, the swords contained sword intent. Each and every sword had its own unique sword intent. The swords remained silent even after sensing Ye Guan's arrival. Ye Guan stopped in his tracks. He bowed deeply and paid his respects. My name is Ye Guan, and I am a disciple of the sword sect. I pay my respects to all of you, senior brothers and senior sisters. He received not a single response. Soon, the swords trembled, and strands of sword intent rose and enveloped Ye Guan. Ye Guan responded by taking a step forward and opening his palm, revealing his own powerful sword intent. His sword intent as a sword sovereign rose to the skies. Ye Guan bowed deeply once more and said, Ye Guan greets my fellow senior brothers and sisters. Boom! The sword tomb trembled violently as countless sword intent surged toward Ye Guan and engulfed him in an instant. Ye Guan closed his eyes as he basked in the multitudinous sword intent. Sword Dao inheritance? He already had his own sword Dao inheritance, but his plain-skirt ant's sword inheritance was too profound for him to appreciate and understand. On the contrary, he would benefit greatly if he were to receive the sword inheritances of the swords here. The owners of these swords were sword immortals, at the very least, but there were countless sword sovereigns as well. Of course, there were also quite a few great sword sovereigns. Their knowledge of the sword Dao was priceless to the current Ye Guan. The sword intent of the swords entered Ye Guan's sea of consciousness like a deluge. He clearly felt the sword Dao of the sword sect ancestors, and they showed everything to Ye Guan without any reservations. Ye Guan sat down cross-legged to digest the sword dao of the sword sect ancestors. He had been cultivating the sword dao using his own understanding, as his master Pagoda only knew how to fool people. In other words, Ye Guan's knowledge of the sword dao was basic and shallow. It was the reason Ye Guan had been wanting to meet other swordsmen. He wanted to know just how they had interpreted the sword dao, and it was the reason he had decided to visit the sword sect. He really wanted to have a deeper understanding of the sword dao, and he knew that he had to learn from others if he wanted to become a powerful swordsman. Time passed, and Ye Guan eventually developed a new understanding of the sword dao. Little Pagoda couldn't help but ask, "What do you think? Can he make a breakthrough and become a great sword sovereign?" The mysterious voice replied, "I think it's going to be difficult. Knowledge isn't enough to cross that chasm, but it is possible if he manages to assimilate all the knowledge he just obtained while staying true to his own dao and sword dao." Little Pagoda asked softly, "Stay true to his own dao?" "Yes," said the mysterious voice. Little Pagoda was silent. The mysterious voice explained, "It can't be helped because he has already formed his own dao. Right now, he needs to learn from others, but he has to stay true to his own dao. In other words, he needs to have what martial artists call a resolute dao heart. If he succeeds, it won't be too difficult for him to become a great sword sovereign. Otherwise, he will get influenced by the dao of other people, just like what happened to your young master. I remember that he even had to start from square one just to create his own resolute dao heart, am I right?" "I think." Little Pagoda muttered, "I believe that he'll stay true to his own dao." "I think so, too," said the mysterious voice. "His heart is as solid as a boulder. I doubt the sword dao of others are capable of influencing him." "That's true." Little Pagoda nodded before admitting, "Actually, I'm more worried about his bloodline," Little Pagoda said. The mysterious voice asked with curiosity, "Bloodline?" Little Pagoda explained worriedly, "I thought Ji Xian and Nailan Ji's death would awaken his bloodline, but it didn't happen. He really is different from his father and grandfather. He's so calm that I'm getting worried about just what kind of monster will appear once his bloodline has awakened. You know that the quietest and kindest people are often the scariest people once they're pissed off, right?" The mysterious voice fell silent. Little Pagoda sighed before continuing. "There aren't many people capable of suppressing the mad demon bloodline, and I'm really nervous because we're talking about that brat here." "Don't worry," said the mysterious voice. "I'll suppress him by then." Little Pagoda was shocked. "Are you sure?" "What?" the mysterious voice retorted, "do you have a better idea?" Little Pagoda couldn't retort at all. The head military official stood quietly at a certain mountain peak. Lu Tian was standing next to him. The head military official stared deeply at Lu Tian and asked, "Are you still confident about defeating Ye Guan now that he has become a great sword sovereign?" After a moment of silence, Lu Tian replied, "I can put up a good fight." He could put up a good fight, but he didn't dare to say that he would definitely win. The head military official was silent for a long time. "We must acquire the support of the 4 great aristocratic clans," Lu Tian remarked. "The 4 great aristocratic clans have yet to make a stance. They're waiting to see what's going to happen. I'm sure they're going to support the winner in my fight against Ye Guan." The head military official nodded. "I agree, tutor," said Lu Tian before asking, "Do you have any solutions?" The head military official turned to Lu Tian and opened his palm, revealing a white jade bottle. "Do you know what's in here?" he asked. Lu Tian shook his head with eyes full of curiosity. "The sword master's blood is in this jade bottle." Lu Tian's jaw dropped to the floor as he stood frozen and silent. The head military official explained, "The sword master left behind a few drops of his blood during the Great War at Suhen many years ago. His blood was distributed to a few demonic beasts as a reward for participating in the battle. The sword master's blood is capable of enhancing the bloodline of just about anyone out there. My ancestor managed to get a drop of the sword master's blood by a stroke of luck." Tutor. Lu Tian caught on to what the head military official was saying, and he stared at the latter in shock. "You." The head military official stared at Lu Tian and said, "The sword master's dao imprint isn't enough for you to acquire the support of the 4 great aristocratic clans. You need to have the mad demon bloodline." Lu Tian's voice was trembling as he asked, "Tutor, are you asking me to impersonate the sword master's descendant?" The head military official nodded. Lu Tian was stupefied. The head military official stared deeply at Lu Tian and said, "Those capable of achieving great things aren't worried about such trivial matters. The academy is divided, and it will continue to weaken until it is revitalized. You're the chosen one of this generation, and it is your responsibility to revitalize the academy." Lu Tian cupped his fist, but he didn't say anything in response. The head military official continued, "The academy master seat is guaranteed to be yours with the support of the 4 great aristocratic clans. Even if Ye Guan defeats you, the position will still be yours, and no one can challenge you." Lu Tian's eyes narrowed, but he still didn't say anything in response. The head military official added, "It's your duty to revitalize the Guanxian Academy and unite the entire universe as the chosen one of this generation, and who has never used any means to achieve great things." Lu Tian closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes and stared resolutely at the head military official before saying, "I understand." The head military official nodded and said, "Your blood vessels aren't strong enough to withstand this mad demon blood, even though it's just a drop. I will use a secret method to blend this drop of blood with your current bloodline, and then I will seal it. I'll give you an incantation that you can recite in your mind to stimulate it when necessary. Other people will be able to sense the drop of mad demon blood in your veins once you've stimulated it. Lu Tian nodded. All right. The head military official swung his sleeve, and a drop of blood flew out of the white jade bottle and struck Lu Tian. Lu Tian's eyes shot wide open. A wave of excruciating pain struck him, and he felt like his body was about to explode anytime soon. The head military official hurriedly used his secret method, and Lu Tian immediately felt better. After a long while, the head military official said, "Use the stimulating art." The chosen one nodded and chanted the stimulating art. His skin soon gave off a faint red glow. The chosen one was stupefied to find that he was indeed giving off the aura of the mad demon bloodline. The head military official nodded slightly and said, "Yes, that's good enough." Lu Tian asked worriedly, "Are you sure that no one will suspect anything?" The head military official chuckled and said, "You're the chosen one, and you possess the Sword Master's Dao imprint. Who would dare to suspect you now that you've awakened the mad demon bloodline as well?" Lu Tian nodded slightly and no longer said a word. The head military official continued, "I've already contacted a few powerful clans and families, and they've agreed to support you. The Milky Way clan and the Future clan have also agreed to send their powerhouses to the main academy. Of course, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion has also offered to give us their full assistance. The best outcome possible is you killing Ye Guan fair and square." "What if I fail?" Lu Tian asked. The head military official's expression remained unperturbed as he said, "It doesn't matter, he's still going to die." "That sounds great," said Lu Tian. The head military official remarked, "The two of the biggest factions of the academy are on the same boat as you, and they will not allow you to fail. I won't let you fail as well. You have to become the next academy master." Lu Tian nodded once again. "All right," the head military official exclaimed, "let's go visit the Yu clan." "Will the Yu clan support me?" "They'll definitely support you now," said the head military official before disappearing into the horizon with Lu Tian. Moments later, a blurry figure appeared on the same mountain peak where the head military official and Lu Tian had conversed just now. The figure's gaze was filled with a cold and murderous light as they stared at the horizon. Li Banzi was busy working in the Guanxian Committee Hall when a blurry figure abruptly appeared in front of her. "Chief and you've worked hard," praised Li Banzi. Li Banzi had secretly transferred the head of the Shadow Department, Academy Chief Anu back to the main Guanxian Academy after she discovered the young man's identity. Anu dropped everything in his hand and rushed to the main academy upon hearing Li Banzi's order. Anu asked, "Lady Li, are we going to take them down soon?" Li Banzi shook her head. Anu was confused. "Why?" Li Banzi calmly replied, "Lu Tian needs to defeat Ye Guan for the sake of establishing his fame, but he's not the only one who needs a stepping stone. That young man needs a stepping stone as well." Anu was stunned, but he eventually replied, "I understand." Li Banzi asked, "How are the elites of the Shadow Department? Have they arrived yet?" Anu nodded and explained, "The Shadow Department's 300,000 elites are on their way here from Sahen while making sure not to alarm anyone. It is impossible for an outsider to detect our elites, so please be at ease, my lady." Li Banzi nodded and said, "I don't dare to mobilize the Guanxian guards and the Dao soldiers. The members of the aristocratic family faction and great clan faction have gotten far too deep into those armed forces, so I can only make use of your men." Anu bowed deeply and said, "I am thankful for your trust in us, my lady." Li Banzi suddenly asked, "How many people does he have around him?" Anu replied, "There are 36 Supreme Immortals, 18 Dao Immortals and 3 Time Immortals around him." After a long silence, Li Banzi replied, "They're not nearly enough." Anu was slightly stunned. "Pass down my orders," said Li Banzi. She stood up and continued, "Get those from the Nether Palace to return at once." Anu nodded and replied, "Yes, my lady." He was about to leave when Li Banzi called out to him. "Wait." Anu stared at Li Banzi. Li Banzi said, "I want you to go to Sahen. Find the Ying clan's ancestor and tell her that their most outstanding talent so far has appeared. I'm sure she knows what to do by then." Anu nodded. He turned around to leave, but Li Banzi called out to him once more. "Tell Mu Tiandao to return and take charge of the overall situation. Tell him to restrain all the heavenly Daos as well." Anu bowed and left. Inside the hall, Li Banzi turned and looked up at the sky. She stared at the white cloud drifting around in silence. She had to consider the whole picture, so she couldn't afford to be negligent lest things went wrong. However, Li Banzi knew that she had to take risks as well, but she thought it was justifiable so long as the academy would end up having a powerful and virtuous leader. The most powerful clans of the Guanxian universe were the Gu clan in Gu world and the Yu clan in Yu world. In the past, Empress Yu and Princess Xian led a few 100,000 soldiers in a campaign to unify and conquer the various territories in the Guanxian universe. It could be said that they had conquered 80% of the Guanxian universe. Of course, the Sword Master had supported them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a feat. The Sword Master's support allowed the Yu clan and the Gu clan to become 2 of the 4 strongest clans in the Guanxian universe. The Chosen One was special, but he was a mere ant in front of these 2 great aristocratic clans. The 4 great aristocratic clans only feared one person, the Sword Master. The head military official brought Lu Tian to Yu Nation, where the Yu clan was located, and the Yu clan welcomed them. They had to be respectful toward the Chosen One and the head military official. The head military official cupped his fist and said, "Grand Elder Yu Qian, long time no see." Head military official, "It's nice to see you." Yu Qian smiled. He gestured with his hand and said, let's head in and talk. The head military official nodded, and the three of them walked into a hall. Yu Qian smiled amiably at Lu Tian and the head military official. The head military official said, Grand Elder Yu Qian, I will get straight to the point. Lu Tian hopes to get the Yu clan's support. Yu Qian smiled. Everyone is a part of the academy, so it is only natural for us to get along. The head military official noticed Yu Qian's reluctance. He glanced at Lu Tian and said, show it. Lu Tian activated the Sword Master's Dao imprint. It appeared on his glabella, and Yu Qian frowned upon seeing it. The head military official stared at Yu Qian and said, Grand Elder Yu Qian, you should know the significance of the Sword Master's Dao imprint. Yu Qian was silent for quite a while. Eventually, he shook his head and said, my ancestors have decreed that the Yu clan will only support the descendants of the Sword Master. The head military official said, Lu Tian. Lu Tian nodded and inwardly chanted. A terrifying bloodline power poured out of him and enveloped everything around him. Elder Yu Qian jumped in shock. The mad demon bloodline. The head military official nodded. Yu Qian stared deeply at Lu Tian with his fists clenched and his face painted with surprise. Grand Elder Yu Qian, we need the Yu clan's support, said the head military official. Yu Qian was silent. The head military official was about to say something, but Yu Qian said, okay. The head military official was surprised. Yu Qian explained, the Yu clan is loyal to the Sword Master. Lu Tian is a descendant of the Sword Master, so we're loyal to him as well. Lu Tian and the head military official grinned at Yu Qian's declaration. The head military official said, I'm sure there will be mishaps on the day of Lu Tian's battle against Ye Guan. We hope that the Yu clan will help us overcome those hardships by then. Of course. Yu Qian nodded. He went quiet for quite a while before continuing. Afterward, the head military official nodded and said, the Yu clan will reach greater heights. Yu Qian was delighted. I'm glad to hear that. The head military official cupped his fist and said, Grand Elder Yu Qian, farewell. With that, he led Lu Tian out of the hall. Yu Qian bowed deeply and said, young master, goodbye. Young master? Lu Tian was startled, but he broke into a grin soon afterward and said, thank you. With that, he left with the head military official. Yu Qian's bright demeanor vanished and was replaced by a cold look. A young man who seemed to be about 20 years old walked toward him. The young man was dressed in a white robe, and he was staring into the distance in silence. The young man was none other than Yu Chen, and he was ranked 2 on the Divine Martial list of the main Guanxian Academy. Yu Qian glanced at Yu Chen and asked, there's something fishy about it, so why did you tell me to support them? Yu Chen calmly said, Lu Tian isn't a descendant of the Sword Master. Yu Qian frowned and asked, why do you think so? The young man explained, he wouldn't have come here to ask for our support if he were truly the Sword Master's son. He could have revealed it in public, and our Yu clan would have immediately supported him. Indeed. Yu Qian nodded and said, they want us to help them during the battle by suppressing Ye Guan once he gains the upper hand. Yu Qian shook his head and said, it seems Lu Tian isn't confident against him. Yu Chen suddenly asked, Grand Elder, are you familiar with Ye Guan? Yu Qian nodded. I've investigated him. Yu Chen asked, what if he's the Sword Master's son? Yu Qian was stupefied. Yu Chen paced around the room as he said, there are 3 suspicious points about Ye Guan. The first one is the fact that he had such a powerful sword inheritance, even though he was from Nanzhou, a remote and tiny location somewhere in the lower realm. How come his rate of progress is at breakneck speed? I've mulled over that point, and I've finally discovered the answer. Ye Guan's tutor is a powerful swordsman. It is the answer, but how come our Yu clan still couldn't ascertain Ye Guan's identity? What does that mean? It means that Ye Guan's tutor is hiding Ye Guan's identity. Yu Qian sat down on a chair with a frown. Yu Chen continued. The second suspicious point appeared when Ye Guan went to Qingzhou and met the Sword Master. The Sword Master punished the Yan clan, and he had a long conversation with Ye Guan. When Ye Guan collapsed, the Sword Master carried Ye Guan with his own hands rather than just using his sword energy to catch him. It shows that he favors Ye Guan. Beaded cold sweat covered Yu Qian's face as he listened to Yu Chen's explanation. Of course, Yu Chen wasn't done just yet as he added, the third suspicious point I've discovered is the fact that Committee Headley still hadn't done anything. It is really strange how the Guanxian Committee still hasn't done anything even though the matter between Lu Tian and Ye Guan had already blown up to such an extent. Why is that? Yu Chen pondered for a while before answering his own question, Grand Elder, I'm convinced that Ye Guan is the son of the Sword Master. I'm sure Committee Headley already knows about Ye Guan's identity, and she's simply hiding it. Yu Qian directed a confused gaze at Yu Chen before asking, why? Yu Chen's eyes narrowed. I'm sure she wants to take advantage of the upcoming battle to sever the rotten parts of the academy and cull the corrupted members of the aristocratic family and great clan factions. Yu Qian was taken aback, but his expression quickly turned sour. Yu Chen continued, it's a rare opportunity, as those greedy clans and families will definitely show themselves for the sake of taking a slice of the pie. She just has to reel in the net by then. Is she not afraid of a rebellion? Yu Qian asked. Yu Chen chuckled and said, I'm sure she would love it if they rebelled. Grand Elder, do you really think that they will succeed if they rebel? Yu Qian couldn't say anything in response. Yu Chen laughed at that and pointed out, I'm sure you're thinking that it's possible, right? After all, it has been so many years since the Sword Master went missing, and everyone suspects that he had perished during that battle. I'm sure you're thinking that the aristocratic family faction and the great clan factions will be successful in their rebellion if they choose to rebel because of the Sword Master's absence, am I right? Yu Qian was silent. I've found 2 reasons behind why our ancestors had decreed that we should follow the Sword Master's descendant. Yu Qian abruptly changed the topic. The first reason is that they truly want us to become loyal to the Sword Master's descendant, but the second reason is a bit complicated. It is a warning. The ancestors have warned us to be careful even during the Sword Master's absence. Yu Qian looked at Yu Chen and asked, are you saying that we still have to remain as their subjects, even though it has been such a long time since our ancestors' declaration? Yu Chen burst out laughing and said, Grand Elder, we would have long vanished from the universe if it weren't for the undeniable fact that we are the Sword Master's subjects. Yu Qian frowned. The universe still respects the Sword Master, said Yu Chen with a smile. It is impossible for us to obtain the support of anyone if we were to rebel, and we can't really rebel. I also don't believe that the Sword Master didn't have any contingency plans before he disappeared somewhere. He was kind, so he let our clan be, but it doesn't mean that he has completely lowered his guard. Yu Chen looked outside and said, we're starting to lose our respect for him because it has truly been a really long time since his last appearance. We're truly becoming too prideful. Yu Qian sighed softly, but he didn't say anything in the end. Yu Chen added, it's a good thing that strength still towers over everything in this universe. In other words, if we want to remain as the overlord of the universe, we simply have to crush the Sword Master's son. Might makes right, after all. Yu Chen chuckled bitterly and said, unfortunately, I don't think I can defeat Ye Guan if he truly is the Sword Master's son. Yu Qian chuckled bitterly as well. Yu Chen said, Grand Elder, you should go and visit our clan leader. Tell her my deductions. The decision is up to her, and I am not worthy enough of making the call here. Yu Qian nodded. However, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something as he turned toward Yu Chen and asked, who's going to win in a fair fight between them? Ye Guan. Yu Chen answered almost immediately. Stunned, Yu Qian asked, why? Yu Chen chuckled and explained, the Chosen One summoned the Heavenly Dao upon realizing that he was losing. He had truly embarrassed himself, and it's only natural for people to look down on him after what he had done. He's a sore loser. Yu Qian laughed and nodded. Indeed. Yu Chen's voice deepened as he said, Grand Elder, hurry up and inform the clan leader. This matter is critical to our clan. Once we've confirmed Ye Guan's identity, we have to get ready. Yu Qian asked, get ready for what? Yu Chen said, we have to get ready to welcome the new king. Lu Tian sighed as he streaked across the clouds. He and the head military official had just departed the Yu world. Young master? It was music to his ears. How proud were the 4 great clans of the Guanxian universe. They didn't even bother to greet him when he first visited him, but after revealing the aura of the Mad Demon bloodline, the Grand Elder of the Yu clan actually bowed to him. Lu Tian was sure that the entire Guanxian Academy would bow to him if he were to reveal the aura of the Mad Demon bloodline to them. Lu Tian clenched his fists tightly as he grinned in excitement. He felt his blood boil at the mere thought of it. The head military official suddenly said, calm down. Lu Tian let out a long exhale and suppressed his thoughts. He turned toward somewhere and muttered, the Lingxu blessed land, time paradise, and the sword sect. His expression turned sour. He vowed to make them pay in the future. Those daring enough to oppose me will die. It's over once we've gotten the support of the Gu clan, said the head military official. Ye Guan is still going to die, even if he has the support of 1,000 great sword sovereigns. The head military official made a sidelong glance at Lu Tian and continued. Kill him, and you'll become the king of the Guanxian universe. The king of the Guanxian universe? Lu Tian closed his eyes with clenched fists. His blood boiled once more. He wanted to remain calm, but he couldn't help it. The head military official smiled slightly and said, calm down. Lu Tian suddenly bowed deeply to the head military official and said, regardless of whether I become the new king of the universe or not, you will still be my tutor, sir. The head military official smiled and said, let's head to the Gu clan. Things will be more or less settled once you've acquired the Gu clan's support. You just have to fight Ye Guan, and your era will start afterward. Lu Tian nodded, and the two quickly arrived at Gu world. The Gu clan welcomed them warmly. The important figures of the Gu clan even stepped forward to greet them personally, including Crown Prince Gu. Crown Prince Gu was rank 1 on the Divine Martial list, and Princess Xian appointed him as the Crown Prince of Gu Nation. Princess Xian was often in Suhen world, so Crown Prince Gu was in charge of the Gu clan's affairs in the Guanxian universe. Crown Prince Gu was clad in a long green robe. He was tall with a warm and gentle demeanor. He seemed like a refined gentleman. Crown Prince Gu cupped his fist upon seeing the head military official and Lu Tian. Head military official, Brother Lu, welcome. It's so nice to see you. The head military official smiled and asked, is it convenient for us to talk, Crown Prince? Of course it is. Crown Prince Gu smiled and said, let's head in. The three soon arrived at a large hall. A maidservant served them tea before leaving them alone in the grand hall. Crown Prince Gu sipped his tea, but he didn't speak. The head military official shattered the ice and said, Crown Prince, we hope to acquire the Gu clan's support. Crown Prince Gu asked, you want the Gu clan to support Brother Lu? The head military official nodded. Crown Prince Gu fell silent. The head military official directed a meaningful gaze at Lu Tian. Lu Tian stood up and spread open his palm. A faint red glow enveloped his skin. Boom! A bloodline power pervaded the air around them. Crown Prince Gu's eyes narrowed. The mad demon bloodline. The head military official nodded. Crown Prince Gu didn't say anything in response. The head military official stared at Crown Prince Gu and asked, Crown Prince, is the Gu clan willing to help us? It's completely fine if the Gu clan is not willing to take on such a risk. Crown Prince Gu smiled and asked, what do you want us to do? The head military official smiled and said, Crown Prince, you're smart. You should know why I'm here. Crown Prince Gu looked at Lu Tian and asked, Brother Lu, how confident are you in defeating Ye Guan? Lu Tian replied, I'm 100% confident. 100%? Crown Prince Gu fell silent. I'm not sure where you got that arrogance from, and I don't even know what to say. The head military official asked, what do you think? Please speak your mind, Crown Prince. Crown Prince Gu calmly said, I can't make a decision by myself. I have to consult my ancestors. The head military official nodded. All right. He stood up and cupped his fist. We'll head off first, Crown Prince. Crown Prince Gu nodded. Safe travels. The head military official and Lu Tian left the grand hall. Crown Prince Gu was left alone in his seat. He shook his head and chuckled. Just then, a young woman walked toward him and sat down across from him. She glanced outside the hall and asked, Brother, is Lu Tian really the son of the sword master? Crown Prince Gu shook his head. No. The young woman frowned and pointed out. But he has the mad demon bloodline. Crown Prince Gu shook his head and said, that doesn't prove anything. The Yang clan has the mad demon bloodline running through their veins. Does that mean they're all descendants of the sword master? The young woman fell silent. Crown Prince Gu continued. The head military official and Lu Tian are going down the wrong path as well. The young woman frowned and asked, what does that mean, brother? Crown Prince Gu chuckled and said, did you not see them just now? They're not confident in their chances of succeeding. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here and asked for our clan's help. Crown Prince Gu glanced outside before continuing. Nothing is going to happen if Brother Lu defeats Ye Guan, but if Ye Guan wins, the factions behind Lu Tian will definitely make a move to suppress Ye Guan. The young woman lifted a brow and asked bitingly, will they dare? Crown Prince Gu calmly responded, why wouldn't they? The vested interests of so many families and clans are behind them. The support of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, the Milky Way, and Future Clan are worth mentioning as well. It would be foolish for anyone to underestimate their combined power. Aren't we one of the 4 great clans of the Guanxian universe? Said the young woman. Crown Prince Gu's eyes narrowed. The young woman picked up the subtle change in his mood. What's wrong? Asked the young woman. Something is weird. Crown Prince Gu said. The young woman frowned and asked, what is it? The Crown Prince clenched his fists and pointed out. The committee is too quiet. This revelation surprised the young woman as well. Bibi brother, are you saying? She stammered. Crown Prince Gu explained, the Chosen One is openly pulling people to his side, so how come the committee is still silent? Isn't that weird? The young woman muttered, it is weird. I've come up with 2 possibilities, Crown Prince Gu muttered. The first possibility is that Lu Tian is truly the Chosen One, and the committee has allowed him to build a foundation for himself. The second possibility is terrifying. The committee knows that he's not the Chosen One, and they're using him to bait out the corrupt members of the Guanxian Academy. The young woman's expression turned serious. Crown Prince Gu's voice deepened as he continued. Committee Headley placed Representative Ye on house arrest, but she didn't punish her. I think that was her way of protecting Representative Ye from the factions that are against her. Aren't we one of those factions, brother? Asked the young woman. Crown Prince Gu's pupils quivered as he asked, what do you think will happen if the Gu clan and the Yu clan ended up supporting the wrong side? The young woman frowned and pointed out. What can the committee do at that point? The Gu clan and Yu clan are influential and powerful enough to just hand the Academy Master position over to him, even if he's not the Sword Master's son. If the Yu clan and the Gu clan worked together, there wouldn't be any need for them to be afraid of the Guanxian Committee. Even if the armed forces of the Guanxian Academy were deployed along with their Dao soldiers, the combined forces of the Gu clan and the Yu clan could still overpower them. After all, both clans had a total of almost 10 million troops, each on par with every troop of the Guanxian Academy. You should be correct. Crown Prince Gu trailed off before saying, but. Crown Prince Gu stared intently at the young woman. His voice was trembling as he asked, what if Ye Guan is the Sword Master's son? That's impossible. The young woman jumped up with a face filled with disbelief and exclaimed, how could that be? Crown Prince Gu calmly said, why is it impossible? If Ye Guan is the Sword Master's son, standing on Lu Tian's side means damning ourselves. The committee will say that we've rebelled as a justification to destroy our clan. By then, we would only have 2 options, go all out in an actual rebellion or surrender to the committee and accept our punishment. The young woman asked, what if we actually rebelled? Our clan will be annihilated, exclaimed Crown Prince Gu. The Sword Master is missing, but who can say for sure that he's already dead? And so what if he's already dead? Empress Qingqiu is still alive. Even if she remains asleep, the powerhouses loyal to the Sword Master are strong enough to reduce our Gu clan to mere specks of dust. Crown Prince Gu shook his head and said, our ancestors told us to follow the descendants of the Sword Master. Why do you think they told us that? I believe it's a decision they've made, not just because they're loyal to the Sword Master but for the Gu clan's survival as well. The young woman was silent for quite a while. Eventually, she spoke hesitantly. We still can't say for sure if Ye Guan is really the Sword Master's son. I'm sure of it, said Crown Prince Gu. The young woman stared at Crown Prince Gu in surprise. How? She asked. Crown Prince Gu nodded and said, I have evidence. Really? What evidence do you have? Asked the young woman. Crown Prince Gu opened his palm, and a portrait floated over to the young woman. This is Ye Guan's portrait. The young woman's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, how come he's so handsome? Crown Prince Gu rolled his eyes at her and said, look at this. The young woman chuckled and took a closer look at the portrait. He has a great figure as well, said the young woman. Crown Prince Gu's expression darkened. Don't you think he looks similar to the Sword Master? He pointed out. The young woman was startled. She examined the portrait once again, and her expression turned serious. He's most likely the Sword Master's son, exclaimed Crown Prince Gu. The young woman stared at Crown Prince Gu and asked, what should we do? Crown Prince Gu pondered for a while before saying, we should go ahead and tell our ancestors what we think. They have to come here and wait for the reveal. Crown Prince Gu fell silent, seemingly pondering over something. I'll tell the head military official that our clan is willing to support him. The young woman asked in confusion, why? Crown Prince Gu calmly explained, we'll support Lu Tian on the surface. This way, the clans and families that are still waiting on the sidelines will surely support Lu Tian. We'll support Ye Guan behind the scenes, and we'll jump ships to openly support Ye Guan at the right time. The young woman fell silent at Crown Prince Gu's reply. Eventually, she asked, if Ye Guan loses against the Chosen One in a fair battle, what's going to happen? Crown Prince Gu remained calm as he said, if Ye Guan loses even though he's the Sword Master's son, it means the end of the Sword Master's era. The strongest will become the next king of the Guanxian universe. I think we can give it a try. The young woman went silent. Crown Prince Gu continued. I can also follow the footsteps of our ancestors and help Ye Guan like what they had done for the Sword Master. If he's more outstanding than me, I'll have to support him. His background is better than mine as well, so I'm willing to support him. However, I will have to check if he's a good for nothing. If he is, then forget it. I will not support a wastrel. Sounds great, exclaimed the young woman. All right. Crown Prince Gu nodded and said, I'll go ahead and contact our ancestors. Wait, the young woman called out and said, Gu Hao tried to kill Ye Guan in Qingzhou because of the Great Dao destiny. Crown Prince Gu frowned. I would have forgotten that if you hadn't mentioned it. Didn't I forbid anyone from intervening? The young woman sighed helplessly. He secretly went out and did it, anyway. Wait, can you repeat what you said earlier? Crown Prince Gu asked. The young woman was surprised, but she obliged. Gu Hao tried. Gu Hao. Crown Prince Gu frowned. Who is that? I don't know a Gu Hao. The young woman didn't know what to say. On a mountain peak of the Martial Department, the head military official received a letter. He read it and smiled lightly once he was done. He turned to look at Lu Tian cultivating nearby and said, the Gu clan has decided to support us. It's done. Lu Tian's grinned. He eventually failed to remain calm and burst out laughing. It's done? My era is here. Lu Tian stood on top of a mountain of the Martial Department. He held his hands behind his back and stared at Guanxian Academy in the distance. There was a small smile playing on his lips. Now, the two strongest clans in Guanxian universe were supporting him. In essence, his position was secured. Even the committee would not be able to stop him. It has been 30 million years since the academy had a new master. Now, he was going to assume that position. The head military official walked towards Lu Tian and whispered, your era is about to begin. Lu Tian nodded. He was not bashful at all. As the Chosen One, he was destined to be invincible. The head military official added, although you have the support of the Yu clan and the Gu clan, there is one more place we need to go to get their support. Lu Tian looked at the head military official, and the head military official said, the demon domain. The demon domain? Lu Tian started to frown. The demon clan had a low profile inside the academy. It wasn't because they were weak. On the contrary, they were very, very strong. The reason why they had low presence in the academy was because they were self-governing, and most of them lived in the demon domain. They rarely interacted with outsiders. However, the academy also oversaw them. This was the arrangement because if the demon clan and humans lived together, conflicts could easily happen. Therefore, the demon clan and humans lived separately, but they had interactions. Every 10 years, the younger generation of the demon clan and the humans would spar in a battle. The head military official said, inside the demon domain, there are a few 100,000 demon clans. We cannot get the support of the entire demon clan, but we only need a few of them to support us. That would be enough. As he said this, he smiled. We will return their support by supporting them to become the king of the demon clan in the future. I believe no one will turn down this offer. Lu Tian muttered, the Heavenly Dragon clan. The head military official said, don't bother about them anymore. When you become king, you can look at their expressions. That will be entertaining. Lu Tian smirked. Indeed. The head military official nodded. All right, let's head to the demon domain. A thought jumped into his mind, and he asked, Teacher, are the Yu clan and the Gu clan truly supportive of us? The head military official laughed. They have no reason to trick us unless the true descendant of the Sword Master appears. However, is that possible? Lu Tian nodded. Very soon, the two of them teleported away. In the sword tomb in Sword Sect, Ye Guan had spent the past 3 days here training. During this time, he had been learning from the sword intent of his ancestors. He would create his own path by learning from others. Regardless of whether it was cultivation or swordsmanship, he could not be overly objective and disregard all outside influence. He had to pool wisdom from those before him and learn from them. This would broaden his mindset and allow him to go further. Outside the sword tomb, Chen Guanzi was staring at Ye Guan in silence. Cao Bai was standing beside him. Cao Bai asked in a deep voice, "First senior brother, I feel like there are people around us, but I went around to check, and I did not find anyone. Am I mistaken? Or are they an extremely formidable stealth technique?" Chen Guanzi raised his head and looked at the sky in silence. Cao Bai noticed Chen Guanzi's expression, and his facial muscles tightened. He asked, "First senior brother, is there really someone who is watching us?" Chen Guanzi nodded. "How dare they?" A cold look passed by Cao Bai's eyes, and he shouted, "What do they want? Do they want to kill junior brother Ye Guan?" Chen Guanzi remained silent. He could sense that there were people watching them. Furthermore, they were abnormally strong. Cao Bai's voice deepened, and he said, "First senior brother, we must inform our elders and seniors in the Suhen world." Chen Guanzi nodded. "I have already notified them." Cao Bai nodded, and he continued to stare at the sky with worry. Chen Guanzi said, "Don't bother about them. I will keep watch here." Cao Bai nodded. Just then, Ye Guan suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz! A sword hum rang out with a shrill sound in the sword tomb. It shot into the sky, and the earth vibrated. Around Ye Guan, sword intent that was flowing like streams of water returned to his sword. The sword tomb grew calm again. Cao Bai was surprised by this scene, and he stammered, "What?" Chen Guanzi stared at Ye Guan in the distance, but he remained silent. Ye Guan stood up slowly. He was deep in thought now. Little Pagoda asked, "How do you feel?" Ye Guan smiled but remained silent. Little Pagoda snapped, "Stop pretending, tell me." Ye Guan grinned. "Not too bad." Little Pagoda asked, "What do you mean by not too bad?" After pondering for a while, Ye Guan said, "I feel good. I learned the sword Dao from the seniors here, and I find them really great." Little Pagoda asked, "And then?" Ye Guan said, "But I think that my sword Dao is better." Little Pagoda stayed silent, and Ye Guan laughed, "I comprehended a lot, and I learned a lot." The mysterious voice said, "Little Pagoda, tell him that he should not let others influence him. He should." Suddenly, Ye Guan said, "I feel like I can learn others' Dao and even become a martial god from that. However, I must maintain my own Dao because that is my core. Therefore, after learning the sword Dao of the seniors here, I am more determined to solidify my own sword Dao." He paused for a while before continuing, "If I am not invincible in my life, I will eventually die. If one person between me and my enemy has to die, then it better be my enemy." Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. "Ha ha." The mysterious voice burst out laughing, "Incredible, incredible. His character will make him invincible." Little Pagoda asked, "Has he become a great sword sovereign?" The mysterious voice scolded, "You fool." Little Pagoda was speechless, and the mysterious voice asked, "Do you know what is the most terrifying thing?" Little Pagoda said, "Just get straight to the point and stop winding around. My head will hurt if you take too many turns. Don't you know that my mind is very simple?" After a while, the mysterious voice said, "The most terrifying thing is when a person is able to remain grounded after experiencing glory and fame instead of being blinded by the riches in front of him." Little Pagoda said, "Yes, you're saying that one should remain true to themselves even after experiencing glory." The mysterious voice asked, "Oh, you read books, too?" Little Pagoda said. That response was instinctive. The mysterious voice was at a loss for words. Little Pagoda asked, "Has he become a great sword sovereign?" The mysterious voice said, "I think he's only one step away." Little Pagoda frowned. "One step away?" The mysterious voice said, "Yes. I think he can make a breakthrough whenever he wants, but he simply doesn't want to." Little Pagoda was confused, and he asked, "Why?" The mysterious voice thought for a while before saying, "This lad is a complicated person. Who knows what he is thinking?" "I agree." Little Pagoda quickly added, "And it's annoying how complicated he is." The mysterious voice didn't know what to say. Just then, Ye Guan walked to Chen Guanzi and Cao Bai. He smiled and greeted, "First senior brother." Chen Guanzi nodded but did not say anything. He turned and left. Ye Guan was surprised by his behavior, but Cao Bai smiled and explained, "First senior brother has always been like that. He is not fond of talking, but he has been talking a lot recently because of you." Ye Guan said, "First senior brother is awesome." Cao Bai nodded. "Yes. When we entered the sword sect, he guided us all along. To us disciples of the sword sect, he is the one we respect the most." A thought jumped into his mind, and he suddenly said, "Junior brother Ye, Representative Ye has sent someone for you. She's waiting for you here." Ye Guan was surprised, and he asked, "Representative Ye? Ye Guanzi?" Cao Bai nodded. "Yes." Ye Guan hurriedly asked, "Where is she?" Cao Bai said, "In the guest house." Ye Guan smiled and said, "Senior brother, please lead me there." "Senior brother?" Cao Bai laughed and said, "Let's go." The two of them hopped onto a sword and vanished into the sky. In the guest hall, Ye Guan saw an old lady there. She stood up and immediately said, "Young Lord Ye, I am Guanzi's helper. I am here under her orders. She wants to meet you." Ye Guan nodded. All right. He also wanted to see Ye Guanzi. However, Cao Bai suddenly said, no way. Ye Guan and Madame Li looked at Cao Bai, and Cao Bai said, it's not appropriate at the moment. Madame Li frowned and asked, why? Ye Guan was surprised too, and Cao Bai explained, this is a special time. If you leave the sword sect now, Ye Guan asked, is someone watching me? Cao Bai nodded. Yes. Ye Guan frowned. Madame Li's expression also turned cold. She asked, what do they want? Cao Bai shook his head. Regardless, junior brother Ye is safest if he remains in the sword sect. Ye Guan thought about it before he smiled and said, senior brother Cao, don't worry, they will not do anything to me now, and they have no reason to do so unless the chosen one is not confident of beating me at all. Cao Bai pondered for a while and decided that Ye Guan was right. He nodded and said, I will accompany you to the South Garden. Ye Guan smiled and assured, no need for that, don't worry. If I truly meet any danger, I can protect myself. After a while, Cao Bai nodded and said, be careful. Ye Guan turned towards Madame Li and said, senior, let's go. Madame Li nodded, and the two turned around and left. They headed straight to South Garden immediately after they left the sword sect. Inside the pagoda, Little Pagoda suddenly said, the auras that are watching him are too strong. It is not normal. The mysterious voice said, I don't sense any bad intentions from them, and they don't seem to be watching him. They are probably trying to protect him. Little Pagoda's voice deepened, and he said, have they discovered his identity? That can't be. I hid it well. The mysterious voice asked, are you sure you hid it well? Little Pagoda said, I think I did, but what do you think? The mysterious voice was at a loss for words. Beside Ye Guan, Madame Li surveyed Ye Guan and sighed to herself. She had to admit that the young man was not just talented, he also had an excellent character and an incredible disposition. Ye Guan suddenly asked, senior, how is Lady Guanzi in South Garden? Madame Li shook her head and sighed, she's still under house arrest. Ye Guan suddenly turned to Madame Li. Madame Li turned to look at Ye Guan as well. Ye Guan asked, Madame Li, where is the committee? Madame Li was stunned. What do you want to do? Ye Guan said, I want to make an imperial appeal. An imperial appeal? Madame Li stared at Ye Guan silently. Ye Guan calmly said, if no one wants to seek justice for Lady Guanzi, I will do it myself. Madame Li looked at Ye Guan with a complicated expression. She sighed to herself and muttered, my lady, he is a good man indeed. Ye Guan looked at Madame Li and said, senior, I want to go to the committee. Madame Li shook her head and said, young lord Ye, I'm sorry, but I can't let you go to the committee. Ye Guan was confused. Why? Madame Li replied, it's complicated. Ye Guan asked, senior, are you talking about the aristocratic family and the great clan factions? Madame Li nodded. The aristocratic and clan factions were just too powerful, and she didn't want Ye Guan to get drenched in such muddy waters. The fact that Ye Guan had entertained such a thought was more than enough for her. However, Ye Guan insisted, I still want to go to the committee, senior. Madame Li stared quizzically at Ye Guan and asked, why? Ye Guan softly explained, senior Ye Guanzi stood up for me despite being aware of the consequences. Madame Li fell silent, feeling slightly hesitant. Ye Guan said in a serious tone, senior, please bring me to the committee. You don't have to say anything else, I've already made up my mind. Madame Li stared intently at Ye Guan for a few moments. She realized that Ye Guan was determined to visit the committee, so she could only nod and agree, all right. In all honesty, she also had some pent-up anger in her heart. Ye Guanzi hadn't done anything wrong, so why was she being punished? She felt like there was no longer any logic to the world. Having made up her mind, Madame Li guided Ye Guan to the main Guanxian Academy, and they soon arrived at the committee hall. A statue stood right in front of the committee hall. It was the statue of the sword master. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at the statue before walking into the committee hall. A terrifying aura engulfed Ye Guan just as he was about to enter the committee hall. A voice echoed from afar. Stop right there. Ye Guan stopped in his tracks. What do you want? Asked the voice. Ye Guan looked straight at the committee hall and said, I would like to lodge an imperial appeal. An imperial appeal? Ye Guan's voice echoed loudly and clearly. His actions immediately attracted the attention of the nearby students, and they were stunned upon seeing that Ye Guan had come here. Ye Guan's reputation was at an all-time high, as he was daring enough to challenge the chosen one. An imperial appeal? The students' interest was piqued upon hearing that Ye Guan had come here to lodge an imperial appeal. The news that Ye Guan had arrived to lodge an imperial appeal quickly spread throughout the entire academy. More and more students gathered near the committee hall. South Garden. Ye Guanzi was stupefied upon hearing that Ye Guan was standing in front of the committee hall to lodge an imperial appeal on her behalf. She truly didn't expect that Ye Guan would do that for her. Soon, she recovered from her shock and revealed a beautiful smile. She was moved, and she felt an inexplicable joy in her heart. She wanted to continue reading the book in her hand, but for some reason, she couldn't focus on it anymore. A strong breeze swept past her, disturbing the serenity of the nearby lake. The students in front of the committee hall were stupefied. Ye Guan was truly brave. He had challenged the chosen one, and now, he was lodging an imperial appeal. The students were curious about Ye Guan's target. Ye Guan stared straight at the committee hall with no fear in his eyes. After a few moments of silence, a voice echoed out from the committee hall. Against whom? Asked the voice. Ye Guan calmly responded, against the committee. Against the committee? The crowd of onlookers burst out into murmurs. Was Ye Guan mad? Was he seriously trying to lodge an imperial appeal against the committee? The Guanxian Committee was the most powerful organization in the Guanxian universe. Lodging an imperial appeal against the committee? What? Do you really think that the academy belongs to your family? This is too absurd. 1. The committee hall fell silent. Ye Guan spoke once more and explained, I was a competitor of the Upper Realms martial contest. The True Dragon clan broke the rules, and they worked together with the Yin clan to deal with me. Lady Guanzi dealt with the matter impartially and punished the Yin clan, but Lady Guanzi's actions attracted the ire of the aristocratic family faction and the Great Clan faction. They retaliated by suppressing her and dismissing her from her position before locking her up in the South Garden. Ye Guan's gaze turned cold as he continued. I would like to ask the committee, does the Guanxian Academy belong to the Sword Master, or does it belong to the factions? The expressions of the students abruptly changed. He really went mad. Ye Guan had just openly challenged the aristocratic family faction and the Great Clan faction. Many of the students' gazes turned hostile, as they were members of those aristocratic families and clans. However, Ye Guan remained calm. Factions? They can go to hell. I'm only nice to those nice to me? How impudent! An old man roared and walked over to Ye Guan before asking, just who do you think you are? How dare you question the committee's decisions? Ye Guan looked at the old man and asked, are you from the committee? The old man replied coldly, no. Ye Guan frowned and retorted, then, how is this any of your business? Everyone was utterly speechless. The old man was furious, and he snapped, I am an elder of the Central Department, how dare you look down on me? Ye Guan glanced sideways at Madame Li and asked, what does the Central Department do? Madame Li explained, whenever the committee makes any decisions, they will pass their orders down to the Central Department. The Central Department executes the committee's orders. Ye Guan nodded slightly, then looked at the elder before asking, does my imperial appeal against the committee matter to the Central Department? You. The old man stumbled over his words in anger. Why Ye Guan? You can't afford to mess around like this because the sword sect is backing you up. Ye Guan stared deeply at the old man and asked, does it look like I'm messing around? You the old man started. However, Ye Guan shook his head and interrupted him. Stop nagging, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. If you're unhappy about what I'm doing, then let's fight. I'll bury you myself. The old man was enraged. He wanted to retort, but an old man walked out of the committee hall. Everyone hurriedly bowed and said, greetings, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang? Elder Zhang wasn't a member of the committee, but he was the only individual who could enter and leave the committee hall freely. It was only a matter of time before he became a member of the committee. After all, the Sword Master was the one who had given him his special status many years ago. The old man from the Central Department bowed and said, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang glanced sideways at the old man. The old man hurriedly said, this Ye Guan is truly a lawbreaker. He should be kicked out of the Guanxian Academy and be sent to the Heaven's Writ prison. Shut up. Old Zhang roared like thunder. Everyone was shocked by old Zhang's reaction. The old man stammered, Elder Zhang. Old Zhang glared at the old man and asked, Ye Guan is a lawbreaker? What law did he break, then? The old man's voice was trembling as he answered, he wants to lodge an imperial appeal against the committee. Old Zhang remained expressionless as he replied, who said that one couldn't lodge an imperial appeal against the committee. The old man froze, and he soon went beyond pallid. Fuck, there's something wrong here. Why does it feel like Elder Zhang is on Ye Guan's side? Old Zhang glared at the old man and asked, Elder Yu, who said that Ye Guan can't lodge an imperial appeal against the committee? I don't think the Sword Master made that kind of a rule, so what are you trying to imply here? Are you implying that you're more powerful than the Sword Master? Elder Yu's face immediately changed. He fell to his knees and begged, Elder Zhang, I was wrong. Everyone looked at Elder Yu with strange expressions. They truly didn't expect Elder Yu's bootlicking to backfire on him? Old Zhang nodded slightly and said, holding power in the academy is equivalent to holding a deadly weapon, it tends to fill people with intrusive thoughts. We're powerful, and that is exactly why we have to be careful not to abuse our power. Do you understand? Elder Yu hurriedly replied, yes, I understand. I was wrong. Everyone nodded to express their agreement with old Zhang's words. Ye Guan looked at old Zhang. This old man is pretty great. Old Zhang waved his hand in dismissal and said, you may leave. Elder Yu took one last glance at Ye Guan before leaving. Old Zhang examined Ye Guan from top to bottom. His gaze softened, and he smiled as he asked, you want to lodge an imperial appeal against the committee? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Then, come with me, said old Zhang. He turned around and started walking toward the committee hall. Ye Guan followed him closely, but he seemed to have thought of something as he asked hesitantly, this isn't a trap, right? You're not luring me into the building to surround me with the committee's powerhouses, right? Ye Guan was still wary of the Guanxian committee. After all, they had locked up even someone as kind as Ye Guanzi. They must be super corrupt. Old Zhang was so dumbfounded by Ye Guan's words that he couldn't help but chuckle. Are you scared? Asked old Zhang. Ye Guan shook his head and replied, no. He continued on following old Zhang, but he inwardly asked, Master Pagoda, are you familiar with the influential figures of the academy? Little Pagoda calmly replied, I'm familiar with every single one of them. Ye Guan's face darkened. I'm really serious here, Master Pagoda. Just where did you get the habit of bragging? You should be more humble, Master Pagoda. Little Pagoda was speechless. This bastard never believes me whenever I tell him the truth. Ye Guan followed old Zhang into the committee hall. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside the committee hall were curious about how the committee would deal with Ye Guan. The committee would definitely not tolerate anyone challenging their power. The committee would definitely challenge Ye Guan to make an example out of him. Madame Li stared at Ye Guan's departing back with worried eyes, as she was unaware of the committee's stance. Ye Guan was astounded to find that the committee hall was more spacious than he thought. There was a huge table with a mountain of documents on top of it. A woman was sitting in front of the huge table, and she was busy going through the reports. The woman put down the brush and looked at Ye Guan. She smiled and asked, "You want to lodge an imperial appeal against the committee?" "Yes," said Ye Guan with a nod. The woman chuckled and said, "Old Zhang, bring me another chair." Old Zhang nodded and placed a chair in front of the woman. The woman turned to Ye Guan and said, "Have a seat." Ye Guan was wary, and he felt that there was something wrong here. The committee members were way more accommodating than he expected. Ye Guan dismissed his thoughts and sat down. The woman quietly smiled at him. Ye Guan pondered in the deafening silence for quite a while before taking out a tiny pagoda. He had no other intentions, he just felt more at ease with his master pagoda in front of him. Ye Guan was convinced that his master pagoda would take the impact for him first. Of course, Ye Guan would step up once Master Pagoda couldn't take it anymore. Little Pagoda was stupefied by Ye Guan's abrupt decision to take him out. The woman grinned at Ye Guan's decision. "What a clever little guy." Ye Guan hesitated briefly before asking, "Senior, do you recognize my Master Pagoda?" The woman blinked and replied, "I do." Ye Guan was shocked. "You do?" he repeated. The woman nodded and replied, "Yes." Ye Guan muttered, "To think that Master Pagoda actually has such a great network." The woman burst out laughing. Old Zhang laughed as well. His gaze softened as he stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was slightly confused, so he asked, "Senior, why are you laughing?" "It's nothing," said the woman. "Anyway, don't you want to lodge an imperial appeal against the committee? You can start now." Ye Guan pondered over something for a few moments before asking, "Senior, what crime did Lady Ye Guanzi commit?" The woman smiled and said, "She didn't do anything wrong." Ye Guan frowned and asked, "Why did you lock her up, then?" The woman replied, "It was a mistake." Ye Guan froze and went silent. "What the fuck?" The woman grinned and continued. "We've investigated her case, and we found out that she didn't commit any crimes, so we've decided to release her." Ye Guan remained silent. Why are these guys so easy to talk to? I feel ashamed having come here with such bravado. "Do you have any other questions?" asked the woman. "When will Lady Ye Guanzi be released?" Ye Guan asked. "She'll be released very soon. We've already collected a ton of evidence against the Yin clan and the True Dragon clan. We'll release Lady Ye Guanzi once things are finalized. After all, we still have to follow the protocols, don't you think so?" Ye Guan gazed intently at the woman before saying, "Are you sure you're not just trying to push the blame onto someone else?" "Rest assured, we're not trying to do that." She opened her palm, and a decree appeared in front of Ye Guan. "Look, we've already signed the decree that will release Lady Ye Guanzi. She'll be released once the formalities are over." "All right," nodded Ye Guan. He suddenly thought of something, but he hesitated for a few moments before asking, "Senior, the Sword Master's Qingxian sword, is it in the academy?" The woman nodded. "Yes, it's here. Can I borrow it?" "Yes, you can, but you must defeat the Chosen One first." "Defeat the Chosen One?" Ye Guan went silent. Eventually, he nodded and said, "I understand." The woman's smile deepened as she asked, "Is there anything else?" Ye Guan stood up. He cupped his fist and said, "Senior, I'm sorry for the disturbance when you're so busy. I'll be taking my leave." Ye Guan turned around and started walking away. The woman called out to him, "Wait." Ye Guan turned and directed a confused gaze at the woman. The woman pointed at the tiny pagoda on the desk and asked, "Do you not want that tiny pagoda anymore?" Little Pagoda truly had no idea what to say. Ha 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 ha, if only they knew that it was indeed founded by his family. Ye Guan chuckled sheepishly and turned around to retrieve the tiny pagoda before leaving. He couldn't afford to lose the tiny pagoda. Master Pagoda was the only one capable of suppressing any mishaps beyond his power. Old Zhang hurriedly stood up to escort Ye Guan outside. Upon reaching the entrance, Old Zhang said, "Watch your steps." Ye Guan's expression froze. "Are you serious, Elder Zhang?" Old Zhang made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and saw the latter's confusion. However, it seemed Old Zhang wasn't done just yet as he took out a storage ring and placed it into Ye Guan's pocket. He sounded serious as he said, "We're aware of the problems that you've raised. Rest assured, we'll reflect on our mistakes, and we've also decided to reward you for your valuable feedback." Old Zhang turned around and left without waiting for Ye Guan's reply. Ye Guan stared at Old Zhang's departing back in a daze. He took out the storage ring from his pocket and found that there were 5 million immortal spiritual crystals in it. "What the fuck?" Ye Guan unknowingly blurted out. "We're talking immortal spiritual crystals here. Who would give 5 million immortal spiritual crystals to someone just because they gave some feedback?" Ye Guan reckoned that he was definitely not the reason why Old Zhang had decided to give him 5 million immortal spiritual crystals. After a few moments of silence, Ye Guan inwardly asked, "Master Pagoda, this is all because of you, right?" "Of course," said Little Pagoda in a hurry. He had no plans of letting Ye Guan think too deeply into the matter. Ye Guan was scary whenever he was mulling things over, as he was too smart for his own good. Ye Guan fell silent. After a while, he asked, Master Pagoda, they were really accommodating with me earlier, especially Elder Zhang. They were respectful to me as well. However, they treated you indifferently. Are you sure they were nice to me because of you and not because of my father? Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Madame Li ran up to Ye Guan and asked, Young Lord Ye, are you okay? Ye Guan retracted his thoughts and nodded. I'm fine. Madame Li heaved a sigh of relief and said, I'm glad to hear that. All right, let's go to the South Garden. Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, all right, let's go. I should go and meet Lady Ye Guanzi first. I'll try and bait Master Pagoda for answers later. Meanwhile, the onlookers were bewildered to see Ye Guan leave unscathed. Just what kind of conversation did Ye Guan and the committee have? Will the committee release Ye Guanzi? They were extremely curious, but they were bound to receive no answers to their question. Old Zhang stood respectfully next to Li Banzi in the committee hall. Li Banzi asked softly, what do you think of him? Old Zhang hurriedly replied, he's an extremely talented individual, a talent that appears only once every million years. Li Banzi quietly smiled at Old Zhang. Old Zhang chuckled bitterly and said, I'm not trying to be a bootlicker here. I was serious. Li Banzi agreed. Indeed, he's an excellent seedling. Old Zhang nodded and replied, yes. Li Banzi suddenly called out, Chief and you. A blurry figure appeared next to her. Are there any movements from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion? She asked. The blurry figure nodded and said, they've mobilized the Immortal Soldiers, Dao Soldiers, and the Martial Court's Divine Guards. Li Banzi's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flitted across her eyes as she said, keep a closer eye on them. Anu nodded slightly and left. Ye Guan and Madame Li soon found themselves in the South Garden. Ye Guan spotted Ye Guanzi by the lake. She was wearing a long skirt that was as white as snow, and there was a purple belt around her waist that made her outfit less plain and more elegant, along with making her give off a scholarly air in combination with her charms. Ye Guanzi looked at him with a smile. Her eyes were as clear as spring water, and her features were perfect. She was extraordinarily beautiful not just in the Guanxian Academy but in the entire Guanxian universe. Young Lord Ye. Ye Guanzi exclaimed, long time no see. Ye Guan smiled back and said, Lady Guanzi, long time no see. Madame Li glanced at the two of them before retreating. Ye Guanzi examined Ye Guan from top to bottom and smiled. Sword Sovereign. Ye Guan nodded. Ye Guanzi's eyes lit up, and she remarked, impressive. A silence enveloped the two before Ye Guan shattered it. He sounded apologetic as he said, I'm sorry. I know it's my fault that you had to stay here for so long. Ye Guanzi shook her head and said, it's fine. I just did what I thought was right. Ye Guan glanced sideways at Ye Guanzi and sighed to himself. She was indeed a kind-hearted woman. Ye Guanzi put down her book. She looked around briefly before saying, I've also learned a lot from reading and studying here. Ye Guan smiled and asked, really? Yes, Ye Guanzi said, I learned that there are some things that are just difficult to change. My thoughts were indeed too shallow at the time, but... Ye Guanzi paused before continuing. I still won't give up. I really like what Pavilion Master Qin once told me, the road is long, but you'll eventually get there as long as you don't stop walking. It is difficult, but it'll eventually come to an end. Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, I went to the committee earlier, and a committee senior told me that she'll release you soon. Ye Guanzi laughed and asked, is that so? Ye Guan nodded and added, I don't think she was lying. Ye Guanzi smiled and said, let's set that aside for now and start talking about you. Ye Guan was slightly curious. Me? It's really impressive how you've become a sword sovereign so quickly. You said that you have a master, right? Master Pagoda? Has he been the one teaching you about the sword Dao? Ye Guan nodded and replied, I guess you could say that. Ye Guanzi's lips curled up, and she asked, what do you mean? Ye Guan chuckled and changed the topic. Lady Guanzi, would you like to exchange some moves? Ye Guan had suffered a crushing defeat at Ye Guanzi's hands. It had been a long time since then, so he wanted to try again and see if he would still get crushed in the same manner as back then. Ye Guanzi blinked and grumbled. I don't feel like fighting, but since you said so, I guess we should go ahead and do it. Great. Ye Guan chuckled. Ye Guanzi looked around her and said, I think we have to fight somewhere else. Can we go out? Ye Guan asked. Ye Guanzi smiled and said, let's try. She tried to walk out of the South Garden, but an aura abruptly restrained her. Ye Guanzi said, I'm just going to exchange some moves with young Lord Ye. I'll return once I'm done. The oppressive aura vanished moments later. Ye Guanzi turned to look at Ye Guan and said, let's go. Ye Guan nodded. All right. Soon, the two found themselves in a corner of the starry skies after using a teleportation array. Ye Guanzi looked around and said, this is my exclusive training ground. No one can come here and eavesdrop on us. Of course, no one can see us here as well. Ye Guan still had to fight the Chosen One, so Ye Guanzi wanted to make sure that no one else would witness Ye Guan's true prowess. Ye Guan nodded and said, Lady Guanzi, I'm going to make my move now. Go ahead. Swing. The space in front of Ye Guanzi split open, and a sword came out of the rift. Instant death strike? The sword attack shattered the space-time rules, but Ye Guan hadn't even used his sword energy. He simply wielded Dragon's Roar. However, Ye Guan wasn't underestimating Ye Guanzi in the slightest. Actually, he didn't dare to underestimate her. Rumble? A mysterious force restrained Ye Guan's sword when it was just a few inches away from Ye Guanzi. Ye Guan's pupils constricted in shock. Ye Guanzi raised her right hand and brought it down slowly. Suppress. Boom! The space around Ye Guan trembled slightly, and a mysterious force restrained him. At the same time, countless golden runes appeared and surrounded him. The golden runes were like tadpoles swimming around in space, and each of them gave off a terrifying aura as they suppressed Ye Guan. Ye Guan felt as if there were 100 mountains weighing down on him. He couldn't move at all, and the pressure weighing down on him was getting stronger and stronger. Ye Guan balled both his hands into fists. Boom! A terrifying sword force surged out of him, but Ye Guanzi brought her hand lower. Ye Guan's sword force shattered, but multiple rifts in space manifested around Ye Guanzi. They spat swords one after another, and each sword traveled at astonishing speeds. They were so fast that only their trails were visible as they made a beeline for Ye Guanzi. Ye Guanzi was stunned. She had been suppressing Ye Guan, so he should have been unable to condense any swords, but the reality wasn't what she expected. There was only one explanation: Ye Guan had to have condensed these swords in advance, and he had been hiding them in the pockets of space around Ye Guanzi. Ye Guanzi set her thoughts aside and swiped at them. The swords were sent flying away, but Ye Guan took advantage of the distraction to break out of the restraints and thrust his sword toward Ye Guanzi. Rumble! The space in front of both Ye Guan and Ye Guanzi was torn open. A sword flew out of the rift before Ye Guanzi. Instant death strike? It was a terrifying attack, but Ye Guanzi remained calm and raised her hand. She used only 2 of her fingers to stop Ye Guan's sword move. Rumble! However, the space behind Ye Guanzi quivered violently and spat out a sword traveling at breakneck speeds. It rushed toward Ye Guanzi's back. The sword behind her was Ye Guan's killing move? Nonetheless, Ye Guanzi remained calm. She vanished like a ghost, and the sword struck nothing but air. Ye Guan's pupils constricted. He whipped around, and his expression changed upon realizing that a deluge of a mysterious force was rushing toward him. Inscrutable golden runes started to manifest around him. Ye Guanzi was clearly trying to suppress him again. However, Ye Guan wasn't willing to be suppressed just like that. He balled his hand into a fist and punched out. World Devastation Art? Boom! A terrifying power exploded from Ye Guan's fist, which shattered the space around him. Ye Guanzi was sent flying away, and every inch of space that made contact with her figure shattered upon contact. Ye Guanzi stared in astonishment at Ye Guan as she flew away. A sword had been waiting for her, and it appeared the moment she stopped flying. Ye Guanzi pointed at the sword, and a golden light burst out of her fingertip. The golden light forcefully suppressed Ye Guan's sword. At the same time, however, multiple swords made a beeline for Ye Guanzi. Ye Guan had disappeared as well. Swing! A ray of sword light flitted across the starry skies toward Ye Guanzi. Ye Guanzi raised her open palm, and a tidal wave of space struck Ye Guan and his sword, sending them flying at least 100 meters away. Countless inscrutable golden runes abruptly surrounded Ye Guan, and waves of terrifying pressure swept across him, immobilizing him. Ye Guan was about to break out, but Ye Guanzi pointed at him and exclaimed, "Descend! Mighty heaven and earth righteousness force!" Boom! A seemingly inexhaustible and mysterious force entered the inscrutable golden runes around Ye Guan. The pressure weighing down on him increased drastically in a blink of an eye. Ye Guan felt like there were thousands of mountains pressing down on him. He felt like his fleshly body was about to explode. He gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. He wanted to attack with his sword, but he couldn't overcome the mighty pressure weighing down on him unless he took that crucial step and became a great sword sovereign. A mysterious voice suddenly echoed in Ye Guan's head. "She's using a rune domain. Why don't you create your own sword domain?" It's not Master Pagoda's voice. It's a female's voice. Ye Guan froze and went silent. The mysterious voice continued. "A sword domain can shatter her rune domain." However, Ye Guan shook his head and said, "No." The mysterious voice was stunned. Ye Guan clenched his right fist. Rumble! A terrifying force erupted from his fist. World Devastation Art? The space around him had been strengthened by the golden runes, but the space actually warped under the terrifying power of the World Devastation Art. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. The space all around him to tremble violently. He executed the World Devastation Art 3 more times consecutively. Boom, boom, boom. The space shattered like glass the 4th time it was struck by the World Devastation Art. Ye Guan was freed from the restraints, and he appeared in front of Ye Guanzi. Ye Guanzi's pupils constricted. She took a step back, and her rune domain blossomed once again. Ye Guan manifested 10 swords at once and thrust them at the same time toward Ye Guanzi. Crack! A small crack appeared in Ye Guanzi's rune domain. "Achilles' heel strike," exclaimed Ye Guanzi and the mysterious voice at once. The mysterious voice muttered in awe, "He's indeed a rare genius. He was born to be a swordsman." Little Pagoda boisterously laughed and said, "It's all because I've been such a great tutor. You're so awesome, me? Ha ha ha." The mysterious voice was rendered speechless. Achilles' heel strike. Ye Guanzi's gaze sparkled with joy and astonishment as she stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was indeed a monstrous talent? Ye Guan took a deep breath. It was an attack born from a sudden epiphany. "I'm fast, so why don't I use my speed to attack just one spot at the same time?" Ye Guan gave it a try, and it worked. He was surprised by the terrifying effect of attacking just a single spot at once multiple times. Ye Guanzi walked up to Ye Guan. She smiled at him and asked, "Did someone tell you to do what you did just now?" Ye Guan shook his head and said, no, I just thought of it while we were fighting, and I decided to give it a try. Ah, Ye Guanzi gasped in awe and said, young lord Ye, you truly are talented. Ye Guan chuckled sheepishly and rubbed his head shyly before saying, no, you're the one who's really impressive, Lady Guanzi. Your rune domain was terrifying. He wasn't lying, Ye Guanzi's rune domain was terrifying. Ye Guan had gone all in, but Ye Guanzi's rune domain still managed to suppress him. However, Ye Guan was actually thrilled by the fact that Ye Guanzi managed to suppress him. Lady Ye Guanzi is a true powerhouse. It's fun exchanging moves with her. Ye Guan closed his eyes and inwardly said, Master Pagoda, I want to. Little Pagoda's curiosity was piqued. What is it? Ye Guan muttered, I want to lose. Little Pagoda fell silent. Ye Guan sighed and said, the number of people in this generation who can stand toe-to-toe against me are too few and far between. I want to get beaten up, I want to be challenged, and I want to be defeated. Really? Little Pagoda was silent. Ye Guan's conundrum reminded him of someone, the invincible freedom swordsman. Little Pagoda sighed to himself. The way this lad approached the sword deo was too similar to that of freedom swordsman. It was no wonder he had caught the attention of the sword intent that little freedom had left behind. Ye Guanzi suddenly said, young lord Ye, you really amaze me. You are a sword sovereign and a martial god at the same time, that's really rare. Ye Guan suddenly asked, Lady Guanzi, you didn't go all out earlier, right? Ye Guanzi blinked. She smiled wryly, but she didn't say anything in response. Eventually, Ye Guanzi shook her head and laughed. We're friends, so I couldn't direct my killing intent toward you. I couldn't go all out because of that, and isn't it the same for you as well? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Ye Guanzi suddenly sounded serious as she said, young lord Ye, your prowess is heaven-defying, but you do have some shortcomings. Ye Guan hurriedly said, Lady Guanzi, please feel free to criticize me. Ye Guanzi smiled lightly and explained, firstly, your swords are capable of shattering the rules, but domains are more powerful than rules. You're having trouble shattering domains. I'm sure you'll be hard-pressed to defeat a powerhouse whose domain is more powerful than my domain. Ye Guan nodded. That's true. Ye Guanzi continued. Secondly, your cultivation realm is too low. This is your biggest weakness. I could have just dragged out our fight earlier, and you would have run out of profound energy in just 30 minutes. I agree. Lastly, you're still not fast enough. Ye Guan was surprised. Ye Guanzi laughed and asked, is that surprising? Ye Guan nodded and said, you're the first person to have ever told me that I'm still not fast enough. Ye Guanzi explained, if you were twice as fast as you are at the moment, my domain wouldn't have been able to suppress you. Twice as fast? Ye Guan laughed bitterly. His speed was already terrifying, and even he thought that it was ridiculous for him to try and become even faster. Ye Guanzi added, your cultivation realm is too low, and your physique isn't that strong, so your choice at the moment is to become even faster. Under normal circumstances, it's very difficult for you to become even faster at this point. However, you still haven't cultivated any body cultivation technique, so I'm sure your speed will increase drastically once you've started cultivating a body cultivation technique. Ye Guan asked, body cultivation techniques? Yes. Ye Guanzi nodded and explained, your speed has reached the limits of what your physique and cultivation realm can withstand. There are only two ways for you to become even faster. You can break through realms and improve your physique, or you can cultivate a body cultivation technique. Ye Guanzi pondered briefly before continuing. Your current speed has reached the limits of the physical realm. However, I'm sure you'll surpass that limit once you've started cultivating a body cultivation technique. Anyway, did you know that Pavilion Master Qin introduced the concept of physical realms here from Milky Way? Ye Guanzi asked. She laughed and added, I was so surprised when I first heard it. Physical sounds a bit dirty, doesn't it? It's like getting physical, if you know what I mean. I would really love to explore the Milky Way just to see how vulgar they speak. I think they always go like fuck, fuck, fuck. Ye Guanzi caught herself and giggled. She was obviously ignorant about Milky Way's society. Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled. I honestly thought about cultivating a body cultivation technique, but I don't have any, he admitted. I have them, exclaimed Ye Guanzi. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before asking, how much? Are they expensive? Ye Guanzi rolled her eyes at him and said, money isn't an issue between us. I'll feel bad taking it for free. It's fine. Ye Guanzi walked up to Ye Guan and opened her palm, revealing a black scroll appeared. Ye Guan was slightly curious and asked, what is that? Ye Guanzi explained, thunderclap. It's the best simplicity rank body cultivation technique of the Guanxian Academy. Ye Guan said, I saw Lu Tian use that the other day. Ye Guanzi nodded. He's the chosen one, so it makes sense that the Academy has given him the best. Ye Guan asked, does the Academy only have simplicity rank items and techniques? Of course not. Why did the Academy not give the chosen one better techniques than simplicity? Because he can't cultivate them for now. Why not? It seems that you still don't really know much about the ranking system. Ye Guan quickly nodded and said, yes, I really don't know much about it. Ye Guanzi asked, do you know the realm above the seal-shattering realm? Ye Guan shook his head. His cultivation realm was extremely low, so he never really paid much attention to what the higher cultivation realms were. All right, I'll tell you then. Ye Guanzi chuckled and said, the pinnacle realm is above the seal-shattering realm. Actually, the two of them are technically on the same stretch of road known as the path to the pinnacle. However, why does the pinnacle realm have the world pinnacle in it? It is all because becoming a pinnacle realm cultivation means that a cultivator has reached their physical limits. The realm after the pinnacle realm is the ultimate realm, but it is extremely difficult to reach. A cultivator has to withstand a heavenly tribulation to reach it. Ye Guan frowned and asked, withstand a heavenly tribulation? Ye Guanzi nodded and said, yes, this was stipulated by Pavilion Master Qin back then. If you want to go further after reaching the pinnacle realm, you would need to undergo a heavenly tribulation. The heavenly Dao determines the strength of your heavenly tribulation. Surviving the heavenly tribulation means becoming an ultimate realm cultivator. By then, you would be considered a true cultivator. Ultimate realm cultivators are considered elite cultivators in the Guanxian universe. Ye Guanzi paused briefly before continuing. Pavilion Master Qin was also the one who had started using the word elite to describe such powerhouses. Ye Guan shook his head and laughed. He inwardly asked, Master Pagoda, is Pavilion Master Qin a good person or a bad person? She's a good person. Little Pagoda hurriedly said, no, she's a great person. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion is a different story, but she really is a good person. Really? Little Pagoda didn't dare to lie anymore. He was afraid of going too far with his lies and paying for them in the future. Ye Guan nodded slightly, then looked at Ye Guanzi. Ye Guanzi smiled and said, a newly minted Ultimate Realm cultivator will receive rewards in the form of heavenly Dao gifts. They would be able to control heavenly tribulation power as well. Needless to say, cultivators capable of wielding the heavenly tribulation are extremely strong. A wave of their sleeve is enough for them to destroy entire nations. An ultimate realm cultivator would also possess the heavenly tribulation tempered physique, which is a huge power boost. Ye Guanzi paused, allowing Ye Guan to digest the information she had just shared with him. Eventually, she continued. The prerequisite to cultivating body techniques, martial skills, and cultivation methods above simplicity is heavenly tribulation power. It is all because body techniques, martial skills, and cultivation methods above simplicity are extremely terrifying. Cultivating them allows a cultivator to display might far stronger than heavenly tribulations, so only ultimate realm cultivators can cultivate them. You can say that the gap between the ultimate realm and the realms below it is as big as the gap between heaven and earth. Ye Guan suddenly asked, Lady Guanzi, what is your cultivation realm? Ye Guanzi laughed and said, I'm an ultimate realm cultivator. Ultimate realm? Ye Guan went silent. However, I'm not an ordinary ultimate realm cultivator, said Ye Guanzi. I have a high understanding of domains, and I have my own domain as well. If it hadn't been for my domain, I would have lost against you. Your sword is so fast that it's absurd. Ye Guan asked, how do I create my own domain? Ye Guanzi explained, you can only do it once you've reached the ultimate realm, as a domain requires great physical and mental strength to create. Your cultivation realm is too low, so even if you somehow comprehended a sword domain, you won't be able to activate it for an extended period of time. The profound energy consumption will be too much for you to handle. In addition, you also have to break heaven and earth laws to create your own domain. You're strong, but even you can only do such a thing for a few moments, not to mention that it's also doubtful if you can even do it in the first place. I understand. Ye Guan nodded. Ye Guanzi smiled and said, I think you should work on two things for now. First of all, you should cultivate the thunderclap body technique to bring your speed to a whole new level. If you manage to successfully cultivate thunderclap, you will be able to instantly kill anyone as long as they are not in the ultimate realm. Afterward, you should go ahead and master the Achilles heel strike. Ye Guan frowned and asked, Achilles heel strike? Ye Guanzi nodded and said in a serious tone, yes, mastering Achilles heel strike means even cultivators with domains won't be able to suppress you for a long time, and by then. Ye Guanzi trailed off. She gesticulated with her right hand and continued. You will be invincible even amongst ultimate realm cultivators, and you can easily kill those below the ultimate realm. After thinking for a little while, Ye Guan said, I really don't have a clue on how I can work on mastering the Achilles heel strike. I just did it because of an epiphany. Lady Guanzi, do you have any suggestions on how I should proceed? I will do whatever you say. I will do whatever you say. Ye Guanzi grinned and said, in order to truly master the Achilles heel strike, you need to master another special technique known as the critical method. There are only 2 people in the academy who have mastered it. The first is the head military official. He's extremely powerful with deep knowledge of martial arts. However, he's the chosen one's teacher, so he'll definitely not teach you the critical method. Ye Guan hurriedly asked, who's the other person? Ye Guanzi replied, Chief Sengwu of the Buddhism department. He's the only department chief who is always around in the academy. He has been an influential figure for millions of years. However, he often stays in his temple, and he rarely gets involved in the matters of the academy. Ye Guan asked, will he be willing to teach me? Ye Guanzi shook her head and shrugged. I don't know, but you can try. Ye Guan nodded. All right. You have to go and find him yourself. I'm still under house arrest, so I won't be able to go with you. Lady Guanzi, thank you so much for everything. Don't mention it. I'll come and see you another day. Sure. Ye Guan nodded slightly and disappeared into the horizon with his sword. Madame Li appeared next to Ye Guanzi and asked, what would have happened if you had gone all out? Ye Guanzi chuckled and replied, I can beat him in a sparring match, but I'll lose in a life or death battle. Madame Li frowned and asked, why? Ye Guan said softly, how can a sword exert the full extent of its might without killing intent? His attacks were much weaker than usual, as they weren't fueled with killing intent. It was especially glaring when he inadvertently used the Achilles heel strike against me earlier. He was afraid of hurting me, so he held back a bit in time. Ye Guan shook her head and laughed. Our fight was like playing house, she remarked. Madame Li muttered, what a wonderful young man. Ye Guan nodded. Indeed. Madame Li wordlessly stared at her. Ye Guan suddenly asked, are there any movements on the chosen one's side? Madame Li nodded and said in a low voice, yes, and they're pretty big movements, too. The head military official has been bringing Lu Tian to many different places these days. They're obviously in a campaign trying to acquire the support of the indecisive families and clans. You know that he has a special status, so those indecisive families and clans will definitely welcome him. Ye Guan said, on the day of their battle, I'll go to Mount Qingqiu. Madame Li was shocked. Why? Ye Guan calmly explained, if anyone dares to go against the grain and bring injustice to young Lord Ye, I will go and awaken Senior Qingqiu, even if it means losing my life. You can't. Madame Li exclaimed. Lady Qingqiu has left a message that no one else must disturb her other than the Sword Master. You know that she does not care about the academy anymore since the Sword Master's disappearance. The consequences will be disastrous if you attract her ire. Furthermore, there are mysterious elite cultivators guarding that place. If you trespass, they'll definitely kill you. Even the committee can't control those mysterious elites, so... Ye Guan interrupted with a shake of her head. I know. Madame Li was confused, and she asked anxiously, why are you still entertaining such thoughts? Are you perhaps? Ye Guan looked at her feet and muttered, I just find it unfair that the academy still insists on treating him unfairly. It really doesn't make any sense. Buddhism Department. Ye Guan asked around and quickly found where the Buddhism Department was located. The Guanxian Committee was the largest group in the main Guanxian Academy, and there were 9 departments beneath the Guanxian Academy, the Martial Department, the Department of Arts, the Benevolence Department, the Demon Department, the Heavenly Dao Department, the Shadow Department, the Discipline Department, the Divine Dao Department, and the Buddhism Department. The Central Department was below the 9 departments. The most powerful departments were the Martial Department and the Demon Department. The Martial Department had consistently produced top talents from their branches in the main Guanxian Academy branches throughout the universe. The Demon Department was powerful, but their main department wasn't in the main Guanxian Academy but in the Demon domain. Hence, the students of the Academy weren't really familiar with them. However, no one dared to underestimate the Demon Department. For the past 1,000 years, the demons of the Demon Department had always won the majority of the fights between demons and humans, and their great performance often caused conflict in the Guanxian universe. The most low-profile department among the 9 departments was the Buddhism Department. The department chief of the Buddhism Department was a low-profile individual, and most of the Buddhism Department's students were monks. They placed great importance on harmony and were seldom jealous of others. Ye Guan found himself standing at the entrance of an ancient temple. A young monk was cleaning the stone steps of the ancient temple. Ye Guan walked over and brought his palms together. Greetings, young monk. The young monk glanced at Ye Guan and asked, are you here for something? Ye Guan nodded and replied, my name is Ye Guan, and I would like to see Department Chief Seng Wu. The young monk shook his head. Master is currently in seclusion, and no one is allowed to disturb him, he said. He continued sweeping the stone steps afterward. Ye Guan pondered briefly before retrieving a storage ring and placing it in the young monk's hand. Young monk, please help me. The young monk froze upon seeing the storage ring. He exclaimed hesitantly, young lord, what are you doing? I am not that kind of person. Ye Guan said seriously, you just have to help me pass a message. The young monk hesitated before discreetly storing the storage ring away. You must be a good person, considering your bright demeanor. My master has always said that we must spread kindness and help others. Forget it. I'm sure master will scold me, but I will help you pass a message. The young monk turned around to leave. However, Ye Guan suddenly called out, young monk, wait. The young monk looked at Ye Guan in confusion. What is the matter? Ye Guan took out Little Pagoda and said, please take this pagoda with you and let your master see it. Tell him that the son of an old acquaintance is here to see him. Little Pagoda was utterly confused. The mysterious voice spoke, does he know something, or is he making a guess here? Little Pagoda sounded solemn as he said, I don't know. The mysterious voice exclaimed, he can be really scary sometimes. Little Pagoda sighed. This little bastard is really starting to scare me. It's difficult, but I have no choice. I just have to go with the flow. The young monk set his thoughts aside. He took the tiny pagoda with him and headed into the temple. Ye Guan stood quietly in front of the ancient temple's stone steps. He handed over the tiny pagoda to the young monk because he knew that he was just a nameless junior. There was no reason for the department chief Seng Wu to come and meet him. In other words, he had decided to take his master pagoda out in an attempt to ride on his master pagoda's coattails. Ye Guan was convinced that his master pagoda had to have been roaming the universe for more than 30 million years. Ye Guan thought that perhaps Department Chief Seng Wu would recognize Master Pagoda. If Department Chief Seng Wu failed to recognize Master Pagoda, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. He stood nothing to lose at all. How about Master Pagoda's safety? Ye Guan had considered it, but his instinct told him that a cultivator would find it hard-pressed to harm Master Pagoda. There was also a mysterious senior in the tiny pagoda. In addition, Ye Guan was aware that even though Master Pagoda was often mischievous, the latter wasn't too weak to succumb to the run-of-the-mill cultivators. Ye Guan knew that he was currently too weak, so he had to rely on his Master Pagoda at such a critical juncture. An old monk walked out and hurriedly approached Ye Guan. He froze upon taking a closer look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan hurriedly greeted, "Greetings, Department Chief Seng Wu." Seng Wu stared at Ye Guan for a long time before a complicated expression flashed across his eyes. "Let's talk in the temple." "Okay," replied Ye Guan. He heaved a sigh of relief. Seng Wu had recognized Master Pagoda. His Master Pagoda was indeed impressive. Seng Wu brought Ye Guan into a hall. He placed Little Pagoda in front of Ye Guan and said, "Have a seat." Ye Guan hesitated before saying, "I'm fine standing." Seng Wu didn't mind Ye Guan's response and asked softly, "Is Master Pagoda the only one with you?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Seng Wu looked at Ye Guan and smiled. "Take a seat, it's fine." Ye Guan obliged and asked, "Department Chief Seng Wu, do you know Master Pagoda?" Seng Wu nodded. "Yes, I do. How about my parents?" Ye Guan asked, "Do you know them, senior?" Seng Wu nodded slightly. "Yes, I do." Ye Guan explained, "Master Pagoda has always been unwilling to divulge any details about my parents, especially their identities. You're not going to tell me their identities as well, right?" Seng Wu smiled and asked, "Do you really want to know?" "Of course." Ye Guan nodded. "I spent my childhood in Nanzhou, and the people there, save for the members of the Ye clan, would always bully me for not having parents. They kept on telling me that I was a bastard, and it is not a pleasant feeling." Seng Wu was silent for a long while before he replied, "You'll find out soon. Is it okay if you wait until then?" Ye Guan smiled and pointed out, "Senior, you're really making this thing too complicated. Of course, I'm also talking about Master Pagoda." Seng Wu smiled softly and replied, "We do not have ill intentions. Master Pagoda said that my parents are really good people. Is it true?" he asked. Seng Wu nodded. "Yes, they are great people." Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I won't ask you about their identities, senior, but I really want to know whether they left me anything or not. For example, did they leave any properties or valuables for me?" Seng Wu looked at Ye Guan in silence. Seng Wu felt as if he were looking at that man, the man with 800 schemes and contingency plans. It seemed that Ye Guan was difficult to fool as well. Seng Wu pondered briefly before saying, "I don't think they left you any properties or valuables. However, I recall that your father had a lot of debt. He often said that his debt would become his son's debt." Ye Guan's expression became as dark as the bottom of a kettle. Was there really such an unreliable father in this world? It wasn't right for a father to push his problems to his child. Surely, he's jesting. "I don't think my father is that heartless." Seng Wu suddenly asked, "Do you have any business with me?" Ye Guan pushed aside his thoughts and nodded. "Senior, I'm here to seek guidance in critical method." Seng Wu froze before asking, "Critical method?" Ye Guan nodded. He then told Seng Wu about his conversation with Ye Guanzi. Seng Wu was silent for quite a while before saying, "You've shattered the surface." Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Seng Wu stood up and waved his sleeve. The scenery peeled, and Ye Guan was startled to find that he was already somewhere in the starry skies. Seng Wu was indeed a powerful monk, to think that he could shift space-time with just a wave of his sleeve. How horrifying! Seng Wu smiled and said, "Do your best." "Okay." Ye Guan nodded and opened his palm. Dragon's Roar appeared in his hands, and Ye Guan sent Dragon's Roar flying with 9 other swords toward one spot. Boom! The 10 swords struck the space that Seng Wu had reinforced, but Ye Guan's swords only managed to send ripples throughout the reinforced space. Ye Guan stored Dragon's Roar away and looked at Seng Wu. Seng Wu smiled and asked, "Do you know why it's called critical method?" No. Ye Guan shook his head. He sounded respectful as he said, "Please guide me, senior." Seng Wu's smile deepened as he explained, "The critical method is all about pushing yourself to your limits until your abilities experience a qualitative change. Your swords aren't that strong individually, but their power took a qualitative leap when you combined them earlier. You did it right, but it's not the critical method." Ye Guan asked, "Am I still not fast enough?" "You're both too slow and too weak," replied Seng Wu. Ye Guan thought about it before sending his swords flying out once more. This time, his swords were imbued with both sword intent and sword force. The sword's individual power increased drastically, and it could be said that a qualitative change had occurred. However, Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled bitterly. He seldom imbued his sword with either sword force or sword intent, not to mention both, and it was all because the profound energy consumption was too absurd. Ye Guan had decided not to use such a trick unless it was absolutely necessary. He was aware that his greatest strength was his high realm in the sword Dao, and his most glaring weakness was his low cultivation base. Seng Wu pointed out, "Your swords have become more powerful thanks to your sword intent and sword force. Try it again and see if your swords are equally powerful. Remember, you have to be fast. It's best if they hit the same spot at the same time." Ye Guan nodded and flung his sleeve. Crack! The reinforced space cracked, and the crack quickly spread throughout the reinforced space. However, Ye Guan wasn't happy. He had just discovered a massive issue. The swords were weaker than the previous swords. In fact, the final 3 swords were only about 60% as strong as the first sword. Seng Wu smiled at Ye Guan upon seeing his somber look. "Don't be disheartened, this is just the beginning. Once your ninth sword becomes as strong as your first sword, you'll have mastery over the critical method, said Sangwoo. Ye Guan nodded and flung his sleeve once more, but he only sent 3 swords rather than 10. He realized that his current limit was 3 swords. The power of the 4th sword was no longer consistent with the first 3 swords. In other words, his next breakthrough was the 4th sword. With that in mind, Ye Guan started training. He wasn't in a rush to achieve success, as he knew that it was impossible to succeed so easily. He had decided to start on the 4th sword rather than forcibly practice with 10 swords at once. After all, haste would always make waste. Soon, the speed and power of Ye Guan's 4th sword finally matched the speed and power of his first sword. He then started training with his 5th sword. Ye Guan's heart was gripped with excitement and anticipation as he worked on his 5th sword, and it was a feeling that he reckoned would never get old for him. Before long, his 5th sword had reached the same level as his 4th sword. However, things had gotten more difficult, and it became obvious when he started working on his 6th sword. He was starting to feel frustrated. Seeing this, Sangwoo was about to speak when Ye Guan placed down his sword and took a deep breath. This can't be, he muttered to no one in particular. I can't be anxious or hasty. It'll be easy for me to lose track of my goals once I become uneasy and hasty. I may not achieve what I want by then. I have to remain calm and take it slowly. Sangwoo was at a loss for words. I thought you needed guidance? He stared at Ye Guan in awe. What a talented young man. Ye Guan suddenly turned to look at Sangwoo and asked, Senior, the critical method brings about qualitative change, but can there be another qualitative change? For example, will my 100th sword become as fast and as strong as my sword? Sangwoo smiled and explained, qualitative changes are split into 3 levels. The first level is breaking through space-time. I'm sure you're aware of this, as it is kind of related to space-time rules. Most people can easily break through space, but it's a bit complicated when it comes to space-time. Time and space are separate and independent, after all. Anyway, the first level of qualitative change means you're now capable of breaking through space-time rather than just briefly shattering the space-time rules. The second level is breaking through realms. 100,000 miles of space-time forms a realm. 100 swords on the second level of qualitative change is enough to destroy 100,000 miles of space-time. Ye Guan asked, what about the third level? Sangwoo replied, breaking through domains. Ye Guan's brows furrowed. Breaking through domains. That's right. Sangwoo nodded. 1,000,000 miles of space-time forms a domain. 1,000 swords on the third level of qualitative change means you're now capable of destroying a small world. Ye Guan was astounded. One's cultivation base isn't the only measurement of strength. There can be a vast difference between 2 people with the same cultivation base but on a different realm in a different Dao. You're a great example of it. Your cultivation base is low, but your realm in the Sword Dao is high. In other words, even if you're up against a cultivator with a higher physical realm 1 than you, they're not necessarily stronger than you. Sangwoo paused before continuing. It sounds weird, right? I know, but it's not strange. You've already reached the pinnacle of what we call the Sword Dao's physical realm, and it's the Sword Sovereign realm. You would be an extremely terrifying opponent to fight if your physical realm is at the pinnacle as well. Ye Guan nodded. I understand. Sangwoo smiled. Feel free to ask questions if you need clarifications. Ye Guan bowed slightly and said, thank you. Sangwoo put his palms together. He was about to speak, but he suddenly frowned and said, someone's here. I'll go out and meet them. You can stay here and train. Okay, replied Ye Guan. Sangwoo nodded before turning around to leave. Sangwoo soon arrived at the entrance of the ancient temple and saw 2 people waiting for him, the head military official and Lu Tian. The head military official smiled at Sangwoo and said, I apologize for the disturbance, Department Chief Sangwoo. Sangwoo swept his gaze across the 2 and smiled. What brings you here, head military official? Can we go in and talk? Asked the head military official. Sangwoo nodded. Of course. The 3 soon found themselves in a hall. The head military official wasted no time and started talking. Department Chief Sangwoo, you know about the upcoming battle between Lu Tian and Ye Guan, right? Sangwoo nodded. Yes. The head military official stared intently at Sangwoo and said, Department Chief Sangwoo, we're here to acquire the support of the Buddhism Department. Sangwoo glanced at Lu Tian before asking, what do you mean? The head military official glanced at Lu Tian. Lu Tian stepped up and circulated his cultivation base. Soon, he started exuding a faint red glow. The mad demon bloodline? Asked Sangwoo in astonishment. Lu Tian nodded and smiled. Yes. The head military official turned to look at Sangwoo and said, Department Chief Sangwoo, I'm sure I don't have to tell you about Lu Tian's identity, right? Sangwoo didn't know what to say. God damn it, you bastards. You 2 are a pair of good-for-nothings. Are you 2 even humans? How dare you lie to a monk? 1. It seems that cultivation realms like Space Shattering Realm, Space Annihilation Realm, Earth Law Realm, etc. are called physical realms. Seeing Sangwoo remain silent, the head military official hurriedly asked, Department Chief Sangwoo. Sangwoo put his hands together and pretended to be surprised. Oh, you're actually the descendant of the Sword Master? Pardon me. Lu Tian smiled softly. You don't have to be so polite, Department Chief Sangwoo. Sangwoo went silent. A trace of killing intent flitted across his heart as he almost went against his oath of not killing anybody. The head military official smiled and said, Department Chief Seng Wu, there will be some changes after the fight between Lu Tian and Ye Guan, but we hope that you'll support us until the end. Seng Wu looked at Lu Tian before saying seriously, my Buddhism department will do our best to support young Lord Lu Tian. Lu Tian's demeanor brightened up, and he grinned widely. The head military official's lips also curled up. Much obliged, Department Chief Seng Wu. We won't disturb you further. Seng Wu put his hands together in a prayer position. Head military official and Lu Tian, have a safe trip, he said. Lu Tian smiled softly and remarked, Department Chief Seng Wu, there is no need to be so polite. I will support both you and the Buddhism department once everything is over. Thank you. Seng Wu hurriedly said, thank you, young lord. May you be blessed with a long life. Long live the young lord. Lu Tian smiled. Thank you. Seng Wu went silent. You two better leave soon, or I may just smack you. Lu Tian turned to the head military official and said, let's go, tutor. The head military official nodded, and they turned around to leave. Seng Wu looked into the sky and was silent for a long while before he shook his head and sighed. He can't be compared to young Lord Ye Guan and Boundless Master. Seng Wu then frowned and muttered, is he really the chosen one? He was suspicious. He had come across the chosen ones of the past 2 generations, and each of them was more than what met the eyes, but the chosen one of this generation was just. Seng Wu shook his head. There was no real benefit of being the chosen one. The chosen one was just a forever god. With that, he turned around to leave. Meanwhile, the head military official and Lu Tian were traveling through the clouds. Lu Tian turned to the head military official and smiled before saying, tutor, Department Chief Seng Wu didn't seem to be very smart. The head military official spoke seriously, don't underestimate him. The Sword Master personally gave him his current position as the Department Chief of the Buddhism Department. There must be a reason behind it. Lu Tian's smile waned. He nodded slightly and said, I understand. The head military official continued. Our chances of success have increased significantly with the Buddhism Department's support. Lu Tian nodded and said calmly, don't worry, tutor. I will definitely kill him by then, it doesn't matter, even if he's a great sword sovereign. The head military official nodded slightly and said, it'll be great if that happens. Still, we need to have a backup clan. Lu Tian nodded. Indeed. The head military official said, let's go. The two soon disappeared into the distance. Moments later, an illusory figure appeared from the stretch of clouds where the two had conversed before disappearing into the horizon. The illusory figure was Anu. Anu stared at where the two had disappeared before vanishing as well. Ye Guan was busy cultivating. His 6th sword now had the same speed and power as his first sword. He sent out 6 swords consecutively, and each of them was as powerful and as fast as the first. It was exhausting, but the combined power of the swords was horrifying. The swords had become more powerful than his world devastation art. It would be great if he could use the world devastation art consecutively, like what he could do with his swords, but he couldn't do it. The world devastation art required a wind-up time, and it was a simplicity rank martial skill as well. In other words, it consumed a ton of profound energy. Ye Guan trained his 7th sword. Old Zhang gave him 5 million immortal spiritual crystals, so he had plenty of cultivation resources. However, he was still burning money as if it were paper. He had already spent 10 million gold spiritual crystals. Seng Wu accompanied Ye Guan. Whenever Ye Guan stumbled upon issues, he would give Ye Guan advice on how to resolve them. 10 days later, Ye Guan could finally send out 9 swords consecutively, with each sword as powerful as the first sword. The swords were so fast that they looked like they had combined into one sword whenever they were traveling toward their target. Ye Guan hovered quietly in the empty space. He was filled with peace. He was extremely calm and focused. Moments later, Ye Guan abruptly flung 9 swords toward a certain point. Crack! A crack appeared at the target, and it expanded until it covered an area of at least 300 meters before shattering. Ye Guan's 9 swords had just shattered not only Seng Wu's reinforced space but its spacetime as well. Exactly 1 second later, the shattered spacetime recovered. Seng Wu smiled and said, congratulations, you've done it. However, Ye Guan shook his head and pointed out, I'm still missing the final sword. Seng Wu said seriously, it's going to be difficult, really difficult. Stacking consecutive attacks like what Ye Guan had been doing was bound to get even more difficult the more stacks there were. Ye Guan looked at Seng Wu and smiled, I think I haven't reached my limit yet. I can do better. Seng Wu froze and smiled. Go ahead and continue. Ye Guan nodded and swallowed a recovery pill. Moments later, he took a deep breath and started his training once more. Seng Wu stared at the serious-looking Ye Guan and smiled softly. What a capable young man. He's much steadier than his father, and he's less ostentatious as well. Ye Guan sent his swords out once again. The final sword was truly the most difficult sword to cultivate, but he wasn't willing to give up. He knew his limit, and if it were really impossible, he would have given it up. He wouldn't have continued. After all, one had to work smart as well, not just hard. He decided to continue because he felt that he could still do better. He still hadn't reached his limits. With that, Ye Guan sent his swords out over and over again, revising his technique with each attempt. Seng Wu's reinforced space cracked and recovered over and over again. Ye Guan kept on failing, but he was delighted rather than discouraged. He was delighted because he had just realized that he still had room to become even stronger. He could finally send out 10 swords at the same time, but the power of the final sword was only 70% of the first sword. However, Ye Guan didn't mind it. When he had just started, his 10th sword was only 20% as powerful as his first sword, but now, his 10th sword was already 70% as powerful as his first sword. In other words, he was making progress. 5 days later, a loud noise echoed through the starry skies. Seng Wu's reinforced space was torn open. The cataclysmic event caused a flood of power to spread outward for over 300 meters, creating a spider web-like crack all over the space. Ye Guan collapsed to the ground. A soft energy enveloped Ye Guan and pulled him up. Seng Wu walked toward Ye Guan. He had been with Ye Guan all this while. Ye Guan closed his eyes with a smile. He had done it. And he felt that he had finally reached his limit. Seng Wu smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" Ye Guan took a deep breath before grinning. "I feel great." "Congratulations," said Seng Wu with a casual nod, but he was shocked inside. He thought Ye Guan's limit was the 9th sword, so he was stupefied to see Ye Guan cultivating the 10th sword. After resting for a while, Ye Guan suddenly sat up. He stuck his finger out and pointed at the space ahead of him. Crackle! A rift in spacetime was torn open, and a sword flew out. At first glance, it was just a sword, but it was actually 10 swords. Crack! The spacetime in a radius of 80 meters shattered upon impact. Seng Wu froze and asked, "Was that the royal sword art?" "Yes." Ye Guan smiled and explained, "I found that the royal sword art can be used in the same manner as well." "Your royal sword art is extremely fast," Seng Wu lamented. "It's a pity that you're using swords made out of sword energy. With 10 real swords, I'm sure the power of your attack will increase by at least 5-fold. Ye Guan nodded. "I'll ask my seniors at the sword sect if they have swords I can borrow." "Sounds great," said Seng Wu with a smile. Meanwhile, Ye Guan asked, "Senior, I want to cultivate another technique. Can I stay here for a few more days?" Seng Wu replied, "You can stay for as long as you want." Ye Guan hesitated before asking, "Senior, how are you acquainted with my father?" Seng Wu interrupted with a soft smile. "You will know in the future." "All right then." Ye Guan nodded. With that, Ye Guan cultivated the simplicity rank body technique thunderclap. As the name said, it allowed Ye Guan to summon a thunderclap with a thought. Ye Guan was shocked when he first saw Lu Tian using thunderclap. It was truly a terrifying body technique that allowed Lu Tian to match his speed. Of course, he was more awesome than Lu Tian, as he was already extremely fast without thunderclap. If he managed to cultivate thunderclap, he would become doubly awesome. It took Ye Guan less than 2 days to gain mastery over the thunderclap body technique, and his speed had doubled under the effects of thunderclap. His speed was already heaven-defying, and now that he had become twice as fast as before, his speed could only be described as horrifying. Unfortunately, Ye Guan's physical realm was still his biggest obstacle. His profound energy reservoir was too low to accommodate his achievements in the Sword Dao, so he couldn't find a long, drawn-out battle. Seng Wu suddenly said, "You're invincible to anyone whose realms are lower than you, considering your current speed. As for those in the same realm as you, as long as they aren't geniuses with domains, you're invincible against them as well." Ye Guan smiled softly without saying anything. Seng Wu smiled and asked, "How confident are you against the Chosen One?" Ye Guan replied calmly, "I have only one opponent." Seng Wu hesitated slightly before asking, "Who?" Ye Guan replied, "Myself." Seng Wu was stunned. Ye Guan said softly, "I'm on the invincible Sword Dao. My true enemy is myself. I am invincible as long as my mindset is right and I stick to my morals and faith. The only one capable of defeating me is my future self." Seng Wu said seriously, "You're on the invincible Sword Dao." Ye Guan nodded. Seng Wu's expression turned grim as he asked, "Are you even aware that the invincible Sword Dao allows not even a single failure?" "You're wrong, senior," said Ye Guan with a smile before explaining, "It's not that one cannot fail while one is on the invincible Sword Dao. In fact, failure is a must." Seng Wu froze. Ye Guan said seriously, "Failure allows one to see which part of them needs improvement. What cannot fail is my heart and will. You can defeat me as an individual, but you cannot crush my faith and will." Bam! A terrifying sword intent burst out of Ye Guan. Seng Wu was shocked. Ye Guan pressed down with his right hand and forcefully suppressed the sword intent. Seng Wu stared at Ye Guan in a daze. That was the sword intent of a great sword sovereign. "You." Ye Guan grinned without saying anything. Seng Wu's expression turned serious as he continued. "You're suppressing your Sword Dao realm." Ye Guan was still smiling, but he didn't say anything in response. Seng Wu looked at Ye Guan. "Why?" Ye Guan thought about it before replying. "I'm still quite weak. I'm not invincible like the Sword Master nor as strong as the elite cultivators of the Guanxian universe, so I think it's better for me to keep a low profile rather than boast and show off. I'll emphasize it's better to keep one's trump cards to oneself. Don't show all of your cards to your opponent." Ye Guan paused before continuing. "A swordsman can't just fight. The world is too complex, and might is sometimes not strong enough to resolve issues. There are many powerhouses out there as well. If I only know how to fight, I'll eventually make an enemy out of everyone, which will definitely become my undoing. In other words, I have to be soft at times and scheming at times. As the saying goes, use force and gentleness in tandem. I think it's a saying that makes a lot of sense. I want my enemies to only see my cards once I'm about to bury them." Seng Wu went silent. "Even the sun is a devious brat?" Ye Guan put his sword away and said, Senior, I will take my leave now. Seng Wu pushed aside his thoughts and asked, are you returning to the sword sect? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. All right, said Seng Wu with a smile. Ye Guan bowed slightly. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Farewell. Seng Wu nodded. All right. Ye Guan turned around and flew into the horizon on his sword. Seng Wu wordlessly stared at the bright light on the horizon. After a while, he smiled and muttered, I'm sure you guys will be pleased to see this lad. He turned to look in another direction and said, the Guanxian universe's successor is here. Ye Guan went to look for Chen Guanzi upon arriving at the sword sect. In a hall, Chen Guanzi looked at Ye Guan, you need swords. Ye Guan nodded. Yes, and I need 8 of them. Chen Guanzi nodded and said, follow me. He hopped onto his sword and disappeared into the horizon. Ye Guan hurriedly chased after him. The two soon found themselves in the depths of the sword tomb. A boulder was in front of them, and there was a sword case on the boulder. The sword case was pitch black in color, and there wasn't a single character emblazoned on it. Chen Guanzi gestured, and the sword case hovered in front of him. He tapped the case, and 12 swords took off to pierce the clouds. The 12 swords soon spun in a circle above them. Chen Guanzi gestured once more, and the 12 swords returned. The 12 swords appeared in front of Ye Guan. The swords had a width of about 2 fingers next to each other, and they were about 3 feet long. The swords were clearly made to be used as throwables, as they didn't have a hilt. Chen Guanzi turned to look at Ye Guan and explained, this is Senior Mirong's sword case. Its name is Zuxi 1. The swords floating in front of you are called Zuxi flying blades, and they are all divine rank items. Senior Mirong died 30 years ago on the Suhen battlefield. His sword case has been dormant here for the past 30 years. From now on, Senior Mirong's swords shall follow you. Ye Guan hurriedly said, all right. He reached out for the sword case. Buzz! The sword case vibrated violently, and a horrifying sword intent surged out from it. Ye Guan's hand bounced off of the sword case. Ye Guan was shocked. He looked at Chen Guanzi and asked, Senior, what was that? Chen Guanzi responded, people who can choose their swords, but swords can choose their wielders as well. You have to convince them. Ah, that makes sense. Ye Guan smiled. He looked at the sword case and stepped forward before flicking his finger toward the sword case. Boom! The sword case trembled, and a loud vibration shook the air. 12 blades flew toward Ye Guan, and Ye Guan didn't dare to be negligent against the 12 blades. He took a stance, and the swords haphazardly slashed at him. Clang, clang, clang. The 12 blades were sent flying away. Ye Guan waved his sleeve, and 12 swords made out of sword energy manifested and flew toward the 12 blades. Clang! The 12 Zuxi flying blades were quickly suppressed. After all, Ye Guan had created his 12 swords with both his sword intent and sword force as well as his sword energy. The 12 Zuxi flying blades were indignant, and they continued resisting. Ye Guan stared at the 12 Zuxi flying blades with a smile. If you are that unwilling, I will not force you to come with me, he said. He then waved his sleeve, and his 12 swords melted into innumerable light particles before disappearing. Ye Guan turned around and left. The 12 blades froze. The heck? Why are you leaving? The Zuxi sword case quivered, and the 12 blades cut Ye Guan off. They vibrated slightly as if they were trying to say something to him. Ye Guan smiled and asked, are you all willing to follow me? The 12 blades vibrated at the same time. Ye Guan laughed. He grabbed the Zuxi sword case with his right hand, and it turned into a ray of black light before entering his glabella. Boom! The image of a sword case appeared in Ye Guan's sea of consciousness. The Zuxi sword case and the Zuxi flying blades fused into his divine sense. Now, he could mobilize the 12 blades with just a thought. Ye Guan looked up and mobilized them. Buzz! A buzzing noise pervaded the air as the 12 blades manifested. The 12 blades shot into the sky and pierced the clouds. Ye Guan stared at the 12 Zuxi flying blades and sent them slicing away at the clouds with just his thoughts. The 12 blades danced around each other, forming an intricate pattern. Moments later, a drawing with hundreds of lines was carved on the clouds, creating a picturesque sight. Ye Guan was thrilled. Each of these blades was a divine rank item. He had to admit that swords made out of sword energy could only hope to match the 12 blades' might. Ye Guan stared deeply at the 12 blades and sighed. It was still better to be in an organization. He had nothing as a lone wolf, but now that he was with an organization, he suddenly had access to a lot of money and a ton of resources. Chen Guangzi suddenly said, there's still 1 more month. Ye Guan looked at Chen Guangzi. Chen Guangzi stared at him and asked, what else do you need? Let me know, and I'll give it to you if we have it here. I'll let you know, thanks, said Ye Guan with a nod. Chen Guangzi went silent and turned around to leave. Ye Guan didn't leave but closed his eyes. 1 month, seems like a long time, but it's not. Swoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan opened his eyes and found Cao Bai standing in front of him. Cao Bai stared at him and said, something happened, and it's related to you. Ye Guan pushed aside his thoughts and asked curiously, what happened? Cao Bai asked solemnly, do you still remember Lin Qian? Lin Qian. Ye Guan's brows furrowed. It was a familiar name. Cao Bai looked at Ye Guan. Lin Qian from the Shangxiao clan. Ye Guan's eyes widened in realization. Oh, yeah, I remember him. Lin Qian was an accomplice to Ye Guan and Ye Qing's murder of Lu Bing's younger brother in the Profound World. I actually forgot about him. Cao Bai nodded and explained, he's in a miserable state. Ye Guan frowned slightly. What do you mean? Cao Bai said solemnly, Shang Xiao clan wants to take the chosen one's side, but Lin Qian objected to it publicly. He said that he's your friend, and he'll stand by your side even if in the afterlife. The Shang Xiao clan decided to expel him from the clan before forcing him out of the clan. He's a student of the Guanqian Academy, but he's struggling because he's bullied by the members of the aristocratic family factions and the great clan factions. He is struggling right now. He's really in a miserable state right now. Ye Guan was silent. That bastard actually went that far. Cao Bai looked at Ye Guan. You have to deal with this for the sake of your reputation. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled before asking, where is he? Cao Bai said, he's at the martial department's territory. I'll go there, then, said Ye Guan. Cao Bai said, I'll go with you. Ye Guan nodded. All right. The two hopped onto their swords and disappeared into the horizon. Meanwhile, Lin Qian went to class as always in one of the martial department's classrooms. However, a few students stopped him on his way to the classroom. Lin Qian glanced at them before turning to look at a man in white, who seemed to be the leader of the group. Why are you here, Li Chuan? Are you here to fight me? Asked Lin Qian. Li Chuan smiled and said, Lin Qian, I truly admire you. You're a true man, I give you that. However, I really am curious. Is Ye Guan really worth risking your life for? Lin Qian was silent. Li Chuan continued. Lin Qian, we're cut from the same cloth, we should stand together. Lin Qian quietly stared at Li Chuan. Li Chuan's smile deepened as he explained, we're at the bottom of our society, and it is extremely difficult for us to change our fate. However, a huge opportunity has appeared right in front of us, an opportunity to change our destiny. We just have to stand on Senior Lu Tian's side, and that's it. We'll be able to change not just our own future but the future of our clan and families. Lin Qian suddenly asked, what if my brother Ye wins? Li Chuan snorted, do you really think that's possible? Lin Qian calmly pointed out. Have you already forgotten that brother Ye has already defeated Lu Tian back on the Zongtu Divine Continent? The smile on Li Chuan's lips vanished. His expression was dark as he said, it's all because Senior Lu Tian didn't go all out back then. And what's the big deal of losing once? Brother Ye won the fight back then, so what makes you think that he can't do it again? Asked Lin Qian. Li Chuan glared at Lin Qian and pointed out. Senior Lu is the chosen one. If he's the chosen one, how come he lost to brother Ye? Asked Lin Qian. Li Chuan was annoyed. Do you want a fight? We're just having a conversation. I'm not here to start a fight, said Lin Qian with a smile before asking, anyway, don't you think that this is a joke? Lin Qian shook his head and explained, I don't even dare to say that brother Ye will definitely defeat Lu Tian, so how come you people are so confident that he'll lose? Is it because Lu Tian is the chosen one? Is that it? It is impressive to be crowned as the chosen one, but just because the previous chosen one, the sword master, was invincible doesn't mean that Lu Tian is invincible by virtue of his status as the chosen one. Li Chuan glared menacingly at Li Qian. You really are stubborn. I'll ask you, then. Has there anyone out there who has succeeded in life without a backer? Lu Tian has the support of the Milky Way clan, the Future clan, and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Many clans and aristocratic families are backing him as well. What about Ye Guan? The Sword Sect? The Lingxu Blessed Land? Time Paradise? The Ancient Heavenly Dragon Clan? I don't think that they can compare to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion alone, even if they were combined. Lin Qian smiled, unfazed. Let me ask you, then. What's going to happen if brother Ye wins the upcoming battle between them? Li Chuan sneered. Do you really think that's possible? What if? Li Chuan waved his sleeve and snorted, it's impossible. The chosen one is invincible. Lin Qian glared at Li Chuan and exclaimed, he has already lost to brother Ye. So what? Li Chuan stared with narrowed eyes at Lin Qian. Does losing once even matter in the grand scheme of things? The future is more important than the present when it comes to the journey to the summit. Lin Qian glared at Li Chuan for a moment before muttering under his breath. When dogs meet, they either sniff or lick each other. Dogs are one thing, but people who imitate dogs by licking others are just disgusting. Say that again. Li Chuan roared. He glared at Lin Qian and said, Lin Qian, just because I've decided to treat you with some respect doesn't mean that you should forget your place. I guess it's no wonder that the Shangxiao clan decided to kick you out. A short-sighted dumbass like you has no place in the Shangxiao clan. Enjoy starving to death with no one backing you, you dumbass. Lin Qian calmly retorted, I'd rather starve to death rather than kiss and lick someone else's ass. I never said that brother Ye will definitely defeat the chosen one, but even if he loses, I'll still stand next to him. Li Chuan jeered, the Shangxiao clan has kicked you out and disowned you, and what did he do for you, huh? Lin Qian smiled and said, how about the chosen one? You've kissed and licked his ass for the longest time, but what has he done for you? I really don't understand. A human should have self-respect, why did you choose to lick someone else's ass? Li Chuan glared at Lin Qian and roared, shut his mouth for me. The students of the martial department rushed toward Lin Qian. Touch him, and you will die. The students came to a screeching halt and looked up. The voice had come from the skies. I'll annihilate the martial department as well. One punishing evil annihilate the martial department? Such boastful words enraged everyone present. However, they froze to their spots the next instant and immediately retracted their anger. The words had come from Ye Guan. Ye Guan and Xiao Bai walked toward Li Chuan. Li Chuan gulped, and his face was painted with terror upon seeing Ye Guan. Ye Guan wasn't a swordsman whom Li Chuan could provoke. Ye Guan stared at Li Chuan and asked, "Are you trying to bully him?" Li Chuan was fearful, but he did not back down. "Ye Guan, we're in the martial department." Ye Guan glared at Li Chuan and said, "Yeah, so go ahead and try me if you want to see whether I'll kill you or not." Li Chuan was terrified, and he clenched his fists. Try? Of course, he wasn't dumb enough to try. He supported Lu Tian, but he wasn't dumb enough to purposely seek death. He could wave Lu Tian's banner and cheer, but would he risk his life for Lu Tian? No way. Li Chuan's eyes softened a bit as he scoffed, "Ye Guan, rashness will get you into trouble one day. I hope that you won't be so arrogant in the future." With that, he turned around and left. Ye Guan suddenly called out to him, "Hold on." Li Chuan turned toward Ye Guan and snickered, "What? Do you want to kill me? If you kill an innocent person without justification in the academy, it'll be tantamount to giving up your life." "I know." Ye Guan nodded and said, "I won't kill you, but I will beat you up." Ye Guan flicked his sleeve. Slap! The flat of a sword slapped Li Chuan's face, and he flew a few meters away upon being struck. He landed harshly on the floor. Everyone was flabbergasted. Li Qian looked at Ye Guan and thought to himself, "He's so arrogant?" "Ye Guan." Li Chuan jumped up. He glared at Ye Guan and roared, "You actually dare to beat an innocent student of the academy?" Ye Guan turned toward Xiao Bai and asked, "Brother Xiao, what punishment will I receive for beating people up in the academy?" Xiao Bai calmly replied, "You will be fined." Ye Guan asked, "How much?" Xiao Bai said, "It depends on the situation. However, it normally wouldn't exceed 300,000 gold spiritual crystals." Ye Guan opened his palm, and a storage ring landed in front of Li Chuan. The storage ring contained 300,001 gold spiritual crystals. "I'm generous." Ye Guan stared at Li Chuan and said, "Keep the change." Ye Guan. Li Chuan flushed red in fury. Ye Guan flicked his sleeve once more. Slap! Another sword slapped Li Chuan's face, and the force threw Li Chuan a few meters away. He struck a stone wall, and the stone wall crumbled upon impact. "How dare you!" An enraged voice boomed throughout the martial department. A group of martial department students appeared. In the blink of an eye, the grounds became filled with a few hundred martial department students. They were all glaring at Ye Guan, and one of them boldly chided, "Ye Guan, how dare you bully us?" Ye Guan flicked his sleeve. Slap! The bold student was sent flying. The students were furious. They were about to attack, but Ye Guan shouted, "Those daring enough to move will die." The students' expressions darkened. There were only two people in the martial department capable of fighting Ye Guan Chenji and the chosen one. A female student boldly stepped forward. She stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, "Young Lord Ye, I'm sure your grudge is against senior brother Lu. Why are you bullying the students of the martial department?" Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at the young woman and laughed. "I bullied the students of the martial department? A student of the martial department caused all of this." The young woman frowned. Ye Guan explained, "My opponent is Lu Tian, but Li Chuan is trying to curry favor with Lu Tian by bullying my brother. Do you really think that's acceptable?" The martial department students stared at Li Chuan with disgusted looks. The students of the martial department were supporting Lu Tian, as they were students of the same department. However, they weren't fanatics blindly supporting Lu Tian, and many students were aware of the bottom lines that had to be avoided. The students were disgusted by what Li Chuan had done. Li Chuan's expression was ugly as he glared at Ye Guan. "Ye Guan, you attacked a martial department student in public, and you're disrespecting the martial department. You even said that you'll annihilate the martial department." Li Chuan wanted to rally the students of the martial department to him. He was too weak to compare to Ye Guan, and he was aware that he would only stand a chance against Ye Guan if the entire martial department were to stand by his side. The expressions of a few students turned sour. It was indeed a great insult for someone to declare that they would annihilate the martial department. Ye Guan simply smiled at the students and said, "If the martial department is unhappy about what I did today, you can go ahead and look for me anytime. I can fight you guys in a death match. From now on, I'll beat you up every time I see you in the academy," Ye Guan said to Li Chuan before turning to look at Lin Qian. "Let's go." Lin Qian scowled at Li Chuan and mocked, "Keep on licking those boots." With that, he turned around and followed Ye Guan. Li Chuan's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He turned toward his classmates and said, "Why did you let them go? How are we supposed to lift our heads up high in the future now that you've let them go?" One of the male students looked at him and said, "Weren't you the one who sought trouble for yourself first?" Li Chuan roared in rage, "We are all from the martial department? How come you guys are speaking up for Ye Guan? Where does your heart lie, huh?" The male student shook his head and corrected, "You sought trouble on your own, so don't you dare drag the rest of the martial department into your matters. It is unacceptable that you led a group to bully Lin Qian. Your actions were truly distasteful." Someone chimed in and said, "Li Chuan, we all support senior brother Lu Tian because he is a part of the martial department. However, this doesn't mean that other people cannot support Ye Guan. You are staining the reputation of senior brother Lu Tian and the martial department. Don't let your selfish acts tarnish the martial department." Everyone glared at Li Chuan in disgust. At first, they thought that Ye Guan had come here to kick up a fuss, but after learning about what had truly happened, they were furious at Li Chuan. He was shameless and with no dignity. They disliked Ye Guan, but they were disgusted with an idiot like Li Chuan. They glared coldly at Li Chuan before leaving. Li Chuan's expression slowly turned pale. He knew that he was done. Just then, the few people behind Li Chuan hesitated for a while before one of them said, Li Chuan, we will not involve ourselves with you anymore. From now on, we are no longer tied to you. They departed, leaving a speechless Li Chuan by himself. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was quietly staring at Lin Qian. Lin Qian grinned and said, Brother Ye? The Shangxiao clan had decided to support the Chosen One, leaving him in an awkward position. Lin Qian had decided to stand on Ye Guan's side, but it wasn't like he had any choice in the first place. Everyone knew that he and Ye Guan were sworn brothers, so he couldn't support Lu Tian at all. If he were to betray Ye Guan to support Lu Tian, it would be the end of him because Lu Tian wouldn't dare to take a traitor like him in. Of course, Lin Qian didn't really mind, as he and his father were quite fond of Ye Guan. Lu Tian was also a sore loser who had summoned the heavenly Dao upon realizing that he had lost. He was a shameless man. Lin Qian talked about it with his father, and they reached the conclusion that Lin Qian should keep on supporting Ye Guan. Unfortunately, the price that Lin Qian had to pay was expulsion. Still, he and his father felt that it was worth it. Ye Guan suddenly chuckled and asked, Brother Lin, what are you trying to do here? Lin Qian chuckled and replied, Nothing. I'm genuinely supporting you. Ye Guan stared at Lin Qian for quite a while before quietly smiling. Lin Qian said, I don't have any ill intentions toward you. Ye Guan nodded. I know. Lin Qian's voice deepened, and he said, Brother Ye, my father wants me to tell you that the factions standing behind Lu Tian have created a massive alliance. The vested interests have become too huge, so they can't let the Chosen One lose. He has to win the battle or... Lin Qian didn't finish his sentence. I know, said Ye Guan. On the other side, Cao Bai suddenly said, Brother Ye, don't worry, the sword sect will escort you safely. Ye Guan smiled warmly and then looked at Lin Qian. For now, you have to keep a low profile in the academy. Don't let them find trouble with you. All right. Lin Qian nodded. He took out a storage ring and gave it to Ye Guan. My father told me to give this to you. The Lin family is a small clan, and we can't give you much support, so I hope you don't mind. Ye Guan examined the storage ring. There were 1,000,000 immortal spiritual crystals in it. Ye Guan smiled and said, I appreciate it, but... Lin Qian stopped Ye Guan from returning the storage ring. He shook his head and said, Brother Ye, don't turn it down. We know that you're struggling financially. 1,000,000 immortal spiritual crystals are not much in the grand scheme of things, but they should be able to help you get some pills. Anyway, I'm sorry that we can't give you more than that, and I hope that you'll keep it. Ye Guan was silent. Lin Qian continued. I'll keep a low profile and avoid them, but I'll go and cheer for you in the battle 1 month later. With that, Lin Qian turned around and left. Ye Guan stared silently at Lin Qian's departing figure. Cao Bai chuckled lightly and commented, he's not too bad. Ye Guan smiled in response. Just then, a young man appeared in front of Ye Guan and Cao Bai. The young man quickly shuffled towards Ye Guan and gave him a storage ring. There were 3,000,000 immortal spiritual crystals in it. Ye Guan was stunned. Who are you? The young man replied, I'm working for Elder Qin Feng. Ye Guan was astonished. The young man hurriedly said, aside from the 3,000,000 immortal spiritual crystals, there are also 30 divine grade recovery pills and 30 divine grade healing pills inside of the storage ring. Elder Qin said that he can't meet you personally, and he hopes that you'll understand. He also said that he regards you as his brother forever. The young man turned around and left after saying his piece. Ye Guan stood rooted in silence. Qin Feng? There was no way Ye Guan could forget Qin Feng, who had helped him tremendously on the Zongtu Divine Continent. Ye Guan wanted to visit Qin Feng, but he was afraid of implicating the latter, so he refrained from visiting. It had been quite a while since the two saw each other, so Ye Guan was surprised to see that Qin Feng had actually sent someone to contact him. Qin Feng even gave him immortal spiritual crystals? Ye Guan smiled as he looked down at the storage ring in his hand. He had made many enemies, but he had made friends as well. His friends weren't as many as his enemies, but they were all incredible people. Ye Guan stored the storage ring away and looked at Cao Bai. Brother Cao, let's return to the sword sect, he said with a smile. The two hopped onto their swords and disappeared into the horizon. After returning to the sword sect, Ye Guan went over to a vast expanse of seemingly unending land. It was the cultivation ground of the sword sect, and it had an abundance of spiritual energy. There was 1 month until his battle with the Chosen One, and Ye Guan wanted to make good use of that time by training and cultivating. This time, he wanted to make a breakthrough by himself. The rhythmic collision of swords soon echoed across the plains. Li Banzi was reading through the memorials when she suddenly looked up. A blurry figure slowly solidified in front of her. The figure was Anu. Li Banzi stared at Anu and asked, how is it? Anu shook his head and replied, I couldn't find anything. Nothing? Li Banzi frowned. After a while, she said, stop investigating it. You'll eventually get in trouble the deeper you dig into it. Anu nodded. After some hesitation, he said, Committee Headley, I have a bad feeling about this. Things might be more complicated than what it seems, and I believe there's a mastermind behind the scenes. Li Banzi nodded and agreed, I know, but you really have to stop investigating. You might alarm them, and they might take action against you if you were to dig any deeper. Anu nodded. I understand. Li Banzi suddenly asked, how are the people protecting him? Anu was slightly surprised, but he quickly said, "Committee head, don't worry. The people of the Shadow Department are loyal to the Sword Master." Li Banzi suddenly said, "I want you to send 5-time immortals to Nanzhou. Protect the Ye clan and the Nalan clan there. If anything happens, I want you to bring those 2 clans here." Anu nodded. "All right." Li Banzi added, "I also want you to send a time immortal to look after Lady Fei Banking of Nanzhou's Guanxian Academy." Anu nodded. "Understood." Li Banzi instructed, "You're dismissed." Anu bowed respectfully and left. The space in front of Li Banzi split open, and an old man wearing a black robe emerged from the rift in space. 30 men dressed in pitch-black war armor stood behind the black-robed old man. They were wearing the Guanxian Divine Armor, the strongest armor of the Guanxian Academy. The 30 men were the strongest troops of the Guanxian Academy, the ancient Guanxian Guards. They survived the Sahen Great War 30 million years ago. These men were second only to a handful of top elites in the Guanxian universe, and there were less than 10,000 of them throughout the Guanxian universe. The black-robed old man bowed respectfully toward Li Banzi. The 30 men bowed as well. Li Banzi stared at the black-robed old man and said, "I'll leave the young master's safety to you all." It wasn't that Li Banzi had no trust in Anu, but she wanted to be prepared for anything. He wasn't here, so she had to be prepared to face the worst-case scenario. The black-robed old man nodded and said, "Committee head, don't worry. The young master will never be in danger with us protecting him." Li Banzi nodded and said, "All right. You're dismissed." They bowed quietly and left. Li Banzi stood up and left the committee hall. She soon found herself in a starry sky, and there was a huge palace ahead of her. The Nether Palace. The Nether Palace was under the Guanxian Academy's governance, but there were only a few people who knew their existence. Li Banzi soon arrived at the Nether Palace. A silver-haired young woman walked out to welcome her. The silver-haired young woman was dressed in a snow-white long skirt. The young woman stared at Li Banzi and asked, "Who are you?" Li Banzi smiled and said, "You must be Lady Ji Xian." Ji Xian was slightly surprised. "You know me?" Li Banzi nodded. "Yes." After some hesitation, Ji Xian asked, "Who are you?" Li Banzi replied, "My name is Li Banzi." Ji Xian was stunned. The next moment, her face was flooded with surprise, and she cried out, "You're the committee head of the Guanxian Committee." Li Banzi nodded. "Yes." Ji Xian hurriedly bowed and greeted, "Greetings to committee head." Li Banzi shook her head and said, "You don't have to stand on ceremony. Anyway, how are you doing here?" Ji Xian replied, "I'm doing great. My tutor has been treating me really well." Li Banzi nodded and said, "Lead me to your tutor." "This way, please," said Ji Xian before guiding Li Banzi into the Nether Palace. The Martial Tower was in chaos. A cacophony of noises echoed, and the remnant energies of the collisions alone were enough to make space quiver violently. The head military official was quietly observing what was happening in the tower. Boom! A rift in space that seemed to be at least 1,000 meters in length manifested, and a man walked out of it. It was Lu Tian. Lu Tian brought his hand down, and a 30-meter wave of energy shattered the spacetime ahead of him. The head military official smiled in satisfaction. Moments later, the spacetime recovered. Lu Tian breathed in deeply. The head military official smiled at him and said, "Congratulations on reaching the ultimate realm." Lu Tian had just made a breakthrough into the ultimate realm? Lu Tian chuckled and asked, "Should I continue?" Lu Tian didn't wait for a reply. He stepped forward, and a terrifying, inscrutable aura gushed out of him, causing the skies to darken. The aura of heavenly tribulation? The head military official was shocked. He had just survived the second heavenly tribulation of the ultimate realm, and he was already prepared to take on the third heavenly tribulation of his life. Crackle! Thunder boomed as lightning flitted across the dark clouds. An oppressive force bore down on anyone beneath the clouds, and the ground quivered violently as it let out a low, rumbling noise. Witnessing the approach of the heavenly tribulation was akin to witnessing the end of the world. Lu Tian's expression was dark, but he bravely stared at the lightning up above him and roared, "Come here." Crackle! A lightning bolt went out and made a beeline for Lu Tian. Lu Tian gracefully waved his sleeve. Boom! Lu Tian cast a powerful spell, and it collided with the lightning in a cataclysmic explosion. The lightning was torn apart, and it was reduced to nothing but a few insignificant sparks as it eventually vanished. Lu Tian had done it. He had survived through 3 heavenly tribulations. The head military official grinned. Crackle! However, it seemed that the heavenly tribulation clouds had another idea as thunder crackled above the dark clouds that had yet to dissipate. The head military official stared blankly at the dark clouds for a few moments before exclaiming, "It's the rumored secret tribulation." Lu Tian looked at the head military official and frowned. "Secret tribulation?" "Yes," exclaimed the head military official. He was obviously thrilled at the turn of events as he explained, "One has to endure 3 heavenly tribulations in total in the ultimate realm. Many people are unaware, but there's actually a secret tribulation that is only triggered by top talents. Pavilion Master Qin had arranged it herself, and surviving the secret tribulation means receiving a gift from the Heavenly Dao as well as receiving a secret award." The head military official grew more excited as he explained, "Lu Tian, you truly are a heaven-defying talent. I'm not the only one who had underestimated you. It turns out that the entire world had underestimated you as well." Lu Tian sighed deeply, and he stared intently at the dark clouds. He saw an ominous light red lightning bolt forming in the clouds. The lightning bolt was massive. Lu Tian estimated it to be at least 300 meters in length. The light red lightning bolt was annihilating the spacetime around it, creating a terrifying sight. A determined light flitted across Lu Tian's eyes as he yelled, "Come." He stomped forcefully with his right foot and turned into a divine seal that soared into the skies. Crackle! The light red lightning shattered upon making contact with the divine seal, and the collision was so powerful that the spacetime in the immediate vicinity was destroyed in a cataclysmic manner. Moments later, the surrounding spacetime recovered, and Lu Tian finally emerged above the clouds. His hands were behind his back, and the divine seal mark on his glabella slowly faded away. A white band of light abruptly enveloped Lu Tian. The heavenly Dao's gift was its pure energy. Boom! Lu Tian's aura burst forth, and the aura he was giving off stirred the surroundings. The white light soon dispersed, and Lu Tian could finally move once more. He sighed deeply and waved his sleeve. Crackle! A massive lightning bolt flashed, shattering the spacetime at the location where it had burst. The lightning bolt just now had a tinge of light red, similar to the lightning bolt of the secret tribulation earlier. The head military official smiled. The ultimate secret tribulation realm. Lu Tian closed his eyes and grinned. A great sword sovereign? I'm afraid that's not enough to threaten me anymore. Let me tell you a secret, said the head military official. Lu Tian looked at the head military official, and the latter said, I received reports about how Ye Guan is most likely not a great sword sovereign. Lu Tian frowned and asked, he's not a great sword sovereign? Yes. The head military official nodded and explained, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion invited a few elites to analyze the sword might that he had displayed that day. The elites discovered that Ye Guan's burst of power back then had to have come from his sword rather than him. In other words, Ye Guan isn't a great sword sovereign. He just has a special sword. If our presumption is right, you'll surely win in the upcoming battle. After all, your Dao imprint is capable of suppressing just about anything in this world, so I'm sure it can suppress Ye Guan's sword. Lu Tian chuckled. Great. The head military official smiled gently and said, you should keep on cultivating here. I'll contact the aristocratic family faction and the great clan faction for you. Lu Tian bowed deeply and said, thank you so much, tutor. The head military official nodded and left. Lu Tian closed his eyes. A mysterious voice spoke in his head. I really want to know how they'll react once they find out that you have a dual Dao physique in addition to the ability to control 2 domains. I'm curious about the reaction of Ye Guan's Dao protector in a month's time, said Lu Tian with a smile. He suddenly recalled something and said, she must be special as well. The mysterious voice chuckled and said, don't worry. No one else aside from the Sword Master and Empress King Kaio are strong enough to be my opponents. Of course, Boundless Master and the great sword sovereigns here aren't strong enough, either. They're nothing but ants in front of me. There was still 1 month left until the battle between Lu Tian and Ye Guan, but many people had already gathered at the main Guanxian Academy. Who would want to miss the upcoming battle that would literally change the world? Although the Guanxian Academy hadn't advertised the battle, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was actively doing so. Of course, they were marketing Lu Tian and trying to increase his popularity, and Lu Tian's fame soared like a fiery arrow. Lu Tian was undoubtedly the most famous individual throughout the Guanxian universe. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had also been shouting that he was the chosen one. They purposely linked him to the Sword Master, so many people suspected that Lu Tian was the Sword Master's son. It has been 30 million years since the Sword Master truly appeared in the Guanxian universe, and anyone would be excited to know that the Sword Master's son had appeared. Ye Guan was a quasi-great sword sovereign, but he was an ant compared to the Chosen One. The Sword Master was like a supreme god in everyone's eyes, and it extended to the Chosen One as well. The battle between the Chosen One and Ye Guan was the most anticipated battle in the history of the Guanxian universe. Meanwhile, Academy Chief Songfu of Nanzhou's Guanxian Academy had long arranged for Ye Xiao and the Ye clan to be brought to the Guanxian Academy. They knew what was about to happen in the main Guanxian Academy, as the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was actively promoting it. Ye Guan was about to fight the Chosen One, but Songfu and the others still didn't hesitate to support Ye Guan. Ye Guan was a student of Nanzhou's Guanxian Academy. If Ye Guan won, Nanzhou's Guanxian Academy could brag about it forever. The entire Nanzhou was rooting for Ye Guan, and Nanzhou's Guanxian Academy treated Ye Guan as if he were a deity. Ye Xiao and Nailan Ming were leisurely strolling down the lakeside of one of the mountains behind Nanzhou's Guanxian Academy. The Nailan clan's status in Nanzhou had taken off, and it was all thanks to the clan's relationship with Ye Guan. The story of what the Nailan clan had done for Ye Guan had spread around like a legend. Ye Guan was just a cripple back then, but the Nailan clan didn't choose to break off the engagement. The Nailan clan had become a household name for loyalty and commitment. Ye Xiao suddenly marveled, that young man has truly gone a long way. Nailan Ming nodded. I knew that he had a bright future, but I never expected that he would be able to go so far. He has truly surprised everyone. Ye Xiao shook his head with a laugh and said, indeed. Nailan Ming asked, Elder Ye, just what is Ye Guan's background? Ye Xiao shrugged and replied, I don't know either. He was a baby who suddenly appeared at our doorstep one day. I don't know anything else. Nailan Ming remarked, there's definitely more than what meets the eye. Ye Xiao nodded, and his expression fell. Of course, he knew that Ye Guan would eventually leave the Ye clan. Nailan Ming smiled and said, you shouldn't worry about it. Ye Xiao smiled as well and explained, I'm fine. If he could go even further by leaving the Ye clan, I'd be happy to let him leave. Nalan Ming nodded and turned to the starry skies. Little Jia, she really found the right man, he remarked. A woman walked briskly down a street somewhere on the upper realm. The woman was none other than Fei Banking. After learning about the battle between Ye Guan and the Chosen One, she decisively headed for the main Guanxian Academy. It was torture waiting for news in the distant Nanzhou. She wanted to see him, even from afar. Swoosh! An old man abruptly appeared in front of her. Fei Banking frowned and said, "Profound Sky Clan." The old man smiled and said, "Fei Banking, I'm surprised to see you here on the upper realm." Fei Banking silently glared at the old man. The old man snickered and said, "When Ye Guan defeated An Mu of Qingzhou, the Profound Sky Clan could only stand back and avoid him. Who would have known that he would provoke the Chosen One? His days are obviously numbered." Swoosh! The powerhouses of the Profound Sky Clan descended and surrounded Fei Banking. Fei Banking's expression darkened. The old man sneered and mocked, "Fei Banking, you'll die here today." Swoosh! An old man wearing a black shirt suddenly appeared in front of Fei Banking. Everyone was startled to see the old man. The sect leader of the Profound Sky Clan was just about to speak when the old man wearing a black shirt waved his sleeve. A gust of wind blew past everyone, and the powerhouses of the Profound Sky Clan were reduced to ashes. Fei Banking's heart leaped up to her throat at the terrifying sight. The old man wearing a black shirt stared at Fei Banking and asked, "Are you heading to the main Guanxian Academy?" Fei Banking nodded. She stared warily at the old man wearing a black shirt before asking, "Who are you?" The old man replied, "I'm with the young master, and I am here to protect you." Fei Banking was startled. "Who is your young master?" Rather than replying, the old man flicked his sleeve. Rumble! Spacetime was torn apart, and a spacetime tunnel appeared in front of them. Fei Banking's eyes narrowed. What was that? The old man explained, "This spacetime tunnel will lead you to the main Guanxian Academy. Head in, and you'll be there." Fei Banking glared at the old man and repeated, "Who is your young master?" The old man went silent and dragged her into the spacetime tunnel. The two disappeared into the spacetime tunnel. Meanwhile, the sect leader of the Profound Sky Clan was rumored to have abruptly died in peace. Zhang Yuntian and the elders of the Lingxiu Blessed Land were gathered in a large hall. Everyone wore grim expressions, as the Lingxiu Blessed Land was currently in a tough spot. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had blacklisted them, so they couldn't use the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's services. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had also declared them as enemies and had issued bounties on them. Their heads now fetched a hefty sum once delivered to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, which was the exact reason the Lingxiu Blessed Land isolated themselves from the outside world upon escorting Ye Guan to the Sword Sect. A bounty from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was terrifying, as the pavilion was rich and generous. There was still a month to go until the battle between Ye Guan and Lu Tian. Their fates would be decided 1 month later. They would live if Ye Guan won, but if Ye Guan lost, the Lingxiu Blessed Land would vanish from the face of the earth. The Lingxiu Blessed Land had truly placed its existence on the line. Zhang Yuntian suddenly laughed, "Everyone, we've chosen to support young Lord Ye, so we will support him until the end." "That's right. And he's invincible," shouted the Grand Elder. The elders soon echoed him. Ye Guan was still far from invincible, but they had to think of him as invincible, or they would find it difficult to handle the mounting pressure. The elders of Time Paradise were gathered in a hall. Nanli Yin was sitting in the highest seat. Nanli Yin was calm, while the Grand Elder and the second elder next to her were beaming with joy. The elders were speechless as they stared at the three. The three knew that they were like ants on a hot pan due to the stress they were under, yet the three still refused to reveal any details. Honestly, Nanli Yin was the most anxious among everyone here. After all, the upcoming battle would determine Time Paradise's survival. If Ye Guan lost, they were doomed. Who could withstand the fury of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the Guanxian Academy? She believed in Ye Guan. She couldn't help but worry about the matter since it involved the lives of her entire clan. However, the Grand Elder and the second elder weren't worried in the slightest. The Grand Elder suddenly laughed and said, "Come on, don't be so serious. Cheer up, everyone." The expressions of the elders darkened. "Fuck off." Chen Guanzi was standing by the entrance of the Sword Sect's Sword Hall. Cao Bai was standing next to him. Chen Guanzi was staring quietly at the distant horizon. Cao Bai suddenly asked, "Senior brother, what do you think about Ye Guan's chances of winning?" Chen Guanzi calmly replied, "Winning and losing is normal, but everything has to be fair. Those daring enough to employ dirty tricks on that fateful day will die." "Of course." Cao Bai nodded. He glanced at somewhere with a cold gaze. "I don't think they're daring enough to do such a thing." Chen Guanzi said, "We can't be so sure." Chen Guanzi's words froze Cao Bai and rendered him silent. Meanwhile, it had been 29 days since Ye Guan entered the cultivation ground of the Sword Sect. Ye Guan sat cross-legged on the plains. He could feel the energy of both heaven and earth floating about him. The energy was known as heaven and earth energy. A heaven law realm cultivator was capable of controlling such energy, and Ye Guan had to be able to do the same for him to become a heaven law realm cultivator. Soon, the heaven and earth energy around him thickened. Ye Guan wasn't having any difficulties raising his cultivation base. He had the universe beholdment skill, and he had also received the inheritances of the Zhang clan's ancestors back at the Lingxiu Blessed Land. The only reason Ye Guan's physical realm cultivation base was so low was the fact that he wanted to pursue a complete understanding of the next realm before making a breakthrough into it. He didn't want to make breakthroughs for the sake of it alone. and that was exactly why his rate of progress was slow but stable. The stability of Ye Guan's foundation was unmatched. Ye Guan opened his palm, and the heaven and earth energy converged on him. The multicolored elements surrounded him, and Ye Guan suddenly clenched his fist. Crackle! A lightning bolt appeared in his palm. He flicked his sleeve and sent it flying. Boom! Space shattered the moment the lightning bolt exploded like a firework. Ye Guan slowly stood up. Rumble! A powerful aura gushed out of him. He gestured with his hand, and the elemental energy of heaven and earth vanished. He was now in the heaven lore realm. Ye Guan breathed in deeply and looked around. He smiled in satisfaction before turning around to leave. Ye Guan was shocked to find a young woman waiting for him in the sword sect. A silver-haired woman dressed in a snow-white long skirt was waiting for him, and she was none other than Ji Xian. Ji Xian smiled. Long time no see. Ye Guan walked up to her and muttered, Lady Ji Xian. Ji Xian said, I'm going to the Suhen world. Surprised, Ye Guan asked, the Suhen world. I am going there with my tutor. Ji Xian nodded. She paused for a while before continuing. Of course, I'm going after your battle with Lu Tian tomorrow. Ye Guan was silent. Ji Xian suddenly waved her hand in front of his face. What are you thinking about? Ye Guan stared directly at her and muttered, Lady Ji Xian, I'm sorry. Ji Xian looked down. A while later, she looked up at Ye Guan again and grinned. You idiot, you don't have to apologize to me. I'm treating you this way because I like you. I'll be happy if you reciprocate my feelings, but it's fine even if you can't reciprocate my feelings. It's fine as long as you're okay and doing well. Ye Guan lowered his head and went silent. I'm going off now, said Ji Xian. She turned around and left without looking back. Her nose soured, and she didn't dare to look back as a tear dripped down her cheek. She thought that she could finally face him bravely, but her tears still fell uncontrollably when she was faced with the harsh reality. Ye Guan silently watched as Ji Xian walked further and further away until she disappeared into the horizon. After a long time, Ye Guan muttered, what a strong wind. He rubbed his eyes and turned around to leave. Meanwhile, the mysterious voice in the tiny pagoda suddenly said, I finally know his flaw. What is it? Little Pagoda asked. The mysterious voice explained, all along, this brat has been the best in the world in terms of both talent and character. It was almost as if he had no flaws, but he's actually so indecisive when it comes to his relationships. That's it. Little Pagoda said, I don't think that's a flaw, though. The mysterious voice asked, why? Little Pagoda said, it'll be a shame if he has a heart made out of stone and is only capable of wielding the sword. The mysterious voice fell silent at that remark. Ye Guan returned to the sword sect and visited Sword Master Qingshan's statue. He stared at it in silence. Little Pagoda suddenly asked, what is it? Ye Guan smiled and asked, Master Pagoda, who is stronger between Sword Master Qingshan and the Sword Master? Little Pagoda smiled and asked back, who do you think? Ye Guan shook his head and replied, I don't know. Little Pagoda laughed heartily and said, you will meet them in the future, so ask them by then. Ye Guan nodded. All right. Chen Guanzi walked up to Ye Guan. He stared intently at Ye Guan and asked, are you ready? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Sounds great, said Chen Guanzi. Night eventually arrived, and Ye Guan was sitting on the stone steps of the Sword Sect's Sword Hall. He looked up and saw that the night sky was filled with stars. Ye Guan suddenly asked, Master Pagoda, what kind of place is the Suhen world? After a moment of silence, Little Pagoda replied, it's a battlefield. Ye Guan frowned and asked, a battlefield? Yes, replied Master Pagoda. Ye Guan wanted to ask more questions, but he heard oncoming footsteps. Ye Guan turned and found a young woman wearing a long green skirt. Her long hair draped over her shoulders. Her hands were behind her as she stared at Ye Guan with a grin. Ye Guan was taken aback. The young woman smiled and said, Junior disciple Ye. She was Nanling Yi. Ye Guan beamed with a smile and exclaimed, Senior disciple Yi. Nanling Yi walked up to Ye Guan and sat down next to him. Were you surprised? She asked. Ye Guan nodded and replied, yes. What are you doing here? Nanling Yi explained, I left the Daoist sect that day and became a student of the main Guanxian Academy. I was taken in as a student of the Divine Dao Department, and I've become the direct disciple of the Divine Dao Department's department chief. I was in closed-door cultivation, so I had no idea that you were here. I came here to find you after I heard that you're in the sword sect. Ye Guan grinned and said, congratulations. It was all thanks to the spellbooks that you gave me, said Nanling Yi. After a brief pause, she sounded serious as she continued. The elders of the Divine Dao Department were beyond thrilled when they saw those spellbooks, Junior disciple Ye. They contacted the department chief, and the department chief took me in as a direct disciple. Junior disciple Ye, your Master Pagoda must be an extremely powerful expert. Pfft. Master Pagoda chuckled. She got that right, all right. Ye Guan smiled and said, that's true. Master Pagoda is indeed very powerful. The universe beholdment skill had really surprised Ye Guan. He had to admit that Master Pagoda was a true elite. The only issue was that he was anything but a true elite when it came to fooling people. Nanling Yi suddenly looked up at the starry sky. She smiled and said, Junior disciple Ye, it was great meeting you. I feel the same, said Ye Guan. Nanling Yi turned to look at him. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear while quietly staring at him. Ye Guan felt slightly awkward and asked, Senior. Nanling Yi grinned and said, nothing, I just wanted to take a good look at you. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled in astonishment. After a while, Nanling Yi got up and said, Junior disciple, I'll get going now. I'll be there to cheer for you tomorrow. Ye Guan nodded and said, okay. Nanling Yi turned around and walked away. Ye Guan silently stared at Nanling Yi's departing figure. Nanling Yi soon stopped in her tracks. A white-robed lady had appeared in front of her. The lady asked, you like him? Nanling Yi nodded and replied, yes. The white-robed lady stared quietly at Ye Guan. Nanling Yi muttered, Master, let's go. The white-robed lady looked at Nanling Yi and asked, why don't you tell him? Nanling Yi replied, I don't think there is a need to tell him just because I like him. I think things are pretty good the way they are now. If I stay at his side as his senior disciple Yi, he'll never push me away nor reject me. The white-robed lady sighed and pulled Nanling Yi away from the sword sect. Nanling Yi suddenly asked, Master, will Lu Tian's supporters do anything dirty during the battle tomorrow? If they do something like that, the white-robed lady trailed off. A cold light flitted across her eyes as she continued. They'll die. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was just about to leave when a woman arrived. Ye Guan was surprised. The woman was Ao Qian, the young clan leader of the ancient heavenly dragon clan. Ye Guan looked at her, slightly bewildered. He stammered, Lady Qian. Ao Qian went up to Ye Guan and whispered a few words to him. Ye Guan went silent. Ao Qian stared intently at Ye Guan before saying, you can avoid using it, but it's great insurance nonetheless. I will have to express my gratitude to you, then, said Ye Guan with a smile. Ao Qian smiled back and said, you don't have to be so polite to me. Ye Guan nodded and said, let's go. Then, both of them left. The next day, a woman visited the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion was filled with people, and everyone had come here to place bets. They were betting on who would win between Lu Tian and Ye Guan. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to make a lot of money. The difference in the betting odds between Ye Guan and Lu Tian was drastic. The ratio of bet to profit for Ye Guan's victory was 1:100, while Lu Tian's was 1:1. Even a blind man could tell that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was supporting Lu Tian. A woman walked up to one of the managers of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. She took out a storage ring and placed it in front of the old manager before saying, I'll bet 50 million gold spiritual crystals on Ye Guan. 50 million gold spiritual crystals on Ye Guan? The crowd was shocked. They simultaneously turned to look at the woman. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion manager was astonished as well. He hesitated for a while before asking, Miss, are you sure you're betting on the right person? The woman calmly responded, yes, I'm sure. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion manager took one glance at her. He wanted to say something else, but the woman urged, it's not make a mistake. Hurry up. The manager said no more. He took out a token and wrote the words 50 million gold spirituals on it before handing it over to the woman. The woman left with the token in hand, and the woman was none other than Fei Banking. The onlookers shook their heads and lamented. That was a good example of how a fool and their money are easily parted. It's funny how she thinks that Ye Guan can even defeat the Chosen One. Does she not know what the word Chosen One means? Fei Banking ignored everyone and left in a hurry. Trial Peak. The pillars around the life or death stage were already full, and daybreak hadn't even arrived just yet. The life or death stage was filled with a cacophony of noises as people whispered and talked to each other. It was the day of the long-awaited battle. For the sake of a good seat, many people had set up camp 3 days before the battle. Rumble? The space at one corner of the life or death stage was torn open, and a young man walked out of it. Lu Tian was here. He was wearing a green and white robe. His long hair fell past his shoulders, and his hands were behind him as he stood upright. He looked like a god who had just descended from the heavens with unmatched grace and elegance. The Chosen One. Everyone roared and cheered. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had done a good job in publicity. Lu Tian's popularity was sky-high, and one could even say that he had become more popular than Sword Sovereign Ye Yu. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion made sure to let everyone know about Lu Tian and Ye Guan's fight. Lu Tian closed his eyes and remained silent at where he stood. The cheers were incessant, and the volume was so loud that it shook the heavens. Buzz! The buzzing of swords echoed from the horizon. 100 sword lights made a beeline for the life or death stage. The sword sect? Everyone's eyes focused on the sword lights. Swoosh! A young man appeared on top of the pillar in front of Lu Tian. The young man was none other than Ye Guan, and 100 swordsmen landed one by one behind him under Chen Guan's lead. Ye Guan looked to his right, and he saw people from Time Paradise and the Lingxu Blessed Land standing on the pillar to his right. Nanli Yin and Zhang Yuntian stood at the helm of their respective organization. Ye Guan cupped his fist and greeted them with a smile. Nanli Yin smiled slightly and nodded at him as a greeting. Zhang Yuntian pumped his fist into the air. Ye Guan grinned at Zhang Yuntian before retracting his gaze. However, he seemed to have recalled something as he whipped around to the pillar to his left. A familiar figure was among the people there. Shao Ji? Ye Guan was taken aback. Realizing that Ye Guan's gaze was on him, Shao Ji laughed and shouted, Brother Ye, I'm here to cheer for you. Ye Guan smiled back and said, Thank you, Brother Shao. Shao Ji grinned, but he didn't say anything. Ye Guan looked around him and soon found Nanling Yi. Nanling Yi's demeanor brightened up the moment she noticed Ye Guan staring at her. She smiled brightly at him as a greeting. Ye Guan grinned and waved at her. Then, he saw another familiar figure. She was the student representative of Kingshu's Guanxian Academy, Mu Yuyu. Mu Yuyo was both a divine mage and a swordsman. Mu Yuyu was surprised to see Ye Guan staring at her. She nodded gently at him as a form of greeting. Ye Guan smiled lightly at her. He looked away but was astounded to find another familiar figure to his right. The familiar figure belonged to a young woman wearing a white robe. She was as beautiful as a fairy, and she gave off an extraordinary aura that was capable of making just about anyone feel inferior about their looks just by standing near her. The young woman was none other than the young woman who had given him a spaceship when he was on his way to Qingzhou. Ye Guan was truly surprised to see her here. Meanwhile, the young woman noticed that Ye Guan was staring at her. She hesitated briefly before nodding slightly to him as a greeting. The corners of Ye Guan's lips turned up slightly. He looked around once more. A disappointed light briefly flitted across his eyes when he didn't see a certain individual. Lu Tian suddenly opened his eyes. He pointed at Ye Guan and boisterously laughed before shouting, "Ye Guan, are you not going to come down and accept your death? Come down and accept your death." The onlookers roared in excitement. How domineering! Lu Tian's supporters cried out frantically as if they were pigs being butchered. The volume of their voices was so high that the whole world seemed to be trembling as they shouted. However, their zeal didn't affect Ye Guan. He remained calm as he hopped onto his sword and descended to the life or death stage. An old man appeared on the stage. The old man was none other than Old Zhang from the Guanxian committee. He appeared between them. He glanced at two of them before taking out a piece of paper. "This is the death liability waiver. Please sign it if you have no objections to the terms." Lu Tian stuck a finger out, and a drop of blood landed on the piece of paper. A drop of blood to seal the deal. Lu Tian turned to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan remained silent as he stuck a finger out and sent a drop of his blood on the piece of paper. Old Zhang put away the death liability waiver document before turning around to leave. The deal was sealed, the battle had begun. The entire trial peak went silent, and all eyes were on both Ye Guan and Lu Tian. Lu Tian stared at Ye Guan with both hands behind his back. He chuckled lightly and said, "Actually, I must thank you. Really, you've..." "Shut up." Ye Guan cut him off. "We're not close, and I don't want to waste my breath on you." That was it. Rumble. The space in front of Lu Tian was torn open, and a sword flew out of the rift. Instant death strike? Ye Guan didn't bother feeling his enemy out. He unleashed a killing move at the start of the battle. Lu Tian narrowed his eyes and pointed a finger at the sword. Crackle! A thunderclap burst from the tip of Lu Tian's finger and sent Ye Guan's sword dragon's roar flying away. However, another sword flew toward Lu Tian in a resplendent ray of light. Electricity crackled beneath Lu Tian's feet. Whoosh! Lu Tian disappeared and reappeared 30 meters away. Ye Guan's sword struck nothing but air. Lu Tian's face changed instantly the moment he reappeared, as a sword was already waiting for him. To make matters worse, the sword was even faster than the previous swords combined. There was nowhere to hide. Lu Tian's eyes narrowed, and he balled his right hand into a fist. Boom! The surroundings shook violently as a terrifying aura gushed out of Lu Tian. At the same time, a ray of light burst out from his forehead. Rip! The surrounding space was torn open. Ye Guan's sword could no longer move even an inch upon colliding with the ray of light, but another resplendent sword light made a beeline for Lu Tian. Boom! The ray of light that had come from Lu Tian's forehead shattered, but Lu Tian was already 30 meters away from Ye Guan. Nonetheless, Ye Guan's sword was already waiting for him the moment he reappeared at his chosen location. Ye Guan's swords were like maggots in a tarsal bone. They kept on chasing after Lu Tian, and wherever Lu Tian went, they would be waiting for Lu Tian at his destination. Moreover, each sword was faster than the previous one. However, Lu Tian remained extremely calm. He simply stared at the oncoming sword without even bothering to defend himself. Shwick! The sword pierced Lu Tian's forehead, stunning everyone. Moments later, the onlookers' faces changed. The Lu Tian who had just perished in front of their eyes was just an afterimage. The onlookers turned to Ye Guan and found that a terrifying bolt of lightning was making a beeline for Ye Guan. The lightning bolt was about to reach Ye Guan as it directly split the space in a 300-meter radius around Ye Guan. The onlookers were stupefied. They were aware of Ye Guan's speed, but they had no idea that Lu Tian was capable of moving at such speeds as well. In addition to dodging Ye Guan's terrifying sword attack, he even managed to counterattack. Crackle! Ye Guan was engulfed by the lightning bolt. This time, space-time itself was shattered when the lightning bolt exploded like a firecracker. The dust soon settled, and the onlookers were astonished. Ye Guan was missing. However, the faces of the stronger cultivators in the crowd abruptly changed. They saw a sword light appear right behind Lu Tian. Lu Tian frowned upon sensing the oncoming attack. He was surprised by the fact that Ye Guan had somehow dodged his attack. The oncoming sword move caught him by surprise, leaving him with no choice but to use one of his trump cards. Lu Tian clenched his fists. Crackle! A lightning bolt struck Lu Tian, and a powerful shockwave infused with lightning spread in all directions from where he stood. The lightning bolt was so strong that Ye Guan was sent flying away. The ultimate realm, someone exclaimed in shock. The ultimate realm? The onlookers froze. Lu Tian is already an ultimate realm cultivator? No, yelled someone else, the lightning dancing about him is emitting a faint red glow. He's in the legendary ultimate secret tribulation realm? My goodness. Ultimate secret tribulation realm. There were many disciples from aristocratic families and great clans among the crowd. They had never seen a cultivator at the ultimate secret tribulation realm, but they had heard of the realm before. The onlookers went wild at the reveal. Lu Tian was already unparalleled among his peers based on the fact that he was already an ultimate realm cultivator despite his young age. One could say that he was one of the most talented individuals whom the Guanxian Academy had ever seen. However, Lu Tian wasn't just an ultimate realm cultivator, he was in the ultimate secret tribulation realm. He was a certified cream of the crop talent. Lu Tian's supporters laughed boisterously. They had made the right bet. Chen Guanzi remained calm as he watched Ye Guan and Lu Tian fight on top of a pillar. However, worry could be discerned in the eyes of the sword sect disciples behind him. The ultimate secret tribulation realm 1? Lu Tian's cultivation base was a curveball that they had never expected to see. Ye Guan calmly stared at the distant Lu Tian. Lu Tian didn't even bother to say anything. He opened his palm, and a lightning bolt landed on his palm. The powerful lightning might his hand was exuding made the spacetime around him quiver violently. It was a terrifying sight to behold. He was indeed an ultimate realm cultivator? Ye Guan suddenly said, "You're actually an ultimate realm cultivator? That's so impressive." Lu Tian was overjoyed to hear such a remark from Ye Guan. He was about to say something, but Ye Guan vanished from his sight. Thunderclap? Ye Guan's speed reached the absolute limits of what was possible for his current cultivation realm. Shwick! Under everyone's astonished gazes, Ye Guan's sword directly pierced Lu Tian's throat. The onlookers fell silent. Lu Tian's supporters stared with wide eyes, and their hearts rose up to their throats. However, they were stupefied to see the outcome of the attack, and even Ye Guan was astounded. Lu Tian was fine. Ye Guan's sword had pierced Lu Tian's throat, but the latter was still alive. Lu Tian stared at Ye Guan. He smiled crookedly before saying, "What? Surprised that I'm a physique cultivator as well, right?" Lu Tian clenched his fists again, and innumerable lightning bolts burst out of him. Ye Guan's figure flashed, and he retreated about 300 meters away in the blink of an eye. The moment he stopped, the spacetime in front of him caved in, and a huge 300-meter-long ravine in the spacetime appeared between him and Lu Tian. The expressions of the sword sect disciples darkened. They were truly surprised to find that Lu Tian was a physique cultivator as well. Lu Tian possessed the rare dual Dao physique? Ye Guan silently stared at Lu Tian. This was his first time meeting a physique cultivator. He was aware that physique cultivators were bigger thorns on one side than divine mages. The defenses of physique cultivators had to be shattered if one wanted to defeat them. Otherwise, the former would be basically invincible. Ye Guan was truly taken aback at the revelation that Lu Tian was a physique cultivator as well. However, it made things more interesting. Ye Guan revealed a smile that seemed a bit sinister. Lu Tian was about to say something, but Ye Guan took one step forward and pointed at Lu Tian. Buzz! A buzzing noise echoed, and a sword flew toward Lu Tian. However, Lu Tian didn't do anything about the sword. He allowed the sword to hit his forehead. Clang! A crisp noise echoed the moment the sword made out of sword energy struck Lu Tian's forehead, but Lu Tian was unscathed. He had withstood Ye Guan's attack with his powerful physique alone. Ye Guan stopped attacking. He simply stared at Lu Tian without saying anything. Lu Tian chuckled and asked, "Was that all you got?" Lu Tian put his hands together and levitated. Rumble! A 1,000-meter-tall golden astral body appeared behind him, and at the same time, the spacetime within a 1,000-meter radius quivered violently. Waves of terrifying pressure flowed out from the golden astral body, and those near the life or death stage felt like there were thousands of mountains pressing down on them, suffocating them. However, Ye Guan was still calm as he stared at the massive astral body. Lu Tian gestured with his hands, and the astral body moved. He pointed at Ye Guan and yelled, "Endless calamity." Rumble! The spacetime in the life or death stage was torn apart as innumerable ominous-looking light red lightning bolts manifested and flittered across the stage, but Ye Guan wasn't idle. 10 swords emerged from him, and they all flew toward the 1,000-meter-tall golden astral body behind Lu Tian. The golden astral body raised its right hand pressed down, causing a terrifying might to descend upon the stage. Ye Guan's 10 swords were suppressed. Crackle! The innumerable lightning bolts formed a net-like structure before flying toward Guan, but Ye Guan abruptly vanished. Boom! Ye Guan sliced every lightning bolt that stood in his way as he moved at breakneck speed toward his target. He quickly arrived in front of Lu Tian, but Lu Tian was smiling coldly at Ye Guan. He had just discovered that Ye Guan wasn't a great sword sovereign, and he was too weak to shatter his defenses. He would be invincible throughout this battle as long as Ye Guan failed to shatter his defenses. The only thing he had to be wary about was Ye Guan's special sword. However, he had a trick under his sleeves that could deal with Ye Guan's special sword. It was the Sword Master's Dao imprint, and he could use it anytime he wished. If Ye Guan brought his special sword out, Lu Tian would use the Sword Master's Dao imprint. Every sword would surrender in the face of the Sword Master's Dao imprint. Ye Guan thrust his sword toward Lu Tian's forehead. Lu Tian's expression changed rapidly. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! Lu Tian flew at least 300 meters away. The golden astral body behind him was nowhere to be found, and its destruction also caused the destruction of spacetime in a 1,000-meter radius around them. The entire life or death stage turned pitch black, obscuring the gazes of just about anyone. Fortunately, the spacetime recovered in no time, allowing the onlookers to see the battle once more. Lu Tian's ominous-looking light red lightning bolts had vanished with the astral body. The critical method? Ye Guan's sword move just now had truly astonished everyone. However, Lu Tian was still alive. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Tian, and they were horrified to see the illusory figure of a demonic beast on his forehead. The demonic beast had crossed its arms to protect Lu Tian's forehead. Cracks had appeared on its thick, scaly arms, but Lu Tian was unharmed. A divine Sunmu. Someone yelled in astonishment. The divine Sunmu is one of the 4 divine demonic 3 beasts, and the divine Sunmu clan is famous for having the strongest defenses out of all demonic beasts. To think that a divine Sunmu would actually establish a contract with the Chosen One, it has even decided to share its defenses with him? Goodness! How is the Chosen One supposed to lose with a divine Sunmu by his side? One Lu Tian is still in the ultimate realm. The ultimate secret tribulation realm is just a variation of the realm. 2 Sunmu is a mythical creature that is a mix of a tortoise and a snake. 3 It's a bit weird to see divine and demonic to describe the same thing at the same time, but it'll make sense if you think of the word demonic here as the word Yao. Divine Sunmu. There were 4 great clans in the Guanxian universe, just like how there were 4 divine demonic beast clans in the demon race. They were the ancient heavenly dragon clan, the divine Sunmu clan, the vermilion bird clan, and the sky-splitting tiger clan. The divine Sunmu had the sturdiest defenses among the 4 divine demonic beasts. Lu Tian and a divine Sunmu had established a contract, allowing Lu Tian to use the defensive prowess of a divine Sunmu. Could Ye Guan still break through Lu Tian's defenses? Lu Tian was basically invincible with a divine Sunmu's defensive prowess on top of the fact that he was a physique cultivator himself. Lu Tian's supporters grinned at the sight. The battle is practically over. On the life or death stage, Ye Guan looked at Lu Tian. To be honest, he was a little surprised. He was truly surprised to know that Lu Tian had established a contract with a demonic beast and with an immortal ranked demonic beast at that. The onlookers believed that there was no way Ye Guan could shatter Lu Tian's defenses. Use the path sword, said Little Pagoda. Ye Guan shook his head. No. Little Pagoda was confused. Why? Ye Guan stared alternatingly between Lu Tian and the divine Sunmu on the latter's forehead. They're not worthy, he replied. Little Pagoda was at a complete loss for words. Hum? A resonant hum echoed from Ye Guan as he pulled out the path sword and attacked. Rumble? The heavens shook, and the earth cracked. The swords in the distant sword tomb quivered violently in fear. Little Pagoda hurriedly said, Brother, please stop bootlicking the path sword. The entire Guanxian universe is going to get annihilated if it gets too excited. Ye Guan's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly tried to calm the path sword down. He was also afraid that the path sword might cause trouble. The sword was unique from other swords, as it could move on its own and slaughter people. To make matters worse, it was even stronger while moving on its own compared to when Ye Guan was wielding it. Ye Guan truly felt that he was hindering the path sword whenever he was wielding it, which was an absurd thought. He was a powerful swordsman, after all. However, it also meant that the path sword was a monstrous sword. The path sword quickly went silent. Ye Guan heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lu Tian frowned. The resonant hum just now had come from the special sword inside Ye Guan. The noise that the sword had generated was powerful enough to shatter space-time, so it had to be at least a simplicity grade sword. It might even be a grade above simplicity, which meant that it might be a true grade sword. So what if that were true? Lu Tian scoffed. His Dao imprint was unranked 1. The divine Sunmu above Lu Tian glared murderously at Ye Guan. The resonant hum that had come from Ye Guan just now actually managed to injure it. Ye Guan deserved to die for hurting it. Lu Tian stepped forward and clenched his right fist. The divine Sunmu raised its hand and clenched it as well. Lu Tian stared at Ye Guan with a sinister smile. Moments later, he punched and roared, Sunmu, destroy him. The divine Sunmu punched as well. Both human and demonic beast worked in tandem and combined their powers to create a cataclysmic might capable of tearing just about anything. An extremely terrifying fist imprint was born from the teamwork of both human and demonic beast, and the fist imprint alone contained the power of 1,000 fully concentrated punches. The spacetime in a 1,000-meter radius shook violently before shattering completely. Ye Guan calmly stared at the oncoming fist imprint. He had to admit that the first imprint was powerful. It was strong enough to destroy an entire city. The divine Sunmu in front of him was indeed an immortal rank demonic beast. The fist imprint was just a few inches away from Ye Guan when a terrifying aura burst out of him. In the blink of an eye, a massive dragon emerged out of him. Boom! The fist imprint shattered upon colliding with the massive dragon, but the dragon's momentum was still going strong. It made a beeline for Lu Tian and the divine Sunmu. It carried with it a terrifying amount of energy as the dragon annihilated every inch of space that stood in its way toward Lu Tian. Lu Tian's eyes narrowed. The divine Sunmu put its hands in front of it and yelled, Immovable mountain. An illusory Sunmu shell enveloped Lu Tian and the divine Sunmu. Rumble! The massive dragon struck the Sunmu shell, and the Sunmu shell trembled violently as if it were a tiny boat in stormy waters. The divine Sunmu and Lu Tian flew more than 30 meters away. The impact caused the collapse of the space around them, but they were unharmed. The huge dragon stopped attacking. It turned into a woman, and she stood next to Ye Guan. Ao Qianqian, the ancient heavenly dragon clan? The faces of Lu Tian's supporters darkened at the sight. They knew that the ancient heavenly dragon clan was supporting Ye Guan, but they didn't expect that their young clan leader, Ao Qianqian, would decide to establish a contract with Ye Guan. A member of an aristocratic family said sarcastically, I've heard people say that Ao Qianqian has a good eye for people in addition to being a rare talent of the ancient heavenly dragon clan. It seems those rumors were just rumors. Someone else chimed in, a rare talent? I think she's a fool. She actually decided to support the no-name Ye Guan rather than supporting the chosen one. Indeed, those rumors were nothing but just rumors. Another man suddenly said, since Qian could become the young clan leader of the Heavenly Dragon clan, there is no way that she is foolish. Since she picked Ye Guan, she must have her reasons for it. Actually, I feel that Ye Guan is rather strong. Everyone turned to look at the man, and someone scolded him. What do you mean? Are you looking down on Senior Lu Tian? Huh? Are you trying to jump ships? Everyone glared at the man, and the man was anxious. A different opinion was clearly not allowed in this clique. Meanwhile, Lu Tian stared deeply at Qian. I truly didn't expect that the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan would make such a decision. Qian chuckled and asked, what makes you think that our ancient Heavenly Dragon clan should have picked you? It was a response akin to a slap in the face. Good, very good. Lu Tian glared malevolently. He gestured with his hand, and the divine Sunmu above his head clasped its hands together as it chanted an inscrutable, ancient mantra. Ye Guan calmly asked, what is it doing? Qian replied, it's channeling a divine spell. Ye Guan was astonished. Demonic beasts can cast divine spells. Qian nodded and said, yes. Actually, their divine spells are more powerful than that of humans. Ye Guan nodded slightly and stared alternatingly between Lu Tian and the divine Sunmu. The divine Sunmu leaped to the sky, and when it was all the way up there, it returned to its original form. Rumble! 1,000-meter-tall divine Sunmu appeared above Trial Peak. A terrifying demonic beast pressure enveloped everyone underneath. Lu Tian appeared on the divine Sunmu's head. He spread his right arm, and an imprint appeared on his palm. He stared at Ye Guan and Qian beneath him, and a glint of anger flashed past his eyes. He flipped his right hand fiercely and brought it down with a roar. Shatter the world! Shatter the world! Rumble! The divine Sunmu slapped downward. 1,000-meter-wide beast imprint plummeted toward the life or death stage. Crack! The entire life or death stage cracked as the spacetime in the stage was annihilated. This beast imprint contained the combined power of Lu Tian and the divine Sunmu, so it was strong enough to shatter the world? Everyone's faces turned grim at the horrifying sight. The pressure was so strong that even the spacetime in the audience stands was being folded as if it were a mere sheet of paper. Everyone was taken aback. A few ancient creatures hiding in the dark were astounded as well. Qian turned to look at Ye Guan and said, let's see your performance. She approached Ye Guan and pressed her forehead against Ye Guan's forehead. Ye Guan froze and went silent. They weren't just closed, they were literally stuck together. Ye Guan's lips were even touching Qian's lips. The faint fragrance Qian was emitting overwhelmed him slightly, confusing him. At the same time, he thought, what is Lady Qian doing? Why did she press her face against mine? Swoosh! Qian turned into a ray of light and entered his glabella, merging with him. Rumble! A terrifying aura abruptly seeped out of Ye Guan. He reached the pinnacle in just one step. Qian had shared with Ye Guan not just the prowess of an ancient heavenly dragon but her own cultivation base as well. After reaching the pinnacle, Ye Guan abruptly threw his head back and stomped powerfully with his right foot. Buzz! A buzzing noise echoed as a sword light rushed to the skies. Ye Guan's stomp alone managed to shatter spacetime, which was proof of how Qian had also shared with him her power as an ancient heavenly dragon. Everyone stared intently at Ye Guan as he made a beeline for the beast imprint. Slash! The beast imprint was torn to pieces, but Ye Guan didn't stop there. He turned into a ray of sword light and rushed toward both Lu Tian and the divine Sunmu beneath him. Ye Guan's sword had become powerful enough to sunder the world? Lu Tian and the divine Sunmu were stupefied to witness the might of Ye Guan's sword. The divine Sunmu leaned over and used its tortoise shell to protect Lu Tian. Ye Guan finally got close enough to the two and swung his ultimate sword. Boom! Cracks instantly formed on the tortoise shell. Lu Tian's supporters were nervous. Ye Guan thrust his sword once again, shattering the spacetime around him. The divine Sunmu shell shook violently before crumbling, and the divine Sunmu had no choice but to retreat at least a few hundred meters away. The divine Sunmu eventually stopped retreating, and the onlookers finally got a good look at its injuries. It was missing quite a few scales, and its skin was split open. There was an incessant flow of blood from its wounds. The onlookers were stupefied. Ye Guan actually shattered a divine Sunmu's defenses? Shriek! A sword shrieked as it came hurtling toward the divine Sunmu, and it was so fast that it was already a few inches away from the divine Sunmu just as the latter noticed it. Crack! The divine Sunmu's shell was reduced to fine dust, and blood haphazardly flowed out of its wound. Furious, the divine Sunmu roared, "Ancestors, protect me, immovable mountain." Rumble! A terrifying energy burst out of the divine Sunmu, and a golden shell wrapped it securely. However, Ye Guan remained undeterred as he sent a sword toward it. Boom! The golden tortoise shell quivered violently, but it withstood Ye Guan's attack and even reflected the blow to Ye Guan, sending him flying away by at least a few hundred meters. The space behind him collapsed the moment he stopped, but it recovered almost instantly. An array inscribed with the heavenly Dao laws was put in place to fix the space-time within the life or death stage. Rip! The space in front of Ye Guan was split open, and a demonic beast pounced out of the rift. Watch out! Aokinkin's voice echoed in Ye Guan's mind. A golden dragon protective armor abruptly covered him. Crack! the protective armor shattered, and Ye Guan was sent flying once again. When the dust settled, the onlookers were stupefied upon discovering the identity of the ambusher. A sky-splitting tiger, someone exclaimed. Sky-splitting tigers are the most ferocious demonic beast of the 4 divine demonic beasts. A sky-splitting tiger actually established a contract with Lu Tian. My goodness. Boom! The onlookers' shock had yet to abate when a horrifying aura seeped out of Lu Tian. A massive pillar of flame surged toward the skies, scorching the clouds up above. The vermilion bird? The onlookers' jaws fell to the ground. Lu Tian had actually established a contract with 3 divine demonic beasts. 1 items are categorized into grades but with the same name. So simplicity rank and simplicity grade are roughly the same tier-wise, you get the gist. Everyone was stupefied, and even the stoic disciples of the sword sect were no exception. They truly didn't expect that Lu Tian managed to establish contracts with 3 divine demonic beasts. It was a completely unprecedented outcome. While the sword sect was still stewing in disbelief, Lu Tian's supporters went crazy in excitement. They screamed at the top of their lungs and cheered. How could Lu Tian lose when he was under the protection of 3 divine demonic beasts? It was impossible for him to lose at this point. They yelled incessantly to assuage the excitement in their hearts. Ye Guan looked up and saw a divine demonic beast in front of him. It was the sky-splitting tiger. Its entire body was white, and it was covered in white scales. It had 2 horns and 2 pairs of wings. Its claws were long, and they were as sharp as knives. Its claws alone gave off an icy cold aura. These were the claws that had shattered the ancient heavenly dragon's protective armor. However, the outcome of the exchange earlier didn't come as a surprise to anyone when they saw that the ambusher was the sky-splitting tiger. After all, the sky-splitting tiger's offensive prowess was the highest among the 4 divine demonic beasts. The sky-splitting tiger glared at Ye Guan with ferocity and fury, seemingly wanting to devour him whole. Meanwhile, a 1,000-meter-long flaming vermilion bird hovered in the air. It was covered in blood-red flames, and every flap of its wings was strong enough to destroy the space that the array around the life or death stage had been repairing incessantly. The vermilion bird's appearance also raised the ambient temperature by at least 10 times. The intense heat made quite a few people feel suffocated, and the space inside the life or death stage warped and distorted beneath the intense heat. Ao Qian appeared next to Ye Guan. Her expression was grim as she stared at the 3 divine demonic beasts. She truly didn't expect that the remaining 3 great demonic beast clans had actually chosen to support Lu Tian. Ao Qian stared at Lu Tian and frowned. Is he really the sword master's son? If that weren't the case, how come they decided to follow him? Lady Qian, Ye Guan called out. Ao Qian turned to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled and pointed out. It doesn't seem right to ask you to back out at this point, so, are you willing to fight them with me? Of course. The corners of Ao Qian's lips curled up. The sword master's son? So what if Lu Tian is indeed the sword master's son? Ao Qian's opinion of him wouldn't change. In addition, your parents' glory doesn't belong to you? Ao Qian was a monstrous talent herself, and she had her own pride. I don't give a flying fuck even if you're the sword master's son. If I don't like you, then I don't like you. That's it. Ye Guan grinned at Ao Qian's words before turning to look at Lu Tian. Lu Tian was currently surrounded by 3 divine demonic beasts. In everyone's opinion, Lu Tian's victory was sealed. He had the protection of 3 divine demonic beasts, and each of them was an immortal rank demonic beast as well, so how could he possibly lose? Lu Tian stared at Ye Guan. He chuckled lightly and said, let's continue. Ye Guan glanced at Ao Qian. Ao Qian smiled and walked up to face Ye Guan. Ye Guan froze and went silent. A mischievous light flashed in Ao Qian's eyes upon seeing Ye Guan's nervous expression. She leaned in closer to him and pressed her forehead against his forehead. This wasn't the first time it happened, but Ye Guan still felt slightly uneasy. Ye Guan's uneasy and awkward expression made Ao Qian fall for him even harder. Ye Guan had no idea that the contract between them allowed Ao Qian to feel Ye Guan's feelings. And Ao Qian had discovered that Ye Guan had no ill intentions toward her at all, and it was an undeniable fact that made her love him even more. Swoosh! Ao Qian turned into a beam of light that melted into Ye Guan's glabella. Ye Guan looked up at the sky-splitting tiger. A look of disdain flashed past the sky-splitting tiger's eyes as it taunted, "You tiny ant, what are you looking at?" Ye Guan merely smiled before taking a step forward. Swing! Space-time was torn apart, and a sword flew toward the sky-splitting tiger. The tiger roared with fury and sent its claw toward the oncoming sword. It had decided to confront Ye Guan's sword head-on. It was one of the 4 divine demonic beasts, so how could it be afraid of a mere human? However, Ye Guan followed up by sending 9 blades toward the sky-splitting tiger. It was a move that was supposed to be difficult, but Ye Guan had executed it as smoothly as flowing water, which took him by surprise. The power of his attack had increased exponentially, and it was all thanks to Ao Qian allowing him to tap into her cultivation base. The phrase about how work would become lighter if men and women worked together was indeed true. The sky-splitting tiger noticed something off. It squinted its eyes and tried to retreat, but it was too late for it to retreat. It could only do its best against the oncoming attack. Ultimate sword? Rumble? Ye Guan's sword collided with the sky-splitting tiger's claws. Ping! The sky-splitting tiger's claw shattered upon impact. However, Dragon's Roar also turned into fine powder. Dragon's Roar failed to withstand Ye Guan's might, just like the sky-splitting tiger's claws. However, the sky-splitting tiger itself was injured from the collision as well. It was stupefied, and it wanted to retreat, but Ye Guan was already next to it. Ye Guan lifted his leg and kicked the sky-splitting tiger in the head. Boom! The sky-splitting tiger's face was buried into the ground. Ye Guan appeared next to it and pointed his sword at the sky-splitting tiger's head. He sneered at it and mocked, "Why are you so unhappy, kitten? I did nothing but look at you earlier." The sky-splitting tiger roared with fury. Ye Guan thrust his sword and pierced the sky-splitting tiger's throat. The sky-splitting tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. Impudent! A furious roar echoed from the depths of the starry skies. A rift in space appeared above Trial Peak, and the illusory figure of a sky-splitting tiger came out of it. There was no doubting it, the illusory figure was a powerhouse of the sky-splitting tiger clan. The onlookers were shocked. What is this sky-splitting tiger doing here? Is it trying to interfere with the battle? Chen Guanzi stepped forward and appeared right in front of the sky-splitting tiger. He looked at it and said, "I'll kill whoever dares to play dirty tricks against my junior brother." The group of swordsmen behind Chen Guanzi glared murderously at the sky-splitting tiger. The sky-splitting tiger's face turned ugly. It looked at Ye Guan and said, "Ye Guan, my sky-splitting tiger clan wishes to pull out of the battle between you and the chosen one. As for my grandson, please." Shwick! Ye Guan thrust the sword in his right hand into the sky-splitting tiger's neck before annihilating its soul. He then looked up at the sky-splitting tiger in the skies and said, "You should produce another grandson." The onlookers were dumbstruck. What? The powerhouse sky-splitting tiger stared wide-eyed at the scene of laughter. Moments later, a terrifying aura gushed out of it. Chen Guanzi suddenly stepped out and slashed out with his sword. Rumble! Both heaven and earth were split open as the sky-splitting tiger flew at least 1,000 meters away upon taking the brunt of Chen Guanzi's sword move. Chen Guanzi glared at the sky-splitting tiger and said, "Take another step, and you'll die. I'll massacre your entire clan afterward." The sky-splitting tiger grimaced. Was it still going to make a move? Of course it wouldn't make a move. However, it wasn't exactly because the sword sect had threatened him. There were simply far too many eyes watching the battle, and the sky-splitting clan was bound to attract everyone's ire if they were to interfere with the fight. The sky-splitting tiger glared coldly at Ye Guan. It glanced at Chen Guanzi before saying, "Let me retrieve my grandson's corpse." Swoosh! The sky-splitting tiger's carcass vanished into Ye Guan's storage ring. The onlookers were dumbstruck. Ye Guan smirked at the sky-splitting tiger and said, "Fat chance. You impudent." The sky-splitting tiger couldn't complete its sentence. It went silent and glared murderously at Ye Guan. In the end, it turned around to leave. Ye Guan turned to look at the divine Sunmu. The divine Sunmu and the vermilion bird's eyes were tinged with fear. Ye Guan's sword move just now was simply too terrifying. However, Ye Guan didn't attack immediately. He walked to a certain spot and opened his palm. The fragments of dragon's roar flew into his hands. He looked down at it and muttered, "I will put you back together in the future." The fragments shook slightly in his hands, seemingly reacting to his words. Ye Guan put the fragments away and turned to look at Lutian. "Let's go," he shouted and abruptly disappeared into a ray of sword light that raced across the stage toward Lutian. He had truly become even stronger after establishing a contract with Ao Qian, but it wasn't just his strength that had increased exponentially. He had also gotten fast enough to shatter space-time with his speed alone. Lutian's eyes narrowed at the sight of the speeding Ye Guan. The divine Sunmu roared, "Immovable mountain." Boom! A golden tortoise shell manifested and protected both Lutian and the divine Sunmu. Meanwhile, the vermilion bird swooped down to attack, causing chaos as the intense heat it radiated melted even space itself. Ye Guan finally reached the golden tortoise shell, and a terrifying aura erupted from him as he released 10 swords at the same time targeting only one spot. It was the critical method. Boom! Cracks appeared all over the golden tortoise shell at the moment of collision. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He thrust his sword once more, destroying the golden tortoise shell. Unfortunately, the golden tortoise shell bought enough time for the vermilion bird as it swooped down for the kill. Ye Guan looked up and thrust his sword forward. The vermilion bird was sent flying away from the exchange, and Ye Guan wasn't planning on letting such an opportunity go to waste. He mobilized all 10 swords to use the critical method. Shwick! The unfortunate vermilion bird still hadn't recovered from the impact of the exchange when 10 swords struck its head at the same time, causing its head to explode into a bloody mist. The onlookers stared agape. A divine demonic beast died, just like that? The 10 swords returned to Ye Guan, but they flew once more and targeted the divine Sunmu. The divine Sunmu's pupils constricted. It could instinctively feel that it wasn't sturdy enough to withstand Ye Guan's 10 swords. Lutian finally made a move. He raised his right hand, and a terrifying, inscrutable force abruptly engulfed his vicinity. Boom! Ye Guan's 10 swords slowed down dramatically. Tiny great Dao runes could be seen orbiting Lutian. It was a domain. A Dao domain? The onlookers had just picked their jaws off of the floor, but their jaws dropped to the floor once more. Lutian could also use a Dao domain in addition to his extremely high cultivation base. Ye Guan waved his sleeve, and his 10 swords returned to him. Ye Guan stared deeply at Lutian. Lutian smiled and was about to say something, but Ye Guan beat him to the chase. The sky-splitting tiger and the vermilion bird wouldn't have perished if you had just revealed your Dao domain earlier. Lutian's smile stiffened. The onlookers and Lutian's supporters glanced at each other upon realizing that something was wrong. Enhance your reading experience. Ye Guan's words pounded against the hearts of many people. A Dao domain? Lu Tian's supporters were ecstatic to see him activate a Dao domain. Lu Tian was an ultimate secret tribulation realm cultivator, but he also had a domain. However, Ye Guan snapped them back to reality. Ye Guan was right. The sky-splitting tiger and the vermilion bird wouldn't have perished if Lu Tian hadn't decided to hide his true prowess. His Dao domain could have suppressed Ye Guan's swords. The onlookers were furious upon realizing what Lu Tian had done. Lu Tian glared at Ye Guan, but he had no idea what to say. He truly had no intentions of sacrificing the sky-splitting tiger and the vermilion bird. He had simply underestimated Ye Guan's strength. Ye Guan became extremely powerful after establishing a contract with Ao Qian, and the critical method increased his strength to truly terrifying levels. Lu Tian knew that he made a mistake. Nonetheless, he remained silent. He knew that any explanations were worthless at this point. Lu Tian glared at Ye Guan and asked, Ye Guan, are you going to use such petty methods in our fight? Ye Guan opened his palm, and the 10 Zuxi flying blades flew into his hands. Staring at Lu Tian, he laughed, didn't you say that there can only be one of us in this world? I'm standing here today, and I'm begging you to kill me. Lu Tian smirked and roared, as you wish. He stomped, and the life or death stage shook violently as if a mountain had just crashed into the stage. He opened his palm, revealing a divine seal. Meanwhile, Ye Guan's swords made a beeline for him once more. He was not foolish enough to let Lu Tian cast a spell. The 10 swords went in for the kill, harnessing the critical method's prowess. The divine Sunmu above Lu Tian's head roared angrily. It pushed its palms forward and created a golden tortoise shell to protect Lu Tian. Boom! The 10 flying swords struck the golden tortoise shell, creating a crack in it. Swoosh! However, another flying sword struck it afterward, cracking it open. Lu Tian's voice boomed throughout the stage. Earthlock, he roared. The ground beneath Ye Guan trembled violently, and an overwhelming great earth force swept toward Ye Guan. However, that wasn't all. The space-time around Ye Guan constricted, making him feel as if he were in a cage. Ye Guan frowned and was about to make a move when Lu Tian roared, Sky Prison. Boom! Space above Ye Guan's head ripped apart, and a frightening aura descended from the heavens. At the same time, the looming great earth force petrified the space-time around Ye Guan. However, Lu Tian wasn't done just yet. He took another step forward and flipped his right palm. Kaboom! Great Dao abruptly manifested around Ye Guan. Dao Domain, Sky Prison, and Earthlock. Lu Tian cast 3 spells at once to suppress Ye Guan, and he wasn't about to let go of such an opportunity. Come, Dao Blade, he shouted. Crackle! A massive 300-meter-long rift in space manifested in front of Ye Guan, and a massive blade emerged from it. It made a beeline for Ye Guan, and it destroyed every inch of space-time in its path. The blade carried with it an energy so powerful that even the distant space-time was being distorted by its presence alone. The onlookers were stunned. That's a grand divine spell. Someone exclaimed, it's definitely a simplicity rank spell, at the very least. I even think that it's a true rank spell. True rank spells were incredibly rare, and only a few top aristocratic families and great clans had them. Of course, the Guanxian Academy had true rank spells in its repository. However, the crux of the matter here was that learning such a high rank spell wasn't that easy, as true rank spells required a high enough comprehension to even begin to understand the complexities of such a spell. The blade was like a fiery inferno that brought with it the end of the world. Everyone felt as if the world was about to collapse as the blade swung down. Ye Guan stared calmly at the blade. Ao Qian suddenly appeared next to him and said, I'll handle it. She decisively jumped to meet the Dao blade in midair. The Dao blade was terrifying, but there was a high chance that she would survive taking the brunt of such an attack. However, Ye Guan was different. They had established a contract, so Ye Guan had become even stronger, but he was still a human being in the end. Meanwhile, Ao Qian was an ancient heavenly dragon known for their superior defenses. If her defenses were shattered while she was inside of him, the impact would force her out. By then, Ye Guan would have to take the brunt of the attack. And that was exactly why she decided to take it for Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan yanked her back and said, You have already done me a huge favor by helping me. How can I ask you to give up your life for me? Ao Qian quietly stared at the smiling Ye Guan. In the end, she smiled and went back inside of Ye Guan. Ye Guan opened his palm, eliciting a loud, buzzing sword hum. A Zuxi flying blade appeared, and he unleashed the critical method by willing it to thrust toward the oncoming Dao blade. However, Ye Guan's critical method used not just 10 but 15 swords made out of sword energy. Ye Guan was now capable of wielding 15 swords at once, but it would have been impossible at the moment if it hadn't been for Ao Qian. Boom! The space-time ahead of Ye Guan crumbled, and his restraints vanished. Lu Tian's Dao domain cracked with just a sword thrust from Ye Guan. Ye Guan was no longer restrained. He opened his palm and summoned 12 flying swords to execute the critical method. He summoned not 10 or 15 but 12. It was all because he only had 12 real swords. Boom! A loud explosion occurred as the 12 swords and the Dao blade collided in midair. The shockwave from the blast radiated outward at breakneck speeds, and a dazzling sword light flashed. The Dao blade trembled violently before exploding. The shockwaves ripped through the air like a hurricane, destroying everything in 150 radius around Ye Guan. The life and death stage even cracked. Swoosh! A sword flew out from the cloud of dust. It pierced every inch of space-time that stood in its way. The divine Sunwu's eyes narrowed. It was afraid of Ye Guan's sword, as Ye Guan was strong enough to shatter its defenses. Unfortunately, the divine Sunwu didn't really have any choice but to protect Lu Tian. "I'll handle it," roared Lu Tian. He stepped forward and pointed. A blood-red rune flew out from the tip of his finger. The rune collided with Ye Guan's sword, and the collision sent Lu Tian and the divine Sunwu flying at least 50 meters away. The two had just stabilized themselves when the space in front of them was torn open. Ye Guan's figure emerged from the rift with multiple swords orbiting him. He was about to execute the critical method once more but with 15 swords. Lu Tian put his palms together and chanted in an inscrutable language. A great Dao mirror manifested beneath his feet quickly. Boom! Ye Guan's sword struck the great Dao mirror, and the cataclysmic force left nothing but destruction in its wake. Spacetime was annihilated, leaving nothing but a greedy hole of darkness. However, spacetime quickly recovered. Ye Guan's eyes flashed sinisterly as he swung his sword lightly. Kaboom! A sword light flew out and struck the great Dao mirror, shattering it to smithereens. Meanwhile, Lu Tian was sent flying from the backlash. He clenched his right fist, and multiple rifts in space manifested overhead. Light red lighting emerged from the rifts and converged in one place. Soon, a massive light red bolt of lightning was formed, and it shot out silently toward Ye Guan, leaving behind the sound that it had produced in its wake. However, Ye Guan remained as calm as a placid lake in the face of such a devastating attack. He waved his sleeve, and a dazzling sword light shredded the oncoming lightning bolt. Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly vanished. Lu Tian's pupils constricted. He activated his Dao domain and frantically ran away. Clang! Ye Guan's sword struck Lu Tian's Dao domain, causing it to tremble violently before crumbling into pieces moments later. Lu Tian flew at least 100 meters away. Lu Tian's supporters were starting to get worried. It seemed that they were finally starting to realize that the invincible Chosen One was being overpowered by Ye Guan. Ye Guan was simply too powerful. A disciple of an aristocratic clan muttered, "Ye Guan is so strong." The others were silent, but a man glared at him and said, "Strong? He's just wielding Ao Kinkin's power. Do you really think that he can do what he's doing by himself?" The disciple's voice deepened, and he pointed out. But Lu Tian was under the protection of 3 divine demonic beasts. The man yelled, "What are you talking about? Lu Tian is the Chosen One, and he has the great Dao destiny from Destiny herself. Why are you speaking up for Ye Guan? Are you trying to betray the Guanxian universe?" The poor disciple could only stare incredulously at the man. Meanwhile, Ye Guan didn't give Lu Tian any room to breathe. He would constantly vanish and reappear. He had gotten so fast that most of the onlookers couldn't track him anymore. They could only hear the grotesque noise of space-time being ripped apart as Ye Guan disappeared and reappeared. Lu Tian urgently shouted, "Merge with me." The divine Sunwu turned into a beam of light that entered Lu Tian's glabella. Swing! A golden tortoise armor enveloped Lu Tian. Ye Guan's sword finally arrived in front of Lu Tian. Shwick! The sword struck Lu Tian's golden armor, and it cracked after just one attack. However, Lu Tian was smiling at Ye Guan as he pointed out. "You fell for it." Rip! A rift in space abruptly appeared behind Ye Guan, and a bloody hand reached out. Cao Bai's expression darkened. One of the 3 vicious demonic beasts, the vicious lion. The sword in Ye Guan's hand disappeared. He turned around and punched. World Devastation Art? He was currently one with Ao Qian, and her power allowed his World Devastation Art to become 5 times stronger than usual. Kaboom! A loud explosion echoed, and the vicious demonic beast was sent flying at least 100 meters away. Ye Guan opened his palm and created a sword made out of sword energy. He turned around and thrust his sword forward. Critical method? Boom! Lu Tian flew a few hundred meters away, and his golden armor was finally destroyed. The onlookers were beyond stupefied. Ye Guan stared at Lu Tian and sneered, "As if I would fall for that, dumbass." Meanwhile, someone's trembling voice echoed from the crowd. Is that a martial stance? Wait, is he a martial god as well despite being such a powerful swordsman? A deafening silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone stared blankly at Ye Guan. It seemed that Ye Guan was more talented than the sword master. The onlookers' hair stood on end the moment they realized that Ye Guan was a martial god as well. The silence was palpable, and nothing could be heard aside from the faint breathing of the spectators. The head military official was overwhelmed by shock as he stared at Ye Guan. He truly didn't expect that Ye Guan was a martial god as well. It was something that he couldn't even begin to imagine until now. Ye Guan had surpassed the sword master's talent by being a martial god, even though he was already a quasi-great sword sovereign. How incredible! The head military official stared quietly at Ye Guan as millions of thoughts ran through his mind. Meanwhile, Lu Tian's supporters, as well as the sword sect and the representatives of the groups who had come here to support Ye Guan, went wild with their imaginations. Ye Guan's talent was beyond outstanding. Cao Bai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He truly hid it well. The others nodded, and they soon quivered in excitement. Chen Guanzi was silent as he stared at Ye Guan on the life or death stage, but there was a subtle smile on his lips. Ye Guan's revelation had greatly surprised him as well. Meanwhile, the powerhouses of the Lingxu Blessed Land and Time Paradise looked like they were about to burst out into laughter. They had been holding in their anger while everyone called them stupid and foolish for supporting Ye Guan. Who would dare to say that they were stupid at this point? The Chosen One? He paled in comparison to Ye Guan. Ye Guan obviously had the upper hand in this battle. No, he was completely thrashing the Chosen One. So what if he was the Chosen One? Meanwhile, the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan members finally heaved a sigh of relief. Clan leader Ao Sheng also felt like a heavy weight had been lifted off of his chest. He and Ao Qianqian had been facing intense pressure after choosing to support Ye Guan. In addition to the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, their clansmen were pressuring them as well. If Ye Guan lost, the members of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan would rebel to kill both him and Ao Qianqian. After all, the majority of them wanted to support Lu Tian. Ao Sheng sighed in relief after finding out that Ye Guan was a martial god as well. It meant that even if Ye Guan lost, none of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan members could say that he and his daughter were foolish for choosing Ye Guan. Ye Guan was both a quasi-great sword sovereign and a martial god. He deserved the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan's support. Furthermore, Ye Guan was thrashing the Chosen One in the battle so far. The ancient Heavenly Dragon clan members grinned one by one. They had to admit that Ye Guan was indeed better than Lu Tian. Ye Guan glared at Lu Tian, obviously annoyed. However, he didn't make a move. He turned and glared at the demonic beast not too far away from him. The demonic beast looked like a crimson lion, but it had 2 horns and a tail that was at least 30 inches long. The tip of the demonic tail was shaped like a spear, and it emitted a cold light capable of instilling fear in those daring enough to stare at it. The demonic beast was none other than the Vicious Lion, one of the 3 vicious beasts of the Guanxian universe's demon domain. The vicious beasts were even stronger than the 4 divine demonic beasts. The vicious lion's nose caved in upon taking the brunt of Ye Guan's punch, and it was fuming. It glared hatefully at Ye Guan, looking as if it wanted to devour the latter whole. However, Ye Guan was more furious than the vicious lion. He didn't waste even a second as he vanished and reappeared in front of the vicious lion. The vicious lion roared. It lowered its head and dashed toward Ye Guan with its horns pointing at the latter. It was a vicious move befitting a vicious beast, but Ye Guan didn't slow down at all. He was going to face the vicious lion head-on. Ye Guan thrust his sword toward the vicious lion and unleashed 15 swords. Crackle! The attack was so fierce and terrifying that the space-time in a 300-meter radius around Ye Guan was shattered. Boom! The collision was no less fierce as both Ye Guan and the vicious lion were sent flying by the impact. Ye Guan recovered after flying at least 50 meters. He looked up and saw that the area where his sword collided with the vicious lion's horns was devastated. Blood dripped down the corner of his lips. The vicious lion was extremely powerful. He barely managed to defend himself, even though he had become one with Ao Qianqian and was capable of displaying the same prowess as her. Meanwhile, the vicious lion finally managed to stabilize itself. The onlookers turned pale and were horrified to find that the vicious lion's skull had cracked. Evidently, Ye Guan managed to shatter its defenses. The vicious lion was definitely an immortal-ranked demonic beast, but it actually lost to Ye Guan in a head-on confrontation. It was true that Ye Guan had established a contract with Ao Qianqian, but Lu Tian had formed contracts with 4 powerful demonic beasts. If Ye Guan were in Lu Tian's shoes, the thought alone frightened many people. The impact stunned the vicious lion for quite a while, but it soon recovered and glared at Ye Guan. However, the hatefulness in its glare had gotten less intense, and it was no longer holding Ye Guan in contempt. What a terrifying sword attack! If it hadn't been for its special defenses, it would have died just now. It no longer dared to take Ye Guan lightly. Lu Tian suddenly yelled, "Vicious lion, hold him back for me." Lu Tian floated in the air, and the space around him quivered violently. A massive array appeared above his head. The runes were intricate and inscrutable, and the waves of energy they were emitting made the life or death stage quiver. The onlookers stared with bated breaths. Lu Tian was about to unleash a powerful move. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. The Zuxi flying blades around him quivered as well. The vicious lion roared, "Ancestors! Please help me!" Boom! A crimson light burst out of the vicious lion, and the light soon turned into crimson armor. Ye Guan frowned. It actually has ancestors to call upon? Ao Qianqian seemed to have seen through Ye Guan's thoughts as she explained, "The powerful demonic beasts of powerful clans among the demon race are capable of calling upon their ancestors for help. Their ancestors would help them by strengthening their defenses." A stronger defense? Ye Guan frowned deeply. The defenses of demonic beasts were already much stronger than cultivators in the same cultivation realm as them. In other words, the vicious lion had just become a troublesome foe. "I can also call upon my ancestors. Would you like me to?" Ye Guan shook his head and said, "No need." He stumped and vanished. His target wasn't the vicious lion but Lu Tian. Lu Tian was channeling a powerful spell, and Ye Guan wanted to end Lu Tian's life while the latter was channeling. Swing! A dazzling sword light came streaking across the skies toward Lu Tian. Swoosh! The divine Sunmu abruptly appeared in front of Lu Tian. It roared angrily as it pushed both of its palms forward. A golden tortoise shell appeared just as Ye Guan's sword reached the divine Sunmu. Boom! The golden tortoise shell trembled violently, and it cracked. Ye Guan's eyes shone sinisterly as he brought down his sword once more. Boom! The golden tortoise shell split open and shattered into innumerable fragments that fell to the ground like rain. Ye Guan ignored the injured divine Sunmu and dashed toward Lu Tian. The divine Sunmu roared and grabbed Ye Guan's foot, yanking the latter back. Ye Guan was annoyed, and he thrust his sword toward the divine Sunmu. Squelch! The sword pierced the divine Sunmu's head, and blood spurted out of the wound. Ye Guan saw that and ignored the divine Sunmu once more. He turned toward Lu Tian and was about to charge toward Lu Tian when the desperate Divine Sunmyo roared once more and pounced on Ye Guan. The Divine Sunmyo wanted to stop Ye Guan no matter what, and it succeeded. The Divine Sunmyo and Ye Guan crashed to the ground, and the collision kicked up a cloud of dust that clouded everyone's vision. However, Ye Guan's vision was clear as he turned to the Divine Sunmyo. He opened his palm and revealed 10 swords that made a beeline for the Divine Sunmyo's head. Squelch! The Divine Sunmyo's eyes widened. Soon, it was drenched in its own blood, but it desperately stuck to Ye Guan. Ye Guan glared at the stubborn Divine Sunmyo. The Divine Sunmyo looked at Lu Tian and said weakly, "Chosen One, you promised my clan, you promised to support us. You must keep your word." The Divine Sunmyo went silent as a horrifying aura seeped out of it. It was about to self-destruct. Ye Guan's expression fell. He vanished and reappeared at least 100 meters away, but the powerful explosion still struck him. Boom! Ye Guan was forced to retreat another 100 meters away. Soon, he finally stopped retreating and saw that the explosion just now had annihilated the space-time in 150 radius around the Divine Sunmyo. The space-time quickly recovered, but the onlookers were still reeling in shock. They truly didn't expect that the Divine Sunmyo would self-destruct for the sake of holding Ye Guan back. Meanwhile, the vicious lion appeared in front of Ye Guan. It had to stop Ye Guan at all costs. Ye Guan wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. "Qian, are you alright?" he asked. A few moments later, Ao Qian chuckled and replied, "I'm fine. What can happen to me?" Ye Guan nodded before looking up at Lu Tan. A terrifying aura had gathered above his head. Everyone on Trial Peak felt a powerful oppressive force boring down on him, and they all started thinking about just what kind of spell Lu Tian was about to unleash. Nanling Yi suddenly cried out, "It is a forbidden spell? A forbidden spell?" Chen Guanzi frowned and asked, "Is that so?" Nanling Yi frantically nodded. Her voice was trembling as she said, "Yes. I'm sure that's one of the 10 forbidden spells, Devastation of Dao." Nanling Yi also had a copy of the Devastation of Dao's divine spell book. It was indeed one of the 10 forbidden spells. Chen Guanzi's expression turned ashen. Cao Bai asked him, "Senior brother, how strong is a forbidden spell?" Chen Guanzi explained, "The divine spell books containing forbidden spells were put together by great Daoist Brushmaster. During the Sahan Great War, the divine mages from the Guanxian universe used such forbidden spells to kill over 100,000 divine spirits." Chen Guanzi turned to stare at Lu Tian in surprise. Back then, even Imperial Realm divine mages struggled to even comprehend such powerful spells, but he, Chen Guanzi, trailed off. The expressions of the swordsmen around Chen Guanzi turned heavy, and they stared worriedly at Ye Guan. Nanling Yi clenched her fists until her nails dug into her palms. She was a divine mage, so she understood a forbidden spell's might. Meanwhile, Ye Guan stared quietly at Lu Tian. Lu Tian was almost done channeling, and Ye Guan could no longer stop him. Lu Tian raised his hands, and the space above him split open. Innumerable great Dao runes emerged from the massive rift in space, and they orbited Lu Tian. The entire Trial Peak quivered violently, and cracks appeared even in the distant mountains as the world itself seemed to be trembling beneath a forbidden spell's might. The onlookers were terrified and dumbstruck. Meanwhile, the powerhouses of the Guanxian Academy worked desperately to mend the surrounding space-time, but the Trial Peak was still struggling to remain in one piece beneath the cataclysmic attack. Lu Tian gazed down at Ye Guan and said, "I'll send you on your way." Boom! The mysterious, inscrutable runes turned into a beam of crimson light that shot toward Ye Guan. Crack! Cracks spread throughout Trial Peak, frightening many people. The head military official smiled in satisfaction. "It's over. He has cast a forbidden spell?" It seemed Ye Guan had no choice but to surrender to Lu Tian. However, Ye Guan confidently stepped forward. Shuai! An extremely powerful sword force gushed out of him, revealing his status as a true great sword sovereign. Ye Guan spread his arms and roared, "Come, my swords." Hum! The resonant hum of a million swords abruptly pervaded the Guanxian Academy as a million swords emerged from the sword tomb and flew toward Trial Peak. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with a million swords, flabbergasting Lu Tian's supporters, Ye Guan's supporters, and those who had come here to enjoy the fight. A million swords gathered above Trial Peak under Ye Guan's command. Their sharp edges pointed at the beam of light made out of crimson runes. Slash! The swords gracefully sliced the great Dao runes into pieces, and they helplessly plummeted to the ground. Ye Guan was indeed a great sword sovereign. There had been a rumor about how Ye Guan was a great sword sovereign, but it finally became clear that the rumor wasn't just a rumor. Ye Guan shattered great sword sovereign Ye Yu's record and became the youngest great sword sovereign in the history of the Guanxian universe. A supreme talent? Everyone inwardly screamed. A member of an aristocratic family yelled defiantly, "So what if he's a great sword sovereign? He only obtained the inheritance of the sword sect. He's nothing without his inheritance." "Is it so hard to admit that he's strong?" said someone next to him. The member of an aristocratic family retorted, "What did you just say? Senior brother Lu Tian is the chosen one. Why are you supporting Ye Guan? Are you trying to betray Guanxian universe?" The one who had just spoken out was stunned. He wanted to curse, but he knew that he was helpless. In the end, he decided to speak up for the sake of preserving his face, but before he could say anything, a man next to him made a move. Slap! A crisp noise echoed as the member of an aristocratic family was sent flying. "What's wrong with you, you dumbass? He's already a great sword sovereign despite his young age, isn't that a great achievement?" What nonsense are you spouting about how he's nothing without his inheritance, you dumbass? The man was furious. He rushed to the member of an aristocratic family and gave the latter a good beating. Meanwhile, a million swords streaked across the sky above the life or death stage. Lu Tian's expression darkened at the sight. He could feel the swords slowly destroying each and every great Dao rune he had painstakingly manifested. He was also caught off guard by Ye Guan's revelation. He truly didn't expect that Ye Guan was a great sword sovereign. Meanwhile, the head military official's expression was gloomy. He's actually a great sword sovereign. It was indeed a remarkable achievement, considering Ye Guan's age. He's an incredible swordsman. The head military official started to feel a bit worried. Lu Tian had to kill Ye Guan in one move, otherwise, the sword sect would have enough time to rescue and protect Ye Guan. The head military official stared intently at Ye Guan while everyone else was staring at Lu Tian. Wasn't he supposed to be invincible? Their faith in the Chosen One started to waver. Ye Guan was so talented, and it felt like he was the Chosen One rather than Lu Tian. The Grand Elder of Time Paradise muttered, as expected of his son. The Elders of Time Paradise heard the Grand Elder. They whipped around to look at the Grand Elder. One of them hesitated for a while before asking, Grand Elder, just what is Ye Guan's origin? The Elders approached the Grand Elder with curious looks. The Grand Elder glanced at Ye Guan before asking, take a good look at him. He looks like a certain someone, right? Who do you think it is? The Elders cast confused gazes at Ye Guan. However, their pupils soon constricted in shock, and they cursed at the same time. Fuck. Everyone turned to look at the Elders of Time Paradise. What was wrong with them? Why were they cursing? The Grand Elder felt everyone's piercing glares, and he hurriedly said, keep it down. Stay low-key. The Elders nodded in agreement and went silent. Lu Tian's array cracked as a million swords struck it at the same time. The forbidden spell was successfully interrupted. However, Ye Guan's expression was beyond pale. It was clear that the sword move he had pulled off just now had taken a huge toll on him. If it hadn't been for Ao Qinqian's support, he would have collapsed after executing such a powerful move. The vicious lion glared hatefully at Ye Guan, but it was nervous. The fear in its eyes was palpable. Ye Guan was already a great sword sovereign despite his young age, and he was capable of commanding the swords in the sword sect's sword tomb. Was the Chosen One really invincible? The vicious lion started having doubts. The sword master was invincible, but it didn't necessarily mean that the Chosen One after him would be invincible. Ye Guan had also become too outstanding to ignore. Ye Guan stared intently at Lu Tian. Lu Tian remained calm. Ye Guan opened his palm and yelled, cut. Buzz. The swords buzzed in excitement as they flew toward Lu Tian. The space around Lu Tian caved in under the combined strength of a million swords. Everyone stared intently at both Lu Tian and Ye Guan. Was it over? Lu Tian stepped forward. He opened his hands, and a great Dao rune appeared over his right palm. A law imprint manifested as well, and it floated toward the swords. With a determined and fierce expression, Lu Tian pressed down with his right palm. Suppress. Boom! An overbearing power forced the oncoming swords to the ground. At the same time, great Dao and law imprints pervaded the skies. 2 domains, screamed an onlooker, and everyone was stunned by the revelation. Lu Tian actually had 2 domains? The ability to manifest a domain was incredible, but Lu Tian could actually manifest 2 domains in addition to being an ultimate secret tribulation realm cultivator. Lu Tian's supporters were thrilled. They despaired when they saw that Ye Guan was indeed a great sword sovereign, but Lu Tian's revelation gave them hope. He's invincible, shouted one of Lu Tian's supporters. Soon, Lu Tian's supporters started cheering for Lu Tian. Lu Tian narrowed his eyes and brought his hands down once more. Go. Boom! The swords were suppressed once more. Ye Guan stomped with his right foot, shattering the earth beneath him. He vanished and turned into a beam of sword light that streaked across the stage. He arrived in front of Lu Tian in the proverbial blink of an eye. His speed instantly plummeted the moment he entered Lu Tian's 2 domains, but he remained undeterred and thrust his sword forward. 20 swords at once. Ye Guan had become much more powerful after becoming a great sword sovereign. Lu Tian glared hatefully at Ye Guan and yelled, suppress. Boom! The great Dao runes and law imprints burned, and a terrifying, inscrutable energy wrapped around Ye Guan in an attempt to suppress him. Ye Guan retracted his sword before thrusting it forward once more. Break. Crack. People stared wide-eyed as Lu Tian's domains were torn apart. A powerful force pushed Lu Tian at least 100 meters away. Before Lu Tian could recover, 12 swords made a beeline for him. Crack. The space-time in front of Lu Tian split open, and his eyes narrowed at the oncoming swords. He hurriedly placed his palms together, and the great Dao domain, as well as the law domain, manifested. However, Lu Tian's 2 domains failed to suppress the 12 swords as they executed the critical method. Kaboom! The 2 domains were shattered once more, but a golden light poured out of Lu Tian before the 12 swords could hit him. Kaboom! A golden clock had manifested in front of Lu Tian and blocked Ye Guan's 12 swords. The golden clock was a true rank divine spiritual artifact. The golden light from the golden clock protected Lu Tian and suppressed Ye Guan's swords. Swoosh! Undeterred, Ye Guan disappeared and reappeared in front of the golden clock. Shwick! He thrust his sword toward the golden clock. Boom! The golden clock trembled violently, and the force born from the collision sent Lu Tian flying. Surprisingly, cracks had appeared all over the golden clock. Ye Guan vanished once more, eliciting a frown from Lu Tian. Ye Guan was too fast for him to barely react. A powerful aura abruptly came to life from behind Ye Guan. It was the vicious lion's aura. It had been thinking about running, but it knew that its clan would become the laughingstock of the entire Guanxian universe if it were to run away. Furthermore, Lu Tian had 2 domains up his sleeves. It believed in Lu Tian's victory. In the heat of the moment, it decided to throw itself toward Ye Guan. For myself and my clan? The vicious lion roared. Ye Guan frowned. He whipped around and sent a thrust toward the vicious lion. The vicious lion flew at least 100 meters away, and when it finally stopped, it examined itself and found that its skin had cracked. Blood haphazardly poured out of its wounds, creating a pool of blood beneath it. The vicious lion was in complete shock and disbelief. Were great sword sovereigns this strong? The vicious lion truly didn't expect to suffer such a severe wound from just one exchange. The vicious lion finally acknowledged that it was no match for Ye Guan. The onlookers were also startled by the might that Ye Guan had just displayed. The vicious lion was an immortal-ranked demonic beast, so they truly didn't expect that it would suffer such severe injuries after just one move from Ye Guan. Ye Guan decided to deal with the vicious lion first before Lu Tian. He vanished and reappeared in front of the vicious lion. The vicious lion jumped in fright, but a sword pierced its head before it could even retreat. A dazzling sword light filled its body, destroying all of its organs in the blink of an eye. The vicious lion slumped lifelessly. Ye Guan swung his sword and decapitated the vicious lion. Ye Guan finally turned to look at Lu Tian, but the brief lull had given Lu Tian enough time to consolidate his power. Rumble? The trial peak quivered violently as a Dao imprint appeared on Lu Tian's glabella. Lu Tian pointed at Ye Guan and roared, "Die!" The Dao imprint on Lu Tian's glabella emitted a brilliant light. The Sword Master's Dao imprint? An ancient, inscrutable aura filled the world the moment the Sword Master's Dao imprint was revealed. The ancient aura was old and was filled with a primordial, desolate energy. Naturally, it felt extremely powerful. The world turned illusory and blurry, astonishing everyone. It didn't take them long to recognize that the Dao imprint on Lu Tian's glabella was the Sword Master's Dao imprint. Lu Tian's supporters stared with blazing eyes at the Sword Master's Dao imprint, and their blood boiled upon realizing that Lu Tian truly possessed the Sword Master's Dao imprint. Words were unnecessary for everyone to understand what this meant. They all had the same thought. Lu Tian's supporters laughed boisterously and without any reservations. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Sword Sect glanced at each other. Is Lu Tian really the Sword Master's son? Can Ye Guan even defeat Lu Tian if Lu Tian is really the Sword Master's son? Ao Sheng glared at Lu Tian in the distance and shouted, "So what if he's the Sword Master's son? Young Lord Ye is invincible? He's invincible." The members of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan nodded profusely. The ancient Heavenly Dragon clan was in the same boat as Ye Guan, and they would stay together in both weal and woe. If Ye Guan won, the ancient Heavenly Dragon would prosper. If Ye Guan lost the battle, the ancient Heavenly Dragon would die with him. An internal strife would be foolish at this critical juncture. They had to be united at all costs. Furthermore, there was a chance that Lu Tian wasn't the Sword Master's son. Who said that owning the Sword Master's Dao imprint meant that the owner was the Sword Master's son? Meanwhile, the expressions of Zhang Yuntian and the members of the Lingxu Blessed Land turned incomparably ugly. The Sword Master's son? If Lu Tian is the Sword Master's son, how is Ye Guan going to win this battle? Zhang Yuntian fell silent as he contemplated. Would our ancestor harm us? Of course not. Zhang Yuntian watched Ye Guan and chuckled. He hadn't interacted with Ye Guan for a long time, but he could tell that despite his monstrous talent, the young man was still both humble and kind. He would surely achieve great things in the future. Even if Ye Guan lost today's battle, Zhang Yuntian could feel that he wouldn't have any regrets supporting the former. Meanwhile, the elders of the Time Paradise were calm. They were slightly taken aback by the revelation, but they quickly regained their composure. The Sword Master's son? As if Lu Tian was nothing like the Sword Master. Meanwhile, Ye Guan and the Sword Master looked like they were made from the same mold. Ye Guan was the true chosen one. Apart from Nanli Yin, the higher UPS of the Time Paradise weren't worried at all. Everyone's cheers got to Lu Tian's head, and he laughed boisterously. He spread his arms, and a faint red glow enveloped him. Bloodline power? Everyone fell silent at the sight. The Mad Demon bloodline. That's the Mad Demon bloodline? He really is the Sword Master's son, someone exclaimed. The Mad Demon bloodline. The onlookers fell into uproar. Who doesn't know that the Sword Master has the most powerful bloodline in the universe, the Mad Demon bloodline running through his veins? Lu Tian actually has the same bloodline as him? He must be the Sword Master's son. Quite a few members of the aristocratic family and great clan factions fell to their knees. Someone even shouted, "Greetings, young master." Young master? The remaining supporters froze, but they soon knelt as well. Respect was palpable in their voice as they yelled, "Greetings, young master." The yelling quickly turned into chanting as more and more people knelt and greeted the Sword Master's son. The ancient Heavenly Dragon clan, the Sword Sect, and the Lingxu Blessed Land were astounded. Is Lu Tian really the Sword Master's son? However, the people of Time Paradise remained calm. Nanli Yin glanced at Grand Elder and the elders. They seemed calm, but she could see doubt and bewilderment in their eyes. Nanli Yin smiled and explained, "Legends say that one's body would turn red like blood upon activating the Mad Demon bloodline running through their veins. And take a closer look at Lu Tian. Is he giving off the Mad Demon aura?" The elders were stunned. Indeed, Lu Tian looked completely sane. He wasn't giving off even the slightest hint of the Mad Demon bloodline's signature Mad Demon aura. Nanli Yin continued. Take a close look at young Lord Ye. His surname is Ye, and his first name is Guan. He's a great sword sovereign despite his young age, and he greatly resembles the sword master. I think you all know what that means. The elders hurriedly nodded. Ye Guan was definitely the sword master's son. The Grand Elder swept his gaze across those kneeling toward Lu Tian. He couldn't help but mock them. What a bunch of fools, can't you just compare Ye Guan's appearance to the sword master? The second elder laughed and said, I don't think it's strange. If clan leader hadn't told us about it, we wouldn't have made that kind of connection at all. Yes, we wouldn't have gotten remotely close to coming up with that idea. The Grand Elder nodded and said, Indeed. Nanli Yin looked up at Ye Guan, and a hint of worry flashed past her eyes. Ancestor, is Ye Guan really the sword master's son? She was just trying to fool the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, but she had to admit that Ye Guan truly resembled the sword master. Nanli Yin couldn't think of any other explanation behind her ancestor's instructions and her calmness at the thought of offending the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the Guanxian Academy for the sake of helping Ye Guan. Regardless, Time Paradise was now in the same boat as Ye Guan. From now on, they would bask in the same joy and sorrow. They had no choice but to support Ye Guan all the way. On the life or death stage, Ye Guan stared at Lu Tian blankly. The sword master's son? Ye Guan suddenly laughed out loud. So what? Ye Guan pointed his sword at Lu Tian. He laughed boisterously and said, So what if you're the sword master's son? Today, I'll kill the sword master's son. He kicked off of the ground with his right foot and flew toward Lu Tian, leaving behind a trail of dazzling sword light. Fuck. Little Pagoda cursed inside the tiny pagoda. I didn't expect this little bastard to have such a violent nature. He actually wants to kill his father's son. Arrogant prick, roared an onlooker. Lu Tian's eyes turned fierce as he stared at Ye Guan. The latter had just discovered that he was the sword master's son, but rather than admitting defeat and acknowledging him, Ye Guan actually wanted to kill him. He deserved to die for his disrespect. Meanwhile, Ye Guan stared intently at Lu Tian with no fear in his eyes. I'm still going to kill you, even if you're the sword master's son? Ye Guan respected the sword master, but he had never been afraid of the sword master, so how could he be afraid of the sword master's son? I'll definitely bury him today. I'll get rid of the sword master's unruly son. A tremendous amount of killing intent gushed out of Ye Guan, strengthening his sword force. The power of his sword continued to climb, and when it reached the summit, Ye Guan slashed out with his sword. Slash! The sword move seemed to have split the sky itself. However, Lu Tian remained unperturbed. He smiled coldly at the oncoming attack and activated the sword master's Dao imprint. A terrifying aura more powerful than Ye Guan's sword force seeped out of him. Lu Tian was no longer in the ultimate realm, he had made a breakthrough and reached the true realm above the ultimate realm. A cultivation base at the true realm was necessary to use the sword master Dao's imprint to its full potential. Lu Tian glared at Ye Guan and mocked, an ant actually dares to defy the heavens. The sword master's Dao imprint emitted a dazzling light as it was about to take action, but an unexpected change occurred. The sword master's Dao imprint on Lu Tian's glabella shook violently before it tore itself out of Lu Tian's forehead under everyone's astonished gaze. Boom! A powerful explosion occurred, sending Lu Tian flying by hundreds of meters. The onlookers were stunned. Meanwhile, the sword master's Dao imprint flew toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan was shocked. What is this thing doing? His sword force had already reached its peak. He had to execute his sword move at all costs. Is there some kind of trick here? The wary Ye Guan gathered as much power as he could before thrusting his swords toward the sword master's Dao imprint. He performed the critical method using 20 swords. Boom! Both heaven and earth trembled at the collision between Ye Guan's swords and the sword master's Dao imprint. The impact sent Ye Guan flying hundreds of meters away. He spat a mouthful of blood upon stabilizing himself in midair. Waves of intense pain assaulted his right arm, and he looked down to find a mangled arm. The wound was so severe that Ye Guan could see his bone sticking out. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Ye Guan was in a daze. He was too stunned to process what had just happened. What a ridiculously powerful Dao imprint! Cough. Ye Guan heard Ao Qianqian coughing inside of him. Ye Guan was flustered, and he hurriedly asked, Lady Qianqian, are you okay? Ao Qianqian replied, I'm fine. Ye Guan frowned. Are you sure? Ao Qianqian reassured him by saying, my physique is much stronger than yours, so how can I suffer severe injuries when your injury isn't even that severe? Ye Guan thought for a little bit before nodding. He turned and found the sword master's Dao imprint floating in front of him. The Dao imprint vibrated, seemingly trying to tell him something. However, Ye Guan was extremely wary of it. The Dao imprint belonged to Lu Tian, so he didn't dare to let his guard down. Ye Guan inwardly asked, Master Pagoda, what's going on with this thing? Little Pagoda calmly explained, it's begging to be spared. Ye Guan's face darkened as he chided, Master Pagoda, can't you read the room? Can you stop fooling around? We're in a serious situation here. Little Pagoda was speechless. He believes me whenever I lie, but he actually won't believe me now that I'm telling him the truth. Just what is wrong with this little bastard? Ye Guan frowned at the sword master's Dao imprint. Swoosh! The sword master's Dao imprint suddenly turned into a ball of light. Without any warning, it reappeared a few inches away from Ye Guan's glabella before sinking into it as if it were a rock thrown into the ocean. Boom! A powerful and terrifying energy abruptly filled Ye Guan. Ye Guan was stunned, and so was everyone else. Wait, did that Dao imprint just rebel against its owner? Ye Guan stood rooted in shock. Soon, the Dao imprint appeared at the back of his mind. He could clearly feel its presence. Obviously, the Dao imprint had merged with him. What is going on? Ye Guan was both curious and wary. Meanwhile, Lu Tian was beyond stupefied at the sight. No, he was already stupefied the moment the Sword Master's Dao imprint sent him flying. What the hell is going on? Everyone went silent as they glanced at each other in confusion. Soon, the entire trial peak became eerily quiet. The Sword Master's Dao imprint entered Ye Guan. The sudden change caused everyone to be frozen in place. The Sword Master's Dao imprint actually rebelled and abandoned its owner? Quite a few of Lu Tian's supporters felt a bit fearful at the underlying implication behind the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, the head military official glared hatefully at Ye Guan. He clenched his fists until his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. The elders of Time Paradise boisterously laughed. Look, who's the true chosen one? Lu Tian was in disbelief as he glared at Ye Guan. He had realized that he had lost his connection to the Sword Master's Dao imprint. He could no longer feel it. In other words, he had completely lost the Sword Master's Dao imprint. How is this possible? Panic rose from the depths of Lu Tian's heart. The Sword Master's Dao imprint was one of his biggest trump cards. However, the Sword Master's Dao imprint actually rebelled against him and jumped ships toward Ye Guan. Lu Tian's heart was gripped with both panic and fear. Just then, a mysterious voice echoed in his head. A cultivator has to remain unafraid upon facing an unexpected situation while they're on their path to the summit of the Great Dao. A special existence is probably inside Ye Guan, and they must have been the one who whisked the Sword Master's Dao imprint away. A special existence? Lu Tian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He looked at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was staring at Lu Tian, but he didn't say anything as he stomped lightly. Crackle! Thunder crackled as Ye Guan transformed into a ray of light and rushed toward Lu Tian. Ye Guan abandoned all thoughts about the Sword Master's Dao imprint. He decided to bury Lu Tian first before anything else. He streaked across the life or death stage as he made his way toward Lu Tian, and every inch of space that stood in his way was torn apart as if it were a piece of paper. Lu Tian's pupils constricted. However, he didn't even attempt to dodge as Ye Guan's sword eventually appeared a few inches away from his forehead. Ye Guan used his 20 swords at the same time to unleash a devastating move. Boom! A dazzling sword light struck Lu Tian's forehead, but under everyone's shocked gazes, Ye Guan was the one who was sent flying, and he flew at least a few hundred meters away from Lu Tian. The onlookers stared at Lu Tian and found that he was wearing red and gold armor. The armor was made out of indescribable unknown scales, and each scale was filled with tiny, inscrutable, ancient-looking runes. The entire armor gave off a dim ancient light, and it made its wearer look invincible. A gilded word was emblazoned on the armor's left breastplate: Guanxian. That's the Guanxian divine armor, an onlooker yelled in shock. The Guanxian divine armor was the most formidable divine armor throughout the Guanxian universe. Pavilion Master Qin Guan made the armor herself back when she was still fighting in the true world. The Guanxian divine armor's defensive prowess was unparalleled even in the entire Guanxian universe. In other words, even 10 Ye Guans wouldn't be enough to shatter its defenses. Chen Guanzi frowned. Why does he have that divine armor? The Guanxian Academy had too many Guanxian divine armors to count, but many of them were lost during that war many years ago. Unfortunately, only a few Guanxian divine armors survived the ordeal. The Guanxian Academy took great care of them and stored them properly. The current Guanxian Academy was no longer capable of producing a Guanxian divine armor. In other words, it could be said that a Guanxian divine armor was extremely precious. In fact, even the sword sect didn't have one. So how come Lu Tian has one? Did the head military official give it to him? Chen Guanzi frowned, but he soon shook his head. There was no way the head military official had a Guanxian divine armor. Was it the committee? Chen Guanzi grimaced. He slowly turned to look in the direction of where the committee members were standing. If his assumption was right, then the committee obviously wanted Lu Tian to win at all costs. There was no way Ye Guan could shatter the Guanxian divine armor's defenses, as even the divine Sunmu's defense couldn't compare to the Guanxian divine armor. Chen Guanzi's gaze turned cold. If his assumption was correct, Ye Guan was in grave danger. Chen Guanzi stared at Ye Guan for quite a while before saying, "Cao Bai." Cao Bai looked at Chen Guanzi and asked, "First senior brother, what do you want me to do?" Chen Guanzi said indifferently, "Get ready to summon the ancestor." Cao Bai's eyes widened as he froze at where he stood. Summon the ancestor? The sword sect's ancestor was none other than Sword Master Qingshan. Li Banzi frowned slightly upon seeing the Guanxian divine armor. She was truly surprised to see Lu Tian wearing it. Who gave that to Lu Tian? Li Banzi pondered silently. The Guanxian divine armor definitely wasn't from the head military official. His status was too low for him to own one. However, if it wasn't the head military official, who could it be? Li Banzi stared at Lu Tian. After a while, she muttered to herself, "We underestimated his backer." She turned slightly and asked, "Is Lady Mu here yet?" Anu bowed slightly and replied, "She's moving as fast as possible." Li Banzi went silent. Moments later, she said, "Be prepared to activate the Guanxian array at any moment." Anu was stunned. The Guanxian array? The Guanxian array was an array that Pavilion Master Qin Guan had made for the Guanxian Academy. She had gathered the elites of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion just to construct the array. It was created to protect the Guanxian Academy from divine spirits. The elites of the Guanxian universe had been keeping the divine spirits at bay in the Suhan battlefield, so the Guanxian array had never been used even once. However, Li Banzi was actually preparing to activate the Guanxian array. Anu was understandably shocked. However, he didn't question her orders and retreated to carry them out. It seemed that things were more serious than he initially thought. Li Banzi stared at Ye Guan on the life or death stage, and her gaze turned cold as she said, "I really want to see who is daring enough to try and hurt you." The head military official's expression turned complicated upon seeing the Guanxian divine armor that Lu Tian was wearing. How could he not tell that Lu Tian had another backer? In fact, Lu Tian's hidden backer was stronger than the head military official. It wasn't really strange, as only those who were truly strong could possibly own a Guanxian divine armor. The head military official was thrilled. The Guanxian divine armor's appearance meant that Lu Tian was now truly invincible. The Sword Master's Qingxian sword was the only divine item capable of shattering the Guanxian divine armor's defenses. Of course, Ye Guan's strange sword couldn't possibly be the Qingxian sword. In other words, the battle was pretty much over. Lu Tian's supporters cheered like crazy upon discovering the identity of Lu Tian's armor. The Guanxian divine armor. That's the strongest divine armor throughout the entire Guanxian universe? It's invincible? How could Ye Guan possibly win at this point? Ye Guan stared intently at Lu Tian as blood trickled down his lips. The Guanxian divine armor had actually reflected a portion of his attack back to him, injuring all of his internal organs. If it hadn't been for Ao Qianqian becoming one with him, he would have died from the collision earlier. Ye Guan wiped his lips clean and asked, "Master Pagoda, aren't you being a bit too stingy? I only have the path sword, are you really not going to give me more?" "Fuck." Little Pagoda cursed in the tiny pagoda. "Listen, did you hear what that little bastard said just now? What an ungrateful white-eyed wolf." The mysterious voice asked, "White-eyed wolf?" Little Pagoda explained, "You've been telling me that I'm a bit uncultured, so I've been reading some books over the past few days. What do you think? I finally sound refined, right?" After a few moments of silence, the mysterious voice replied, "Good job. Keep reading what you're reading right now, and don't read any more books once you're done." Little Pagoda was speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Tian glared at Ye Guan and mocked, "Ye Guan, don't you have a divine sword? Take it out. I really want to see which is stronger, your divine sword or my Guanxian divine armor." Ye Guan stared intently at Lu Tian before saying, "I promised Master Pagoda that I won't use it unless necessary." Little Pagoda was slightly confused. "When did you promise me that? What the fuck? Is this little bastard really trying to push the blame onto me at a time like this? You won't take it out." Lu Tian scoffed, "I think you just don't dare to take it out." Ye Guan was silent, seemingly hesitating. "Come on, take it out. I don't want you to say that I didn't give you a chance once we're done here," Lu Tian urged. He pointed at his chest and taunted, "Take out that sword of yours and plunge it into my heart." Was Lu Tian being arrogant here? Yes, and he had the right to be arrogant. The Guanxian divine armor was the most formidable armor in the Guanxian universe, and only the Sword Master's Qingxian sword could shatter its defenses. Confidence without strength was arrogance, while arrogance with strength was confidence. Lu Tian obviously belonged to the latter. Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, "My divine sword is too strong. I truly didn't want to use it against you, but since you insist, I shall use it begrudgingly. Don't move, okay? I'm coming." Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly disappeared. Swing! A ray of sword light as quick as lightning streaked across the stage. However, Ye Guan was still wielding a Zuxi flying blade rather than the path sword. Soon, he arrived in front of Lu Tian. After making sure that Lu Tian couldn't possibly avoid his sword anymore, he switched to the path sword and thrust it toward Lu Tian's chest. Lu Tian chuckled coldly while staring at Ye Guan in disdain and ridicule. Under everyone's gazes, the path sword reached the Guanxian divine armor. Rip! A crisp tearing noise echoed, and the invincible Guanxian divine armor seemed like butter that had encountered a hot knife. It caved in, and the path sword pierced Lu Tian's chest. Each and every onlooker on Trial Peak froze at the inexplicable sight. Lu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Guan retracted the path sword and was about to kill Lu Tian with a final slash when a terrifying aura burst out of Lu Tian. "Watch out!" Ao Qinqian's frantic voice echoed in Ye Guan's head. A dazzling golden light abruptly enveloped Lu Tian. Boom! The golden light shattered, and Ye Guan flew thousands of meters away. The explosion was so terrifying that it ripped Ao Qianqian away from Ye Guan. When Ye Guan was about to hit the ground, Ao Qianqian grabbed Ye Guan and held him up to take the impact of the landing for him. The earth shattered, and a huge crater was formed. Ao Qianqian was holding Ye Guan up as blood poured out of her mouth. Her right hand, which she used to lift Ye Guan up, was broken in many different places. Her bone was even sticking out of her arm, but she was still holding Ye Guan up. Ye Guan stared blankly at Ao Qianqian. Little Pagoda softly explained, "The reason you lasted so long against such a formidable opponent many realms above you is that she has been absorbing 90% of the blows for you. You can still fight, but this lass can no longer fight with you, as she has suffered far too many serious injuries. She sustained some of her injuries long ago, and she only lasted this long because of her determination and willpower." "I'm sorry," Ao Qianqian smiled weakly at Ye Guan and said, "I don't think I can take much more." Ye Guan stood still as if he were struck by lightning, and his mind went blank as he stared at the severely injured Ao Qian. He was greatly remorseful. He had his doubts, as Lu Tian's powerful attacks earlier hadn't been able to injure him greatly. However, Ao Qian had been insisting that she was fine. However, she wasn't fine at all. She had been quietly taking the brunt of Lu Tian's attacks and enduring the pain by herself. Ye Guan wiped away the blood on Ao Qian's lips, but more blood poured out of her mouth. Riddled with guilt, Ye Guan said, "I'm sorry." Ao Qian smiled wryly and said, "It's fine. I chose you, and I've long resolved myself to die with you." Okay, Ye Guan nodded slightly. Chen Guanzi suddenly appeared in front of Ye Guan. He stared deeply at Lu Tian in the distance. Lu Tian was exuding a powerful aura, but the aura didn't belong to him. Chen Guanzi's expression turned heavy. The aura was so powerful that it made even him feel unsettled. Just how powerful is the owner of that aura? Ye Guan's supporters were furious. It wouldn't take a genius to deduce that the aura Lu Tian was giving off didn't belong to him. In other words, Lu Tian was violating the rules of the battle. He's openly breaking the rules? How shameless? Rumble? A rumbling noise echoed as the space above Trial Peak was torn open. Who dares to harm the young master? A furious roar echoed as 100,000 powerhouses emerged from the rift in space. The old man standing at the helm was none other than Grand Elder Ge of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. 100,000 Dao soldiers? The onlookers were taken aback upon recognizing the powerhouses behind Grand Elder Ge. What is the Immortal Treasures Pavilion trying to do here? Why did they bring 100,000 Dao soldiers here? However, it seemed that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion wasn't done just yet as another group of powerhouses clad in golden armor walked out from behind them. They were the immortal soldiers of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, and there were 300,000 of them. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had mobilized a total of 400,000 troops. The combined auras of so many troops made both heaven and earth quiver slightly just from their presence alone. A group of people on the Guanxian Academy's side stared in bewilderment at the scene. What is the Immortal Treasures Pavilion trying to do here? With a cold and sinister expression, Grand Elder Ge declared, "Our Immortal Treasures Pavilion will be the first to step in if anyone dares to harm our young master Lu Tian." His voice echoed like thunder, and it shook the whole world. Young Master Lu Tian. Everyone stared at Lu Tian on the life or death stage. It turned out that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had brought so many troops here for the sake of protecting Lu Tian. Rumble? A rumbling noise echoed on the right side of the horizon, and the space there was abruptly torn open. Moments later, powerful figures with terrifying auras walked out of the rift in space, astonishing the onlookers. The Sky-Splitting Tiger clan was here. The figure at the helm was the clan leader of the Sky-Splitting Tiger clan, Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao walked out and swept his gaze coldly at the onlookers before declaring, "My Sky-Splitting Tiger clan will be the first to step in if anyone dares to harm our young master Lu Tian." Hu Xiao's voice was like bells over roofs at dawn, echoing throughout the Guanxian Academy. Rumble? A rumbling noise echoed once more. This time, the space on the left side of the horizon was torn open. Moments later, thousands of demonic beasts emerged from the rift in space. The demonic beasts looked unique and distinct. Each of them was as huge as a hill, and they gave off a powerful aura that made the space around them quiver violently under their presence alone. The demonic beasts were from none other than the terrifying Divine Sunmu clan. Of course, the Divine Sunmu at the helm was the clan leader of the Divine Sunmu clan, Xian Ming. He looked around coldly before shouting, "Who dares to harm young master Lu Tian? Who?" Rumble? Unfortunately, it seemed that the spectacle wasn't over yet, as the space on the left of the Divine Sunmu clan was torn open. The space there was abruptly engulfed in flames as a huge flock of vermilion birds walked out of the rift. The onlookers observed them with narrowed eyes and found that there were at least 1,000 vermilion birds. The temperature of Trial Peak rose violently, and even space itself started melting beneath the combined heat of so many vermilion birds in one place. The Vermilion Bird clan was here. The clan leader of the Vermilion Bird stood at the helm. He glared coldly at Ye Guan and declared, "My Vermilion Bird clan will annihilate those daring enough to harm Lu Tian." Ha 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 ha. A boisterous laugh echoed on the left of the Vermilion Bird clan. Swoosh! A ferocious wave of energy swept past everyone as a pride of vicious lions pounced out of the rift in space. The moment they emerged, the entire Trial Peak quivered violently. The clan leader of the Vicious Lion clan glared coldly at Ye Guan and roared, "Who the fuck dares to harm young master Lu Tian? Who?" The Divine Sunmu clan, the Vermilion Bird clan, the Vicious Lion clan, and the Sky-Splitting Tiger clan had appeared, but it seemed that the spectacle wasn't over just yet as countless array lights abruptly pervaded Trial Peak. Powerful cultivators emerged from the array lights, and a million powerhouses soon covered Trial Peak. These powerhouses were all from the clans and aristocratic families who had decided to support Lu Tian. "Who dares to harm young master Lu Tian?" They roared at once, making the entire Trial Peak tremble. The onlookers looked up and found many beams of light making a beeline for Trial Peak. Those who had taken a neutral stance frowned at the sight. Are they staging a rebellion? No. If Lu Tian is the young master, it's not a rebellion. He's just ascending the throne. He's just proclaiming himself as the new king. The expressions of those who had taken a neutral stance turned heavy. Meanwhile, Lu Tian's supporters in the crowd rejoiced at once. Roughly 2 million cultivators had gathered in the blink of an eye, vastly outnumbering the number of powerhouses in the Guanxian Academy at the moment. In other words, there was no way the Guanxian Academy could do anything against so many powerhouses unless the Guanxian Academy recalled their troops from the Suhen world. Right now, they didn't even have to be afraid of the committee. Lu Tian was here as well. What could the committee do to him? Those unwilling to surrender would perish? Impudent! Cao Bai yelled as he stood on the pillar behind Ye Guan. He brought with him hundreds of disciples from the sword sect, and they all stood in front of Ye Guan. They took a stance with their swords and glared coldly at the surrounding powerhouses. There was no fear at all in their eyes, only murderous intent. So what if there are millions of enemies? The sword sect has never been afraid of its enemies? Meanwhile, the powerhouses of Time Paradise and the Lingxiu Blessed Land rushed toward Ye Guan to protect him. Zhang Yuntian looked around with furious eyes before declaring, "Today, my Lingxiu Blessed Land will fight together with young Lord Ye." Fight together, roared the powerhouses of the Lingxiu Blessed Land. They were at a critical juncture, and it was necessary for them to unite against a common enemy. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of Time Paradise chuckled sarcastically and said, "How shameless? The Chosen One actually had to resort to ganging up on his opponent after losing the one-on-one battle. How can someone like that be the Chosen One? Fuck you." He raised his middle finger toward Lu Tian. A look of incomparable disdain was across his face as he roared, "Look here, you weak piece of shit." Lu Tian's face immediately turned dark. He glared at the Grand Elder and said, "I'll definitely annihilate the Time Paradise." The Grand Elder boisterously laughed and taunted, "Come on then, I dare you." Lu Tian glared hatefully at Time Paradise's Grand Elder. He was about to speak, but Ao Sheng laughed and said, "I totally agree with what you just said. It was originally a one-on-one battle, but the Chosen One has ignored all martial ethics and is trying to besiege Ye Guan like a hooligan. How embarrassing." He turned to look at the cultivators on the horizon. He sneered at them and said, "Today, my ancient heavenly dragon clan will fight and die alongside young Lord Ye." Boom! A powerful explosion echoed as the members of the ancient heavenly dragon clan transformed into their true bodies and hovered above Ye Guan. Lu Tian stared calmly at Ao Sheng and said, "So you want to die together with him? I will grant your wish, then. So this generation's Chosen One is this kind of person." A deriding laughter echoed from the distant horizon. Crackle! A lightning bolt streaked across the skies and appeared above Trial Peak. The lightning bolt soon dissipated, revealing a black-robed man. He was none other than Ye Qing. Ye Qing glared at Lu Tian with disgust and remarked, "Ganging up on your opponent just because you can't defeat him? What a shameless piece of shit. You're an absolute garbage of a Chosen One." Toii! The students of the martial department turned ugly. Indeed, Lu Tian was supposed to fight Ye Guan one-on-one, but in addition to asking a mysterious elite cultivator for help, he also summoned many powerhouses to gang up on Ye Guan. His actions were beyond distasteful. Lu Tian stared at Ye Qing and asked, "Is garbage like you even worthy of speaking to me?" Ye Qing chuckled and taunted, "What? You dared to openly do something as disgusting as this, but you don't want people to talk about it? Your fight with Ye Guan just now was fair, right? Why did you allow that mysterious being with you to interfere? Is it because you're afraid of losing, you piece of shit? You impudent prick." Lu Tian roared. He took a step forward and punched out. Crackle! A powerful lightning bolt emerged from his fist and made a beeline for Ye Qing. However, Ye Qing remained calm and composed. He allowed the lightning bolt to hit him. Boom! Ye Qing shook slightly as the lightning bolt sunk into his body as if it were a stone sinking into the boundless ocean. The onlookers were stupefied. Lu Tian glared hatefully at Ye Qing and exclaimed, "The Thunder Law! Law?" Everyone cast astonished gazes on Ye Qing. Ye Qing scowled at Lu Tian and said, "Shut up, you piece of shit." "How preposterous," roared Grand Elder Ji. He glared at Ye Qing and shouted, "How dare you speak with such disrespect toward the young master? You deserve to die. Kill him." A Dao soldier standing next to Grand Elder Ji rushed toward Ye Qing. Ye Qing was about to make a move. However, Chen Guanzi slashed out with his sword. Swing! The Dao soldier was decapitated in midair. Rumble! Chen Guanzi's sword move was so powerful that his sword light left a 1,000-meter-long scar in the space itself. Chen Guanzi turned to look at Ye Qing and said, "Little brother, the waters here are muddy and complicated. You should step aside for now and let my sword sect handle this." Ye Qing looked around and said, "I'm going to stay here. Please don't worry. I'm not as strong as brother Ye Guan, but I'm not that weak either. I can definitely kill at least a few of them myself." Chen Guanzi nodded slightly. "All right." Meanwhile, the head military official frowned. "Where are the representatives of the 4 great clans? They're supposed to be the core players here, so where are they?" If the 4 great clans appeared and declared their intention to stand next to Lu Tian, no, even if only 2 out of the 4 great clans stepped out to support Lu Tian, things would be over by then. Even the Guanxian committee would have no choice but to surrender. Meanwhile, Ye Guan made Ao Qianqian ingest a pill. He carried and placed her in front of Ao Sheng. A beautiful lady took Ao Qianqian into her arms and embraced her. A tear rolled down her cheek as she stared at the severely injured Ao Qianqian. "Lass, why did you go this far?" the beautiful lady lamented. Ye Guan bowed respectfully to Ao Sheng and the beautiful lady before turning to look at Lu Tian. Lu Tian met Ye Guan's gaze. His expression was indifferent as he yelled, "Kill him." Lu Tian had decided to abandon the one-on-one battle, as Ye Guan's sword was capable of destroying the defenses of a Guanxian divine armor. In other words, it was impossible for him to defeat Ye Guan while the latter was wielding that sword. In other words, he had no other choice but to gang up on Ye Guan. Lu Tian's supporters roared as they charged toward Ye Guan and the latter's supporters. Lu Tian glared at Ye Guan and chuckled mockingly before saying, "So what if you're good at fighting? The most important thing in this world is your number of supporters. I have more supporters than you, so it's only natural that you'll lose, do you get it?" Rip! A loud ripping noise echoed between heaven and earth. Everyone came to a halt, and they all looked up to find a young woman walking slowly toward them in midair. The young woman was wearing a dragon robe, and her long hair draped over her shoulders. Her cold gaze seemed as cold as a million-year-old icy cavern, making her look extremely intimidating despite her young appearance. Everyone felt a shiver down their spine upon seeing the young woman. "Princess Xian," someone exclaimed in shock. "Princess Xian?" Princess Xian was one of 2 people with the highest authority in the Guanxian Academy, and she also had a million elite cultivators beneath her banner. She just had to stomp once, and the entire Guanxian universe would tremble. The Gu clan members stood behind her, and there were thousands of them. To make matters worse, there were 2 million cultivators behind the Gu clan members. There were so many cultivators that the horizon could barely be seen. Rip! Space was abruptly torn open next to Princess Xian. A woman clad in a blue robe slowly walked out of the rift in space. She was as beautiful as a painting, but her demeanor was indifferent and stoic as she approached Trial Peak with her right arm behind her. The scorching sun overhead seemed to have dimmed the moment she appeared. She was none other than Empress Yu, and she also held the highest authority in the Guanxian Academy alongside Princess Xian. A million Yu clan troops wearing blue armor, and thousands of Yu clan members stood behind her. Lu Tian couldn't help but cackle maniacally upon seeing Empress Yu and Princess Xian. "The Yu clan and the Gu clan have arrived to fulfill their promise? They're here to support me?" He placed both of his hands behind him and raised his chin. His posture got straighter as he basked in the reality that was about to unfold. Today, he would become the next king of the Guanxian universe. Lu Tian's supporters were thrilled upon seeing Lu Tian laughing maniacally. It seemed that the Yu clan and Gu clan had come here to support Lu Tian. The members of Time Paradise and the members of the Lingxiu Blessed Land turned pale. If the Yu clan and Gu clan had come here to support Lu Tian, then resistance would be futile. Even the Guanxian committee would have to bow down to Lu Tian. Empress Yu and Princess Xian were simply too powerful for them to resist. In addition, the 2 became the highest authority in the Guanxian universe after the Sword Master's departure. Everyone's eyes were focused on Empress Yu and Princess Xian as the 2 of them walked over to Ye Guan. The faces of Ye Guan's supporters, including Chen Guanzi, abruptly changed. They wanted to do something, but a mysterious force enveloped them. However, the mysterious force carried not even a hint of malicious intent, it simply immobilized them. Princess Xian and Empress Yu stared deeply at Ye Guan. A complicated light flitted across their eyes, but they soon fell to their knees and said, "Greetings, young master." The troops that they had brought over from their clans also knelt and roared at the same time, "Greetings, young master." A deafening silence immediately blanketed Trial Peak. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. "Greetings, young master?" Everyone looked as if their souls had left their bodies. Lu Tian's supporters froze as if wintry winds had struck them along with lightning on a clear day. "Young master? Ye Guan is the young master?" Even Ye Guan's supporters were stupefied at the revelation, and it seemed like the world itself had fallen silent. Ye Guan swept his gaze across the 2 ladies kneeling in front of him and said calmly, "Please rise." "Fuck." Little Pagoda unknowingly cursed. He stammered, Why you knew it all along." Princess Xian and Empress Yu were slightly stunned. "Young master knows his true identity? Did Master Pagoda tell him?" The mysterious voice in the tiny pagoda was surprised as well. After all, they had never told Ye Guan his true identity. Little Pagoda was confused. "How did you know?" Ye Guan calmly said, "The Sword Master felt really familiar to me for some reason, and it was a type of familiarity I never felt before. He was also really happy when I told him my goals." His joy was born from a sense of pride and gratification. Ye Guan paused briefly before saying, "The ancestors of both the Lingxiu Blessed Land and Time Paradise even chose to support me despite knowing that I was about to fight the Chosen One. They didn't hesitate at all. I'm not naive enough to think that they did that because they appreciated my talent. In addition, you never really panicked despite my opponent's identities, Master Pagoda. When the Chosen One became my opponent, you still weren't worried, so it wasn't that difficult to deduce the reason behind your calmness." Little Pagoda went silent. Ye Guan chuckled and said, "I was suspicious, but I didn't dare to think too much about it." "Why?" Little Pagoda asked. Ye Guan said, "Because there were some things I couldn't quite understand." Little Pagoda asked, "Like what?" Ye Guan replied, "For example, the Sword Master is old, like 30 million years old at the very least. However, I'm clearly not even 100 years old, so when was I born? Of course, I was born not too long ago, but it has been 30 million years since the Sword Master appeared in the Guanxian universe." Little Pagoda was silent. Ye Guan asked, "Master Pagoda, are you not going to answer me?" Little Pagoda replied softly, "I think it's better if your father explains it to you himself." "All right." Ye Guan nodded slightly and turned to look at the 2 women. "Seniors, should I listen to your orders, or should I make my own decisions?" Princess Xian chuckled and said, "We'll listen to your orders. Please rest assured, we're not daring enough to stage a rebellion. The Guanxian universe could only belong to the Yang family. Otherwise, its existence was unnecessary. Princess Xian knew that better than anyone else. Ye Guan nodded and turned to look at Lu Tian. Lu Tian looked like his soul had left his body as he stammered, how could this be? I'm the chosen one here. Lu Tian's supporters went beyond pallid as fear filled their eyes. Ye Guan is the young master. The reality settled in, and Lu Tian's supporters were paralyzed by fear. They were well aware that their families and clans could be annihilated, as they had ended up supporting the wrong person. Grand Elder Ji of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion stared coldly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan's true identity truly scared him out of his wits. It turned out that he had supported the wrong person. Grand Elder Ji knew that he was doomed. Perhaps the other elders would survive this ordeal, but he would definitely die. Grand Elder Ji's mind was inundated with fear, but he quickly regained his composure. He could still live. There was still a way out of this. He had to kill Ye Guan. What if he turned around and escaped? It would be futile. He was very much aware of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's might. There was no way he could escape from their clutches. In other words, Grand Elder Ji had no choice but to fight for his life. With that in mind, Grand Elder Ji pointed at Ye Guan and roared, "It's a lie." Everyone's eyes landed on him. Grand Elder Ji glared at Ye Guan and explained, "Lu Tian has the mad demon bloodline, so he's obviously the true young master. Ye Guan is just a puppet of the Gu clan and the Yu clan. They created Ye Guan to take control of the academy." Many people were stupefied upon hearing Grand Elder Ji's words, while others were gloomy. They knew that they had already gone down the road of no return. Even if Ye Guan was the young master, they couldn't acknowledge him. The only solution here was to kill Ye Guan first and then talk about it later. Lu Tian's supporters thought of the same thing as Grand Elder Ji. Empress Yu frowned while staring at Grand Elder Ji. That's the kind of garbage Yingqing hires for the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Princess Xian chuckled and said, "I think it's time for Yingqing to retire." Meanwhile, Lu Tian suddenly calmed down. He looked at Ye Guan with a straight face and ordered his troops, "He's a mere imitation of me. Kill him." Multiple rifts in space abruptly manifested around Ye Guan. Moments later, 10 black-robed men charged out of the rift and made a beeline for Ye Guan in an attempt to kill him. Grand Elder Ji roared, "Kill Ye Guan. Kill him." However, the people behind him didn't move. They weren't dumb enough to make a careless move at this point. They had never really thought about it, but now, they all had the same thought in mind. They really look alike. He resembles the Sword Master and our Pavilion Master. Now that the truth had come out, only fools would listen to Grand Elder Ji. Rebel? They don't dare to rebel. Grand Elder Ji broke down upon seeing that none of the Dao soldiers behind him had carried out his instruction. How bold. 10 elites wearing war armor appeared around Ye Guan. They stepped forward, and their figures blurred. 10 heads flew into the air, and the assailants perished in the blink of an eye. "The Guanxian guards," someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. The ancient Guanxian guards have been mobilized. Ye Guan, he's really the young master. He really is the young master. Boom! A rift in space abruptly manifested, and 100,000 strong men wearing dark armor uniformly marched out of the massive rift. A middle-aged man at the helm slowly approached Ye Guan and knelt. "Dai Zhen, commander of the Guanxian guards, greets the young master." The Guanxian guards knelt together with the middle-aged man. A woman slowly walked out of the rift in space. The woman was none other than Li Banzi, and old Zhang was standing next to her. Li Banzi walked up to Ye Guan with a smile. She was about to kneel, but Ye Guan hurriedly stopped her and said, "Aunt Ji, you don't have to do that for me." "Aunt Ji?" Li Banzi smiled softly. She was about to say something when a mysterious voice shouted in Ye Guan's head, "Little brat, retreat." The voice didn't belong to Master Pagoda. Ye Guan was shocked, but his expression remained calm as he stared intently at Li Banzi before saying, "We have to leave, Aunt Ji." Li Banzi's eyes narrowed at Ye Guan's words, but she quickly shouted, "Protect and escort the young master." An additional 30 ancient Guanxian guards surrounded Ye Guan. Princess Xian and Empress Yu's faces finally changed as well. "Gather," they shouted at their troops. Rumble! The space in front of Ye Guan was torn apart. 2 silver-haired men rushed out of the rift. "Watch out!" Princess Xian warned, "They are divine spirit generals." The 10 ancient Guanxian guards that stood at the front charged to meet the divine generals, but a terrifying energy erupted from the 2 divine generals. Boom! The ancient Guanxian guards were sent flying away, and the space-time where they stood earlier had caved in. A dark figure appeared and grabbed Ye Guan's shoulder to whisk him thousands of meters away. The dark figure was Yu. The 2 divine generals vanished as well. Princess Xian and Empress Yu didn't dare to lag behind, they disappeared as well. Rumble! The 2 divine generals were sent flying, but the space above Ye Guan was torn open. 3 divine generals rushed out of the rift and made a beeline for Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed at the sight. Yu raged and roared, "Impudent bastards." A few black-robed men rushed out behind Yu. They transformed into shadows and charged toward the 3 divine generals. At the same time, Yu grabbed Ye Guan and disappeared once more. Rumble! A deafening explosion echoed. The entire trial peak was pulverized as everyone ran for their lives. Rumble! A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. Moments later, a dark tunnel shot out of the vortex. More than 100 elites clad in armor rushed out of the dark tunnel and went straight for Ye Guan. Their auras were in a variety of colors, which made it seem as if a rainbow was charging toward Ye Guan. However, they were elite cultivators with formidable cultivation bases, so the space in front of them collapsed as they passed through it. "Stop them!" Chen Guanzi howled. He hopped onto his sword, followed by hundreds of swordsmen. Ye Guan was about to make a move. However, Anu stopped him and said, "Young master, don't do anything. There will be more space-time tunnels soon, which means more and more divine spirits will make their way here. You must not make any moves on your own in the meantime." The distant Li Banzi behind them yelled, "Open a space-time tunnel and send them to Sahen World? Our elites are all at the Sahen World, and it's the only place that will allow us to ensure young master's safety." Anu hurriedly opened his palms and clawed fiercely at the space in front of him. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as Anu forcefully carved a space-time tunnel in the space ahead of him. He grabbed Ye Guan and was about to enter the space-time tunnel, but his pupils constricted. He vanished and retreated far away. He turned to look at where he initially stood and found a middle-aged man wearing a flaming armor. The intense heat coming from his armor reduced even space-time itself to ashes. A divine king. Li Banzi's face changed upon identifying the middle-aged man. She was truly starting to panic. She didn't expect that the divine spirits had already made it this far into the main Guanxian Academy. Taishijing. Li Banzi roared in fury, "What were you guys doing in the Sahen World? Why are they here?" The remaining onlookers were still frozen in a daze. Qin Feng abruptly appeared in front of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's Dao soldiers and shouted at the top of his lungs, "What are you looking at? Ye Guan is the Pavilion Master's son. Are you waiting for the Pavilion Master to come here and punish you first before protecting her son?" The Dao soldiers froze upon hearing Qin Feng's words. However, they eventually came to their senses and cursed. "Fuck! This is a great opportunity for us to atone for our sins." Commander Shang Guanzhan roared, "Protect the young master. Charge." With that, he took the lead and charged at the enemies. The Dao soldiers came back to their senses when they heard Shang Guanzhan's war cry. It was time to atone for their sins. Grand Elder Ji had told them to come and kill Ye Guan, so they truly never thought that Ye Guan would actually be their young master. Ye Guan was the young master of both the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, which meant that they had actually gathered here to kill their young master. Fuck. The Dao soldiers and everyone else who had gathered under Grand Elder Ji's banner wanted to eat the latter alive. They would live if Ye Guan survived, but if Ye Guan were to die here, they would all be executed. It was impossible to endure Pavilion Master Qin's wrath. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion's Dao soldiers and Immortal soldiers rushed to protect Ye Guan. Meanwhile, Lu Tian's supporters were panicking. "What should we do? Help Lu Tian kill Ye Guan? That doesn't seem right." "No, it's definitely not right. The divine spirits were trying to kill Ye Guan rather than Lu Tian. In addition, if they tried to kill Ye Guan, it would be considered a rebellion and a betrayal to the Guanxian universe. The consequences of such actions were unimaginable." A member of an aristocratic family yelled, "Lu Tian actually dared to collude with the divine spirits. Fuck. Protect the young master. Hurry up and protect him." Just then, Li Banzi's voice pervaded the air. "Those below the true realm should retreat immediately. Don't stay here." More and more divine spirits were gathering, and each of them was extremely powerful and terrifying in their own right. The powerhouses here were nothing but ants to those divine spirits. 10 divine generals were strong enough to suppress even 100 sword sovereigns, but hundreds of divine generals had already gathered here. To make matters worse, there were even 10 divine kings here. If it hadn't been for Li Banzi's decision to transfer a few ancient Guanxian guards to the Guanxian Academy, a catastrophe would have unfolded. The members and disciples of the aristocratic families and great clans hesitated slightly, but they soon retreated. It didn't take them that long to realize just how strong the divine spirits were, and they were no match for them at all. In other words, staying here meant that they would only be cannon fodder. Multiple rifts in space opened in all cardinals. Hordes after hordes of divine generals emerged from the rifts in space. Li Banzi's eyes narrowed. The only people who could resist so many divine spirits were those elites in the Sahen world. Unfortunately, she couldn't contact Taishijing and the rest of the Guanxian Academy's elites in the Sahen world. In other words, the divine spirits' ambush today had been a carefully planned attack. Just then, the clan leader of a clan suddenly came to a halt. He turned to look at everyone else and said, "Everyone, we'll survive today's events, but we will undoubtedly die in the future." A cold look flashed past another clan leader's eyes as he said, "Clan leader Mo Zong, are you suggesting that we try to kill Ye Guan?" Everyone's faces immediately changed. Are we really going to rebel? What they had done amidst their ignorance couldn't really be considered a rebellion, but if they were to kill Ye Guan after learning that he was their young master, there was no way for them to avoid annihilation, as that would be a bona fide rebellion. Clan leader Mo Zong roared, "No. Can't you see who's targeting the young master? Those are divine spirits, the enemies of the Guanxian universe. What I'm trying to say is that we should earn some merit to make up for our mistakes." "Right." The clan leader who had spoken of rebellion just now laughed sheepishly and asked, "What do you think we should do, then, clan leader Mo Zong?" Everyone looked at Mo Zong, waiting for him to say something. Mo Zong muttered in response, "In terms of strength, we are no match for the divine spirits. We'll only become cannon fodder if we were to go there and fight. The only way we can fight those divine spirits is with the help of our ancestors. Hence, I suggest that we summon our ancestors and let them deal with those divine spirits. If we manage to ensure the young master's safety, we'll still get punished, but we may be able to avoid clan annihilation." Avoiding clan annihilation? Everyone glanced at each other and nodded. They could still remember how their blood ran cold upon finding out that Ye Guan was their young master. They were afraid, as they knew that they would definitely be punished for supporting the wrong person. In fact, clan annihilation would be considered light punishment for what they had done. However, the golden opportunity for them to avoid the sad fate of clan annihilation was right in front of them. The clan leaders and family patriarchs of the clans and aristocratic families didn't even think about it. They decisively summoned their ancestors. Boom! Roughly 100,000 rays of light rose to the sky, and roughly 100,000 powerful auras descended in response, pervading the skies. The entire world seemed to have awakened in response to the gathering of powerful auras. The ancestors of the many clans and aristocratic families were stunned. What's going on? What's with the racket? Ancestors! Mo Zong yelled, please help our young master. He pointed at Ye Guan and said, he's our young master. Young master? The Mo clan's ancestors looked at Ye Guan in shock. The sword master's son was here? Unfortunately, their astonishment turned somber when they saw the divine generals rushing toward Ye Guan. Divine spirits? There were many divine generals and even a handful of divine kings. An ancestor of the Mo clan frowned. You little brat? Did you summon us to die? Mo Zong's voice was trembling as he said, ancestors, our clan will get annihilated if we don't help the young master. Mo Zong proceeded to explain everything that had happened to his ancestor. The Mo clan's ancestors frowned deeply upon realizing that Mo Zong had led the clan to follow Lu Tian in killing Ye Guan. They supported the wrong side. They were doomed if they didn't do anything to atone for their mistake. The Mo clan's ancestors glared at Mo Zong. You useless bastard, I really don't know what to say. To think that you'd lead all of your ancestors to their graves? The retired elders of the clan wouldn't be able to rest in peace if their descendants were making poor decisions for the clan. A Mo clan ancestor cried out, hurry up and help our young master. He rushed toward a group of divine generals, and the other ancestors of the Mo clan quickly followed suit. They were afraid of those divine spirits, but they had no choice. If something untoward were to happen to the young master today, their clan would definitely be annihilated. Meanwhile, the three divine demonic beast clans, as well as the vicious lion clan, were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They thought that Lu Tian was the young master, but they were completely mistaken. Ye Guan was the true young master. They went completely numb from the shock. Since time immemorial, those unfortunate enough to choose the wrong side always met miserable fates. In other words, they believed that their clan would be annihilated. They broke down upon finding out that Ye Guan was the true young master. The three clan leaders were especially terrified. The clan leader of the Vermilion Bird clan even declared that he would wipe out the clan of those daring enough to harm Lu Tian. He actually threatened to wipe out the young master's clan. The legs of the Vermilion Bird clan leader went weak. They thought about killing Ye Guan when they saw the divine spirits, but it ultimately became nothing but a fleeting thought. What they had done while they were ignorant couldn't be considered rebellion, but they already knew Ye Guan's true identity. If they were to attack Ye Guan despite that, it would be considered rebellion. In addition, who were the ones trying to kill Ye Guan? The divine spirits, the nemesis of the Guanxian universe? Their ancestors died fighting against the divine spirits in the Suhen world. Their ancestors would definitely roll over in their graves the moment they found out that they had decided to help the divine spirits kill the young master of the Guanxian universe. In the end, the clan leader of the Vicious Lion clan took the lead and shouted, "Summon our ancestors." He was aware that the only way he could protect his clan was to protect the young master. The other clan leaders decisively shouted, "Summon our ancestors." Boom! 4 powerful auras descended. The combined power of the 4 auras was so strong that the earth itself split open the moment they landed. Li Banzi saw that and cried out, "Sky-splitting tiger, vermilion bird, divine Sun Mu and vicious lion ancestors. Stay next to the young master and protect him. Escort him to safety. Hurry up." The ancestors of the divine demonic beasts rushed toward Ye Guan, but 3 divine generals stood in their way. Rumble! The space above Ye Guan was reduced to ashes. The 4 divine demonic beasts' ancestors retreated, and their figures turned blurry. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. He was about to attack, but Li Banzi suddenly appeared next to him and grabbed his arm. She looked at him sternly and said, "I know you're good at fighting, but you must not make any moves right now. There are elite cultivators hiding in the shadows, and I'm not sure if I can even hold them back. Do you understand?" Ye Guan turned to look at Lu Tian. Lu Tian was abnormally calm as he kept his eyes on Ye Guan. Lu Tian noticed Ye Guan's gaze, and he looked straight back at Ye Guan. Moments later, a cold and sinister smile appeared on his lips. Li Banzi turned to look at Lu Tian and said, "The war in the Suhen world has been raging for over 30 million years now, but our stance has always been passive. Your mother, Pavilion Master Qin, created the sky-connecting pagoda. It can bring you to the true world. Anyway, it is unfortunate, but the Guanxian universe was never managed to come out on top since your father vanished." Li Banzi stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, "You are our final hope. If you die here..." "Aunt Ji," Ye Guan muttered, "I don't think we can escape." Li Banzi gripped Ye Guan's arm tightly and said, "Trust me, your father isn't here. Yes, but I will ensure your safety." Ye Guan was silent. He really wanted to make a move, but Lu Tian had been staring at him the whole time. No, the mysterious and powerful being inside Lu Tian had been staring at him. He wasn't aware of the mysterious and powerful being's true prowess, but the mysterious voice inside the tiny pagoda had told him not to make a move. Of course, Ye Guan was also aware that he couldn't defeat the mysterious and powerful being inside Lu Tian. Rumble! A massive rift in space was torn open in the distant horizon, and out came 100 divine generals. The powerhouses of the Guanxian Academy started losing hope at the sight. The divine generals were simply too strong. The ancient Guanxian guards were the only ones capable of taking them on, as the elites of the Guanxian Academy were still at the Suhen battlefield. Pass my orders. Li Banzi's voice pervaded the world as she said, the Guanxian universe has entered a state of war emergency. Elite cultivators at the ultimate realm and above are hereby asked to drop whatever they are doing and return to the main Guanxian Academy. Please? The Guanxian Academy and the Guanxian universe need your help. The members of the Shadow Department dispersed, and Li Banzi's orders soon spread to every corner of the Guanxian universe. A procession of elite cultivators rushed toward the main Guanxian Academy from all corners of the Guanxian universe. It was about time for them to serve the throne? A state of war emergency? A state of war emergency meant that the entire Guanxian universe was under threat. In other words, the declaration affected the entire Guanxian universe. The moment the declaration spread, the Guanxian academies of the many worlds throughout the Guanxian universe sent their powerhouses to the main Guanxian Academy. Every teleportation array was used around the clock, and every Immortal Treasures Pavilion branch gathered all their resources to send powerhouses to the main Guanxian Academy. The aristocratic families and the clan factions also had to send their top cultivators to the main Guanxian Academy within 2 days. The weaker members of their clan would have to be prepared to be mobilized as the second line of defense. Every Dao soldier, Immortal soldier, and Guanxian guard was ordered to return to the main Guanxian Academy as quickly as possible. In summary, regardless of one's affiliation or even if one were a rogue cultivator, one had to go. If the Guanxian universe failed to repel its enemies, its destruction would follow. The state of war emergency had only been declared twice since the Guanxian universe's foundation. The first declaration happened 30 million years ago, while the second one happened today. Li Banzi's expression was grim. Li Banzi knew that Lu Tian had a mysterious backer who wanted him to infiltrate the main Guanxian Academy and become its next academy master. However, it was unfortunate that she truly didn't expect Lu Tian's backer to be a divine spirit. In addition, so many divine spirits actually managed to escape the Suhen battlefield and reach the main Guanxian Academy. Something untoward had to have happened at the Suhen battlefield. To make matters worse, it was obvious that the divine spirits had a backer in the Guanxian committee. Otherwise, these divine spirits wouldn't have managed to infiltrate the main Guanxian Academy without anyone's knowledge. However, Li Banzi couldn't be bothered with the root of the problem right now. Her main concern was to protect Ye Guan. Ye Guan suddenly asked, Aunt Ji, can we summon the Sword Master? Li Banzi's expression was heavy as she said, if these divine spirits weren't here, we could summon the Sword Master. Ye Guan was confused, and he asked, why do they have to be absent? I don't know the specifics, but, Li Banzi explained, I know that after your father went to the true world, he seemed to have reached an agreement with the true god there. The true god? Ye Guan asked inwardly, Master Pagoda, how strong is the true god? Little Pagoda answered, unimaginably strong. Unimaginably strong. Ye Guan went silent. Li Banzi looked up and saw roughly 800 divine generals and 12 divine kings. Their numbers were tiny compared to the powerhouses of the Guanxian universe, but the divine spirits were simply too strong. Even the Guanxian soldiers who had participated in close to 100 battles in the Suhen world were being overwhelmed by the divine generals. Meanwhile, more than half of the ancestors that the aristocratic families and the clan factions had summoned had already perished at the hands of the 12 divine kings. The ancestors of the aristocratic families and clan factions were greater in numbers, but the 12 divine kings were suppressing the former rather than the other way around. However, it wasn't really a strange outcome. Those from the true world were elites among elites, while the elites of the Guanxian Academy were still stuck in the Suhen battlefield. In other words, the Guanxian universe only had a handful of cultivators capable of standing their ground against these divine kings at the moment. Li Banzi's expression was dark as she stared at the calm and composed Lu Tian in the distance. Lu Tian hadn't moved at all, and he was obviously the most dangerous person here. Just then, Anu suddenly said, Young Master, Committee Headley, the space-time tunnels of the Ye Guan continent have been sealed. Our men also discovered traces of powerful auras around the space-time tunnels. Li Banzi maintained a straight face as she asked, Can we contact the Suhen battlefield? We lost contact with the men we sent out of the Ye Guan continent, Anu trailed off and shook his head. Li Banzi's eyes slowly closed. So the Ye Guan continent has been blockaded? Yes. Anu nodded. If we've lost contact with the Suhen battlefield, Ye Guan trailed off before continuing. I'm sure it's only a matter of time until they notice that something is wrong. I'm sure they'll soon send powerhouses over here. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Li Banzi and said, Aunt Ji, I need someone to help me suppress that mysterious being inside Lu Tian. Ye Guan didn't want to just stay under the protection of Li Banzi and everyone else. Li Banzi glanced at Lu Tian before saying, Chief Sengwu, please assist him. Boom! A rift in space abruptly appeared next to Ye Guan. Sengwu walked out. He had been hiding in a pocket of space to protect Ye Guan at a critical juncture. Sengwu made a sidelong glance at Lu Tian in the distance and smiled slightly. I really want to see just what kind of divine being you are, muttered Sengwu. He stepped forward and turned into a beam of light that made a beeline for Lu Tian. Lu Tian remained unperturbed. When it was just a few inches away from his face, a finger suddenly emerged from his glabella, and it lightly tapped the air. Boom! The beam of light scattered, and the finger appeared right in front of Seng Wu. Seng Wu's pupils constricted. He brought his palms together and roared, Buddha's illumination. Boom! A Buddha light constructed from the great Dao rushed out of Seng Wu to protect him. A loud explosion was born from the collision between the finger and the Buddha light, and it resulted in Seng Wu flying at least 3 kilometers away. It took Seng Wu quite a while before he could finally stop. The devastating blow had destroyed his physical body, leaving him with his divine soul. In addition, the space in a 3-kilometer diameter around him had been annihilated, nothing was left aside from an empty void. I lost in just one exchange? Seng Wu himself was astonished. What? Seng Wu had just fought someone for the very first time over the past 30 million years, but he actually lost in just one exchange? This was unacceptable. Li Banzi's expression was heavy. Lu Tian glared at Ye Guan and sneered, it is indeed a pleasant surprise to see the son of the sword master. Li Banzi's expression fell as she said, the mysterious being in Lu Tian has taken control over Lu Tian's body. Brother Ye Guan, shouted Ye Qing. Ye Guan turned to look at Ye Qing. Ye Qing hurriedly said, my teacher is willing to help. He can forcefully open a space-time tunnel to the Sahen world. The people here cannot protect you anymore, so you have to go there. Rumble? A low boom echoed as a powerful aura gushed out of Ye Qing. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Ye Qing. He waved his sleeve, and a 3-kilometer ray of light shot into the sky. He split space-time, space, and the world itself to forcefully create a space-time tunnel amidst the blockade. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, hurry up and go, young Lord Ye. Swoosh! A long spear zipped across the air and struck the beam of light. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he turned around to find a man dressed in fiery gold armor. The man's long hair draped over his shoulders, and there were flames in his eyes as he stared at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man exclaimed, a divine emperor. The cultivators of the Guanxian universe fell into despair upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. A blanket of solemnness covered the entire battlefield, as a divine emperor was only slightly weaker than a divine sovereign. The divine emperor stared at the middle-aged man. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and thrust his spear toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man frowned. He waved his sleeve, and a shower of golden beams flew toward the divine emperor. Boom! A dazzling light briefly pervaded the entire Guanxian Academy. Shuai! A crisp noise echoed as the beams of light were reduced to nothing but ashes by the flaming long spear. In the blink of an eye, the long spear reached the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted at the sight, and he hurriedly punched the spear. The spear was stopped, but the collision between the fist and the spear created a cataclysmic explosion seemingly capable of destroying the world. The divine emperor vanished. The middle-aged man frowned. He gestured with his hand and unleashed a wave of terrifying energy. Boom! The skies briefly turned pitch black as the two flew at least 100 meters away. Lu Tian smirked at the sight. Ye Guan saw that and asked, why is he not moving? Li Banzi didn't reply. She turned toward Anu and asked, how is it? Anu's voice deepened as he said, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion has successfully opened a pathway to the eternal world. We can go anytime. With that, Li Banzi turned to Ye Guan and said, I'm sure we will encounter many divine spirits if we were to go to the Sahen battlefield. The Academy cannot guarantee your safety if we were to choose that route. I'm sure there's something wrong with the committee members in charge of the Sahen battlefield, so the journey there will undoubtedly be treacherous. I suggest you go to the Eternal World first. The Eternal World is the home of spirits, and your mother founded the martial court in the Eternal World. The martial god guards of the Eternal World were also personally trained by your mother, and 100 martial god guards will escort you to the Eternal World. Ye Guan stared deeply at Li Banzi and asked, what happens when I leave? Are you all going to stay here? Li Banzi started. However, Ye Guan shook his head and added, Aunt Ji, please don't try to fool me by saying nonsense about keeping the bigger picture in mind. Ye Guan turned to the powerhouses of the Guanxian universe. Each one of them fought bravely against the divine spirits. You're all going to stay here and die, Ye Guan pointed out. Li Banzi stared at Ye Guan and said, you're just going to die here with us if you don't leave, and I'm the sword master's son, yes, but I'm still just a human being like you people. Aren't our lives equal? Asked Ye Guan. Li Banzi was stunned. Ye Guan smiled and explained, I really hate it when people arbitrarily place value on the lives of people as if all lives aren't born equal. I don't think my life is more valuable than your lives just because I'm the sword master's son. If I leave, I will never be able to forgive myself. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at the sword sect disciples fighting for their lives and said, there's no point in living if I have to sacrifice the lives of my brothers and beloved ones for it. If that's the case, I'll just give up on living. Rumble? A space-time rift made out of the great Dao manifested above everyone and 1,000 divine spirits clad in black armor walked out of the rift. Each figure clad in black armor was a divine general. The cultivators of the Guanxian universe went beyond pallid. However, it seemed that their despair could still go deeper, as the divine generals were accompanied by 10 giants. The giants were so formidable that every step they took created shockwaves that spread throughout the entire Xiaoguan continent. Each giant wielded a spear in their right hand and a shield in their left hand, and they glared fiercely at the cultivators of the Guanxian universe. Giant divine spirits. Chen Guanzi cried out. He went as white as a sheet of paper at the terrifying sight, but he didn't stop moving on the battlefield. Giant divine spirits were formidable foes, and it was a fact that those who were unlucky enough to fight them knew all too well. The giant divine spirits brought about a wave of despair throughout the battlefield. Rip! All of a sudden, the space next to Ye Guan split open, and a young girl walked out of the rift. The young girl was wearing a plain dress, and she was barefoot as she stepped onto the battlefield. The young girl opened her palm, revealing a command token that quickly took to the skies. Boom! The statues of 8 young girls in the Nether Palace abruptly opened their eyes, and a wave of terrifying energy burst out of the palace. The Nether Palace? Many people turned toward the barefoot young girl with curious looks. The Nether Palace was part of the Academy, but it was an organization clad in mystery. In fact, it was rare to see a member of the Nether Palace outside the palace, so most of the people here weren't familiar with the Nether Palace. Could the Nether Palace fight 1,000 divine generals and multiple giant divine spirits? The young girl's identity was Nether Maiden. Moments later, the space behind her ripped open, and another young girl appeared. The young girl was riding on a pig, and there was a large saber on her back. The incongruous sight was absurd, and everyone couldn't help but cast astounded gazes on the young girl. The pig beneath her exuded a powerful aura, and everyone could ascertain its age. The pig took a few steps forward. The young girl glanced at Ye Guan before turning to look at Nether Maiden. "That brat is old Yang's grandson," she asked. Nether Maiden looked down at Ye Guan and nodded in confirmation. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young girl examined Ye Guan. She broke out into a smile and said, "What a young great sword sovereign. He seems to be more talented than his father and grandfather. He's also much more handsome. Where are the rest?" asked Nether Maiden. The pig-riding young girl grinned and said, "They're coming over." The Nether Maiden nodded gently and looked ahead. The massive giant divine spirits were roaring fiercely and were rushing toward the two of them. They thrust their spears forward, and a wave of energy swept past the world. A stern light flitted across the pig-riding young girl's eyes. She took to the skies and slashed out with her long saber. Shuai! A 3-kilometer-long saber light was unleashed, and the collision resulted in a deafening explosion. The surrounding kilometer of space crumbled and shattered as a result of the attack. A giant divine spirit was forced a few kilometers away, but the pig-riding young girl remained unscathed. Lu Tian frowned deeply while the cultivators of the Guanxian Academy rejoiced. They could finally see hope? Li Banzi heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, she didn't have that much knowledge of the Nether Palace. Ye Xian didn't build the Nether Palace. It was older, as it was established during the era of Sword Master Qingshan. In other words, it wasn't strange that those born during the Sword Master's era weren't familiar with the Nether Palace. Li Banzi wasn't an exception to that, but she decided to ask the Nether Palace for assistance, as she was aware that they had been standing on the side of Ye Guan's grandfather. The Nether Palace's prowess surprised even Li Banzi. Lu Tian directed a cold gaze at Ye Guan, but he didn't make a move. A voice echoed in Lu Tian's ears. "Teacher, why don't we kill Ye Guan first?" The voice had come from the true Lu Tian. Lu Tian's eyes never left Ye Guan as he responded, "Someone hiding in the dark is staring at me, and they're waiting for me to make a move." "Someone in the dark? Who?" Lu Tian was disturbed. Lu Tian's gaze pierced the starry skies, and a sinister smile soon appeared on his lips. Meanwhile, the remaining giant divine spirits let out a fierce roar. Their roars created a powerful sound wave attack capable of killing those with low cultivation bases. The 9 giant divine spirits rushed toward the pig-riding young girl, but the space around them collapsed, creating a void that greedily devoured everything around it. The 9 giant divine spirits were helplessly immobilized by the void. A young girl wearing a green skirt appeared in front of everyone. She was the Boundary Maiden? The young girl riding on the pig suddenly appeared beside the Boundary Maiden. The leader of the divine generals saw that, and he ordered fiercely, "Kill them first." The 9 giant divine spirits stumbled their way out of the void, and they immediately charged toward the young girls once they were out of the void. However, a multitude of golden lights suddenly pelted down on them from up above. The golden lights were like swords, and they sliced through space as they made quick work of the divine generals. The leader of the divine generals was stupefied, but he quickly recovered his wits and yelled, "Retreat!" Immediately afterward, a deafening boom echoed as the golden light struck a few hundred divine generals. A young girl that was shrouded in a golden hue stood at the edge of the beams of golden light, and she chased after the divine generals. The temperature suddenly plummeted, and it seemed as if winter had arrived in the blink of an eye. A few hundred divine generals froze as 10,000 blades made out of ice swarmed them like locusts. The blades made out of ice sliced the ice statues into innumerable chunks of ice. The divine spirits hurriedly attempted to repair their fleshly bodies. Die! A ferocious roar echoed, and the souls of the divine generals were reduced to nothingness. The Oblivion Maiden was here. She swept a cool gaze at the remaining divine generals while petting a fox in her bosom. The rest of the divine generals didn't dare to advance anymore. They receded like a tide with fear plastered over their faces. The 10 giant divine spirits felt the same, but they bravely glared at the young girls standing next to each other. The Nether Maiden, the pig-riding young girl, the Light Maiden, the Boundary Maiden, and the Ice Maiden stared coolly at the divine spirits. "Don't let them leave," the Nether Maiden yelled. The sisters rushed toward the divine spirits. The leader of the divine generals yelled, "Stop them." The divine generals rushed to meet the young girls with the giant divine spirits at the helm. An intense battle ensued. Space shook violently as cracks quickly formed across the surrounding space-time. Meanwhile, the battles inside Guanxian Academy were no less fiercer than the battles outside. The divine spirits had dispatched their strongest warriors, so Li Banzi didn't allow those unqualified to participate in the battle. She ordered them to retreat as quickly as possible. One had to be an ultimate realm cultivator at the very least to be qualified to join the battles here. In other words, a cultivator below the ultimate realm would only be throwing their lives away if they were to stand against the divine spirits. Boom! A dazzling sword light briefly pervaded the air as a divine king was forced at least 100 meters away by Ye Guan's sword. The divine king eventually came to a halt and looked down. He was surprised to see that his long spear had shattered. He frowned and cast a fearful glance at the sword in Ye Guan's hand. The gap between their cultivation bases should have allowed the divine king to crush Ye Guan in the proverbial blink of an eye, but he couldn't gain the upper hand over Ye Guan. The divine king was finally convinced that it was all because of Ye Guan's sword. It was too strong. This wasn't the first time that the divine king lost a spear in his battle against Ye Guan. In fact, the broken spear in his hand was the sixth spear that perished beneath Ye Guan's sword. Regardless of the spear's rank, Ye Guan's sword had destroyed them instantly and without fail in just one collision. The divine king was aware that an extremely powerful divine sword existed in the Guanxian universe, the Qingxian sword. However, Ye Guan's sword couldn't possibly be that sword. Ye Guan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He had been courageously fighting a divine king by himself, but the gap between his physical realm and his cultivation realm was simply too huge for him to surpass with just grit alone. In addition, Ao Qianqian was no longer with him, so every sword move he performed consumed a ton of profound energy. If it hadn't been for the Path Sword, he wouldn't have been able to last this long against a divine king. At this point, there were 15 divine kings around his area. Each one of them was unbelievably strong. Ye Guan's goal had been to kill the divine king using the speed he had always been proud of, but his godly speed seemed mediocre at best in front of a divine king. All of a sudden, the divine king in front of Ye Guan melted into nothingness. Rip! The spacetime in front of Ye Guan was torn open, and a divine king emerged from it. Ye Guan's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly thrust his sword. The divine king ahead of Ye Guan had no choice but to defend himself, but a cold light flashed behind Ye Guan. Ye Guan's blood ran cold as he realized that two divine kings had joined forces to attack him. The divine king in front of Ye Guan was just a distraction. The killing blow would come from the divine king behind him. The turn of events happened so fast that Ye Guan couldn't find any way to avoid the oncoming attack. Swoosh! A figure abruptly appeared behind Ye Guan, and roughly 10,000 shadow-like projections flew toward the divine king behind Ye Guan. Boom! The divine king was sent flying away, and he left behind a trail of destruction as he flew into the distance. Ye Guan whipped around and was surprised to find a young girl standing in front of him. The short-haired young girl was wearing a black dress, and she was facing away from him. The short-haired young girl turned toward him. She stared at him intently before she eventually smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Shadow Maiden, and I'm your grandfather's friend." My grandfather's friend? Ye Guan was stunned. It seemed even his grandfather had many friends, just like his father. The young girl chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Ye Guan was startled, but he quickly composed himself and said, "Thank you." This wasn't the time for him to act cool. He had to be humble and accept someone else's help. The Shadow Maiden saw Ye Guan's reaction, and she was just about to say something when a rift in space suddenly manifested in the distance. A figure emerged from the RIT, and a resplendent golden light made out of the Great Dao pervaded the skies. A middle-aged man clad in golden armor soon appeared under everyone's gazes. A curved saber was on his waist, and his left hand was holding the curved saber. It was a peculiar weapon with many holes in it, but its pitch-black color instilled fear in everyone's hearts. The space around Guanxian Academy distorted heavily. The heavenly Dao of the Xiaoguan continent worked hard to repair the space to no avail. The middle-aged man was a divine emperor. Li Banzi glared at the middle-aged man, but she remained calm. The middle-aged man's gaze landed on Ye Guan. His eyes narrowed as he roared, "So you're the sword master's son." He decisively stepped forward and swung his curved saber. Rip! A 3-kilometer-long golden saber light manifested and pierced the skies, seemingly splitting both heaven and earth from each other. Ye Guan's pupils constricted, and his heart jumped. He couldn't possibly defend himself against such an attack, so he decisively took Master Pagoda out of the tiny pagoda. He couldn't fight anymore, so he decided to leave the rest to Master Pagoda. This little bastard is so mean. Little Pagoda sighed. Ye Guan hugged Master Pagoda tightly as he stared at the oncoming saber light. Bitterness filled his heart. He had just learned of his true identity, but his enemies had sent their cream of the crop elites to kill him. Can't they give me a chance? The golden saber light was about to hit Ye Guan when a young girl wearing a white skirt appeared in front of him. The young girl's hands were behind her back as she stared with an eerie calm at the oncoming golden saber light. The young girl wearing a white skirt stared coldly at the oncoming golden saber light and opened her mouth. Crackle! A massive mouth appeared in the sky, startling everyone fighting in the skies. The mouth bit down and soon devoured the golden saber light. Everyone stared agape at the young girl wearing a white skirt. Who was she? The middle-aged man clad in golden armor stared calmly at the young girl wearing a white skirt. The latter stared calmly at him as well. Swoosh! The middle-aged man in golden armor vanished and moved at breakneck speeds. Swoosh! A streak of golden saber light descended, seemingly splitting the world into two. The young girl wearing a white skirt vanished, and a loud explosion occurred in the skies as a white beam of light collided with the golden saber light. Kaboom! The collision generated a force so strong that a shockwave spread in all directions at the moment of impact, shaking those unprepared for it. The 10,000 mountains around Trial Peak disintegrated, while those with low cultivation bases perished upon being hit by the shockwave. The Shadow Maiden flickered and stood in front of Ye Guan to protect him from the shockwave. Shadows manifested in front of Ye Guan as the Shadow Maiden defended Ye Guan against the remnant forces of the battle up ahead. The world quickly turned chaotic. Fortunately, the young girl wearing a white skirt and the divine emperor she was fighting decided to enter a pocket in the space-time domain to continue their fight there. Lu Tian turned to Li Banzi and snickered, as expected of the committee head of the Guanxian Academy and the de facto leader of the Guanxian universe. I'm sure we surprised you, but it feels as though you saw us coming. Li Banzi turned to Lu Tian and said, I am curious about who let you inside. Lu Tian chuckled and said, Committee head Li, you're intelligent, so I'm sure you'll quickly discover the truth. No, I think you already know their identity, you simply refuse to believe it. Li Banzi went silent. Lu Tian smirked and added, I wanted to destroy the entire Guanxian universe in one shot, but I didn't expect to see the Sword Master's son in the flesh. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. I have something to ask, Li Banzi said. Lu Tian smiled, I can see what you're trying to do here, committee head, but it's fine. I want to buy some time as well, so go ahead and ask away. Li Banzi glared at Lu Tian and asked, Lu Tian isn't the real chosen one, right? Lu Tian scoffed, is that important at this point? Probably not, said Li Banzi, probably not. Those two deists wouldn't have chosen someone with such a poor character. Lu Tian glanced at Ye Guan in the distance and said, Committee head Li, I have to admit that your young master is quite outstanding. He can stand toe-to-toe against a few talents from the true world. I can see the sword master in him, so I have to kill him, even if I have to sacrifice everyone who came here with me. Li Banzi glared at Lu Tian and said, you can try. Haha. Lu Tian suddenly laughed and said, Committee head Li, my men are here. Rumble? A space-time tunnel manifested behind Lu Tian, and a terrifying aura was felt from it. Li Banzi stared with narrowed eyes at the space-time tunnel until she saw a man and a woman emerge from the tunnel. The man was clad in pitch-black armor with a long spear in hand. His hair was bright red, and his eyes were like burning magma. Meanwhile, the woman had a full head of white hair, and she wore armor exuding frost. A round mirror seemingly made out of ice was in her right hand, and her gaze was cold and indifferent as she swept her gaze across the battlefield. Everyone felt a shiver down their spine the moment they saw the woman, the Flame Master and the Frost Master. Anyu's expression darkened. In the true world, only those with their own lands deserve to be called a master. Masters only listened to the orders of powerful divine spirits, and they were akin to subordinate kings beneath an emperor. Those with their own territories in the true world were extremely powerful, and despite the true world's long history, it had only seen 10 or so masters, but 2 of those few masters had actually come here. Anyu was terrified. Their enemies wanted to kill Ye Guan at all costs. Li Banzi was completely silent. She had underestimated the true world's ambitions. The true world obviously didn't want to give Ye Guan any chance to become even stronger, as they had dispatched their strongest warriors to come here and kill him. Rumble? The space-time tunnel behind the Flame Master and the Frost Master quivered, and a swarm of divine spirits clad in flaming armor and frosty armor walked out. There were 3,000 of them, and each of them was a divine general. They were clearly the best troops of the 2 masters. The Frost Master and the Flame Master nodded at Lu Tian. Li Banzi's heart sank upon seeing that. Lu Tian's position was clearly higher than theirs. Worry flitted across Li Banzi's face, and she stared at the starry skies. The Guanxian Academy's elites from the Suhen world had to pick up the pace, or they would find nothing but ruins upon their arrival. Lu Tian chuckled and said, Committee head Li, it'll end quickly if your men don't arrive soon. Lu Tian glanced at Ye Guan in the distance and said, you too, kill him. I'll take care of the lurker. Swoosh! The Flame Master vanished. A bright and menacing fireball streaked across the sky and headed straight for Ye Guan. The Flame Master clearly didn't want to waste any time with a weakling. Ye Guan stared grimly at the oncoming fireball. The divine spirits of the true world truly wanted to kill him today. Ye Guan felt helpless. He was completely powerless against such strong powerhouses, and it was a feeling that he had never really liked. The mysterious voice in the tiny pagoda said, don't overthink it. This battle is way beyond you, and you shouldn't interfere. Keep calm, and don't think too much about it. All right, I won't think about it, said Ye Guan before shouting, fight, go fight. The mysterious voice didn't know what to say. Why are you so worried? Asked Little Pagoda. He's smart. I'm sure he also knows that he can't possibly participate in a fight way above his league. I agree, said the mysterious voice, I was foolish. Meanwhile, right before the Flame Master was about to attack Ye Guan, the space in front of Ye Guan was torn open, and a young girl walked out of the rift. The young girl was wearing a simple long skirt with cloud patterns. Her back was facing Ye Guan as she stuck her finger out and pointed at the oncoming fireball. No, long spear. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, but the long spear came to a halt. The young girl stopped the long spear with just a finger. The Flame Master frowned. He roared and retracted his long spear before performing a sweeping strike. The young girl pointed at him using another finger. Boom! The flames of the Flame Master's long spear were extinguished at once, and he was sent flying at least 1,000 meters away. The young girl flicked her sleeve, and the raging flames in front of her vanished into thin air as if they had never been there. Ye Guan's heart jumped at the terrifying sight. The young girl's strength was beyond his comprehension. The young girl slowly approached the Flame Master, but she suddenly turned around and looked at Ye Guan with a smile before asking, "Do you know me?" Ye Guan hurriedly asked, "Who are you?" The young girl's smile deepened. "My name is Qi Bishan 1, and I am above the heavens." Ye Guan asked, "Master Pagoda, do you know her?" Little Pagoda answered, "I do." Ye Guan asked, "Master Pagoda, did you follow all 3 generations of our family?" Little Pagoda went silent at the straightforward question. Meanwhile, Li Banzi heaved a sigh of relief. She wasn't aware of Qi Bishan's identity, as the latter wasn't from Li Banzi's generation. However, the Nether Palace had clearly ordered Qi Bishan to come here. Li Banzi was surprised to see that the Nether Palace had such an elite, but she started wondering why such elites were absent in the Suhen Great War. However, they mobilized and came here upon hearing that Ye Guan was in danger. Could it be that the grandfather preferred his grandson over his son? Qi Bishan examined Ye Guan and smiled, "You're pretty good. Don't worry, I won't let others bully you." The Flame Master stared at Qi Bishan. He didn't seem angry, but he carefully examined his opponent. Suddenly, he took a step forward, and a powerful energy enveloped the entire Guanxian universe. The Flame Master unleashed his fire domain. A fierce glare flashed in Qi Bishan's eyes as she clenched her fist and punched out. Qi Bishan's punch destroyed the Flame Master's fire domain. However, the Flame Master had taken advantage of the distraction to approach Qi Bishan. He took a stance with his spear before thrusting it toward Qi Bishan with all his might. Flames gushed out like a tidal wave as the Flame Master's spear approached Qi Bishan. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion echoed. The flames vanished, and the Flame Master flew away. However, the Frost Master appeared behind Qi Bishan. Qi Bishan whipped around and punched out. Boom! The Frost Master's frost light shattered into innumerable light particles. The Frost Master took to the skies and pointed her round mirror at Qi Bishan. Icicles poured out of the mirror and descended toward Qi Bishan like a torrential downpour. There were so many icicles that just a glance at their numbers was enough to instill fear in just about anyone, but Qi Bishan remained calm. She stumped with her right foot and took to the skies. Qi Bishan's figure flickered as she destroyed hundreds of icicles with every single move. Meanwhile, the Frost Master turned into a beam of frost that shot toward Qi Bishan. Qi Bishan raised her chin and swung both of her hands down. A powerful burst of energy struck the Frost Master and the Flame Master, sending them flying away. Swoosh! A shadow flickered past Qi Bishan and made a beeline for Ye Guan. The Frost Master and the Flame Master recovered in midair and rushed toward Qi Bishan to stop her from protecting Ye Guan. Anyu's expression fell, and he yelled, "A divine sovereign!" He decisively jumped in front of Ye Guan and said, "Young master, run." A divine sovereign was a powerful elite among the divine spirits. Who dares to threaten the Yang family? A crisp and resonant voice echoed throughout the battlefield, and a woman clad in a white shirt appeared in front of Ye Guan. She stared at the oncoming shadow and yelled, "Netherworld destiny." Rumble! A rift in space manifested overhead, and a dim beam of light emerged from the rift. Netherworld destiny? A dim light shot out, and everything within its reach was obliterated inch by inch. The dim light abruptly vanished, but it reappeared in the hands of the woman in white. She thrust the dim light forward. The cataclysmic might of the dim light created cracks in the world itself. A middle-aged man appeared in front of the woman in white, and he was wielding a giant blade. The giant blade collided with Netherworld destiny, and a stalemate ensued. The woman in white was furious. She transformed into a beam of dim light and sent the middle-aged man flying. However, the middle-aged man wasn't a pushover. A pitch-black shadow manifested in front of the woman in white, and the shadow burst out, causing cracks to appear all over the world. The woman in white had no choice but to retreat at least a few kilometers away, but she wasn't idle while she was retreating. Mid-retreat, she hurled a javelin of dim light toward the middle-aged man. The dim light was so fast that it reached the middle-aged man in just a few milliseconds. The middle-aged man had to retreat and avoid the javelin of dim light. Moments later, the woman in white and the middle-aged man attacked each other fiercely, causing tremors to spread all over the Guanxian universe. Their attacks contained so much energy that the Guanxian universe was starting to collapse under their might. Meanwhile, the heavenly Dao of the Guanxian universe gave up on repairing the world. There were too many powerhouses wreaking havoc on the world for it to keep up with the repairs. In the end, it gave up and tried to escape. It was only here for a job, and now that it could no longer do its job, it had decided that the best next course of action was to run before anything else. It also wasn't really qualified to intervene in the battle between such powerful elites. The elites of the Guanxian Academy and the Divine Generals shifted their battlefields a few hundred kilometers away. They had done it voluntarily, as the elites around Ye Guan were too strong. The remnant forces of their moves alone were enough for them to perish. In the end, both sides unanimously decided to stay reasonably far from the main battlefield. Ye Guan's expression was solemn. The woman in white was most likely from his grandfather's generation. Ye Guan had to admit that the elites of his grandfather's generation were fierce and extremely powerful beings. The woman in white and the middle-aged man were too strong. The force that their moves generated was strong enough to destroy the entire world. It was a great thing that the two had decided to fight in a pocket of space-time. If they hadn't done that, it would have only been a matter of time before the Guanxian universe was destroyed. Lu Tian frowned. He realized that the woman in white who had decided to step out and protect Ye Guan from the Divine Sovereign wasn't the mysterious being who had been keeping an eye on him from the dark. The woman in white wielding netherworld destiny was extremely strong. It wasn't strange, as only those who were extremely powerful could stand their ground against a divine sovereign. However, if even a divine sovereign wasn't enough to lure the mysterious being out from the dark, just who were they? Were they stronger than a divine sovereign? Lu Tian's frown deepened. He raised his guard up to its limit. Who were these people, and where had they come from? The war between the True World and the Guanxian universe had been ongoing for many years now, so the denizens of the True World had long known the identities of the Guanxian universe's cream of the crop elites. However, Lu Tian had never seen these elites before. In other words, these people weren't participants in that great war many years ago. To make matters worse, they were extremely powerful. Which generation are they from? Lu Tian was confused. Li Banzi stared at the woman wielding netherworld destiny and exclaimed, Lady Tiangxiu. Li Banzi wasn't exactly familiar with Lady Tiangxiu. However, Li Banzi was aware that Lady Tiangxiu was from the same generation as Sword Master Qingshan. Li Banzi was surprised to find so many elites from Sword Master Qingshan's generation in one place. In addition, each and every one of them was incredibly strong. Lady Tiangxiu was particularly strong, and this was evidenced by how she could stand toe-to-toe against a divine sovereign and even suppress the latter. A divine sovereign was a peak cultivator even throughout the true universe, but such a powerful existence was actually being suppressed. Li Banzi suddenly recalled something. She turned to Anu and asked, "How's it going?" Anu said somberly, "I've contacted the Eternal World's Immortal Treasure's Martial Court. They've dispatched their elites to reinforce us, and they'll arrive in an hour." An hour. Li Banzi frowned slightly. An hour would be too late. Anu explained, "It's unfortunate, but the Eternal World is simply too far." "How about the Suhen World?" asked Li Banzi. Anu shook his head and said, "The space-time tunnels leading to Suhen World have been taken over by the True World cultivators. We can't even communicate with them through transmission talismans. Aside from that, more and more divine spirits are rushing over here in droves." 1 hour, Li Banzi suddenly said, "We just have to hold out for 1 more hour." Anu stared deeply at Li Banzi. Li Banzi explained, "Tei Shijing and the others at the Suhen World must have already noticed that something is off. I'm sure they're doing everything they can to reinforce the academy as we speak." Li Banzi's expression suddenly changed upon recalling something. "The traitor from the Suhen World will arrive first before any reinforcements, and they'll definitely try to kill us as soon as possible." Anu asked, "How will we know the traitor's identity?" Li Banzi looked up at the starry skies and muttered, "The traitor is the first one to arrive here from the Suhen World." Anu went silent. Just who was the traitor? Lady Tiangxiu and the other young girls of the Nether Palace had come to help us, but the Guanxian Academy was still slowly but surely collapsing beneath the pressure. The divine generals and divine kings were simply too strong. The sword sect disciples and the ancient Guanxian guards were the only ones capable of standing toe-to-toe against the divine spirits, but even they could barely fight the divine spirits. The Guanxian Academy had more cultivators, but the quality of the Guanxian Academy cultivators paled in comparison to the divine kings, so fighting the latter was a struggle for the former. To make matters worse, killing these divine spirits was impossible, as they would quickly resurrect themselves upon dying. Of course, they were weakened post-death, but they were still far too strong for an average Guanxian Academy student to handle. Things weren't looking good for the Guanxian Academy. Li Banzi frowned. She was aware of the peril as well. There was only one way to truly kill a divine spirit, and it could only be employed with the help of the sky-connecting pagoda in the Suhen battlefield. However, there weren't any sky-connecting pagodas here, so the Guanxian Academy could only hold out. Lu Tian frowned and stared at Ye Guan. He knew that if he failed to kill Ye Guan today, it would be extremely difficult for him to do something like this in the future. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Moreover, Ye Guan was already a monstrous talent. If he were allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a huge headache to the true world. Lu Tian decided to get rid of Ye Guan today, regardless of the price he had to pay. With that thought in mind, Lu Tian extended his hands. A huge pitch-black imprint floated up from his palms. Moments later, the imprint turned into a dark light that stretched for several kilometers. Boom! The dark light abruptly became a whirlpool. It was a teleportation array. Li Banzi's pupils constricted, and she bellowed, "Activate the formation." Rumble! A talisman buried in the depths of the Guanxian Academy shone brightly. A resplendent light illuminated the skies, and roughly 100,000 rays of light made out of the Great Dao shot out from the Guanxian Academy. The rays of light aimed at the dark whirlpool and flew toward it, tearing apart everything in its path. All of a sudden, a colossal demonic beast rushed out of the dark whirlpool. The demonic beast was at least 300 meters tall, and 2 horns were sticking out of its forehead. It looked as buff as an ox, while its entire body was covered in sturdy black scales. It also had a thick tail. The demonic beast hollered and stomped. Crack! The rays of light made out of the Great Dao shattered, but the Guanxian Academy's array remained steadfast and started pushing it back. The world trembled as it took a few steps backward, terrifying everyone. All of a sudden, a golden ray of light shot out from underground. It made a beeline for the demonic beast. The demonic beast was furious. It clenched its fists and punched out. The golden ray of light shattered along with spacetime itself, but the shrapnel of the explosion burst out in all directions. The fragments contained so much power that the space in its trajectory was shattered and torn apart. The demonic beast rapidly retreated. Moments later, it lifted its head and roared. Its sturdy black scales started exuding a dark light, and they started wriggling, seemingly alive. Meanwhile, another golden ray of light shot out from underground. The demonic beast jumped and punched the oncoming attack. The golden ray of light shattered once more, but the demonic beast wasn't done just yet. It struck the ground and split it into two, creating a deep ravine. Boom! The ground crumbled, and a kilometer-deep abyss was formed. The demonic beast jumped into the abyss. Soon, the ground trembled, and explosions incessantly echoed from underground. Li Banzi's expression fell. She seemed to have sensed something as she lifted her head and stared at the dark whirlpool. An intense and powerful aura was seeping out of the dark whirlpool, filling Li Banzi's heart with trepidation. It seemed that the true world had finally decided to go all out upon discovering the presence of the Sword Master's descendant. Li Banzi's expression was extremely dark as she looked at the dark whirlpool. Ye Guan suddenly said, "Aunt Ji, let me do it." Li Banzi stared deeply at Ye Guan. Ye Guan didn't bother to explain as he unsheathed his sword. However, Ao Qianqian suddenly appeared in front of him. Ao Qianqian's visage was pallid, but her injuries had more or less healed. "Let me follow you," said Ao Qianqian. Ye Guan was about to reject the offer, but Ao Qianqian pressed her forehead against Ye Guan's forehead before the former could even speak. Ao Qianqian turned into a ray of light and entered Ye Guan's glabella. Boom! Ye Guan's aura rose explosively. Ye Guan took a deep breath. He was silent as he turned into a beam of sword light. He streaked across the skies and reached the dark whirlpool in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! A divine king appeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes flashed sinisterly as he swung the path sword. The divine king didn't bother retreating. He moved even closer to Ye Guan with a spear in hand. Crack! However, the divine king's spear shattered upon making contact with Ye Guan's sword. The divine king's pupils shrank. He decided to retreat, but lightning flashed beneath Ye Guan's feet. Thunderclap! Ye Guan had changed. Ao Qianqian's cultivation realm enhanced his abilities, allowing him to move even faster than usual. Shwick! Ye Guan's sword struck the divine king's forehead. The divine king's fleshly body collapsed and perished, but the divine king was horrified to find that his true body had been inflicted with a fatal wound, and he would soon perish. How could this be? The divine king was in disbelief. His sword dealt a fatal blow to my true body. This is impossible. This can't be. The divine king roared as if he had gone mad. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was already in front of the dark whirlpool. He was about to destroy it with the path sword when Li Banzi shouted, "Watch out." Ye Guan turned and saw Lutian moving toward him. It turned out that Lutian couldn't hold it in anymore. Ye Guan was startled, but he didn't even attempt to retreat. There was no point in retreating. Lutian was too strong for him to escape. Ye Guan was about to throw all caution to the wind when a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't let them bully you. Just stay here and watch our performance."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.